Let's go. You're damn right it's the final countdown, baby. Spadoni, Shasky, Game 6 tonight, Chase Center. Rockets, Warriors. Warriors up 3-2. Curry, Butler, Green, Pods, Buddy Hield, Moses Moody. Who's showing up tonight? I need the fans to show up tonight. That's a fact. 6 o'clock. Get off work early. I don't know what you're doing. If you're going to the Giants game, going to the Rockies game, no. I need all the energy focused on Chase Center. And I love the Verlanders. I love Yastrzemskis of the world. I love Bo Mel. But tonight, there's only one game that matters. And it's that one at Chase Center. And we got coverage of that starting at 5 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs will take over Warriors Live. And then Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert on the call. We got it all. I'm so damn fired up. Joe Shasky, good morning.
Oh, dude, tonight's the night. We're going to win tonight. I can feel it.
It's the final countdown.
I got a good night's sleep last night. I'm ready to go. We're going to win today. And Willard and Dibbs, are they going to be at Chase Center?
Great question. We'll get on that.
Because I would assume that Mark is going to bring handcuffs to arrest Dylan Brooks on the spot after listening to their show yesterday. I mean, he is so fired up about Dylan Brooks and the gamesmanship and the crossing the line. It was fascinating radio, man. I mean, some of the analogies that I was listening to yesterday, and I love them. It was a great show. I was stuck in traffic going all throughout the city yesterday. I had a million tasks to do, and I was listening to Willard and Dibbs, and maybe we slept on it. Maybe you and I didn't even, maybe we what do they call it, bury the lead?
Well, we were so focused on that fake comeback from the Braxton Keys and the Kevin Knoxes of the world. We were blinded to the actual post-game sound of Dylan Brooks going at Stephen Curry's injured hand. And we'll get to that in a second. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 888-957.
I'm so fired up for tonight. Let's go.
Let's go.
I have one guy, and I'm teasing it, one guy that I need to cut the water off.
Number one?
Yeah, one guy.
Go. I'm not saying it. Yeah, go.
Oh, I thought you were going to play something.
Well, I was filibustering. I can't find it anymore. It's hard. I don't have my normal.
I looked at you over there. You were thumbing something on that screen.
Yeah, no, see, this is what the screen looks like going behind the curtains. I used to know where everything is, but things have gotten shifted. I'm no longer a producer. I don't got control over the board anymore. I used to dictate what the board looks like.
Yay!
I don't get that anymore, but here it is. I found it.
Number one.
There we go. What's the number one thing?
Glad we found that one.
Save the segment. Look, tonight you got to get there early. Okay, the game starts at 6, and I think that one thing that I've been thinking about long and hard is, especially driving through the city yesterday, is you better leave your house a little earlier than whatever you think you should, because traffic is kind of a nightmare everywhere due to construction and just congestion overall.
Bay Bridge has been brutal. I've heard from people that are commuting in the late afternoon. I know nothing about that because I get out of here at 10, but neither here nor there. And I'm not going to complain about traffic because, again, 95.7 The Game, put it on the dial. We'll be right there with you. Or download the free Odyssey app and take us there too.
So it's been, a couple of months doing the 4-hour show. You've been waking up early for quite some time.
Yeah.
And trust me, we're going to get all into some of the stats. There's a stat Bonte put out that I couldn't believe yesterday, and he's coming into studio today at 9 o'clock. That to me is as sad and as telling a stat as you can come up with. And we'll get to it in a second. But now that you've done the 4-hour shows for a couple of months, all right, do you understand the plight of what I go through, which is by the time Wednesday, Thursday, Friday hits, I want to walk and run out the door, because the lifestyle of waking up at 3:30 versus 4:30 might as well be a 12-hour difference in your sleep every single day.
Well, again, I'm with you on that. I think a lot of people look at Friday the same, where they just want to get the hell out of there. But specifically for the overnight and early morning workers, there is a sense of freedom when you get out at 10 or 10:30 and you still got your morning, or at least like half of the morning still, an hour and a half, I guess. And then the rest of your day is just open. It is great because it's not the same on a Thursday, right? Or a Wednesday. It's just like, all right, I still got my whole day. I got to go to sleep still at 7:30. No, tonight, hell, I can stay up late. That's like 9 o'clock for me. I can stay up till 9 tonight. I feel like such an old man when I say that, but it's true. Like, staying up late for me these days, like at 10 o'clock is like, might as well be 1 in the morning.
Well, if you don't
Isn't
get your
that
naps
sad?
in,
I'm 31. It shouldn't be like that.
If you don't get your naps in, you're done data, is what I would say.
Well, that's the thing. The naps are so tricky, too, because if you take too long of a nap, then it ruins everything and you feel lethargic. You got to have that little siesta, right? 20, 25, 30 minutes. And then if you got the little guy on you, then they're making sure you don't really nap sometimes.
Well, when he naps, I nap.
You have
when he
to.
wakes up, I wake up.
When I move, you move. Yeah. Just like that.
Exactly. And look, we're fired up today. You know, I walk into the studio and Lubman's in a great mood. He's wearing the chromed out, all white. I mean, that thing's got Miami white.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's Miami white out. Yeah.
He's got the Steph Curry. What is that jersey? What would you even describe that?
It's what? I think it's like the 2019 All-Star jersey or something like that.
It's the All-Star jersey. It is so cool. It's a clean look.
Of course it's an All-Star jersey because it was so nondescript.
It's so white. Yeah. The white tee he's wearing under looks like the Giants' creamsicles.
It's true.
Don't bring up them.
But it's perfect for Sam Lubman's complexion. You're looking good this morning, Sam. Shout out Steven Risotto behind the
We're going to do this, boys.
Well,
let's go.
Well,
we cannot get to a Game 7. There is no one in the Bay thinks that this gets to a Game 7.
No, it ends tonight.
To win tonight. This has got, you have to win written all over it.
I think a couple people called me a wet blanket on air yesterday because I kept saying this wasn't the end of the world, that loss. Am I going to be a wet blanket again if I say, technically not a must win. If you lose tonight, you can still win on Sunday in Houston. Again, I'm sure Nahegan's like, no, you got to create urgency. There's urgency. You would like to take care of business tonight and then play in Minnesota on Monday, as opposed to winning on Sunday potentially and then having just a day off in between and traveling, and then Tuesday you would play. Because that's what awaits you in the next round. Minnesota Timberwolves have advanced now, and they're awaiting the winner of this Rockets-Warriors series. But I hear you. I would like to win tonight. But again, I'm reminded of a couple years ago, last time they had a first-round series, the same exact scenario happened. And I'm bringing it up because you called your brother this morning, Pat, and we were talking and chopping shop about Xbox and PlayStation and Halo and Twisted Metal and all of it, Grand Theft Auto. And you guys were there, and I'm sure you felt like you were feeling right now. Like, we got to win this one. We're going to put these guys away. You were feeling great. You were feeling on top of the world. And what happened? What happened?
They got blown out
by the Sacramento Kings.
It wasn't even a game. But I think this team is different than that team.
It is different. But I'm saying that confidence that you had after that game was like, oh boy, we're not going to win. We have to go up to Sacramento.
No doubt.
Like, that place is going to be nuts. They're going to be fired up.
The context difference, though, for me, and the reason why I think this one is so, like, tonight is everything to me. And I think the Warriors will treat it as such, is because this team exerted so much energy just to get into the playoffs, and the way that the play-in situation kind of shook out, that I think they are way more exhausted right now than what they were back then against the Kings. They need the ample rest Saturday, Sunday to get ready for Monday, if they win, to face Minnesota. If you lose this one and we go to Game 7, whether you're losing Game 7 or not, you're losing to Minnesota in a 4 or 5 game series. That's how important tonight is. Tonight swings not only this series, I think it swings the next series. I think it's a pendulum. Now, is it an uphill battle against against Minnesota, if you were to get the job done? Absolutely. I think tonight is so pivotal. It can end the season, whether it ends in a Game 7 or they win Game 7 and move on to the next round. I truly believe it has that big of a hangover.
Warriors 5-point favorites tonight at home, according to DraftKings, over the Houston Rockets. And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And as you mentioned, Bonte Hill joining us 9 o'clock for the entire hour. I think we got a little wee ready for him at that time. I need an oh baby in my life, and he's fired up for this game. Absolutely. Bonte Hill, Warriors pre and post game coverage for NBC Sports Bay Area. And obviously right here, 95.7 The Games.
I like this little game that I like to play. It's called, calling out names. And I just want to call someone out. Not because I don't like the player, but because I need them to play a way better basketball game. And I'm starting with one person. And I want to hear from the audience. 888-957-9570. Like, you get to call out one player on the Warriors.
I like this.
One player. Could be anyone you want.
Number one.
All right? One player, and they have to just play better. All right? Not. I don't care what your expectations are. You could give me raw numbers or whatever. I'm calling out Draymond Green. And the reason why I'm calling out Draymond Green is because I think Draymond's had a very poor series in general. He scored 32 points. He's had 15 turnovers and 17 personal fouls. He has the same amount of personal fouls and turnovers as he has points right now.
It's always fun game.
And look, normally I'm not asking him to score, but I think in this series, it is incumbent on him to score. But not only does he have the turnovers, not only does he have a lot of personal fouls, to me, it's the very minimal assist number. He has only 11 assists through 5 games. That is very un-Draymond-like. Look, I'm okay with him not scoring a ton in every game if he's facilitating, if he's helping others. But when he's committing fouls and he's in foul trouble, when he's turning the ball over, when he's not scoring and he's not assisting, he's not a plus player on this team. And for them to advance and for them to beat this team and Şengün and these guys, they need him to be a plus player. Now, he's not the only guy who needs to play better. All the guys need to play. Jimmy's got to play better. Steph leads this team in turnovers in this series with 19 turnovers. I'll say that again. 5 games, 19 turnovers for the chef. Okay? But
not good.
But I also understand he's got a lot on his plate. And Draymond does too. But Draymond cannot have the same amount of turnovers and personal fouls as he has points. He cannot have 2 assists per game. Tonight is the night I need Draymond to have a signature Draymond game. I'm calling out Draymond. I'm expecting Draymond. I need Draymond. We want Draymond. Let's go, Draymond. We need you.
You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. There you go. A few good men reference right there. Always love some Jackie Nick at 6:18 in the morning. I don't think anyone calls him that, but I am. By the way, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Josh is calling out Draymond Green. Who are you calling out tonight?
He hasn't had a good series. I'm not trying to.
No.
He's had moments. He's played situationally very well. For example, the defense on Şengün late. He had multiple steals in the game 1 win. In the game where they won without Jimmy, he was brilliant down the stretch. I'm talking about to start the game. I'm talking about the bulk of the game. We need a better Draymond Green. I think he would admit it as well.
Okay. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The one Golden State Warrior you are calling out to step up tonight. Doesn't mean they've had a bad series. Doesn't mean they haven't been good. But you need them to step up in a big way tonight. Who is that Golden State Warrior for you? 888-957-9570. To your point on Draymond, and I'll give mine, that is the matchup that's going to dictate this game. It's Şengün versus Draymond. That was the shot towards the.
That is it for you?
That's what it, I think that's what it comes to for me, anyways.
Okay, that's interesting.
For other people, it might be something else.
I wonder what.
But Şengün's been the model of consistency in this series, and I've been extremely impressed with him. I'm going to be on League Pass Spadoni. I've watched the Houston Rockets when they play the Warriors, and I know he's a guy.
I've seen them 7, 8, 9, maybe 9 times.
Exactly. Like, I know what I'm getting from Dylan Brooks. I know what I'm mostly getting for Fran VanVleet, although he's been incredible at the last 2 games specifically. Like, and all the young guys built into it, but Şengün in particular, that guy was their all-star this season, and he's been playing like it. He was a rebound and assist shy, I should say, of a triple-double. He's been incredible. The 9 assists cannot happen. That is a number that scares the hell out of me. 9 assists for Şengün, that means everyone's eating on that team. Yeah. Not only him, because he's getting his double-double. That's baked into the equation no matter what. Can you make the efficiency go down if you're Draymond Green tonight? Make him work just a little bit harder every single time. I'm actually not mad when Jimmy Butler does get on him. I think that's a look that they can use at times. But I don't love it. Yeah. I don't love that.
It's a size disadvantage.
Correct. And he will use it, and he is crafty, and he is big, and he is strong. And I get it. We could think he's a punk. We could think all that things. But you know what? He's really good. Whatever you think about him, Dylan Brooks, I think we might have underestimated the Rockets just a little bit. Maybe I did too.
I did.
They've come to play, and I've come away very impressed with them. But this is where the dream comes to die for them tonight at Chase Center. This is where it should become a nightmare for them. Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green are all Hall of Famers. There's not one Hall of Famer on that Houston Rockets team right now. Very good players. Maybe they have Hall of Fame careers, some of them. Not right now. This is where you lean on the vets, whether it's Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph. And that's the guy I'm calling out, the last name I just mentioned. Stephen Curry, to have a Stephen Curry night-night performance at Chase Center. How bothered is he by that thumb injury? I'm not sure. He's wearing the wrap. He's not going to make it an excuse. It's clearly it's something though. If he struggled these last 2 games, it's not everything, but it's part of the equation.
Doesn't it feel like we're going to have a good feel about what this team looks like and how prepared they are in that first quarter?
Well, Steve Kerr said that yesterday. I want to get to, well, he talked about that, him knowing after the first 3 fouls of the last game, game 5. He said, "Yeah, I don't think we're mentally going to be right today. We're not as locked in as we should have been." He knew that as a coach.
Him saying
as a coach, and I'm sure you know that too. When you watch like my guys just don't have it today. Whatever it is, it's just baked into the equation. Maybe they have one in their back pocket. They're up 3-1, and we could take this one off. We're going back home. But they weren't locked in mentally early in that game, and it showed. And the Rockets were, and they took them to task, and they dropped 40 on their ass in the first quarter. Golden State had 24, and the game was basically over. You're going to know a lot about this game, I agree, in this first quarter. The intensity, the attention to detail, the turnovers, who's aggressive, who's hesitant.
Yes.
Right? Like, you're going to know early on in this game, because the last thing anyone wants is an exact replica of what happened in the first quarter of last game. Not to say it'd be a 16-point lead, but I don't want 30 from the Houston Rockets. No. That's the last thing you want.
No.
Their offense being hot again in the first quarter. So you have to dictate that on the defensive end. And that's where your boy Draymond comes in. That's where Jimmy Butler comes in. Is it going to be Buddy Hield in the starting rotation? I don't know. Is it going to be Moses Moody in the starting rotation? We'll see. Brandon Pajemski, he's got to keep that defense on Fred VanVleet. Stephen Curry, where's he at? I know he had a great game against Jalen Green in game 1. Can you have something like that? Again, Jalen Green hasn't been great scoring the ball, but I thought he looked a lot better last game. So 888-957-9570. The one Golden State Warrior you are calling out tonight to step up in game 6 at Chase Center is who? Shasky's going Draymond. I'm going Steph. Who are you taking? 888-957-9570.
You know, Joe, you keep referencing Şengün, and I don't think you're wrong, but man, the guy that's really like done them in the last couple of games is Fred VanVleet.
Sure.
And, you know, Bonte put out a stat that basically said that Fred VanVleet has been better from 3 in the series than Steph Curry.
It's crazy. That's actually insane, considering he was shooting, 20% heading into it?
It's unreal. Fred VanVleet, 18 of 47 from 3. Steph Curry, 19 of 48.
Wow. That's pretty crazy. I'm not going to lie. It's actually kind of insane. But when you take a step back, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, the last 2 games were incredible for Fred VanVleet, and Stephen Curry's really had 2 games, right? So, right, that kind of makes sense at the end of it. But
there's a Grand Canyon gap between what we expect from those players.
No, I'm totally with you. And you, to your credit, you and Bonte were like, yeah, Fred VanVleet, he's going to come around. There's going to be some games where he's just he's too good of a player. He's an all-star and he's a champion.
They got to shut his water off.
Yes. Transition 3-pointers, when he just runs to his spot and pulls up. I'm assuming it's going in.
I know.
It's off the dribble where you got to make him work and earn his money, because he's not that player.
And you got to attack him.
Yes.
When he's on defense. He's the mark. He's the guy that needs to be isolated.
Yep.
You need to get him in the action. Hence why I go back to Draymond. Who has Fred VanVleet been guarding in the half court? Draymond Green, right? And I know he's capable of it. We know he can do it. He has got to exploit that matchup.
Well, he's got 6 or 7 inches out. Just go at him. Do a spin-a-rooney. I remember when Kuminga, who actually got minutes a couple games ago, where he had that spin move off the baseline on him and just make him look foolish. I was like, do that. He's not tall. You got the length on him. We're up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. 888-957-9570. The one Golden State Warrior you are calling out tonight. Mike is on 880. We'll get to him. Get to Mike on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
You want me on that wall.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot, if you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. You know, if I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Well done. That's great producing right now. You got the Houston rapper Chameleonaire riding dirty still. This is one of the sickest beats still. I think this came out like when I was in 7th or 8th grade. You got like Nerdy Joe looking like Harry Potter, like listening to this song. I should have been listening to White and Nerdy, but I was listening to this instead. And then you got Dylan Brooks there. That Mark Willard probably feels is riding dirty these days. But that was him saying, yeah, man, like, it's part of the game. You hurt. I'm going to try to expose it.
I'm 100% with him. Like, it is part of the game. And look, is there gray area? There's always gray area, right? Like, but it's called gamesmanship. It's what you do in sports. Like, great example, right? You don't just throw up and in to throw up and in. You throw up and in to back somebody off the plate, right?
Yes.
Is it within the rules?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, do you want to hit anyone? Not necessarily. It's not your intent. That's called sports. This is what you have. You're trying to gain advantages. If you know somebody's compromised on the mound, they can't move, maybe they can't throw over to first, you're going to test them.
Well, it was funny you brought that up because Barry Bonds, I forget who he was talking with. It was on some sort of podcast, and I apologize, whoever the podcast was, because it was a really good interview. And they were asking him like, oh, Shohei Ohtani, you think he could be like really good? Like if he played in your area, he's like, yeah, of course, he'd still be like a Hall of Famer.
Sure.
Would he be able to do what he's doing consistently, like all the time? Probably not, because people would be hitting him and going at him and throwing inside and letting him know, like, back off. Or like people like today don't realize, and baseball players and or baseball fans, like 90s, early 2000s, like it was different. The intensity thrown at people, like there was actual animosity and anger and a chippiness and just doing things to win. That was part of the game. Now you throw near someone's head and it was an accident. Oh my God, he's trying to kill him. It's like, dude, like
I'm listening to Mark yesterday, Mark Willard, and I love Mark. We just disagree on some things when it comes to, he probably disagrees with a bunch of my takes. That's fine, but I'm listening to him yesterday. His favorite player is Will Clark. Will is known for sliding in late to Jose Oquendo, sparking one of every Giants fan who's of a certain age favorite brawl of all time, Cardinals-Giants 1987, right? Like, you think that wasn't gamesmanship and trying to, like, send a message? That's what all these guys are doing. The New York Giants in the 80s were trying to take out Joe Montana. Now, I understand football and basketball and baseball. There's differences. There's nuances to it, right? I don't personally believe, I don't believe Dylan Brooks is a bad guy. I don't think he's actually trying to hurt Steph Curry. Do I think he's trying to gain advantages? Absolutely. Does my guy Draymond Green do similar things? Yeah, he does. But he's wearing my laundry, and so I root for him. And so I acknowledge that I'm going to be inconsistent with some of my opinions when it comes to these guys. Does Dylan Brooks drive me nuts? Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. But I'm not going to show up at Chase Center tonight like the feds, ready to kick the door down and arrest Dylan Brooks because he said the quiet part out loud.
I want to be clear, and I think you're going to be clear with this in lockstep with me right here. We're not saying like this is like bounty gate. We're against stuff like that. When you're legitimately getting paid to go after people like the Saints were doing with Greg Williams and try to like get people knocked out of the game.
Joe, it's professional sports.
No, that's different than just someone. No. Like real quick, because like you're getting paid to like go at someone's head. That's different for me. There's difference between within a given game or series. Like, oh man, that guy's like he's got a bum leg or his ankle's not so good. I'm going to try to cross him up. I'm going to try to isolate him. I'm going to try to go at him. I'm going to foul him extra hard if he has a sore wrist when it's within the letter of the law. Maybe I do a Jimmy Butler tomahawk chop. Like I'm not going to get mad at certain stuff like that. It's when it's premeditated, getting paid for it, and like going at people's stones. There's a difference there.
That I agree.
And I think a lot of people are having a hard time like separating the two. Like this is a given series. Steph's got a hurt thumb. It's not his head. It's not an ACL. It's not anything like that. It's a thumb, and Dillon Brooks smacked his hand. And it's going to hurt. It's going to linger. And Steph's not going to complain about it. He's going to say, hey, I would like for them to call a foul, but I'm not going to sit here and cry about it.
It just sounds soft to me. I'm just calling it like I see it. And I know a lot of Warrior fans are feeling some kind of way. Look, if I were to slow things down and show you a million different replays across the board, my team, the other team, closing out on players, you'd be like, that's a dirty box out. That's a dirty closeout. Like, was Zaza dirty when he tried to close out on Kawhi? Or was that in the gray area?
Well, didn't they change the rule after that?
They did. Yeah. The landing thing. But even then, Joe,
the Buster Posey one, right? Was that quote unquote dirty when he got his? It was
a part of the game at the time. And now we've created rules, and so look, man. I think we're we've lost what it is. This is sports at the highest, competition at its highest, and yeah, these guys they're gonna cross the line every now and then, and we've been rooting for a guy that's habitually crossed the line for over a decade. And we may not love it, and we can say, on this situation, he was wrong. On that one, he wasn't. But we also have to acknowledge, that is a part of pro sports. And there are certain guys, whether we hate it, love it, whatever, they're goons, and that's their job. Their job is to muck it up. That's how they win.
I don't like Dillon Brooks.
That's how they win. Justin Smith used to hold offensive linemen.
Oh, yeah.
He was the best at it. He would hold them. Technically, not part of the rules. And now he's not trying to get anyone hurt or whatever. Chop blocks. I can go in any sport and go for a million different things. Hey. Now, does Dillon do some stuff that doesn't look good? Yeah, no doubt. But I also don't think he's this malicious villain that, is trying to injure Steph Curry at every single turn. That's where I draw the line. I go, all right, come on, man. Come on. Especially after watching the quarter of Doc. And that doesn't mean he can't be... anyone could do a dumb move. I've done things that I totally regret that are just stupid, that are out of my character. But having watched that Olympic doc on him, I don't think he's as bad as everyone thinks he is.
Steve Kerr, actually, he was on with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley yesterday, as he is each and every week throughout these playoffs, was asked about Brooks swiping at Curry's thumb. Take a listen.
I believe that this is the highest level of competition, and I think these are the best players in the world, and they are going to do whatever is within the rules to win the game, and I'm not going to fault anybody for that. And so I just feel strongly that the league has gone down this path the last couple of years where they've decided that they call it the high five, where if you high five a shooter, that's legal. Meaning if the ball is released and then you high five the guy, that's not a foul. Now, anybody who's ever played pickup basketball will tell you get high-fived on a shot, it's really hard to make a shot. And so I can tell you, all 30 coaches, as I said, we all believe that should be a foul if you high-five a guy. The league decided that it was not. And what happened then was the same thing that happens with every rule that the league institutes. The players figure out how to game the system.
So Steve Kerr saying every guy's going to try to get a leg up no matter what. And Steve Kerr,
spot on.
Who did he play with in the Chicago Bulls? Dennis Rodman. You don't think he was trying to get a leg up on everything? You don't think Michael Jeffrey Jordan was doing everything in his power to exploit a weakness constantly? Pippen, all those guys.
It's sports. You're always looking for little advantages. And I agree with Steve. Does the rule probably need to get looked at? Yeah. Sure. But I also agree with these guys are going to try to manipulate whatever the rules are to try to gain certain advantages. And that's every sport. That's every team. And if you're not, I'm questioning why we're not doing it. You know what I mean? Aren't you?
888-957-9570 is the number. Fair or foul, as we go John Curley, on Dillon Brooks swiping at Stephen Curry's thumb. You heard it from that coach. He said it's legal. Are you feeling some type of way about it, like Mark Willard was yesterday?
Let's go 3 weeks ago. Let's go 3 weeks ago. What happened when Ja turned his ankle? What was I
You were saying go at him.
Yeah.
He's on the court. You have to exploit him, put him in pick and roll situations, and just.
I was losing my mind. I'm like, you need to test that ankle. You need to go at him. He's the compromised individual. In sports, when you see a vulnerability, you exploit it and you attack it. That's what they do. That's what the coaches do. That's what organizations do. That's what players do. Like, and I was ticked off. We didn't go at him more in that particular
You see
game.
it in the NFL all the time. I get it, albeit that is a contact sport, and I'd argue basketball is in a way as well a contact sport. There's bodies banging against each other all the time.
There's a physical element.
There's a physical element, but it's not quite but not to the level of the NFL. But in the NFL, if you notice a quarterback got knocked on his shoulder, and like you notice like he's grimacing, the defensive coordinator, whether it's Steve Spagnuolo, whether it's our guy Robert Saleh, they're like, oh, okay, let's sell out to stop the run and force them to throw. Let's test this guy's arm right now. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Show me that your arm's okay. And you're gonna do that whether it's early in the game because they're paying attention to the injury reports. Are they not? Like if Jimmy Garoppolo had a sore shoulder or something, right? I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah.
Or hell, let's just use Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Sore shoulder.
Well, elbow.
There you
Like,
go.
what you don't think every team in the league is like, oh, let's try to go out his arm.
Right?
Of course they are.
What were they doing when it was bad weather or bad elements against a Brock Purdy? Yeah. It's like, throw the ball, dude. Let's see you can do it.
100%.
Is that like games? Is that dirty? No, that's called like, I'm going to do that because I know and I feel like you're going to make a mistake.
Yes.
Or you're going to miss or you're going to be
So
like.
I guess where I always say like, where do you draw the line, right? Like, no, look, I draw the line at this, like on the play with Gary Payton, where I'm doing Memphis series where Dylan
That
made
was a dirty play.
That was a dirty play.
Yes.
I think it's pretty clear. When Draymond stomped Sabonis, I
it's
saw
dirty.
that as a very dirty play.
When Ndamukong Suh stomped Aaron Rodgers on Thanksgiving, that was a dirty play.
Exactly, right? Hacking Steven Adams to get him out of the game, that's not dirty to me. That's called gamesmanship. That's called strategy. That's called trying to gain a competitive edge and get that player off the floor.
Yep.
Now, you get where I'm going with this?
No, I absolutely do.
And look, I understand that there's levels to it, but like, you know, that is kind of a loophole in the rules. Hack a guy and, try to slow it down, get him to the free throw line. Like, again, there's a huge gray area. I'm going all over the map here on this one, but I don't think that Dylan Brooks is doing anything that we wouldn't want our players doing.
Mike is on the 880 and Oreo Cookie is in Oakland. We'll get both of you on the other sides. We're still doing our call outs tonight. The one Golden State Warrior you are calling out tonight to step up for game 6 is who? Again, Chase Center, 6 o'clock. That's the tip. Get there early. We want to see all Dub Nation get there, the crowd going, the party, everything. We want everyone to be in their seats for first quarter tip-off. Be there or be square. Coverage of that starts at 5 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game with Warriors Live. And again, Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert on the call on this side. Real quick, Joe, before we go to break.
Look, I'm not saying you can't sports hate Dylan Brooks. I'm here for the sports hate because I hate us too. I hate him too.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Is that the guy that needs to step up tonight? Brandon Pajemski. He was sensational a couple games ago. But game 5, 3 of 7, 2 of 4, 8 points, 4 assists. He wasn't the problem. The problem was they couldn't stop a lick on defense. 40 points in last game for the Houston Rockets. 40 points in the first quarter. That can't happen tonight, Joe. It just can't. So that's why I'm telling everyone. I'm urging them all day. Get there early. Get that crowd noise pumping. Get in rhythm early on in this game. Get to a lead and don't let it go. Force the Houston Rockets to play from behind is what I want for most of this game. I don't want them to be able to dictate the pace early on in it. And they've been able to do that for the most part. Even though they were down at 1.31, it's now 3-2. I feel like they've been able to dictate the pace more often than not. Can the Warriors flip that script tonight is what I wonder. 888-957-9570. As we're brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're calling out people as well. Shasky called out Draymond Green to step up tonight for Game 6 to wrap this thing up. He's calling out Draymond Green to have a big game. I'm calling out Stephen Curry to have a big game. Who are you calling out? Not saying they've been horrible. Not saying they haven't been good at times. But we need them to have a big boy performance. And you're looking at Draymond, and I'm looking at Steph. Who are you looking at? 888-957-9570.
Yeah, and look, we acknowledge these players are good, and we need them to win. You just want them to play better, better version. And I think when it comes to the Warriors, you could point at pretty much anybody. You could point at the coach. You could point at the team itself, certain strategies to exploit, role players, starters. You know, like who's in your starting lineup tonight? Are you rolling with Buddy Hield? Are you going with Moses Moody? Do you try Quentin Post after a horrific game the other day? I mean, everybody played bad outside of a handful of bench guys who might not even play in this game. So I don't know what they're going to do. How much zone are they going to run? How are they going to attack the zone defense of the Houston Rockets? I have 50 questions and not a lot of answers.
Maybe Mike on 880 does. He's been hanging on tight. 888-957-9570. Mike, thank you for your patience. Good morning. Who are you calling out tonight for Game 6?
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday. You guys are doing a good job. I'm going to call out, everybody needs to step it up, but I'm going to say Quentin Post. He gets playing time, but he's really soft in the paint. When was the last time you ever seen him go up strong for like a dunk or anything? He's loose down there. I'd rather see Trace Jackson Davis get the time that he's getting. The only thing that he does good is he can shoot a 3 every now and then, but he doesn't do anything for us in the paint, rebounds. That's who I'm called. That's who I'm going to call out. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, it's called QP Quentin Post. Interesting. What do you make of that, Joe?
Well, he tried to lay down a pretty ferocious dunk on Steven Adams in Game 4.
Tried.
Yeah, I mean, there was a foul called, and so he ended up going to the free throw line. He had a couple of little turnaround hook shots. Game 5 wasn't good, but he was good in Game 4, especially in that first half. So, but I'm not mad at him identifying that he needs to be tougher. I don't know if TJD plays in this game. I really don't know. I might try him for a minute or two and just see if you get a little something. He's a little bouncier than Looney. I would assume Looney gets 10 to 15 minutes, though.
When this team is at its best and Quentin Post is a part of that, what are you getting from him, usually?
9 to 12 points, a couple 3 balls.
Thank you. That's what I need from him. Just do that. If he can do that for me, 3 of 5, hell, 2 of 3, 3 of 4, like something like, give me that.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. I'm not asking him to be double-digit 15-point guy. Give me a couple, if you get me an offensive board or 2, great. That'd be awesome. Give me a couple defensive rebounds, awesome. An assist here or there, that'd be an amazing game for Quentin Post. Just, if you know you don't have it shooting the ball wise, that's okay. Be a facilitator. Look to facilitate more.
You've gotten 2 pretty good games out of him.
You have.
Game 3 and Game 4.
You have.
12 rebounds in one game. Like if I would have told you going into the series, hey, Quentin's going to have a really good first half that's going to, propel you to a win, and he's going to have a game where he rebounds, gets 12 boards.
Yeah.
You'd have probably signed up for that. He's a rookie.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Who are you calling out tonight? Mike was calling out Quentin Post. Who's Oreo Cookie calling out tonight? Oreo, happy Friday, man. What's up?
Hey, what up, fellas? Happy Friday, man, to you guys. Before I get to the person that I want to call out, let me paint the picture here for you real quick. We are two perimeter offensive-oriented team. The grenades are coming, and we're just shooting threes, man, and I hate that. So I want to play inside out. So having said that, the person that I'm calling out is Jimmy freaking Buckets. All right, I'm calling you out, brother. Your IQ is off the hook. You said it yourself. You hate turnovers. What's hurting us right now is turnovers. So I need you, Jimmy, to get in that lane when we're on defense, and I need you to grab that rebound and bring it up the court. Don't give it up until we're ready to shoot, buddy. Speaking of buddy, I don't know about that dude today, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it lit. Let's keep it positive. But Jimmy, I need you to grab that ball, and I need you to hold on to it. I need you to make the decisions. I need 35 points from you tonight with 10 rebounds, and we going to take it, baby.
Wow, he's calling out Jimmy Buckets to have a Jimmy Buckets performance and playoff Jimmy arrival. 888-957-9570. I'll say this because he's mentioned the turnovers. Jimmy Butler's that's not a problem for him. Jimmy Butler has had one turnover this entire series, and it was in game one. Jimmy Butler's had one turnover. He doesn't turn the ball. He does not turn the ball over. He mentioned IQ. That is what he has, and he takes care of the ball. Having said that, maybe I'd like him to, I don't know, handle the ball a little bit more if he's going to be protecting it at the rhythm and rate that he's doing it. One turnover, Joe. I think the proof is in the pudding.
I can
let him have the ball more.
Yeah, I think they could also utilize him. They're going to do a lot of cross screens to try to get matchups to set something up. I would do some off-ball screens to get Fred VanVleet guarding Jimmy Butler and let Jimmy work him going downhill. Whether that's facing him up, whether that's in the mid block or the low post. Find a way to isolate Jimmy on Fred VanVleet.
I don't think it's a coincidence that in their two losses, you didn't get much from Jimmy Butler. Obviously, you didn't get much because of him in game two because he was out. He only played 8 minutes. But you lost it because you didn't have him. And then, in the last game on Wednesday, he had 8 points. He was 2 of 10 early on. It wasn't good. It wasn't good enough early on in that game. And he was looking like he was hampered. They looked like mentally that they were not locked in. So I'm looking for a mentally locked in Jimmy Butler early on in this game. Stephen Curry, Draymond. I don't want any sloppy turnovers early. If that happens early on in this game, then yeah, there's going to be some problems because you know who's going to be taking it and picking it up on the other side. It's going to be Amen Thompson, and no one, not even Jimmy, not even Draymond, is going to be able to keep up with that guy when he gets a full head of steam. You're just not. He's too physically gifted. I saw his brother yesterday even, and it was a sick move from Jalen Brunson there to ice that game, that three-pointer late. But Asar, his brother, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, for the Detroit Pistons, his twin, he was guarding Jalen Brunson late in that game, and he was doing a pretty good job. And then, you know what? Credit Jalen Brunson. He has the three, and the Knicks advance, and they're playing the Celtics in the second round. So they got the Eastern Conference second round matches. They're all matched up now. Pacers, Cavs, Celtics, Knicks. And what's it going to be tonight? Are we going to find out our second round matchup here when it comes to the Minnesota Timberwolves and who is going to be playing them? Is it going to be the Warriors if they win tonight? If they don't, they'll have an opportunity Sunday, but then you're playing with fire, and potentially the Houston Rockets can complete the comeback, and they'd be hosting it in Houston. So you want to take care of business tonight. I say all that to say that. So there you go.
He brought up Buddy Hield. I mean, does anyone have any feel for which Buddy we're going to get?
No.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde?
No, he's, in fact, you know what?
Then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
He's outside of the circle of trust. Sorry, that was Jack Burns, Meet the Parents. He's out of Spadoni's circle of trust right now. He's out. He get back in.
The tightrope of the Buddy Hield experience is, man, he gets you all the way from one building to the other, or you could fall to your death.
Jesus.
And just be absolutely awful. There's no in between.
Oh my God.
Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, it feels like whenever we do have a big...
All or nothing.
Okay. But if this game is going to come down to Buddy Hield in his three-point shots, Yeah, I'm going to feel a little nervous.
Yeah,
But
it's
it
terrifying.
might. But it might, to your point. So I get what you're saying. It was a little graphic for me this early in the morning, but hey, he was Alfred. That's what Jimmy called him. Maybe another Alfred performance tonight. Huh?
Alfred's reliable. He's always there for you. I don't know if Alfred's the greatest of the analogies, but I hear you.
Alfred's not going to be there when you're fighting Mr. Freeze and you're fighting the Joker. Like
Alfred's like Ron Adams.
Alfred's there in the early moments, getting you ready for it, and he's nursing you back to health.
Yeah, but when you're like
Ron Adams, that's a great.
When you're like
call.
about to pass away, and then he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna send the Batwing to you." You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden the Batwing shows up.
And then the next morning he has your tea and paper. There you go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk studios. I'm sure Laughing Monk is going to be popping today, covering that Golden State Warriors game, whether out in Sunnyvale, whether you're out here in San Francisco. Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. And let's see, I have a great cut that I want to do here. And he needs to talk about being ready for this game. I found it. Being ready for game 5. And I think you and I are in lockstep. It just didn't look like they were ready. Like emotionally, like mentally, I don't know what it was. They didn't look ready in that first quarter, and it showed. And Steve Kerr talked about who that's on. Is it on the players? Is it on the coaches? Who's it on?
It's always on us. You know, that's the whole point of being a team. It's the whole point of coaching. You're a group. You're together, and you succeed together. You fail together, and so there's no blame. It's just we have to do it together as a team, and it's my job to help them prepare for that. So I'm very confident that we will be ready to go tomorrow night.
I mean, ultimately, like, it's game 6. And it's an elimination game potentially for the Houston Rockets. Like, that shouldn't be a question at this point. Like, if you're the head coach, I shouldn't have to do any motivated speeches. I shouldn't have to tell them what's at stake. They know that. I mean, it's Jimmy Butler. He's been to 2 finals. Draymond Green has won 4. Stephen Curry has won 4. He's finals MVP. Like, Kevon Looney, like all these guys, Gary Payton, Moses Moody. Like, there is a lot of championship mentality on this team. So for them to come out with anything but that tonight, be very disappointing.
Well, and I think all the young guys that maybe don't have that runway, whether it's Moody has a little bit, obviously, but I think him, Podziemski, Quinn Post, Trace Jackson Davis, off the road coming in there. Buddy's been in the league 10 years.
No, but playoff experience, this is new for him.
I agree, but he also understands this is rare, right? Because he has been in the league 10 years.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a lot of these moments. Same for the young guys. It's like, you got to play to prove that you're going to be here next year as well. Because this is a 2-year window outside of this year. I know I'm focused on tonight, but part of these big games is, are you reliable for next year's run and the year after? Because we know this is a very small window that we're operating with. And so I think all these guys, not only are they trying to win tonight, they're also auditioning for next year. There's a lot of pressure.
888-957-9570. Who are you calling out ahead of Game 6 tonight? Again, 6 o'clock, Chase Center. Be there. Get there early. Get there at 5. Whatever you need to do. We give you the doctor's note. Tell them you're going to the dentist. Chasky's dentist. You got some stuff to do. You got a root canal. I don't know. Make something up. Not anything too serious, but get out of work early. Get there because we need first quarter to be on and cracking at tip-off. And again, Warriors Live at 5 o'clock today with Willard and Dibbs. And we'll have all the pre- and post-game coverage throughout the day. More from Steve Kerr talking about, this Warriors team, they've been through this before.
We've had a lot of situations just like this where you go up 3-1, you come home and you've got a game and, you want to win, you want to take care of business. But it's stressful. It's dicey, and get in line. This is, welcome to the NBA playoffs. It's just, this is the whole deal. This is what we sign up for. This is what the playoffs are about. And you see it in every other series too. And so we're in the exact spot that we wanted to be in when this series started. We're a 7 seed playing a 2 seed, and to be up 3-2 going into game 6 is where we want to be. But now it's up to us to finish it, and we know we're going to have to play at a high level to get that done.
Finishing it is so important, and I think first quarter live ball turnovers, the reduction of those, not giving up, Thompson, stripping Curry multiple times near midcourt, fueling their transition game. You've got to stay within arm's reach of this team because it's really difficult to score back to back to back to back on them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way they play defense and their pace of play. They're going to walk the ball up the floor. They're going to take their time and be methodical. So it's going to limit the amount of possessions in a game. So when you get down double digits, it's that much harder to actually shoot yourself back into it against this team.
888-957-9570. It's a good point. Let's go out to Chris in San Jose. He's been hanging on. He is calling out a Golden State Warrior. 888-957-9570. Chris, long time no hear. Good morning, man.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Friday today.
Doing great.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Jimmy Butler. Really, when you think about the NBA playoffs, you think about superstars. Okay, we're thinking about who's the best players on the court. Those are the people that you want having the ball, controlling the game. A couple things that I think, I really want to see out of Jimmy today is I want to see Jimmy kind of control the pace a little bit. I want to see him get to the free throw line. I want to see him relieve some of that pressure off of Steph. We got Dylan Brooks and Thompson and really anybody that is guarding Steph trying to poke at that thumb that's injured, trying to put pressure on him, trying to poke the ball away from him. We need to get the ball in Jimmy's hands. We need to let him work the paint a little bit, get to the free throw line. I understand that some people are not very fond of Post getting a whole lot of playing time. In my opinion, Post is a rookie. This is his first time in the playoffs. We can't really rely on him to make a big impact in the game. However, whatever the case is, the coaches want him in there. He needs to do his best to play a role. But this is NBA playoffs, guys. We need to get the ball into the hands of the superstars. Jimmy, this is why we brought you here. We brought you here so that you can help us get to the Western Conference Finals. We gave up some key pieces for him. Now that we're here, we're in a great position to lock in this series and move on to the next portion of the playoffs. And in my opinion, it really comes down to Jimmy Butler. We need to get him the ball. We need to get him to the free throw line, and he's got to relieve some pressure from Steph and be the superstar playoff Jimmy that we know he can be.
There you go. He's going Mac Mall. This is my opinion. I'm not mad at that.
It's a lot of pressure on Jimmy, it feels like. A lot of callers. We get Lady 415 texting and giving the exact same thing. Hey, I wasn't a fan of the Jimmy Butler trade, but now that we're here, he's been a great contributor and a difference maker. I'm not that tremendously impressed. I need more. I need more from you, Jimmy. That's Lady 415. It does feel like it's shaping up. If the Warriors get bounced in this round,
oh wow,
is Jimmy going to be the guy everyone's like looking at? Jimmy is a part of why we're here.
Well, the first guy,
part of it.
The first guy that's going to get blamed is Steve Kerr. I mean, that just goes without saying, right? Like that's what happens in these situations.
Jimmy's compromised.
Okay,
look,
the head coach gets the blame. And then it's going to be the other player that's not named Stephen Curry. That's just what happens.
But what about Dre? Like, if we're going to go big three and we're going to talk big three, like Dre gets very little scrutiny, I feel like. He has not been great in this series. He's had moments. He's had really good moments down the stretch, which has really impacted winning. But for long stretches, he's been very... not
up to his standard, you would say.
No.
It's an interesting one. I hate to even go there right now if they lose the series, but in a way,
that's the name that keeps getting brought up.
Well, in a way, we're talking about it because next time we're on the airwaves, they might have lost the series. We don't know.
Or they win in advance.
Or they win in advance. We don't know. So that's why these shows are kind of like fun and like interesting because it's the last time we're talking about it, and it's going to either be tremendous heartbreak on Monday, or it's going to be jubilation, or it's going to be a sigh of relief baked into it. There is no out of those equations. That's all baked into it at this point. So, yeah, I'm not mad at the Jimmy Butler one, but it is an interesting question if they do fall the blame game. That always happens. And Jimmy Butler, and if he doesn't have a good one, you got playoff Jimmy. I don't know. That's so far ahead. I can't even think about that right now. But it's something that fans are going to be thinking about. That's without a doubt. By the way, fans should be thinking about shameless shoutouts coming up in about 37 minutes. Shameless shoutout, 7:45 each and every Friday. Shout out whoever, whatever you want to do. Again, that segment is not about Shasky and I or Sam or Steven. It's about you. It's about the callers. It's about the people. And you can hit us up for shameless shoutouts, both on call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, and also on YouTube, where we are streaming all day long. Doing call outs today, though, in the meantime. And Blanche from the Bay is calling out someone on the Golden State Warriors. Blanche, good morning. Who are you calling out?
Dude, Steve Kerr, these lineups are horrendous, bro. I don't see some people I forgot aren't even on our team out on the fuck.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Yeah, dump that. Thank you. I told you. They're up 3-2, and I told you. Then that's just case in point. These guys just can't help themselves. The F-bombs already. They're feeling it this morning. Steve Kerr, we're blaming. They're up 3-2. Can we take a step back?
Wow, dude.
Take a step back. Steve Kerr was up 3-1. They're up 3-2 now. They've been in this situation before. It's gonna be a woosah, people. Why are we all so on edge? That was the one. Why are we all on edge right now? You have Jimmy, you got Steph, you got Draymond. Confidence should be sky high, right? Right?
Hey, look, if torture was a term phrased and coined by the San Francisco Giants in 2010.
Yeah, get rid of that, by the way. After you win 3 World Series, I don't want to hear a look about torture. Continue.
No, but it's the anxiety of watching sports.
Okay.
And it's the beauty of it. What?
That's the anxiety song you're hearing everywhere. Anxiety.
I don't think I know that song, but that's what this is. This is anxiety. You know, it's the turmoil that you put yourself in when you're a fan. And that's the beauty of it. It's awful and great all at once.
How are you feeling?
I actually am way more confident today than I thought.
Why?
Because this is a team that deserves the benefit of the doubt, the BOD.
Oh.
Right? You have Jimmy, Steph, Dre, Steve Kerr, Looney, GP2. We've been here before. I'm riding those guys. I think the atmosphere is going to be insane. I think these guys understand the magnitude of the moment. It's a must win. They're going to put all their chips in the middle of the table to win this one. I think the first quarter and the defense is going to set the tone for the entire game.
Shasky's confident in the Dubs getting it done tonight. How confident are you, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. We got Bonta Hill in studio at 9 o'clock, courtesy of River Islands. Bonta Hill, pre- and post-game host for NBC Sports Bay Area for the Golden State Warriors. Also tapping into the Giants a little bit. Tough L yesterday, though, for the Gigantes against the worst team in Major League Baseball outside of the White Sox, who we know Bonte would rather be the White Sox at times, the Colorado Rockies. More Steve Kerr and shameless shout-outs coming up as well. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
This is the song. Anxiety.
This is Anxiety.
Yeah, it's because you heard that beat and you're like, oh, that's Gautier, somebody that I used to know.
That's what I thought it was.
It's the same beat from that famous song 15 plus years ago, but now this is the one version of it. It's on everything. It's on TikToks, it's on Reels,
Gotcha.
YouTube. Everyone's using this song.
That's my life in a nutshell.
Is that you feeling right tonight? I don't think you are super anxious about it, right? No, I don't think you are. You said you were confident.
No, I'm more confident than I thought. I let the loss sink in, and I realized that what we have to accomplish today, and kind of like Steve Kerr, I'm recalibrating and I'm coming up with adjustments. And I have one guy that I've been thinking about.
Oh,
you referenced Şengün, we got to stop Şengün.
That's the matchup I'm looking for. That's the matchup for me tonight is Draymond Green and Şengün, both offensively and, defensively. What are they going to be doing? Those two guys, if Draymond gets going offensively tonight and is able to make Şengün just less efficient, because he's going to get his, make him work a little bit harder, he might be in store for a win. That'd be huge.
Fred VanVleet is the guy that I'm looking at.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm looking at him is he's 18 of 47 from three. I'm stealing this from Bonte. He put this out on Twitter. All right. 18 of 47
I would
from
rather
three.
be the White Sox.
Okay. Steph Curry right now is 19 of 48. That can't be. They cannot have comparable production from the three-point line. That's where you need to gain your advantage. On top of that, he's got 20 assists and only 8 turnovers. Fred VanVleet does. 20 assists, 8 turnovers. Now, Curry's got 31 assists, but 19 turnovers.
Jeez.
So,
how many of those for Amen Thompson? Half of them? Feels like. Maybe more.
It's look, Steph has got to play a little better. And I know that he's being hounded, and I know that we're asking him to do a lot, but he is the franchise's greatest player. And if you want to advance, yeah, of course you need all the other guys to step up, but you also need Steph to be a better version of himself than what he was in the last game, which he wasn't effective in the last game.
No, he wasn't. And that was the guy I called out. That's my guy I am calling out tonight. Chef Curry to step up and put the Houston Rockets out of their misery. Put them out of their misery tonight. I don't want any confidence from that Houston Rockets, that young Houston Rockets team. I don't want them feeling confident early on in this game.
No.
I want some Stephen Curry outrageous 3-point makes. I don't want it to be too outrageous, but I want those Rockets players to feel demoralized from what Stephen Curry's doing. We know when it's a Stephen Curry game early on. We just know. Not to say he can't get it going third, fourth quarter if he's having he's an all-timer. He's, again, only top 10 player remaining in these playoffs all time in the history of the sport is Steph Curry. LeBron's gone. He out of here. There's no other top 10 player.
But how do you get him open? Do you have him act as the point guard, bring the ball up the floor? I don't think that really works against Amen Thompson. I don't love him playing off ball, though, because the way they're grabbing and clutching and holding them, and it's not being called. So I think that they need to run specific high pick and rolls. And this is where I think Jimmy and Draymond come in. Whoever Fred VanVleet is guarding is the guy that you need to bring up as the high screener on the Amen Thompson high pick and roll. And it needs to be in the middle of the floor, not on the sidelines. Because on the sidelines, you allow Steph to get trapped. And we know he throws those careless passes, and then it leads to live ball turnovers, and you're just not beating this team. So Fred VanVleet must be attacked on defense.
Yes.
And then when he is on offense, force him into putting the ball on the floor. He cannot be a catch and shoot guy. So Jalen Green took a lot of the bulk of their I would say, concern. They really wanted to slow down Jalen Green. I would shift that focus. Not that I'm forgetting about Jalen. I think right now, to me, Fred VanVleet from three is specifically the guy who I need to shut down. You cannot lose him off ball. You need to force him and close out without jumping. You need to defend without fouling, and you need to make him turn into a put the ball on the floor playmaker. If you do that, you make him less efficient. If you do that, you take away the offsetting shooting over the last couple of games that he's had with Steph Curry. You need to gain the advantage from three.
888-957-9570. Mr. D in San Francisco wants to join the conversation. I think he's calling out a lot of Warriors.
Okay.
Maybe the entire team. I don't know. Mr. D, good morning. What you got? Who you calling out?
Good morning, guys. Yes, I'm calling out the entire team. And the reason I'm calling out the entire team, I'm going to say the quiet thing out loud.
Dude.
The other night, they looked old, they looked slow, they looked lethargic. And I actually think because of that performance the other night, it's equally important, actually more important than them winning. It's how they win. Because I actually think they have to send a message to Minnesota that they're not just going to be the young kids on the block. We can beat a young team. I think they need to send a message tonight, and that's on the whole team because the starters, they couldn't do it, and then the young guys came in and they made them put their starters back in. I think the whole team have to move up. They have to step up. And these guys, they need to send a message to Minnesota. I'm sorry. They need to let them know, look, we're still here, and we plan to stay here.
That's Mr. D in San Francisco. Can they just beat the Rockets first? I don't care about Minnesota right now. I hear you, Mr. D. He wants to send a message to them. Just win the game. Just go Al Davis, RIP, just win, baby. That's it. That's all I care about, whether it's on a buzzer beater, whether it's in a blowout, whether it's a tight game along and you pull away. Just win the game and come away unscathed relatively. Like, that's all I care about tonight.
Staying out of foul trouble early is important.
Yep.
I thought it took away the bark from this team, whether it was Jimmy getting a couple quick ones, Steph got one, Draymond got a couple quick ones. They can ill afford to have that happen again at home.
See, I don't think if they are down, like let's say they're down 10 heading into the fourth quarter. I know Bonte has that stat, like whenever they're up by at least 10 points in a given game, Rockets are like damn near unbeatable. But in a game like this, young players, inexperienced players, they get tight. Detroit Pistons yesterday on line one. What happened late in that game?
Wasn't great.
They got tight. And the Knicks, to their credit, had experience. And Jalen Brunson, whether you like him as a player or not, I think he's pretty clutch. He won the Clutch Player of the Year for a reason. That was a clutch moment. He's hit some big buckets. And that was a big bucket yesterday, and it was over. I think they had like a 7-point lead with over a minute to go. And I was like, wow, Detroit's going to steal this thing? They didn't. It fell apart. Experience matters, especially if this game is going to be tight. So keep it within striking distance, even if they are down. I'm confident in this Warriors team pulling it off later in the game, even if they are down, not 20, but 8, 9, 10, hell, even 11 points maybe. Not that that's where you want to be, but I do have a feeling this is where you're going to start feeling on the road, especially. The young Rockets could start feeling a little tight. Do you buy that at all?
No, I hear you.
Experience versus age factor, right?
To me, it's the first quarter, though. And I'm not trying to do some like, Shusky, they got to get off to a good start. But it has felt like the first quarters gave us an indication of what type of game it's going to be for that particular game.
It's a template.
Yeah. Not that it's going to stand pat, but it's a game of runs. The thing that I've been most impressed about with the Rockets is that they've been down double digits and gone on 10-2 runs, 12-2 runs, 14-2 runs.
They've been resilient, man.
They really have.
Yeah.
So they aren't your typical young team. I actually think of them a little grittier than some other young teams. I think that they actually play better when the chips are stacked against them.
Well, that, again, goes back to the head coach and wanting that. Hey, you know what he's telling them? Going back, like, not that they know motivation, but they're hearing it. Oh, well, the Rockets, they're a fun story, but, should they really have been the 2 seed? I mean, Jimmy Butler's over there, Steph Curry, Draymond. Like, oh, man, like, I don't know if you really, like, it's a QE season, but it's time for the big boys to take over. They're listening to that constantly, and they're using that as fuel. And you don't think Fred VanVleet is talking in that locker room and saying, yeah, I've beaten this team before. Granted, different team. He's like, I know what it takes to beat this team.
Yeah.
Steven Adams has had battles against this Warriors squad. Different team, different circumstances. He's like, I know what it takes to beat this team. Those players in particular, and Dylan Brooks as well, they've all had their unique battles against the Warriors. So it does make the veteran leadership on this team, albeit they're not their best players. I think Dylan Brooks probably their second best, just consistency-wise in this series. But, man, if they're playing with confidence, and they have been these last few games, that's going to trickle down to Amen Thompson, Şengün, who's been very confident, Jalen Green, right? We really have only one big Jalen Green game. That kind of scares me, that there's been one really good shooting Jalen Green game.
And they won that game.
Yeah.
You know, you bring up young players and experience, and I think the missing factor when we talk about those things, it's not necessarily like experience, youthful exuberance. Are you confident? I just think we do a really poor job of understanding the psyche of some of these athletes and stuff. And one thing that I see all the time is that once a player starts to feel confident, his entire series can change. You know, and I know from game to game things can be different or whatever, but having belief that you truly can win is an intoxicating thing. And I saw it with the young Warriors. Once they got past the Grizzlies, but way back 2015, like they could sniff it. They could feel it. They believed it.
That was the veteran Grizzlies too. That have been around the block.
And there are these coming of age moments and these coming of age games where there's no turning back, and you truly do believe. Now, on the flip side of that, there's the, oh, here we go again, right? Like we've all seen sports teams, the Red Sox for many years, like something goes bad and it's the, oh no, how are we going to lose this one, right?
Yep.
And I look at this Rockets team, and right now I don't know which one they are. I don't know if they're the team that's like, oh, no, we truly believe that we can win this one, or, oh no, Steph's cooking, and like, or are they somewhere in between? Because I've been super impressed with their resiliency. They have not backed down at any turn. Şengün wants it. You know, he's pretty annoying. I truly believe Dylan Brooks, you know, he has willed himself into being a heck of a player.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
And as much as I sports hate him right now, I have to respect, I don't think he's that talented. He's really been a very good player in this series, and I think he's turned himself into a pretty plus player in the NBA.
I'm curious to see what the starting lineup is tonight, Joe. If you're talking about the first quarter being very important for them to get out to a hot start, do you stick with Buddy Hield? Do you go back to Moses Moody? Do you change something? I think I'm sticking with what I was doing the last few games with Buddy Hield. But if I'm Steve Kerr and in this situation, and he knows this play, like I wouldn't be afraid to move off it if it's not working.
What about
adjustment.
Podziemski not starting and you go Buddy and Moody? I'm just throwing out ideas.
I think I need Podziemski specifically as a ball handler out there. If Draymond Green is not going to be doing it, if Stephen Curry is going to be moving more off ball, if he needs, if Jimmy Butler is going to be getting hounded, Podziemski is going to have open looks with those guys. And he's been knocking down the three ball. Like last game, he didn't really like shoot a whole hell of a lot from beyond the arc, but he was still, what is it? I have it right here. He was 2 of 4. Like he's been shooting it pretty well for the most part in this series. I feel like from the 3-point line, I need him out there just for his consistent shooting. And boy, would it be nice to have a big Pods game in a situation like this. Hey, the young guys tend to play better at home for whatever reason. They do.
Could you imagine if Moody knocked down some shots?
Oh, it'd be great.
Early.
Be great, right? Speaking of Moses Moody in his game 5, Steve Kerr talked yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, as he does each and every week, and talked about how Houston has been defending him.
I loved his aggressiveness in the second half. You know, the way they're guarding him with their centers, it's changed the nature of the series. Just lineup combinations, matchups. You know, it takes Draymond Green out of the pick and roll, you know, and puts whoever, you know, Şengün is guarding generally, or Adams, into the pick and roll. So that's the reason for, you know, the change in the starting lineup the last couple of games. And it's been effective.
Shameless shout-outs coming up in about 13 minutes here. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. You can hit us up there, or the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Remember, it is the same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. Shout out whoever you want. That segment's about you people and not us. And speaking of the people, I mentioned the starting lineup. Steve Kerr also talked about if he's going to stick with Buddy Hield in that starting lineup. And he says all options are on the table.
All options are on the table for sure. And I think we will consider everything. You know, there's always an offense-defense component to any of these decisions that you make. And as I said, lineup combinations, what's coming behind the play, you know, behind the first rotation, who's playing together. So we're leaving our options open.
What do you think they do tonight? You think they stick with the status quo here the last couple games?
I have a hard time thinking that he's going to not go with this for sure. Pods, Steph, Dre, Jimmy.
Okay. It's that other guy.
I don't know. I
don't think they're going Quentin Post here. I don't think.
What if they go GP2?
I was about to get to Gary Payton II.
Yeah. What if they go GP2? Just to try to defend Van Vliet.
Maybe
face guard him a little
because he's been so hot. Force anyone else to beat you, but at the same time,
I like GP2 subbing in the 8-minute mark. 4 minutes into the game. He just provides a little something, a little juice off the bench.
But then that's two players on the court, Draymond and GP2, that aren't exactly scoring it very well right now, which scares me. Say what you want about Buddy Hield, and he wasn't great last game by any stretch of the imagination. 4 points in total.
The first quarter is so important.
So important. 888-957-9570. And your confidence level in this team right now, Dub Nation, is what? How confident are you that they get the job done tonight? After coming off that big loss, you get blown out. But you know what? They've been here and they've done that before. And Jimmy Butler, I'll play it again. I played it all yesterday. He thinks they're going to be fine.
We're fine. Our confidence isn't going to waver any. We're going to start out better. We're going to play a better overall game because we know how good of a team we are as a unit. We know how good our players are as individuals. So we just got starters. We got to kick us off better, which we know that we will do. We'll be fine.
I don't want to be so flippant with it. I feel like it comes down to 3-point shooting for the Warriors. And it's not just Steph, it's also the others. They're shooting 37% from three, the Rockets are. And that number is better than what the Warriors are shooting, which is 35% from three.
What are the attempts? Do you have that?
Yeah, I'm looking at for the whole series.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 210 attempts. The Warriors are 75 of 210. The Rockets are 56 of 150.
Wow. So 60 fewer 3-point attempts, but they've been more efficient, right?
They've hit 56.
And also the 2-point shots are at the rim.
They've also out-rebounded you by 40.
Yep. And you're getting those offensive rebounds. And that's another guy in this situation. Is it going to come back down to a hack of Adams? And how is that going to go if it's late in the game? I'm very curious to see the chess match that is Ime Udoka and Steve Kerr tonight and what they're going to do with substitutions, given substitutions, because it does feel like the intensity factor now, if it gets to a Game 7, that's going to be ramped up times 1,000. And by the way, there is a Game 7 that is for sure going to happen this weekend. It's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be Clippers Nuggets Game 7. Joe, you ready for that?
What time is that one at?
Ooh, good question. Let me pull that up right now. Nuggets Clippers. I think it's probably a 5 o'clock. Game 7. There we go. It's going to be in Denver, 4:30. So yeah, tomorrow.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You going to be getting up for that one?
Well, I've got a big day today. And
today?
For tomorrow, I've got a big day. Tomorrow as well. I've got a big weekend.
What are you doing?
Well, we got Warriors, obviously.
Well, hopefully no Warriors on the weekend, but continue.
I've got a retirement party, and then tomorrow I got baseball and golf, and then Sunday I've got a
haircut,
First Holy Communion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've got a lot of stuff going on.
Got it. You work out too, right? You got to get the workouts in.
Well,
that goes without saying. Got it.
You wake up at 5 a.m. and that's sleeping in on a Saturday. Yeah, you go work out.
By the way, you'll never sleep in again with a child. It won't happen for a long time.
No, it's perfect. By the time I come back from working out, it's ready to make eggs time.
There you go. What are you doing? You poach them? What are we doing?
No, scrambled.
Okay.
A little bit of heavy whipping cream.
All right.
Oh, not whipping cream, but a heavy cream. And then I boom, boom. I'm like straight up Emerald, bro. Yeah.
Okay. What is Emerald? Bam. That.
Yeah. And then I'll usually do a couple slices of toast. And then while I'm feeding him, I'm eating an egg sandwich, if you will.
Thank you for that visual. I needed it in my life. Jan in Mountain View, I also need in my life. Jan, I was calling you out yesterday. Maybe you were too upset to call in after the blowout. How we feeling tonight? What's your confidence level? Game 6, Chase Center, 6 o'clock. You going to be locked in, Jan?
Well, let's start here. I'd like to see some more Pat Spencer in my life because he brings it. And they need to get a lead, and if they can, if the three on the three vets can get a lead, and we can get up there, I'd like to get that Pat Spencer in there to set the tone for the rest of the game and to keep everybody on cue because we need this game because we're not going to go to a Game 7 like the Clippers are.
Let's go. What do you like about Pat Spencer?
I've seen enough. He brought it the other night, and Moody kicked in that second half, and we need to keep our foot on the gas pedal and not give into these this other team. I'm sick of it. I want to move on.
Let's go.
That other team, I tell you.
Spencer plays, and he gets checked into the game. Mark my words. Standing ovation from the Roracle.
Oh, absolutely.
AKA Chase Center crowd.
Oh, well, I hope he just gets rid of the 5 o'clock shadow, whatever he's got going, the stubble.
Well, he's got like a 70s thing going.
That's what and this is an homage to Pat Spencer. If you're watching me on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, this mustache I'm rocking right now, this is my homage to him. It's not the same. I don't quite get the handlebar going.
You're not as bouncy as him.
I'm not as bouncy. I touched the rim once in high school. I did. There's people that can attest to it. You think I'm lying? He thinks I'm lying, guys. I can touch it. All right, just the tip.
It's like the gambler who tells you about all their winnings and never their losing.
No, I'll tell you about my
losses.
losing. I haven't gambled since Brock Purdy broke his elbow in the NFC Championship game. Money time! I'd have had a significant amount on the 49ers that day. I'm not going to talk about it, and I haven't recovered since. So there's that. 888-957-9570. 6 minutes, still shameless shout-outs. Shout out whatever you want. Shout out Jana Mountain View for her wanting Pat Spencer. Shout out Pat Spencer if you want to. Shout out your business. Shout out your dog. Shout out Steven Risotto. Shout out the Colorado Rockies. I don't know what you want to shout out. Verlander had a quality start, though, yesterday, so that was nice to see. 888-957-9570.
That's great. Tyler Rogers blowing the game.
It's all right. Hey, it's all right. Don't worry about that. That's not the game you got to be paying attention to tonight. I'm going to actually be very disappointed in you, Joe, if you have any Giants on your phone or anything.
I'm going to be at a retirement party, and so we already have it. I've had 3 different texts from people. Don't worry, we're working on the TV. I'm not worried. I have my phone and my iPad. Not worried at all.
Again, I'm not worried. Steve Kerr's not worried. This group's been there and done that.
We've had a lot of situations just like this where you go up 3-1. You come home and you've got a game and, you want to win, you want to take care of business. But it's stressful. It's dicey and, get in line. This is, welcome to the NBA playoffs. And it's just, this is the whole deal. This is what we sign up for. This is, what the playoffs are about. And, you see it in every other series too. And so, we're in the exact spot that, we wanted to be in when this series started. We're a 7 seed playing a 2 seed, and to be up 3-2 going into game 6 is where we want to be. But now it's up to us to finish it, and we know we're going to have to play at a high level to get that done.
This group has been here and done that. They've even lost this type of game, and they came back and won in game 7. A couple years ago up at Golden One.
Tonight is everything. We're winning tonight. We are winning tonight. We are going to bring it home, and then we're going to get ready, and we're going to think about Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves and how we're going to disrupt them. But tonight, all the energy is on winning the game at Chase Center and then partying in Thrive City like it's 1999.
Even
though that was an Esprit 1999, and it was not a Chase Center.
Thank you. Prince, there you go. Party like it's 1999. Thank you. R.I.P.
Prince is a bad dude.
He is. Bad meaning good.
Yeah.
Of course. Yes.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson, bad. Also good.
One of the greatest music videos of all time.
There you go. Not Weird Al Yankovic, shout out White and Nerdy, like Riding Dirty earlier, or I'm fat, not I'm bad. I love Weird Al. I don't care what anyone says. Guy's a genius. Sean in Oakland, I'll get to you in a second. I'm just saying, it's not the end of the world. No one wants to hear this. Spadoni is being the wet blanket again. No, I'm a realist. It's not a must win. It's not. But I'd feel good about it if they did. I'd feel equally as confident as I do tonight, though, if they were going to Houston in Game 7. Maybe I'm crazy. That's fine if you don't feel that way. I know you're sneakily confident tonight. You're probably not going to feel as confident on Sunday if that were to happen. Probably an afternoon game. Might ruin your first communion plans. I don't know. But I'm just as confident if it does go to a Game 7. I'm not going to live or die off
one
tonight.
game at a time. I'm not even going to, even contemplate. I'm treating tonight like a Game 7. And if you had to tonight, because I know a lot of people hey, open up the bench. I think they're going to go in the other direction.
Oh.
I think they're going to
eight people, 7 people.
Yeah, I think it's an 8-9 guy lineup tonight. I'd be surprised if Gee plays.
Pat Spencer?
I don't know.
What's Sean in Oakland want to talk about here at 888-957-9570? Hey, Sean, you feeling confident in the Dubs getting it done tonight?
I am very confident, extremely confident. Hey, guys, this is what we wanted. We wanted to split on the road and to defend home court, and this is what we have the opportunity to do. We are undefeated at home in the playoffs. So let's, remember that. We got the crowd behind us. I was at the game on Monday night. You got to get off to, these are the keys for me. You got to get off to a hot start. They got off 16-4. And then, Draymond had those first 2 threes, didn't score anything else. But I think, establishing him early or someone else early would be great. I'd like to start GP2 just to really put that defensive intensity first. And then we need a third 20-point score. Pods was fantastic in Game 4. If he could duplicate that in Game 6, I think we're good to go. And if this game is tight, I'm going with my veterans over any of those young, athletic Houston players. Yeah. I think they're going to freeze and stress out under stress, and we're at home. And so let's go Dubs. We win this, and then we're going on to round 2.
I think the only way the Warriors lose tonight is potentially another type of a blowout where it's like a 10 to 15 point lead.
I'm not entertaining that. I'm not entertaining that.
Okay.
I'm not entertaining that nervous energy.
It's not nervous energy.
I'm not even tonight is a must win.
No, I was saying real quick, this is going to be good because if it is single digits in the fourth quarter, at any point, the Warriors are winning that game. I'm that's what it comes down to. This is why you got Jimmy Butler. This is why Stephen Curry is one of the greatest of all time. This is why you have Draymond Green dealing with all of his other crap built into it. He's still a Hall of Fame player. This is why you have those guys, Steve Kerr. You lean on these guys when games get tight because more often than not, your guys are going to get it done, especially against a young, inexperienced Rockets team. So, yeah, I don't envision this being a blowout in either direction, which tells me I think the Warriors will get it done because if it's a close game, Warriors are winning. It's simple as that. That's how I feel. Did that make you feel a little better?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No.
I guess I'm just not good at this feel good stuff. I don't know.
Look. Think about the Game 4. The ball was in Jimmy's hands and Steph's hands down the stretch, and they both missed. And you gave them an opportunity to win that game with a final possession with 13 seconds to go.
I still don't like that shot from Şengün. I infinitely feared Fred VanVleet more.
I just think the margins of victory and the margin for how to win is razor thin. And so I hear you on if it's a close game, I love your chances. And of course they get the benefit of the doubt because of their track record. But you still have to go out and do it.
Of course.
I could have made all the same arguments regarding the Lakers versus the Warriors a couple of years ago, right? And none of that applied. And Lonnie Walker, who no one had on their board, ended up, doing them in. So you got to go out and execute. You got to go out and win games.
Who would be again, you don't want to put this into the atmosphere. The Rockets, Lonnie Walker, who would that kind of game be from tonight? That would just be like, are you serious? That guy's doing it? No, because Tari Eustis was playing well. Jabari Smith's been playing pretty well. There's not
Aaron Holiday.
Okay, Aaron Holiday. Okay.
Who's played 7 minutes up
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be the guy that'd be like, that guy's doing it, right?
But look, I don't even want to put that into the air. I don't want to put that
too much nervous. No nervousness.
Not nervousness, it's focus. This is how I get on game day.
Is that how you get on shameless shout-outs too?
Yes.
Is that how you do it?
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
You know Jordan Poole.
It bothers me. The Rockets coming out to play.
Let's start it right here. Let's shout out the Becker twins in the car right now with their dad, Preston. They are saying they know the Dubs are bringing it home in 6 tonight. Let's go. Let's go to the Becker girls.
Okay, not mad at that. Let's go to Emmanuel in Vallejo. O come, Emmanuel. Shout out Christmas song. Again, going back to church. What do you got? Who you shouting out, Emmanuel?
Hey, what's good, fellas? I just want to shout out my wife. We hitting up Oracle Park tonight. Let's get back on that win column.
Let's go.
And shout out to all the Dub fans that wear their T-shirts at Chase. Let's close out this series. Wear your shirts. Let's go.
Let's go.
Why is that such a thing? Thank you, Emmanuel. Why is that such a thing about wearing the shirts? Wear your shirts. Wear your shirts.
It's about being part of the community.
Who cares about a damn shirt? Again, going back to whether momentum's going to be carried from the bench unit's fake comeback in the fourth quarter, there's not going to be anything to do with the game in regards to the shirts. Aesthetically, it looks good on the television screen. I don't give a damn.
It's either you're all in or you're all out. Don't get on this bus if you're not all in.
Don't tell me how to fan. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put a shirt on my back, Joe Shasky. How about that? Don't tell me how to live my life.
You could take the shirt off the minute you leave the game.
Oh, I don't want to put the shirt on. I have a great jersey. I have an all-time Stephen Curry, Chris Smalling throwback. I don't know.
Well, put the shirt on underneath the jersey.
But that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah, you got to have the yellow sleeves, baby. Let's go.
Devin Hayward. Who you shouting out, Devin? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Just wanted to give a shout out to my kids. They're some of the best kids. We just went on a vacation down to Universal Studios, and they work so hard at school and sports, and they're just the kindest souls, and I really appreciate them. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Devin, real quick, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, that Waterworld attraction still hits, right? They still got that down there?
It still hits 30 years later, I'll tell you that much. And what they're doing down there is pretty cool, too. Disneyland's got a little competition nowadays.
Let's go. Yeah, because they got Harry Potter World. They got Nintendo World down there now, Joe. Those are the amusement parks you take LJ when he's like 8, 9, 10. But you'll look forward to those ones for sure. Yeah. Disneyland when like 4 or 5. You want them to remember it. If you go too young, it's not going to be like, you're not going to remember it. It's more for the parents at that point, which is fine if you're into Disney. I'm not mad at the Disney adults of the world. But yeah, those are the ones you cherish. So Devin Newer, I'm happy for you.
I got 2 quick shout outs here. All right. First one, 32 years in the police department. Mr. Danny Manning, who's out there listening, a family member. He dedicated his life to making this community safer, raised his family here. Great man, a phenomenal officer. I mean, you listen to other people that are police officers that talk about him. That's kind of how you know he was great at what he did. Tonight is his big retirement, and he gave his heart and soul at sometimes at the expense of spending time with his family to make sure that this community was safer and better and a better place to live for his own children and for their kids and for my kid and all that. And so, Danny, we love you. You've been the greatest uncle to my son and to us. You've been the best, and we love you. And everybody that's ever worked with you speaks so highly of you. Great man, phenomenal officer. 32 freaking years as San Francisco Police Department. That is a heck of a run.
Shout out, Danny. That's awesome. 32 years is a long time.
Isn't it?
It's a long time. I'm going to be 32 years old in about a month. No, seriously, yeah. In a month, I'll be 32. So there you go. He's been doing that as long as I've been alive.
And then
so crazy.
All the kids that are going over for whether it's this weekend, next weekend, or the weekend after, First Communion. First Communion. Lake LaRocca, my goddaughter's got her first communion at St. Finbar on Sunday. And so we love you. I will see you on Sunday. I got a nice gift for you. Yeah. And happy First Communion.
You know what's great about that? Well, maybe it's not great because I remember my first communion. I also grew up a Catholic. One of the holy sacraments there. They give you a lot of money and checks and all that. And where's it at now? Mom and dad just spent it. Is that what they did? They had bills to pay. So they just said, we're going to pocket this, son. Don't worry about it. Well, you'll get taken care of.
Are you shouting out robbery?
Well, I'm just shouting out mom and dad, I guess, where's my first communion money? I could use it right now. Heather is at the Hilton Santa Clara.
Let's go. What's up, Heather?
Good morning. How we doing?
Good morning. I just wanted to give an early shout out to all the teachers out there because next week is Teacher Appreciation Week.
All right.
So we all had big shout out to them, and especially to my 2 girls teachers, Miss Serena Cruz, a big Warriors fan, and Miss Catherine Parker. Thank you.
Shout out Dublin High School track and field team hosting the Last Chance PR meet on Saturday. That's from the 925. Dublin High School track and field.
Jason Cabrera on the YouTube chat. Shout out to my son, Ian, who is serving in the Army. He's a big Dubs fan. Let's go. Shout out all the troops.
Thank you,
Marines,
Ian.
Army, Air Force, Coast Guard, all of them. I have a lot of veterans in my family, so definitely shouts out to them. Bubba in the Bay Area wants to join the conversation. Who you shouting out, Bubba?
I got a lot to shout out. But first of all, I want to thank Danny and Ian for their service. Seriously. But it's Steve Kerr. I mean, everyone likes to talk, about him, but he's an amazing coach. And I think it's going to be him putting in Buddy tonight early, and it's going to be Buddy and Moses that get us that win tonight, honestly.
Let's go!
That's Bubba in the Bay Area.
What up, Bubba? Good stuff.
Love it. Bubba Gumps, if you will. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shameless shout-outs here. You know who I'm shouting out? I'm shouting out a guy who's back in the NFL. former Oakland Raider, a guy that was battling an autoimmune condition the last year. It's one Hunter Renfrow who signed with the Carolina Panthers. This guy, check this out. His weight got all the way down to 150 pounds, had 7 straight days of 103-degree fevers. And he is back in the NFL now, and that is why he was out. He was diagnosed with an autoimmune condition called ulcerative colitis. I don't know if anyone's dealt with that. I never have. I've heard the term or the name before, but shout out to him for battling that and getting back into the NFL. I have a little third and Renfrow is the thing. I was actually talking to you last year, I think. I was like, why aren't the Niners checking this guy? He's a great slot receiver. Yeah. He's got great hands. He'd be perfect. And now we know why. So shout out to Hunter Renfrow. Great guguy, great player. And I'm happy he's back in the league.
Shout out to Gerald Reeder and the Stewart Hall boys baseball team in high school that is 12-0, undefeated currently. I ran into them the other night. So shout out to Gerald and his amazing squad. I got a couple of boys going there next year to play basketball and baseball, Prince and Jay. And so Stewart Hall, 12-0. I think they have a big matchup with University coming up here.
Oh.
Big matchup with University coming up that he was explaining. So shout out to them Stewart Hall boys.
Let's go. Who's this? RMQ on the chat. Shout out to the teachers. We appreciate y'all, especially the elementary and middle and high school. All of the teachers, professors, all of them, they don't get paid nearly enough for what they do and what they sacrifice. So absolutely shout out to all the teachers. Real quick before the injury report, Steven, what you got?
Yeah, shout out to my uncle Pat Sangemino for publishing his first book. He's a longtime sports writer, covered the Royals and the Chiefs in the 90s. He just published a book about the downturn of newspapers in the country.
What was that last name again?
Pat Sangemino. He's a paisano.
That's a paisano. Let's go.
Yeah, he is.
Let's go. Lemon, what you got?
Yeah, shout out to the hardworking Warrior employees who are draping these shirts on the seats tonight. Just want to give you a shout out for your efforts because apparently not everyone's going to put the shirts on. So just want to say very much appreciate the effort to get those shirts to us, even though there are some out there who won't appreciate it. Wear the shirts tonight.
You know what? I'm doing my job today. I've been playing. Hey, Raymond Ritter, if you're listening, I've been pumping up the start time for you guys. 6 o'clock.
How about we pump up these shirts too?
Sure. The shirts. Go get them. Get there early. They're going to be there no matter what. So there you go.
You're going to get them. You got to wear it too. It's step 1, get it. Step 2, put it on. Step 3, be loud.
Don't tell me how to live my life.
Shout out to my daughter, Rory, from the 415. Turning 6 today. We love you, Rory. SF Willwall.
Love that. Happy birthday. Hope your birthday is booming like the injury report. As if losing to the Rockies wasn't bad enough, the Giants and Tyler Fitzgerald got some more bad news.
The ribs.
San Francisco announced that Fitz was placed on the 10-day injured list with a left rib fracture. Ouch. The injury occurred last week around when Fitz suffered a chest contusion. After missing a couple games, an MRI revealed the fracture. There is optimism that Fitz's absence will not be a long one. He hopes to be back on the field in 2 weeks, but you got to think a rib, the torque on that body, that is a very tough injury to battle back from. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California, Premier's workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Halfway home on a Friday, Warriors, Rockets, Game 6, tonight, 6 o'clock. Coverage starts at 5 with Warriors Live. Confidence level, Dub Nation, for you is what? Heading into this team, we'll discuss it. Bonte in studio for the entire 9 o'clock hour. That's what's coming up with the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Talk to me, Jimmy Buckets. Talk to me. Halfway home here on a Friday. Game 6 tonight. Be there or be square. Chase Center. Coverage of that starts right here on 95.7 The Game at 5 with Warriors Live. But in fairness, all day is going to be... Your coverage is all day. Isn't it, Joe? You got us. We got Steiny Agu. We got Willard and Dibbs. We got it all. We got Grandy and Evan after the game. We'll be all night. Hell, it could go to midnight. I don't even know. Go next day. They got Dan Devone. You got Steven Risotto. We got... Where else would you rather be for Golden State Warriors Game 6 coverage than right here, right? I'm fired up.
I can tell you're fired up. You're as fired up as Mark was about putting Dylan Brooks in prison yesterday.
Prison?
I mean,
prison?
Like,
he's going to San Quentin?
I heard he got a new sponsorship.
He's going to Alcatraz?
I hope Mark's listening.
What is he doing?
I hope he's listening to. Well, I heard handcuffs are his new sponsorship.
Oh, it's not bail. It's not a bail bond.
It's not a bail bond. No, but people are very angry about Dylan Brooks admitting at the podium that he's going after Steph Curry.
Oh.
I understand people feeling some kind of way. It's Steph. He's the legend. He's the greatest franchise player.
Great point. Dylan Brooks, after the game, talking about going after Steph's hand.
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. If I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time.
Fair or foul? 888-957-9570.
I think it's all fair. I mean, this is professional sports. These guys are looking to gain advantages, whether it's attacking someone who can't move as well. You're trying to put that person into the action, as they say, or go at them. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And look, is there a gray area when it comes to a shoulder injury and bumping into that shoulder or setting a hard screen to see how that person reacts to that? Sure, right? And look, Dylan has done things that I believe are outside of the gray area. The specific play on GP2 a couple years back, that was definitely outside of it. But to admit it at a podium, it might be shocking to people. I think it's in bounds.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. I know Laughing Monk is going to be off the hook. I think I heard that phrase like a bunch on Monday, but it's going to be off the hook today. Go to the Sunnyvale location, go to San Francisco, go get your brewskis, right? Go get your lobster linguine, get the pregame going during the game, whatever you need to do. Laughing Monk is the place to go to check out dubs.
There are times where I feel like the rule book is outdated because the players have found the loophole, right? So, for example, the pump fake, lean in. It's not basketball. Right? I hated that play. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where James Harden would pump fake, and then the guy would leave his feet, and he wasn't even really trying to shoot it. He was just trying to bait into a foul.
You know what the one I hated the most is when someone had their hand up, and you could just swipe or no swiping, like the Kevin Durant.
The swing through, the circle
those
through.
were the worst.
Yeah, no, I don't like those either. And so, does the rule need to be looked at in the offseason? There's no question it does, right? And I'm sure even Dylan would probably admit it because as a shooter, I'm sure he would want that called. But as of right now, it's within the parameters of what's officiated, and the officials aren't going to get everything. And I understand people being frustrated for it because they're going to defend Steph Curry. But I don't think that makes Dylan Brooks the bad guy. I sports hate him because he does some things that I find to be hilarious. But if he was on my team, I would probably love Dylan Brooks. I admit it. I've spent over a decade rooting for Draymond Green. It feels a little hypocritical to be calling out, Dylan Brooks for a lot of gray area stuff when I know that Dre does a lot of gray area stuff.
Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, who's covered a lot of Warriors games, has called Warriors games. He joins us each and every week. He said the exact same thing. He's like, Warriors fans cannot talk a lick about Dylan Brooks, considering what Draymond has done the last 10 years. He doesn't want to hear a peep out of them in regards to it. In fairness, though, this is what makes series fun.
Yes.
A good villain.
Yes.
Dylan the villain.
Yes.
Dylon. He spits hot fire, spelled differently, but that was a Chappelle Show reference. I just had to. Whenever I hear the word Dylan or see Dylan, I think of that skit. And speaking of that foul and swiping at it, Steve Kerr was asked about it yesterday. Hey, it's legal.
I believe that this is the highest level of competition, and I think these are the best players in the world, and they are going to do whatever is within the rules to win the game, and I'm not going to fault anybody for that. And so I just feel strongly that the league has gone down this path the last couple of years where they've decided that they call it the high five, where if you high five a shooter, that's legal. Meaning if the ball is released and then you high five the guy, that's not a foul. Now, anybody who's ever played pickup basketball will tell you, you get high-fived on a shot, it's really hard to make a shot. And so I can tell you, all 30 coaches, as I said, we all believe that should be a foul if you high-five a guy. The league decided that it was not. And what happened then was the same thing that happens with every rule that the league institutes. The players figure out how to game the system.
And that's Steve Kerr, who's been, as a player, in some very tough and physical series. I mean, hell, all the series he was in back in the 90s and early 2000s, physical, right? You think about that Spurs team. What is the first thing that comes to mind? I think they were very physical defensively as a team. And he was obviously a spot shooter. And with those Bulls teams, you had the likes of Dennis Rodman, Michael, all of them. They're going to exploit the weakness if they see one. That is what you do in sports at the highest level. You're going to try to do that. They do it, honestly. And I know you scoff when I bring up this sport all the time, and you do it mostly tongue in cheek. I get it. But like tennis, if they notice someone struggling with an ankle or a leg injury, they're going to be doing a lot of drop shots and try to force you to run up to the net.
Get them moving.
Exactly. They're going to force you to go up and down and up. And that's what the younger players do to the likes of a guy like, Novak Djokovic, who is an older player who you want to get the wear and tear on him. That's what you do.
I remember when Kobe tore his thumb. I believe it was torn. It might not have been torn, but he had ligament damage in the thumb. I mean, in the thumb, which I'm sure happens when you sprain it anyway. But because I'm not a doctor, I don't know the specifics. But I remember every team they were going up against was like, yeah, we're targeting the thumb. Like, of course, we're going to try to make him put it on the floor on that hand. And yeah, we're going to hit him. And yeah, we're going to go at him when he's on defense. And we're going to see if that hand is right. Like, that's sports. I want my team trying to gain an advantage. Like, hard fouls are part of the game, even though we don't love them. Like, the other night, Jimmy Butler had a really hard foul on Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, swiped him.
And I loved that foul. I thought it was within the rules of the game. I didn't think it crossed the gray area, but I can see from a Houston perspective, oh, he's up in the air. He's vulnerable. Well, he went at the arm. He went at the arm in that one and gave him what I call the OG, like, I'm just going to give you the business.
And there's a difference between that, which is legal, what Dylan Brooks is doing, as Steve Kerr said, is legal, and then what, you use Kobe's reference. I'll just go back to that 2000 NBA Finals, like Jalen Rose sticking out his foot to intentionally try to hurt Kobe's ankle. That's different.
How many guys set screens and stick their butt out to get you in the knee quad area to do that? I mean, it's just, again, I'm not saying you got to love it, but to acknowledge that it's not a part of sports feels a little silly to me.
Sure. And I don't fault Warriors fans for still feeling some type of way about it. You're absolutely can still hate on Dylan Brooks because of it. I'm not saying you can't. I don't want this to...
sports hate's real. I sports hate him.
Yeah.
Like crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
But I kind of grew to like him because of that Olympic doc. I'm not going to lie to you.
That's fine.
He seemed like a good dude.
No, absolutely. I think Flem, who we were talking about, said the same thing.
I also acknowledge that
it was the mayor yesterday, right? Daniel Lurie. He was saying he was watching it. He's like, why is he such a nice guy?
But the other part is that
Canadian.
I also acknowledge for him to get into the league and stay and sustain and get contracts. This is how he has to play. In the same way that Ron Artest needed to be an enforcer and in part Draymond Green, right? There are certain guys in certain sports that you expect. Drake Greenlaw. I mean, how many Drake Greenlaw hits near the sideline have we been like, yeah, I like that hit, even though he got a 15-yard flag?
We were literally saying we missed that this season. We missed some nastiness,
right?
Because they were just so soft defensively.
I remember when Clay Matthews tried to tackle Kaepernick around the neck and clotheslined him near the sideline. And I hated it that he did it. But I also acknowledge, I would want my linebacker doing that to another quarterback who just beat us in the playoffs. And, I love the way our team, the Niners, reacted to Kaepernick getting, clotheslined on the sideline.
Was it Brooks that did it to Drew Brees?
Well, no, he was going for the sack.
I know, but
unintentionally grabbed him around the neck.
Right, and then you see the meme of his neck is shot out like
it's Mike Glennon. It's Mike Glennon. It's Mike Glennon's neck on him. But, again, I think we're pretending like this isn't guys playing for legacies and stakes and all those things. Hey, don't bun on Johnny Lester. He can't throw to first.
Stop. Don't bring up 2014 ever again in my entire life. I'm still sick about it. Speaking of Steph's thumb, he talked about it after the game. He had a little back and forth with our guy, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, Anthony Slater.
What's the state of your thumb right now? Cold. There was a picture, I don't know if you've seen it online, where it looks pretty swollen. I think it was with you walking to the plane.
I got the feds on me? What are you talking about?
No, the internet is the feds at this point.
I love this league so much. I love it so much.
How is your thumb? Besides cold because you're icing?
I don't even know how to answer it. It's just something you're dealing with and you keep it moving. As long as I can play. You got to rap for a reason, but that's it.
And for as much as we're talking about the Dylan Brooks aspect, it is still a thing because he struggled the last 2 games. Stephen Curry, he has not looked like himself, whether that's shooting the ball, but also the turnovers. Those are just listen, I'm not going to blame it entirely on the thumb, but it's a part of the equation of why he struggled, I think, a little bit, right?
It's an element. I think that their defense overall and their principles on defense have been a bigger reason. The way Amen Thompson is guarding him individually is spectacular. And then I think Şengün's been so good at doubling and blitzing him very specifically on the floor. He's done a great job. Look, Steph has 19 turnovers. Draymond has 15.
And you remember?
That's 5 games. Like,
Jimmy Butler didn't play in 1 game, so I get it, but he only has one turnover. Who do you want the ball with? Like, who do you want to have the ball in their hands late in the game? It's the guy that's not going to turn it over. It's Jimmy Butler is what I'm saying. If I told
you Draymond was going to have 11 assists and 15 turnovers, I think most people would say you'd probably be down in the series at this point. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, I'd agree. But the reason why you're up right now is because some of the heroics that we've seen, whether it was from Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry shooting the ball. Let's go to Quick Dog in San Francisco.
Hey, Quick.
Wants to talk Dylan v. Draymond. Quick Dog, good morning. What you got, man? Quick Dog, make it quick. Yeah, no, that was a corn dog. I don't know what that was. It was bad. It's okay. But I was curious to see what he was going to talk about with the comparison of a Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks, because I feel like it's very similar. And that whole aspect tonight, do you expect it to be still as chippy as it's been?
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know. Maybe they're going to get a little tight. They don't want to do some. This is where the pressure really starts to ramp up. That was the one the Houston Rockets had to have to just push it back to Chase Center. Warriors are at home now. Can't be doing anything, like any boneheaded things. I'm not going to be put in situations where I can get ejected. Like I remember the early on last game, Amen Thompson yelling at GP2, which should have been a taunting call. And Fred VanVleet's like, all right, dude, like he bear hugged him and like got him away.
I still don't understand how Steph got a taunting call by putting up a 2. And again, Thompson, the very next game does it. I don't think either should be a taunting foul, personally. I'm going to take that on the front end. So the Steph one just made no sense.
No, it was
but Amen Thompson was screaming in his face.
Screaming at GP2, just screaming at him.
I kind of loved it.
No, well, that's the intensity.
Yes,
like, that's
it's
what I
old
want.
School.
And I'm going to keep talking about it, man. Like, the only scenario I see the Rockets winning this game is in a blowout type of fashion, like a double-digit type of fashion. I think if it's a close game late, single digits, I think that favors the Golden State Warriors. Keep it tight throughout, whether you have the lead, whether you're behind. I'm going to trust on those big boys to lead me to greatness in the end. That's Jimmy, that's Steph, that's Draymond. 888-957-9570. What is your confidence level, Dub Nation, heading into tonight's game? Game 6, Chase Center, tonight, 6 o'clock. Be there early.
I keep coming back to the same things. First quarter, what does the defense look like? I'm talking about the Warriors defense. Secondarily, what does their half-court offense look like when the Rockets go to a zone and they sag down? You know, how are you going to free up Steph Curry? How are you going to square up to the hoop? Who are you going to get extra buckets from? Can you knock down threes? If you are losing the three-point battle against this team, it's not good, right? You should have a clear advantage in that category, and you have not. And then, are our guards rebounding? And are you limiting live ball turnovers? You know, these are the checklists that I'm looking for. Boy, it'd be nice to have a Podziemski game again.
Right? It'd be nice to have a Podziemski, a Buddy Hield game, someone else stepping up outside of the big three, or is it within the big three? We were doing call-outs earlier, and we can revisit that
Jimmy,
one. You had Draymond.
I'm calling out Draymond because, look, Draymond has had moments in this series, right, for me. Moments, like down the stretch in game 1, down the stretch in game 4. He's had moments. He's been in foul trouble. And to me, the offense has been so bad for the Warriors. They've needed his playmaking. He's been in the matchup where he can exploit Fred VanVleet, either off the dribble or shooting over him. He's averaging 6 a game in this series. It's not enough. They need more. They need it up to 10. They need the facilitator, Draymond. The assist to turnover ratio has been not good. And then defensively, I think that he's been compromised. I think this is a really bad matchup for him. And I acknowledge Şengün is a tough matchup for anyone. And although situationally in the 2 big wins, he led to it down the stretch with his defense, it does feel like his first quarter defense in this game has to be ratcheted up, and they've got to find a way to shut off the passing lanes for Şengün. I'm not really worried about him scoring per se. It's being a scorer and a facilitator. You can't let him be both.
No, absolutely not. He was a rebound and assist shy last game of a triple-double. Some of that obviously coming in garbage time, quote-unquote, when the Warriors bench made a run and the Rockets had to bring their starters back in to ice that game. In the meantime, let's go to Larry in San Francisco. Wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. Larry, good morning. How are you feeling about tonight's game?
Hey, I feel pretty good about tonight. I think we're going to take Houston out. But this is what I want to say about this thumb business. Listen, how many times you guys play basketball on your court? And, in my hood, we play Hutch basketball. So if we know somebody that we playing got an injury somewhere, we go after it.
Exactly.
It's no different in the NBA. Exactly. Curry is going to be just fine until he figures out the way that, hey, I see they going after my thumb. He'll try something else to get past that and get over and get an open shot. But as far as this stuff about the business about, he's playing dirty, they're not playing dirty. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Because if I know you got an injury and you're better than me, I'm going after that injury.
What park did you play at? What park did you play at growing up?
Oh, man. That Bayview, man. And Bayview Gym over there.
Yeah, okay.
Man. That's in the hood, man. So, you always got
chain nets.
I'm a St. Mary's Park kid. I played at St. Mary's Park, so trust me, I know no blood, no foul, That's how we played growing up.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So, you can't be out there crying. But now, one more thing. As far as that thing about making gestures and all that kind of stuff, remember that if what's the movie with God, what's that movie? It's a football movie with
Longest Yard.
Remember the Titans?
No, Kurt Russell and the guy from the city.
Kurt Russell? No, that's Burt Reynolds.
But what I'm trying to say is the coach was intimidating, making gestures to Kurt Weston and their football team. And it was, that's what I'm looking at. I can't think of the movie right now.
It's called What to Watch or Touchback.
I don't think I've seen that.
There you go. Yeah, from 2011.
So that's why I'm making a comment about the 2-finger thing. That's nothing. And they calling that, what was it called again? God, I can't believe this.
It's all right. It was a great call.
No, it's good jobs, Larry. Hey, Larry, I appreciate you. He's fired up.
Don't be a stranger, Larry. I love that call.
Touchback is what it's called. A man looks back 15 years to the injury that ended his career as a promising high school football player. Huh.
All throughout the regular season, what do I hear from people that want to rip the NBA? These guys don't like you. They all like each other. There's no animosity. Nobody plays any defense. Oh, it's just soft. The league is soft. Everyone's foul hunting, and nobody can play through contact like they used to. All the things that we critique about the regular season have been flipped upside down for the playoffs, and I've enjoyed it.
Everything's been chippy. Everything. I got Giannis Antetokounmpo and Tyrese Halliburton's dad getting into it after the game. That was a 5-game series. That was very chippy, right? Like Detroit and New York yesterday. A lot of chippiness. Mm-hmm. Like, I love this stuff. Clippers and Nuggets
have been at it. Clippers and at each other's throats.
Yep. This has been great. For as much as we've dogged on it,
the Lakers within themselves at each other's throats.
JJ Redick versus the press. Absolutely. It's all baked into the equation. I've loved the playoffs have been incredible for as much as we dogged on the product and the lack of eyeballs. I remember we were doing a show after Christmas and we were just crushing the NBA.
No, it's been amazing.
It's been amazing.
The playoffs have been amazing.
Playoffs have been great.
And look, has the officiating been all over the map? Yeah. Yes, there's no doubt about it. There's just no doubt about it. But the organic animosity has been spectacular. Şengün. I didn't realize how much I was going to hate Şengün. Sports hate. Throughout this series. Fred VanVleet, boy, I've rekindled that hatred.
6 years dormant. Yeah.
Exactly. Amen Thompson. How many Warrior fans are watching him going,
God, he's great.
Wow, I really like watching this kid play. I can't stand that he's doing this against us, but I have tremendous respect. He's guarded Steph as well as anyone has guarded Steph in a long time.
There's a lot of people calling and saying, man, God, I wish Kuminga could have been that guy.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of, and I get it. I feel it, albeit Amen Thompson, I think a better overall prospect and less raw. But that being said, I've been very impressed with Amen Thompson, given his age, given everything. His shooting performance, by the way, his shooting last night, like that can't happen again. That's talking about things that cannot happen. Amen Thompson can't drop 25 on 8 of 12 shooting.
He was attacking. He was moving without the ball. He was hitting middies. Like
8 of 9 from the free throw line, making his free throws.
I mean, he when you get downhill and you get up in the air like he does, like you're dynamic, and they don't have a lot of answers for that.
God, he's got a dynamic hairline too. That thing is chiseled.
I mean, he's a beast.
We got Bonte coming up in about 36 minutes. Bonte Hill, Warriors pre and post game for NBC Sports Bay Area. Obviously, 95.7 the game host. He has a lot of thoughts on tonight's game. I wonder if he's going to be out there at Chase Center. Obviously, probably gonna be out there.
I would think
so. You know, I could tease it. If that's when he says
the King's getting the red carpet treatment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's out there doing the King's
Your
Court.
chariot awaits.
The King's Court.
The King's Court.
Love it. Maybe we'll get a little wee ready. Why not?
A little helicopter action.
The
Helicopter. Oh my God. Sam.
the helipad that says H. Instead, it says B on it for Bonte.
Well, it says H for hill, not H for helicopter.
H for hill. You're on fire.
I'm thinking about Lex Luthor in Man of Steel, where he's on the top of the helipad, and Superman is like arguing with him. Oh God,
he's fighting with Dylan Brooks up there.
Oh, that's so good. Fine for my life.
I need you to stop going at Steph's son.
And there's
I don't like
there's
Dylan
the
Brooks.
Steph symbol in the background. Oh God. Was that Batman versus Superman? Was that what that one was?
I think so, because Man of Steel was Michael
Sam,
Shannon.
you're on fire.
You
are on fire.
That was
Guru's somewhere listening to this right now, nodding his head.
Hey.
Guru's listening, not Bonte.
What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you, here for good. I think judging from our tone, we're feeling pretty confident about the Warriors tonight. You feeling confident about the Dubs tonight? Let's talk about it on the other side. It's Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 the game, baby.
I'd like to see some more.
Mayor, you've been trying to crack down on crime here in San Francisco. I would like you to maybe get the police in on, Dylan Brooks. I don't know. What are you thinking? The way that he's assaulting Steph Curry.
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Man, maybe I am more like Willard than I think with that laugh in the background. I got to gas up all your jokes, so I got to be laughing. It was okay.
No, I want to credit Mark.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
I was stuck in traffic yesterday, and him, Dibs, the callers, I was like glued to my steering wheel.
Okay.
And it gave me content for today, so thank you, Mark. I love you.
It's
no,
great.
I do.
No, for sure.
Thanks.
Dibs, yes, you too.
We got Bonte Hill coming up in about 30 minutes at the top of the hour. Each and every Friday, he joins us for the entire hour in studio. Bonte Hill. By the way, Steiny and Evan just let me know, special guest for Steiny and Goo, Warriors related, at some point, maybe around the 11 o'clock hour. I'm not promising anything.
Might be a friend of the station.
Might be. We'll just say that. Might be a friend of the station, special Warriors guest, potentially with Steiny and Goo. All right. Confidence level, Dub Nation, where you at tonight? I want to take the temperature of Dub Nation right now, and the confidence level is what? That the Warriors will win tonight, heading into Game 6, Chase Center, 6 o'clock tip-off, get off early, get to the gym, and show out. And put on a shirt if you want to. But what's the confidence level?
You and the shirts, dude. Just put them on. Who cares? It's like it's no skin off anyone's back. Just put the shirts on. My confidence level, surprisingly high. I would say 8.5 to 9.5.
Wow.
Out of a 10, yeah.
Out of 10, we can do that.
This is why you got to take a nap, You got to basically reset your thought process and come out and go, all right, deep breath. I reacted to the game loss. I had a chance to chew on it. I know what we need to do better. I know what adjustments need to be made. We're at home. I'm expecting a better performance from my big three. I think I'm going to tighten the bench a little. I think I'm going to go with my 8-9 guys at most. And I'm expecting more offense from Draymond, Pajemski, GP2, and Buddy Hield.
So you're at an 8.5?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to put mine, and we're doing confidence levels right now in the Warriors Game 6 tonight against the Rockets. I'm going 7.5, 7.5.
Out of 10?
Out of 10. I'm pretty confident. That's pretty confident for me. But that also shows me some respect for Houston that, they have more than a puncher's chance to win this one.
I fear Houston. I want to make that very clear.
Fear?
Yeah, of course.
I respect them. I absolutely respect them. I don't know if I fear them in this scenario because I have Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. Wow. And generally speaking, when you have the best players on your team, you usually win the series. It happened, for the most part, all around. I guess the Bucks are an exception because Giannis was incredible in that series, but he didn't have the rest of the team wasn't as good as what the Pacers had, whether it was Siakam, whether it was Halliburton, whether it was anyone else on there for Indiana. Go to that Lakers-Timberwolves series. Anthony Edwards, he was the best player in that series. He's the best player.
Yeah.
And Rudy Gobert was the best player in Game 5 in the closeout game. Yeah. He was the best player.
Julius Randle was pretty good.
Julius Randle's looked incredible, by the way.
Really flipped my opinion of him.
Well, that's going to be, again, if you take care of business tonight, we can look for that series at another point, take care of business, and then we can talk about it. I was already starting to think about the matchups, but you don't even want to do that as a Warriors fan today because that's when you start getting heartbreak seeping in potential. Alex is on 101 South. Alex, how are we feeling about tonight's game? You confident?
Yes, sir. I'm about an 8.5 on the Richter scale for the Dubs, and I think the Thompson twins are going to be singing "Hold Me Now" because last night Brunson over Azure, and tonight we're going Steph over Amen for the game winner. Shout out to my pops going to the game tonight. I hope it's a good one.
Let's go, Pops. Let's go. He has game winner Steph Curry shot.
I like that. I said, my guy I'm calling out tonight, it's the chef. It's Steph. Top 10 player in the history of the sport. Only one remaining. It's that guy. The guy that won it all. He brought America the gold. We all love him. I'm looking at him tonight. He's going to have a big game. I'm feeling an arrogant Stephen Curry game tonight. How great would that feel, by the way?
What?
Just a Steph game. Just early on where it's just like, okay.
Love to have a Steph game.
Right?
It is funny, though, like when we ask these questions, it does feel like he just flies under the radar there's an expectation level of what we, I've come to see from him. But the other part is like, I also think that when he doesn't play well, it's like, it is Steph. But it's like, hey, look, if Tom Brady throws 4 interceptions in a playoff game, the Patriots are losing.
Yes. If Patrick Mahomes is doing that, the Chiefs are losing, as we just saw.
Cincinnati Bengals, right? In the AFC Championship game.
Yes.
Right? A couple years back, he threw multiple interceptions.
Or the Super Bowl. But
the Super Bowl, yes, exactly. Right? So, like, it goes without saying that your best players need to play like it. And I think in the last game, he'd be the first to admit the first quarter, I mean, it was like 3 or 4 possessions out of 5 in a row were just awful. And he had a loose handle, and Thompson was just in his bag.
I'm trying to think of a series. I think there's been games where like the best player on the team, it's rare. The best player on the team has a huge stinker, but you still end up winning the series. I think that happened.
Kobe game 7.
Kobe game 7. There you go. Where he was like 6 for a million.
Tested a couple corner threes.
Yeah, there you go. And that was, but neither side can shoot.
The Celtics, correct?
The Celtics. I think Rasheed Wallace had a big game in that one. Rasheed Wallace as a Celtic.
I loved Rasheed Wallace.
I got this one for you. And I like this question to throw out to the fans. 888-957-9570. What has to happen tonight and what cannot happen tonight if the Warriors are going to win? I like that 2-parter. That's a good one.
Here's what can't happen. You cannot allow Fred VanVleet to be a catch and shoot guy on the perimeter. You have to make him put the ball on the floor and play in under the arc. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want him playing on the outside of the arc. I want him playing in the mid-range and into the paint. If you force him into that, I think you're in a better spot.
What cannot happen for me tonight is Fred VanVleet going off. I cannot have him scoring willy-nilly and the 3-ball confidence be there for Fred VanVleet. He scored 26 last game. He led all Rocket scores. I cannot have that happen today. The efficiency needs to go down. He has been on fire these last 2 games. I expect Amen Thompson to not replicate that performance of 25 points. I don't think Dylan Brooks is going to put up 24 again. I expect Şengün to can pretty much be where he's been at for the most of the series. But Fred VanVleet, I need to stop that guy. And I have the size to be able to do it. I know the guy's 6 feet tall. He can't get his own shot whenever he wants. He's not Kevin Durant. He's not Amen Thompson. He's not a physical freak. He's a short guy in comparison to all this. Like, use that to your advantage. Do that. And what has to happen for me tonight on the flip side, I need at least 20 from both Steph and Jimmy.
Well, I want Jimmy to be the one who gets the ball in the first quarter and somehow, if it's through screens that set it up or just a high pick and roll, get VanVleet guarding Jimmy and get Jimmy going downhill. Let's get Jimmy on the mid block. Let's get Jimmy on the low block. Like, I think the matchup between either Draymond, Podziemski on VanVleet offensively or Jimmy on VanVleet, they need to exploit that. Any of those 3 that find themselves with VanVleet guarding them, that's who you go after. They're going to dare you to shoot. You got to make them pay for it. It would be really nice to see a couple of midi, like floaters from Dre and Pods saying, hey, I'm going to take this mid-range shot at the elbow and in, and I'm not going to hesitate.
Talking about what I don't want to see, I don't want to see Jimmy Butler at the end of shot clock chucking up 3s. I saw that like 3 times last game.
Because guys were afraid to square up to the hoop.
And I don't want that to happen again.
Too much passing around and not attacking. Like, there's a difference to, like, I'm passing just to pass and I'm passing to actually penetrate into the lane. If they're going to go zone, you have to get into the lane to kick out. You have to get into the lane for back doors, or you have to skip past it to open shooters, and you have to be decisive. They were none of those things.
Here's Steve Kerr talking about Jimmy Butler and his physical status heading into Game 6.
He's good. Yeah, he's ready to go. He was in our walkthrough today and film session and moving around well, and I think he's feeling a lot better. Jimmy will be ready to go tomorrow.
Any concern right now with the fatigue factor heading into this game? Is that like the one big question still for you, is physically where this team is at? Because there is this old adage, right? It's the youth and inexperience of one team, and it's the age and it's the experience of another. And that's basically what this series has come down to for a lot of people. Old versus young, experience versus non-experience. You think any of that matters come tonight? Or is it just what we've seen in this series is most of these games have been pretty tight, albeit outside of last one. Is it going to be more like that for the majority of the series being just tight?
I don't know what to expect. These games are like their own entities.
Okay.
What I love to see, like Moses Moody take the positivity that happened in a blowout game and roll that into this one and hit a couple of big shots early. Hell yeah, I would. But would I be surprised if Steve barely played him? Nah, I wouldn't be surprised at that either. Right?
What is the trust factor right now there?
With Moody?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's almost shot to shot, possession to possession with Buddy and Moody. I think they're kind of interchangeable right now. And I think you're searching for one of the two of them to have a game.
And Steve Kerr, again, said yesterday on with Willard and Dibbs that all options are on the table for the starting five tonight.
All options are on the table for sure. And I think we will consider everything. There's always an offense-defense component to any of these decisions that you make. And as I said, lineup combinations, what's coming behind the play, behind the first rotation, who's playing together. So we're leaving our options open.
All right, options open. What are those options? Who should get the start tonight? Outside of Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, and Pods, I think those are going to be locked in for. Who else is going to be out there? Who's that fifth guy that you want out there, Dub Nation, tonight, 6 o'clock tip-off? It's going to be Pods, Steph, Butler, Green. I'm giving you a fifth option. Who do you want to be out there with all those guys? 888-957-9570. I think I'm sticking with Buddy Hield. I think that's what I'm going to do. It wasn't a good game from anyone. I feel like last time around, I think that's just a big stinker. And, I'm not looking at Buddy and crushing him for that performance. It wasn't great, but no one was great in that game. So I think I'm sticking with Buddy Hield. And I think he's been pretty solid defensively for most of this series. He's got some size. He's trying defensively for the most part. And if he's knocking down some early 3-point shots for me, that's gravy, man. And I feel tremendous amount of confidence if that's going to be early in the game and in that first quarter. What about you? You sticking with Buddy, Joe? I didn't like that.
I don't know. I don't know what he wants. Like, are we trying to get movement going? Like, Buddy's probably been better defensively than anyone gives him credit for.
Yeah.
He's really actually shown a lot of heart on a lot of loose balls and whatnot. But, yeah, I'd probably lean Buddy. But if it was Moses Moody, I wouldn't be surprised either. I think you get a little more of a guy who can attack around the rim with Moses. I mean, slightly more. It's not some crazy difference. Mm-hmm. But Buddy's shot is a little better right now from three. I lean Buddy.
You lean Buddy?
But I go back and forth.
Thank you, Steiny. Sitting on the fence on this one. Who do you want starting alongside the big three Pods? Do you want Buddy Hield? Do you want Moses Moody, who we talked about, who was starting for most of it? Did he find his shot in that second half? He's starting to feel a little bit more confident in that jumper, if you will. Do you go? I think you mentioned GP2 earlier. Do you try to go and attack defense? If we mentioned Fred VanVleet, do you stick GP2 on Fred VanVleet? Try to stop him, right? But
I like GP2 coming in at that 8-minute mark.
Okay.
Because I think that it's kind of been a tried and true, little jolt. He brings a little something. Usually he gets a little left-handed layup, or he's moving, or he'll get that wide open corner three.
I'm with you, though, about the trust factor heading into this game is going to be very interesting. You're going to see a very tight rotation, I think, from Steve Kerr. If it's not a blowout, like 8, maybe 7 kind of guys, and I'm sticking with those, and we'll see what happens. Like, I think Quentin Post is going to be a part of that. I think Kevon Looney's going to be a part of that. I think Gary Payton's going to be a part of that, and we'll see with Moody how many minutes he gets. So maybe I'll say 9. Like, they'll interchange those guys. But
if he played Gee for a couple of minutes,
maybe
because of foul trouble, I wouldn't be as surprised.
Sure, but I think those guys are going to be baked into. I know Jana Mountain View wants for Pat Spencer.
Well, if you're going to put Pat Spencer in, and this is tongue-in-cheek.
You have to smile immediately on your face.
Tongue-in-cheek.
I'd like to see some more Pat Spencer in my life.
Jana Mountain View I also need in my life.
I would, it's Hack Adams time. And instead of Looney wasting a couple of fouls, I check in Pat Spencer just for the standing ovation, and I let him tackle Steven Adams. Maybe headbutt him. It's a joke.
Well, I might not even do anything. Steven Adams is a large man.
Yes.
He might just bounce right off him. Talking about Aquaman, Jason Momoa, that is Steven Adams. No, but Pat Spencer's, he's an interesting guy for me because you brought him up, and you're like, are there some minutes maybe for Pat Spencer in the next game? I was like, Whose minutes is he taking?
No, it's I don't see it happening.
Okay.
You know,
No, but I'm like, I think you generally would like to see him though tonight.
Well, look. Do I think Pat Spencer's some end all be all? No. Do I think that he deserves 10 minutes a game? No. A couple of Pods' minutes? I'm not mad at that. And it's not about like not liking Pods. I like Pods, but like just a couple minutes. He just brings a little something to the table. I feel like he's tougher than we give him credit for, gets into the lane. He's a willing passer. He's a good rebounder. He finishes in the lane. Like as a third point guard, you could do a lot worse than him.
Yes, that's true. I don't know if that's a huge compliment.
He's better than Corey Joseph. He's better than Brad Wanamaker.
It's not saying much, but I hear you.
Nico Mannion. Like they've had a lot of
Nico
bad.
hasn't even been in the NBA.
I know, but they've had a lot of bad third point guards.
Oh, fair enough. And the age is a factor there. Guy's bounced around a lot. He knows what he's doing. What is Nico Mannion up to this year? He's on Olympia Milano. All right, he's in Milan.
In the
Italy.
same way that like I don't view Guy, like so other people disagree with me on Guy, but like I don't view Guy as the end all be all. But there is something to be said for when a guy like Guy or Pat Spencer comes into the game. They play with a little bit of like a little energy.
What if here's a name I'll throw out who didn't play last game? He's a DNP due to an illness. Jonathan Kuminga. Is he outside the circle of trust?
Well, it's not even that. It's just
Then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
My personal opinion is I want to talk about people that have a big impact on winning. Now, these ancillary guys,
as
like
we were just talking about Pat Spencer, but continue.
Yeah, but that was a joke, right? It started with me being like kind of joking.
Okay.
But like wasting time on Kuminga to me feels like we're doing a disservice to the audience because he hasn't played in a lot of games that have mattered for the Warriors down the stretch here. And when he did, it's looked spotty at best. So instead of obsessing about what he could do down the line or why he hasn't played or this, let's talk about the guys who have played. How do we reduce live ball turnovers? You know, how does Steph and Draymond, stop turning the ball over? How do we defend without fouling? How do we get Jimmy Butler on the right matchup to get him going and get him at the free throw line and get Dylan Brooks in foul trouble?
Of all the crazy scenarios that could take place tonight, would that be the craziest? Jonathan Kuminga getting significant minutes and hitting big time shots and buckets?
I would be here for it because I'm rooting for the young man.
Yeah, of course.
And I think it would be, that's Disney story stuff.
Right. He was,
but I don't believe that that's going to happen.
Steve Kerr talked about it yesterday.
But it's sports.
Steve Kerr talked yesterday. William Dibbs, he's feeling better, and he's not ruling him out potentially in the series still.
Yeah, he's feeling a lot better. I talked to him today, and so he should be ready to go tomorrow. And there's absolutely a chance for him to make an impact, tomorrow. I thought he did a good job. The game he started, I think it was game 3, when Jimmy was out. He did a really nice job guarding Jalen Green early. Clearly, we can use, his athleticism, his ability to get to the rim. Again, it's all lineup combinations, and what makes this tricky, as I've said many times to you guys and to others, it's all about the combinations, and we've got to find the right balance of shooting and playmaking around Jimmy, and that's what changed, the calculus for JK, and so those are the things we're continuing to weigh. But he's absolutely part of our thinking in terms of possible adjustments for tomorrow.
He's not ruling him out. He's talking about his athleticism and size, and maybe there's some moments as a defender. It's not as a scorer, but as a defender, hey, if Jalen Green's hot tonight, Shasky, do you think about it? Maybe polishing off JK.
And if Jimmy looks compromised, I think that's a different question.
Okay. By all accounts, he's not, according to Steve Kerr. But again, we'll see how the game plays out.
I know. But he wasn't moving great in game 4, the first half. And then in the second half, he looked better. I think there's a lot foul trouble is a big part of this. Who's got it going? If GP2 is passing up shots left and right and he's in the lane, he's a guy that could get phased out for Moody or maybe a minute of Kuminga or whatever. I find the entire Jonathan Kuminga exercise to be an exhausting one. Well, no, because
would you say that?
Because people are cemented.
Jonathan Kuminga.
People are cemented in their views. He hasn't played a lot. Look, total minutes in this series, Jonathan Kuminga. How many do you think?
Oh boy, 20.
Played 43 minutes.
43. Oh wow, so I was more than I thought. I was going to 29.
Okay. Guy Santos has played 37. So
wow.
If you were to ask me as many and as much as we all talk about Jonathan Kuminga, like Guy's playing about the same amount of minutes. Now, one wasn't available for one of the games that he probably would have had more minutes in, but we're doing a disservice to the audience on what's going to actually factor into this game. Draymond Green is going to factor in this game. Jimmy Butler is going to factor in this game. Steph Curry.
Real quick, I don't think it's a disservice to the audience just to bring it up as a potential piece in a game.
No, but I think obsessing about it the way that we have as a station.
Have we obsessed?
And as a fan base. No, as a fan base as well. I think every game is like, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? What's going to happen? No. And then like when he does, not everyone, Joe. I'm just saying like, and then when he plays a minute, it's like, oh my God, this is why he doesn't play. And every basket, see, he should have been playing forever. It's just, like, I don't know.
It's all right. It's going to be okay.
I find it to be an exhausting exercise.
I feel that you're exhausted talking about it. I just needed to bring it up because
I like him. I like him.
I did think that was a missed opportunity in hindsight. It sucked that he was feeling sick because in a blowout like that, it's like kind of what I want JK in there. Like now, a lot of people the cynic and a lot of people say, oh well, they wouldn't even made that comeback if JK was there. So I was like, okay. Well, I would still like to have seen Jonathan Kuminga out there just trying to ball out, just like trying to get his confidence back. For as much as we're saying Moody maybe got his confidence back, like that could have been there for JK last game. So that kind of sucked that he wasn't able to do that.
I hate to be so flippant on it, but let's just say he plays. I'm just going to throw a number out. Let's say he plays 9 minutes tonight, Jonathan Kuminga. Yes, it'll help. Like, every contribution helps, but the 32 minutes from Butler and Draymond Green, or the 40 minutes from Butler, if he plays that many, those are more important.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like, yes. So like when I even like in the first hour, we were talking about Draymond Green. I think he's had a bad series overall. Situationally, I think he's been really good. But I think for long stretches, his offense has been a big net zero. He's not, creating assists. He has been few and far between in terms of looking at the basket. I think he's compromised a variety of lineups offensively. And then defensively, he's trying really hard. This is a bad matchup for him, right? But having that sophisticated conversation on air, it doesn't seem like the audience wants to, because no matter what, people are cemented in their view of who Draymond is, and he's an all-timer. And so when you critique things and when you bring up how important he is to winning and losing, no one wants to have that conversation. We'd rather obsess about Kuminga playing or not playing, or if he's smart or if he's not, or if he can contribute or if he can't. And that, I'm like, guys, can we talk about the zone defense that the Rockets are playing? I know, Joe, this is just the way I view it when I see these things.
That's fine. We were talking about Lonnie Walker having that game against the Dubs a couple years ago. It would be something if we had a Jonathan Kuminga moment tonight. It's the Jonathan Kuminga game. It sounds absurd.
I'd be pulling for him, but I pull for Quinn Post, and I pull for Dre, and I pull for Jimmy. I pull for the Warriors.
Right? No, I say
it sounds like that. It's like factions of fans.
Well, I said it sounds absurd, but doesn't the fact that I still have to say Lonnie Walker game, which sounds absurd, but it happened? Crazy things happen in the playoffs. I'm just saying, if his number's called upon tonight, I hope JK rises to the moment.
Joe, I am rooting for him to fulfill the promise that we had when we took him.
Prophecy?
I'm kidding. We've seen flashes. Like, I'm rooting for him. Like, but also he's got to meet me in the middle and play better when he's out there and seize the moment. And like, there's a variety of things that are going on all at once. And that's why I find the whole exercise on Kuminga to be an exhausting one for me, because we've talked. I'm not mad at people for bringing it up, dude. It goes through my head during games when I'm like, "Hey, they're looking for a jolt. Could you play him?" But you know what? I also do that for TJD. Yeah. Like, hey, could you use TJD? I do that with Pat Spencer. You guys know,
Santos.
Yeah, I do that with all those guys. So I'm not mad at anyone. It's just I find the conversation, not ours, but other conversations that I see and I hear from people, to be the same one where it's like, I am cemented in he's not good. I am cemented in he's the savior. Well, I think it's somewhere in between. And it's just...
That's too nuanced of a take for Sports Talk Radio. I'm just going to let you know. We got Bonta Hill coming up in about 4 minutes in studio. Bonta Hill, Warriors pre- and post-game host for Warriors Live, NBC Sports Bay Area.
I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins.
I wouldn't. Kayla is in San Francisco. Wants to talk starting lineups. Kayla, good morning.
What's up, y'all? You guys asked 2 questions. 1, what do we need to do tonight to win? And 2,
who should we have in our starting lineup between Moody and Buddy? I think they're related. One, we just cannot turn the ball over, guys. And I think Buddy is too suspect out there. I think Moody does a better job defending the perimeter and sealing guys off and getting those defensive rebounds, protecting the ball. So I would put Moody in, and I would really watch our turnovers and really watch our outside perimeter rebounding. The second chance possessions we're giving up are just killing us. So that's my 2 cents. I hope we win tonight. Go Dubs.
Good call. Great call, Caleb. We actually, you can play the sounder for this one. I think this is big news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
I'll take this one here. This is according to Shams, big Shams bomb here. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich will no longer be the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. He is transitioning to the full-time team president. So at age 76 and 29 years as the head man of the San Antonio Spurs, Coach Popovich will no longer be on the sideline.
Wow. Again, we're talking all Warriors today, but that is one of, if not the greatest head coach in the history of the sport, Greg Popovich. Obviously, Steve Kerr leans on him a lot. Steve as a player and, as a coach, as his peer. Wow. And I'm glad. I'm actually glad he's still being a part of the organization. I thought we were going to lose him. He had a stroke. He's 76 years old, man. Like, I was concerned. He's one of the faces of our, we all like to make fun of the guy because of his surly nature and his short interviews. He's one of the greatest of all time.
He's a top 5 coach all time in almost everyone's book, no matter how old and how far back you go.
So yeah, that is definitely breaking news worthy. Greg Popovich no longer going to be the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs.
The thing that I think of with him, similar to, but to a lesser degree, Bochy and obviously Bill Belichick, it's not just the excellence, it's not just the longevity. It's the longevity with evolution. As the game transitioned, he was always at the forefront of pushing the game forward. Okay? He started with the 2 bigs. You know what I mean? Like when he was there, it was Duncan and Robinson. And then eventually, that team went to a team that was a little more perimeter based. And then they went to ball movement. And they won in so many different ways. If you were to say, what's the Spurs system? What year are we talking about?
Right. No, it's great. Evolution.
Yeah.
Right? His ability to adapt and evolve, right? Charles Darwin would love him.
There was a point in time where, if you said, oh, the Spurs, you would you're thinking Spurs Pistons in the 80s. Look at how you're rolling your eyes. But that original Spurs team with Sean Elliott that won it all, David Robinson, they were fun.
Yeah.
That was a fun team.
Big, strong.
Right? And then by the end, when they were playing the Miami Heat in the finals, it was a totally different look in terms of half-court offense.
You thought of Tony Parker, right?
Ginobili, high IQ.
Danny Green.
Making the extra pass.
3-and-D, passing. That's what I thought about that. Hey, let's just be honest. What we're seeing with the Golden State Warriors, that was the early blueprint of what we saw, that ball movement from those San Antonio Spurs teams. And we saw that Spurs team, the next iteration with Kawhi Leonard. Let's not forget, they were up big on the Warriors in that game 1. Yeah. Oh, my God. And then the Zaza play up, and then we don't have to get into all that.
And then just from
we got into it. Turn off the mic so we can hear. He does have his headphones on. Oh, this guy's got his own walk-up song now? Wow. Is this WWE? You can't, there's no snare on your headphones? You can't hear? Turn up your, there you go. He's back. Hey, give me one. Come on. You know what I want.
Oh, baby! Come on, Sausalito Shasky, let's go.
It's like that first bong rip, that first of the Swisher.
You heard it right there.
It feels better than sex, huh?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. That voice is Bonte Hill. He joins us in studio, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. You know him, you love him. 95.7 The Game host of Warriors pre and post game live on NBC Sports Bay Area. He'll be doing that coverage starting when tonight, Bonte, for you
5
guys?
o'clock. 5 o'clock. Get there early. Come on, man.
You gonna be out there?
Oh, come on now. Gatehouse, 5 o'clock.
I was thinking maybe you just let me do the hosting duties.
You want to do the hosting job? I'll go watch and put on a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? I go put on one of the yellow shirts.
Put on the t-shirts, right?
I go put on a t-shirt, man. Get that college atmosphere rolling. Hey,
are you guys going to be covering it?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Covering what?
Well, Mark is going to probably arrest Dylan Brooks before the game.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if you've been listening.
Yeah, I have been listening. Actually, you know what? I may not sit as a text said, God bless your soul, because Mark, listen, the Detroit Pistons, when I knew Magic Johnson had a bum hamstring in 1989, went at him relentlessly. I watched the Toronto Raptors in 2019 in game number 5 with Pascal Siakam pick up Kevin Durant full court to test out his calf. Hell, we just saw in the divisional round playoff game between the Packers and Niners where the Packers knew that Debo had a bum shoulder and went at that shoulder. You're not intentionally trying to hurt him, but if you got an opportunity to put a little oomph on it, then you do that. You do that. So they're not hacking at Stephen Curry's thumb, but if you get a little physical with him, bump him a little bit.
It's called gamesmanship.
It's gamesmanship.
Thank you.
Gamesmanship. What is Mark Willard? I swear to God, I wanted to text Mark Willard saying, have you ever watched sports before? If guys got a sore rib in baseball, right? Aren't you going to pound it with a 95 mile an hour fastball? They're going to throw inside, see if he can turn on that fastball.
If he's got a sore wrist, I'm throwing it on his hands.
It's not about whether or not they're better than me or, oh my God, I think I'm just not good. No, it's gamesmanship. This is what happens in sports. So enough with Thumbgate. Stephen Curry knows it. He's got that tape on. Amen Thompson's like, I'm going to see you dribble with your right hand. I'm going to force you to dribble with your right hand. That's what happens.
Can I thank Mark? He gave me great content.
Great producing.
My brain was tapped out on a Friday, and he gave me something because I was sitting in the car and I was like, this is phenomenal radio.
No, it wasn't phenomenal radio. It was actually bothering me a little bit.
That was his great Tobin moment.
Because I don't know if he was being truthful or not. You know what I'm saying? Are you just doing it for the... No, seriously, come on. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, Shasty. I'm feeling frisky on a Friday, all right? I'm doing it.
Thank you, Mark.
Real quick, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, and you're just joining our airways, Bonta Hill in studio for this entire hour, along with Spadoni and Shasky. Dylan Brooks, after Game 5 in the Rockets win, talked about swiping at Stephen Curry's injured ham/thumb.
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. You know, if I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time.
And he's right. And we were talking about that when John Morant in the play-in game.
I was going crazy because they didn't isolate him and try to cook him. He was compromised.
That's what teams do.
Yes.
That's what teams do.
When a guy fouls one up off his foot, you know what you do? You throw him a slider in to see if he can, right? Like
Reggie Miller was talking about that not too long ago. That he was Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller's like, dude, if I knew a guy was a little compromised, I'm going at him.
You know what I referenced, and you'll love this? What happens in tennis if a tennis player rolls their ankle, Bonta?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to the net. I see that Bonta injures his ankle. I'm going to make him come to the net and keep running back and forth. That's what the young guys did to Djokovic, and that's why he's been falling off a little bit, because age is a mother, and that's what happens.
The T-Wolves knew that, hey, Luka's not in shape. He's got a bad back. He's got ankles. Let's isolate him. Not only is he a matador on defense, but you know what? Let's go at this dude. Go at him. So you know what, man? It's all fair. Steph's not making the excuse at all. He's not. And you know what? Dylan Brooks, I hear a lot of people, Mark Willard was like going at him.
I think he's been one of their best
was on the Golden State Warriors, we would love him. He's shooting 40% from three. He's averaging 14 a game. And you know what? I heard you talking earlier about the quarter goal, Doc. So I'm not trying to flex or anything, but Mully and I are sitting courtside before Game 3. And Dylan comes over and he goes, "What's up, legend? How you doing?" Like respecting Chris Mullins, like, "What's up, legend?" And so Mully starts talking to him. He looks over and says, "Hey, Dylan, cover one of your games at Oregon." They played Rhode Island. They were down like 17 when Denny Hurley was a coach of Rhode Island. It was Jordan Bell, Tyler Dorsey, Dylan Brooks. I was like, "You guys are talking a gang of stuff up there." He goes, "That's kind of what we do." And he just kind of laughed it off. It was just kind of ho-hum, whatever. And look, he has to play that way. That's how he made some guys make their career by playing like that. And you know what? He got an $80 million contract from the Houston Rockets by playing that way. He's shooting the ball better. He had a rolling the other day. Actually grabbed Amen Thompson after and was like, "Yo, we got work to do. We're down 3-1. Stop talking."
Him and Fred VanVleet,
look, if he was on the Golden State Warriors, we would love Dylan Brooks. We would.
Absolutely. He's been their second best player. Consistency-wise, I know Fred VanVleet.
I think he has an argument to be their most consistent player on both ends.
That's not a bad call.
Throughout the games, because Şengün has had a couple of dud halves.
Yeah, no, that's a good call.
Dude, his turnaround game, he's hit a lot of big turnaround shots when this team's needed it.
Like late shot clock ones, too, and they've definitely needed
Dylan's been really good. But the guy for me, and you put the tweet out, and then I just looked at some of the stats, Fred VanVleet, having the same amount, essentially, of threes as Steph Curry and shooting almost an identical clip, that cannot sustain if they want to win. They need to have the advantage from the 3-ball spot. And then you look at turnovers, And Draymond Green, fouls and turnovers, the same amount of points, 32 of them in this series. That's not enough. And when you look at his assist total, only 11, like Dre's assist to turnover ratio is extremely important. It tells me if the shot's falling or not, because if his shot's falling, the passing lanes open up and he'll be a 2 or 3 to 1 assist to turnover guy. When he's not taking shots, the passing lanes get clogged. They sag off him. He's not as effective offensively, and it makes things more difficult for the Warriors. I think he's the key guy tonight. I think he is the one.
Well, he's got to set the tone offensively. Shooting just 31% from the floor, 20 from three. I think we got some breaking news, though, here. Some massive news in the NBA world. Greg Popovich will no longer be head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, transitioning full-time to team president, man.
What if you locked in, Bonte, right before you came in? We were talking about it.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, I'm locked in.
And then we played Be Ready right here on there.
All right,
no,
perfect.
you were out there.
I'm in my bag right now. But Draymond Green, we saw this a couple years ago with Jalen Brunson. Defending Draymond Green, taking away his playmaking ability, pressing him 94 feet. The Rockets have done a good job of Fred VanVleet getting into his head offensively and making sure that, hey, we know with Draymond Green, we're going to make him either shoot it or pass it. So he's not having a good series offensively for sure. He's had his moments defensively, but offensively he's got to be a lot better.
Absolutely. Real quick, you did mention it, and I do want to get your thoughts, and we'll get back to the series, obviously, but Greg Popovich stepping down, obviously a huge mentor when it comes to Steve Kerr, the current head coach of the Golden State Warriors, as a player and also as a coach, being one of his peers, like one of, if not the greatest in the history of the sport. He's in that conversation. He's stepping down. I'm happy to hear that he's staying with the team. He's 76 years old. He's getting up there. But a stroke, again, I'm not saying this to be funny because it's the rhyme. That's what it is. Stroke's no joke, man. Like that, being that age and for him to still be a part of the team, that's really good stuff. But it sucks under these circumstances that, he has to step away, but for his health, for everything that he's gone through, I know he lost his wife.
Right.
Just celebrating a legacy and a tremendous legacy of Greg Popovich.
That's a hell of a job opening too.
Yeah.
Shout out to Pop. He's done a lot for this league.
Castle.
Whatever, Stephon
they got
Castle,
a lot of trade pieces.
Trade pieces. For a while, I was like, man, what would Steve Kerr do if he didn't sign an extension? Who's going to want... That's a hell of a job to have. Them dudes are lining up for that. Danny Hurley's going to go down there and get that job?
Well, I was thinking Mr. Dynasty.
Oh, Michael Malone. Was he a Pop to cite that?
He was not a Pop.
Okay,
who was, though? Taylor Jenkins.
Oh, my God.
Well, he's the president now. We'll be involved in those talks.
Mike Malone, dude.
So I was saying that,
who's their current coach? Who's that guy? He's young.
David Adelman, the coach of Rick Adelman.
Yeah, Rick's son.
No. The current coach of the Spurs. The young guy.
Some interim.
Yeah, okay, so thank you. No one even knows.
There's so many of them, I can't even. No, but I was thinking about Popovich, and I told him, similar to Bochy, the way he coached for so long, there's this excellence, there's a longevity, similar to Belichick. But for me, all three of those guys similarly, and I would say more Pop and more Belichick, evolution over the years. So the way they won that first title with the two bigs and that was a very unique style of play. And then they evolved to having a little better perimeter player to by the end when they were winning, it was unbelievable ball movement. It looked visually nothing like it did from that first championship team when they're going up against the Heat, for example. And Belichick has that same thing. You look at the early title teams, they look stylistically extremely different from the final title team with Tom Brady. And so I think Popovich is one of the greatest coaches, not just in basketball, but in sports.
No, it's a great point because they did evolve offensively. By the time 2014 came around, I was like, damn, look at all the threes they're making and all the ball movement. And you know what? The Warriors' first championship team in 2014-15, I kind of thought about that Spurs team. The way they moved the ball looked very similar to that Spurs team that dusted off Miami in 5 games. And to your point about Belichick, defense, run the ball. By the time they're winning championships with Brady and the last few championships, all of a sudden they're going 4 wide. They're checking it down to running backs, and they're throwing the ball around the yard. So Pop evolved with the times. Hell of a coach. And longtime assistant with the Golden State Warriors under Don Nelson. Is where he kind of learned some of his philosophies from. So shout out to Pop, man, because strokes are no joke. We saw that with our friend Damon Bruce, El Stroke Loco. It's a scary, scary situation.
And when you are San Antonio is a big city, but it's the only sports team in town. Of the major ones. It's the
Remember when they were trying to get the Raiders? You guys remember that?
They were.
I went down there. The New Orleans had Katrina. They were playing at the Alamo Dome, the New Orleans Saints, for about a year. My buddy Sancho and all them. Yeah. But
he was on that team. You're laughing. He was on that team.
I don't know where he is right now. He might be in prison.
Popovich being that guy for that team in that region, there's a Vince Lombardi-like quality for him. You know what I mean? The way that the Packer fans view Vince Lombardi over the years, like he is that dude. So, yeah.
He is that dude.
He is third career, he ranks third, I should say, in career playoff wins, and he is one of 5 coaches to win at least 5 titles.
So, Red.
Yep.
Phil.
Yep.
I just I've had a lot of time on my hands.
Pop.
I just watched that Celtic dynasty.
That's
Celtic
incredible.
City.
Winning ways.
Don't ruin it because I'm not all the way down.
Yeah, I all the sucker with the Yankee stuff and the history and everything. Red Auerbach is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's
cigars.
I wish I was around for Larry
turning
Bird.
off the AC.
Yes, the gamesmanship against the Lakers and the cigar, and
they would pull the springs out from underneath certain floors. That's in a different.
But
dock.
he also helped break the color barrier in the NBA.
Yes. Yep.
First African American drafted by the Boston Celtics. The first all-black starting 5, the Boston Celtics. Sam Jones and Casey Jones and Bill Russell. I mean, they were the documentaries. And then the race wars in Boston. The differences, in different communities and Celtic cities. I wouldn't know you like that.
Well, I went on a Boston kick, even though I can't stand them, because I did the Red Sox doc on the clubhouse. And like Duran and all. It was a very fascinating. Cora, the coach, is unbelievable. Big fan of him. But okay, there are 5 guys.
You have Phil, Red. And then Pop, obviously. That's 3.
Popovich.
2 more.
I'm going to say Pat Riley.
Correct.
Yeah, throw Riley in
and then there's one more.
Minneapolis Lakers coach.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll get this. John Kundla.
I wouldn't have got that.
There you go. So he's an older guy.
Kerr with 4.
He can get to 5. And Eric Spoelstra with 3. 3. No, 2.
2.
And he's
one
now
is an assistant.
Riley got that first one because he took over for Stan Van Gundy.
Riley, wow.
I know.
Remember, he came down.
Yeah, he did come down.
That was pretty sick.
They fired Stan Van Gundy.
You think Pop might do that next year if they're in the playoffs?
So Trent Baalke should have done the Jaguars at
the end. Real quick, just talking about all of that. Oh, did I lose my train of thought? I think I pulled the guru. I might have lost my train of thought.
Game 6. Come on.
Game
Hey,
6.
you know what? Chase Center. I'm going to shout out Chase Center because, there's everybody, when the Warriors start losing, it's the lazy thing to do. It's just like we do with the Niners. They start living, the stadium sucks. We can't get in and out. You know what I'm talking about, Shasky. Chase Center.
There is some truth.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Levi, shout out to Levi. He's got the hostess during the draft day show. I love Levi Stadium. Super Bowl 60, the hostess.
If you leave now, you'll get there for week 1.
First time I got on these airwaves real quick is because you guys were trying to get to the parking lot of Hilton Santa Clara. Nahigian lets me know because I'm running the game. We need someone on air. Get on air. This is a big win over the Vikings. Get on there. So it was me, Ryan Mauser, and Bobby Spang, former producers.
That was when I ran my first marathon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys eventually got
it didn't. The seats. No, we were sitting there for 20 minutes with people looking at us, and we weren't on air. And then all of a sudden, Shasky's like, Jimmy Garoppolo can't see it. He's not the long-term match. And I'm like, dude, live in the moment. Going to the NFC Championship game. You thought he was going to throw for 4 touchdowns against that Vikings defense? What an epic day that was. Anyway, Game 6. And Chase Center showed up and showed out for Game 3 and 4. They showed up and showed out in 2022. And I'm not just, trying to run PR for the Golden State Warriors. I'm there in a tunnel. I can feel the crowd. And I know what Oracle felt like the last couple years. Oracle Arena became a corporate crowd the last couple years. Ask Steiny. Fans were leaving early. They weren't as engaged because they knew, okay, we're going to the NBA Finals. Chase Center has been rocking and rolling. And I expect that tonight because it's a Game 7 tonight, folks. You do not want to go back to Houston, Texas. Not saying that the Warriors are going to lose a Game 7, because I just found this out. Home teams are 4-8 since 2021 when hosting Game 7s. So the road teams has had success. But you got to put the Rockets away tonight. Yeah. All hands on deck. Show up and show out. Chase Center, I think, is going to be rocking.
Can you, the comparison, and we you, Bonte, Shasky, myself, how many times did we bring up the energy or lack thereof of that Magic Warriors game when Orlando came into town? It was on a Monday. Yeah, it was Brick City.
That's when I was like, they need to make a move. I thought he conceded. It's like, you know what? Maybe they do need to make a move.
It was bad. It was bad.
Have you ever seen Ghostbusters?
Yeah, way back when.
Yeah, because you have that Ghostbuster outfit. See, I would now imagine you
I said that first.
Yeah,
but
I would imagine you in the tunnel like Egon with the PKE meter trying to figure out the vibe at Chase Center. The vibe is now as good as it was at Oracle pre-Kevin Durant.
Everybody saw he's coming up because I have my clipboard with the little note cards, and I'm in the tunnel like this. I'm looking like a coach or a scout.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
I like how you use the nerdy white guy, not the one black Ghostbuster, Winston Zeddemore.
Well, Winston's way cooler than Bonte.
Oh, wow.
Well, he thinks I'm white because I like the Indianapolis all-white jerseys. The only white guy in the world.
By the way,
the horseshoe. I got Tyler Ward, too, man.
So now that Greg Popovich is stepping
and my
down.
guy, Riley Leonard.
So now that Greg Popovich is stepping down, so Eric Spoelstra, longest tenured head coach, 17 seasons. And then it's Steve Kerr, second with, 11 total seasons, I want to say? 11 seasons.
Yeah, he's been here for a while.
Tom Thibodeau, third with the Knicks for 5 seasons. That's actually crazy.
It's a player league.
Well, Michael Malone was in there.
I don't know what else to say.
We got 2 coaches. Michael Malone got fined 3 games before the playoffs, dude. This is the craziest thing ever.
League.
Taylor Jenkins.
I know it's not a GM league.
No, it's not. It's definitely a players league. They run the show like LeBron James. Can we, you know what? Spadoni, you may want to leave the room for a second.
Why?
The whole LA Laker thing.
I wanted them so bad.
You know what? They did started to look vulnerable. I was like, damn, maybe we play the Lakers in the first round. But anyway, Luka, Nico Harrison somewhere smiling. We know that. LeBron James makes a say, I don't want to say anything. Yeah, not outside. He's still in the crib. He's definitely not outside. Yeah, I don't even know if he's in his country anymore. Even Charles Barkley was like, Nico, dude, you're a good friend of mine. You just got to stop talking, bro. You got to stop talking. But no, seriously, LeBron James pulling the shenanigans. I don't want to comment on anything because Anthony Davis did it. He was gone the next week. LeBron, you had your fingerprints all over the deal.
Hey, come on.
And stop.
LeBron was the trigger man.
Yeah, he was. There's no doubt about it.
So full
no
of
doubt.
it.
The Lakers
Judge
should blow him out. Get him and Bronny out of there. Get your organization back.
I'm inexperienced.
And then JJ Redick.
Oh,
look. The question wasn't the best question in the world. Of course, he's talking to his assistant.
You want to listen to it again?
Scott Brooks. Not really, because he's a smart I just like the fact that at the end he goes, thanks, coach. JJ Redick, Reggie Miller goes on a broadcast. We had to calm him down in the pre-show meeting. Well, in the pre-game meeting. Well, first of all, Reggie, it's not your job to calm down JJ Redick.
That's Richard Jefferson's job.
We. Oh, what embarrassing broadcast. That was embarrassing. But then the Lakers shambles, losing in 5. JJ thinking he's the smartest guy ever. And seeing Bob Cousy on the Celtic City doc with JJ Redick's like, oh, he was playing against plumbers. He was a plumber. Bob Cousy would have cooked JJ Redick's ass. So the Lakers, Spadoni, you may want to leave the room, but I feel good, man.
That's a weird assumption.
Great
you couldn't enjoy it as much yesterday. We were talking about it. But it was like the fact that they came off a blowout loss. You couldn't drink the Lakers' tears as much yesterday.
But if we win tonight, I will.
There you go. If you will. And somewhere Jerry West is smiling as well because he hated JJ Redick. And, his relationship with the Lakers was fractured towards the end there. And he said, JJ, what have you ever done in the playoffs? And still, as a player and a coach, hasn't done anything.
Hasn't done nothing.
Hasn't done nothing. So there you go. The Lakers are eliminated. Minnesota awaits the winner of this series between the Rockets and Warriors. Who's it going to be? They get the job done tonight, Joe?
I think so.
You're pretty confident.
I'm way more confident today than I was yesterday. So, you know me. I live and die by the sword. And so, yesterday,
24 hours.
Things happen.
Hey, you know what, though? This series is closer than what people think. Rockets have actually shot the 3 better. Their field goal percentage has been better in this series. They've made more free throws to Houston Rockets than the Warriors have attempted. Now, the Rockets are 92 of 133 from the free throw line. Jeez. And you think about game 4, losing by 3. They missed 12 free throws. They missed 9 free throws in game 1. They missed 10 free throws in game 3. This series is close. And the Rockets, they've actually scored more total points than the Warriors in this series. They should be kicking themselves for not being up 3-2, but that's where the experience comes into play. Jimmy Butler's mind over matter. Steph Curry's mind over matter. Steph is due to explode after going back-to-back games under 20 points.
I agree with that. And you got to wonder how much, and he's never going to say it, and Anthony Slater and him had a little back and forth, and, the thumb, everyone saw the picture, I'm sure you saw it, getting off the plane, looked like a bowling ball that was on top of it, it was just swollen as all can be, and he's still saying, he's like, yeah, it's cold right now, I have a wrap on it, like, I'm not going to use it as an excuse, what do you want from me? It's like, same with Jimmy Butler, like, everyone's hurt, like, what do you want me, like, what do you want from me? Sure, it hurts, but that's not going to help anyone.
Well, I saw that Sinners, when we all watched the Sinners movie at Grand Lake Theater, Steph walked by, he goes, what's up, man? I was like, let me watch that right thumb, And it was like,
that was the most ridiculous humble brag.
No, it wasn't. I'm just telling you. This is why I'm coming in here.
When I went to the premiere of Sinners.
Go watch Sinners. It's a great movie.
I ran into Steph.
No, they were there. They were there. I'm just telling you.
some
Bully and
scenes in
Fezzi
that
and
is
I
pretty
watched it
wild.
together. Steph walked up and I was like, I don't want to shake that right. I want to keep that thing. Dude,
most
it's all
people,
good.
when they approach the king, they don't shake his hand.
Well, you know.
either.
They kiss the ring.
Well, I'm not going to tell Steph to kiss
We
the ring.
were
but,
wondering, Sam was wondering if you're going to have a helicopter fly you in today. And the H is not for
H
helicopter.
is not for helicopter. It's for Hill.
It's for Hill.
Oh my
Sam,
God.
you want to get in there?
Wait,
I mean, you guys basically said it right there, you know?
Wait,
There you go.
Now was going to get a helicopter in the studio?
His
Or
efficiency's been through the roof.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
you guys are giving him
He's
the
been Fred
Effective field goal
VanVleet.
shooting is through the
Yeah,
roof.
he's been-
95%.
Well, he's got his confidence back, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I see the jersey he's got on, man. He's got no breather room in there, man. But you know what? I take Sam Lubman, though. Maybe.
I kind of grew into a little bit on the chest and shoulder area.
I think Sam Lubman is totally one of those guys who goes to the game with no T-shirt underneath the jersey, right? You know, you see those grown men walking around, guns out,
That's
no
the
shirt,
guru.
the guru.
He does do that.
Came with jeans,
Hey.
flip-flops, and a jersey with no undershirt.
When?
In the studio a few times.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, there's no one time. It's happened multiple times.
100 times.
Last studio I'll accept because it was 100 degrees and humid, so he was allowed to do that. This
Oh my God!
Yeah, I know.
You know what though? I don't need a helicopter to go to Chase Center. I'm 15 minutes away from Chase.
Oh,
not a bad drive.
But get there early though, right?
Minutes by
Get
Get
there
there early because you want to show up. It's 6 o'clock
By
start.
police escort in 7 minutes.
Highway patrol.
Do you get escorted when
No,
you're there?
I do not get escorted.
No,
I do not. What,
the
Mike?
big boys?
He has his own presidential limo that takes him to Chase.
Security will ask me. They'd be like, "Hey, you need us to walk you to the stadium?" And I'd be like, "I didn't even hear Love It." They'd be like, "Do you need to walk to the
Yes,
stadium?" I was
he
like, "No, I'm good, man. It's all good. You don't need to do that. Let's not
You
do
get the
that."
security. We're good.
What's Steph's main bodyguard guy?
Oh, Yusuf. Shout out Yusuf. Shout out
Yusuf leaving the Steph detail just to cover Bonte.
Dude, so true story,
All the
right?
president's
True
men.
story. So I'm walking. It's game
All the
4,
King's
right?
horses. All the King's men.
On game 4, I'm walking to Chase, right? And then all these fans like want to take pictures
don't
and
walk,
everything,
you
right?
waltz.
I do waltz a little. I got the Roz with the eye strut. Listen,
He was sitting courtside.
I know. Oh, I saw him, and then I did a hit with him the next day.
Why?
Yeah, I know. He's sitting courtside with the sun. Oh, I know. No, Ross Mathias, my guy.
God.
It's unreal.
It's unreal,
This
right?
is unbelievable. I mean, he doesn't even know what he's doing.
I do know what I'm doing. Listen, I'm walking in Chase, right? And then I finally get to the door. And then I look back, and I was like, "All right, you good, Mr. Hill?" I was like, "What?" They was like, "Oh yeah, we were just making sure you were all right." I was like, "Wow, you guys got escorts with me?" I'm not Bully or Fezzi or Zena Cater for crying out loud. Anyway,
The great Zena Keda. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the end of the times. We got Bonte Hill in studio.
I'm kind of sweating over here.
No,
So
I'm feeling great.
I'm thinking next segment, Shadur or Kaminga? Your choice.
Oh my God, no. I'm not.
We'll get into that.
No Kaminga
we don't
talk.
have to get into one of them.
No Kaminga talk. He's out with a migraine. Just leave him alone.
What was that? What was that? Jordan who?
Not talking about this.
Oh, Bill Belichick's girlfriend. We're not talking about this. There you go. This Mother's Day, treat mom to something special. Brunch with a view at
met
the
at church.
Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the end of the tides. Enjoy coastal cuisine,
Exactly what
fresh
they
local
said.
flavors, and stunning bodega bay views. Reserve now. Mom deserves the best. Call now or visit inatthetides.com. Bonte Hill in studio. Come on back the other side. Warriors, Game 6 against the Houston Rockets tonight. We're talking about it all right here on 95.7 The Game.
I'd like to see
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Bonte Hill in studio. For the next segment, he's here every single Friday in studio. And we're talking Warriors Game 6 tonight against the Houston Rockets, I should say. Coverage of that starts at 5 o'clock with Warriors Live. And tip-off is at 6. But also, you can check out Bonte Hill on Warriors pre- and post-game coverage for NBC Sports Bay Area. Also, starting at 5. He's going to be there. So if you're going to the game, go stop by and say hi to Bonte at the Gatehouse.
Yeah, throw out the deuces. There you go. And listen, it could be the last call for Fitz and Buki for the season. Could be their last call of the season. Because they won't get to second. We don't get to second and third in NBA Finals if they get that far. So, you know what?
You've been... Stop it. Obviously, you've been locked in on them, and rightfully so. You work for NBC. Why would you be watching anything else? But there's been some ESPN games in the series. There's been some TNT games in the series. We had Jay Billis on earlier. I just want to shout him out real quick. What a breath of fresh air when it comes to just basketball X's and O's and talking about the game.
Too college for you?
He is. I get the Herbstreit vibes.
I thought it was a little different.
But Billis knows his stuff.
Yes. Here's why I disagree. Because in the NFL, there are so many great people who do great work that I think it does get drowned out and he becomes college.
You're thinking just in terms of there's not a lot of great analysts. Yeah, no. In that aspect, yes, you're right. Because Stan Van Gundy's great. Reggie's sometimes he's cheering, sometimes he's not.
I don't know what to get.
I don't know.
Candace is trying.
Yeah, and Richard Jefferson and Doris
Richard Jefferson's not good.
Look, man, can we just all admit,
objective?
Mike Breen, Jeff Van Gundy, and Mark Jackson were the crew.
Well, they were underrated.
And social media,
I agree,
basically bitched and moaned for so long about that crew. And now we have Richard Jefferson talking about we. LeBron can do no wrong.
All the way
He's
home.
taking shots at the Warriors on the mic. I mean, it's just like, all right, dude. And Doris Burke, love Doris, but I don't get finals crew from Doris.
No.
Like, I don't get finals material from Doris. I get like C team or B team from Doris Burke. God bless her soul.
Yeah.
But I don't get A team from that crew. I need, like, when you're the A team in the NBA, I need intensity. I need emotion. That's Kevin Harlan's been in this bag.
Kevin Harlan's A-team.
Iron Eagle with Grant Hill. That's a good crew.
Yes.
Good crew. So in that sense, yes, Jay Billis is a fresh air, but I still get college vibes from him because he's going to be a bit monotone at
Well, and
times.
he's also a college guy. He does have the wry humor, which I appreciate sometimes. Maybe that's just the old white guy in me at 31
I also
years
think
old.
he's trying not to do too much because he's a college guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to alienate the NBA audience.
No, it's a good point. Speaking of not wanting to alienate the audience and gather more audience, you should be listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Bonte subscribes there. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky, and occasionally Steven Risotto, have the best Giants talk in the world. Catch the latest episode where Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky react to the Giants getting swept in a 2-game set in San Diego. And what is the Giants?
They lost last night, too.
Farhan's cooked.
No.
Dude, they lost last night, too.
Yeah, they lost 3 in a row. I don't know what this last sentence is, Sam, but I'm just going to leave it at that because it's all
If the
mumbled
Warriors
down.
would have won game 5, I would have been working tonight.
Oh, no.
Giants, Rockies. And I was thinking to myself, okay, Giants pre and post. Can I name 3 Rockies right now?
You don't know Ryan McMahon?
I mean, Ryan McMahon.
Yeah, he's been around.
I think Charlie Blackley retired, right?
Yes.
Tovar,
the shortstop, right?
Yeah.
Chris Bryant's hurt again? Or
always. He's always
hurt.
Oh, he's still a Rocky.
I don't even know if he's played a full season.
No, he
combined
has.
Is Troy
of all the
Tulowitzki
years.
still there?
Who?
Troy Tulowitzki?
No,
He's still? I'm kidding, people.
Trevor
God.
Story?
He's Boston.
I know.
Cargo still out
my
there?
point is, the Rockies are one of the worst franchises in all of sports
my
now.
God.
Yes.
They've got
All of
nobody. They got nothing to hang their hat on. And I was kind of trying. I was like, boy, Giants, Rockies.
Maybe I
Friday
call my
night.
boy Shasky.
What hits more? Rockies baseball in Denver, Colorado, or New Orleans Pelicans basketball in
Well, at
New
least they have
Orleans?
Zion.
Well, hey, Rockies baseball may hit more than the Pelicans. Nobody cares about the Pelicans
He
down there.
played 30 games this year?
Yeah, nobody cares. I've been to New Orleans multiple times. They're like, yeah, we don't care about the Pelicans, really.
No. They care more about Louisiana Monroe or whatever.
And the Smoothie King Center is right next to the Superdome, and it looks so small. I would rather be the White Sox.
the White Sox.
You'd rather be the White Sox than the Pelicans.
How about those Bulls jerseys that they're
I
pulling
don't know
off?
what they're just trying to steal money.
Yeah.
They're not good. They're stealing money,
Aren't we
dude.
all? The Niners said that they're coming out with new jerseys.
I know. The city connects. In
The
the
Niners?
NFL.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be good. People are going to reject it.
Why?
The out-of-towners that are all content creating all across the globe are going to love them.
Bring
And
back
I'm
the
telling you right
Bring
now,
back
they're
the
not gonna
black.
be good.
You guys already hate them, don't even know what they look like.
They're the Yankees. You don't need City Connects when you have glorious uniforms.
Wait, you said Yankees? I thought you said Niners. I was, okay.
The
Yankees.
Niners have uniforms like the Yankees, and they've been around for so long. You don't need to have a variety of throwback jerseys.
I agree.
I mean, to me, a variety of new jerseys. You have enough throwbacks.
Same in the NFL. I think like the Steelers, the Raiders, certain franchises don't need it. I say with the Niners too. I don't think they really
Browns.
need. Yeah.
Well, the Packers have been wearing all white uniforms with white helmets.
Those are okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You got to try something new every now and then.
Should the Warriors try something new tonight in the starting lineup?
Yeah, I think Steve Kerr will mix it up. I think he may go back to Moody. If there's anything to take away from game number 5, it's Moses Moody had 25 and got his shot back. He's been struggling with his shot. I think you could go back to Moody or have the quick hook on Buddy Hield. But again, they're coming back home. I expect the role players to play a lot better. I expect the Warriors to close this series out. Now, the Rockets have a ton of confidence. Fred VanVleet is 12 of 18 from 3 in his last 2 games. And he's seeing the basket is big right now for Fred VanVleet. Keep hold down Jalen Green. Jalen Green has been a non-factor, but also Alperon Sengun. Not Alperon Sengun. Amen Thompson. You see what he did the other night? He joined Hakeem Olajuwon, Elvin Hayes, Charles Barkley, Rick Barry as the only players in NBA history to have like 25, 5, and 5 steals or something like that. Just incredible. Like this kid, the Thompson twins, I know Oscar got cooked on the final possession yesterday.
Yeah. Brunson's good.
But he shouldn't have been yanked from the game in the first place for Dennis Schroeder when they had a 7-point lead late in the game. The Warriors just got to come out and be faster. They've lost 4 to 5 first quarters in this series. Come out faster and play with the lead. Try to play downhill, not uphill, because that's what's been the slow starts in the first quarter has been really mind-boggling for the Dubs here. And you got to free up Stephen Curry. So how do you do that? I think Jimmy Butler's going to handle the ball more. Steve Kerr, I think, mentioned that with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. And so come out faster, and then you get into the rotations or whatnot. But please don't ask me about Jonathan Goodman. Go.
No, I'm not going to. He was a DNP last game. Steve Kerr said he talked with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He said, yeah, there's a possibility. He said he did like his defense on Jalen Green at times when they saw that look. So if Jalen Green's cooking, maybe that's an option, but I doubt we really see him tonight at all. But talking about Jimmy Butler handling the ball, like this is the stat for me. If it's all coming down to turnovers, put the ball in the hands of the guy that doesn't turn it over. 1 turnover the entire series for Jimmy Butler. He does not turn the ball over. He makes the smart choices each and every time. I love Stephen Curry. He's a top 10 player. He's one of the greatest of all time. His Achilles heel is what? It's just turning the ball over. It has been his entire career. He's done that. I don't think the thumb injury is helping, but I'm not going to put solely on that. It's also just Steph needing to clean it up a little bit more. And Amen Thompson, he's frisky. He's feisty. And he's going to be getting all over him. So don't turn the ball over early in this game and give them any confidence, especially those young guys.
And the Warriors have to play faster in the half court. There's too many times in this series to where they're not getting shots off until there's 4, 3, 2 seconds left on the shot clock. You would have in game, I think it was game 4, maybe in game 3. Game 3 without Jimmy Butler. They were getting shots up with 11 seconds left on the shot clock, 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Don't allow that Houston Rockets defense to set even after made baskets. Get early shots. Get crisp shots so you can't pass down open shots if you're Draymond Green or GP2 or Moses Moody or Brandon Pajewski. Get quicker shots within the shot clock because all of a sudden it's 5, 4, and this young athletic team, they recover very well to Houston Rockets and they get out and contest. So you want to get shots up quicker within the half court. Shasky, you here?
I'm just listening.
Look at he's active listening.
I'm just listening.
You look like you're yawning, man.
Well, I don't want to step on anybody.
No, that was very respectful. Thank you, Joe. Do you want to weigh in on the fast start?
I'm like Jimmy Butler when he first got here. I just want to you're cooking and
you're being too unselfish now. Unselfish Shasky.
It's kind of like waiting for my turn.
Jimmy Butler.
Well, there is an aspect of this, Buddy Hield, Pajemski. Fact of the matter is, in a game like this, I just need my big boys to step up. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Can I get the Jimmy Butler playoff Jimmy? Can I get Steph doing the night tonight? And can I get Draymond Green to even? It'd be great. Can you get 10 points scoring?
It's not just Draymond. It's also Pajemski because those two guys.
That's fine, but I need those guys to they need to do their part.
It's prerequisite. You need Jimmy and Steph. That's a prerequisite. I'm talking about the ancillary pieces. This entire offense. You had Pajemski just slightly hesitant last game. You had Draymond not looking to shoot at all, so they're sagging off him. GP2 passing up shots in the lane. They have to, the other guys that are out there have got to be willing shooters. I mean, they were so constipated. You settled for, I believe, 2 different Kevon Looney late shot clock mid-range jumpers. No one wants that. Kevon doesn't want that. The team doesn't want that. But when you're passing up the midi floater, and when you're not squaring up to the hoop and you're just passing on the perimeter, you're going to get forced into 5 seconds. Let's go. Someone make a play. Take someone off the dribble. And so, yeah, they got to attack the hoop here and take the midi when it's available.
And the Rockets, give them credit, man. They've controlled the pace of the series. You look at the assist numbers for the Golden State Warriors. They're averaging 24 assists per game. They're usually around 30, one of the best teams in the NBA. It's way down, and that goes with Draymond Green's playmaking. How do you get Fred VanVleet off of Draymond Green and get him active within the offense with his playmaking ability? I think Steve Kerr alluded to this, saying that Fred VanVleet has made it hard. He's made it hard for Draymond Green to get involved offensively. So that's another element nobody likes to talk about. But when he's playing well offensively, it takes the Warriors to another level.
Why is he Fred VanVleet is 6 feet tall? They should be going at this guy defensively. I know he's big, but you're 6 feet. Draymond's 6'5", 6'6".
They're packing the paint alongside of him, so it's usually not him isolated. He's laying off. Şengün laying off whoever he's guarding, whether it's Moody or Buddy. I think their team defensive principles have been pretty clear. Steph Curry on the perimeter beyond the three-point line, we are blitzing him. We're not letting him operate in the middle of the key. And then other than that, we're going to be super physical and one-on-one with Amen. And everybody that gets a staggered screen or whatever, they're going to jump into the passing lane to deny Steph the ball. They've done a great job denying Steph.
And they're taking away that split action that the Warriors love to run with Draymond Green and the dribble handoffs, DHOs, where they know Draymond loves to dribble the handoff to Stephen Curry. So you get a smaller guard on him who's quicker and strong like Fred VanVleet. You press Draymond a little bit. It's actually a great strategy instead of other teams where they lay off of Draymond at the three-point line and allow him to survey the floor. That's what really gets Draymond rolling here. So you got to get Draymond rolling offensively within the half court and get his assist numbers up. Again, just 2 assists per game in this series. And he's shooting 21% from the three-point line, so he's struggling from the perimeter.
He's got the same amount of points as he has fouls and turnovers in this series. And that he can't be in foul trouble. He can't turn it over. And he needs to just score a little more. We're not asking about a lot, just a little. It's a couple of buckets, and I think the passing lanes open up.
Bonte Hill in studio with us, Spadoni and Shasky, the morning roast here. We got another 10 minutes before we get to Fast Five. I know, the show's flying by. No, it's been great.
Thank you, Matt.
The rotations tonight, Steve Kerr, think he's going to have a pretty tight leash on things when it comes to rotation, or do you expect?
Yeah, it's a game 7 for the Warriors. They don't want to fly back down to Houston. The next flight they want to take is to Minneapolis, Minnesota. So
I like
all hands on deck. Yeah. All hands on deck. It's so similar. There's so many similarities to 2022 with the Grizzlies. Game 6 was on a Friday night, just like it is tonight. They got blown out in game number 5. And in that game 6, that was big boy basketball. I think Looney had 20 rebounds in that game.
Dylan Brooks hit a couple early ones.
So Dylan Brooks hit his first 3 shots in that game. He finished 10 of 28.
Did he go for 30?
Yeah, but he went 10 for 28.
It wasn't an efficient 30.
Yeah, it was 10 for 28.
Yeah.
So it was one of those things where Taylor Jenkins was like, oh, no, he made his first 3 shots. And Steve Kerr was probably thinking, oh, yes, he made his first 3 shots. But you know what? This version of Dylan Brooks,
it's different.
He's a different Dylan Brooks.
He's way more efficient.
He's way more efficient. So you want to make sure you just cut the water off for Fred VanVleet. He's starting to feel too comfortable. Again, those 3-point numbers, 12 of 18. And he had 2 go in and out in game 4. Could have been 10 or 12 from 3.
And it feels like whenever it's when he's in rhythm, when he's running on, it's off a turnover, it's a fast break opportunity. He runs to that 3-point line, just chucks it up. It's not off the dribble, it's not anything like that. So that's why you got to cut those in half for sure.
So the rotation is going to be tight. To answer the question.
Yeah, totally.
But if Mark can, arrest Dylan Brooks before the game, none of this is going to matter.
I don't like Dylan Brooks.
He was irate about it. Dylan Brooks is whoa, dude. All right, now you're getting sucked into Twitter, Mark.
Can we appreciate the animosity and the feistiness between the series? I think the NBA playoffs. We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
The playoffs in general have been great. When I got Giannis going out against John Halliburton, Tyrese's dad, the feistiness is there.
Tyrese's dad stay off the floor.
Yeah, well, he will. And Giannis's answer, his presser,
great.
Watching it live, I was like, yes, Giannis. And the sweepstakes for Giannis Antetokounmpo, it's going to be a lot of teams lining up for Giannis, but his, don't be disrespectful. And I've won a championship.
Yes.
You guys haven't. Let's keep it real.
I love that he said, maybe 20 years from now, my perspective will be different when my son's playing.
Yep.
But right now, it felt very disrespectful.
The whole 3-minute, 45 seconds, whatever it was awesome. But
beautiful.
To your point about the playoffs, these playoffs have been great. Great. And in the second round, you're going to get Boston, New York, rivalry. Boston, I think, is going to mop the floor with them. And then you get Cleveland, Indiana, and they're on a collision course to play the Boston Celtics, the Cleveland Cavaliers. Great Eastern Conference final. Nuggets and Clippers last night. James Harden showed up. Played 46 minutes yesterday. Get a game 7 with Kawhi, Harden against Jokic and Gordon. Wow, what a series. And then Minnesota beating the Lakers. And I mean, these playoffs have been awesome. It's reminding me of the 90s. I'm getting 90s vibes. The scores are lower. You're not getting the 140 to 142 games. You're getting high 90s, low 100s. This is what basketball, there's a chippiness here. So I'm loving the NBA playoffs right now. And look, the refs, I know the refs have been awful. They're always awful. We've been yelling this for 7 years now. They're the all-time bad, whether it's Gucci Man, Tony Brothers, Zach Zarbo. It doesn't matter. Does not matter.
You love Goebel. You love yourself.
John Goebel's awful. He's terrible.
He was the review ref the other night, and I'm like, why?
Dude, he did like back-to-back games. He was in L.A. doing a game with the T-Wolves.
All reviews should always be Bill Kennedy at all times. Continue.
Oh, my God. Stop Bill Kennedy. He mucked up game 4. They lost control of game 4. There was 4 technical. The second quarter lasted 45 minutes. That game lasted 2 hours and 50 minutes.
We got out of we had to stop watching at 10 o'clock, Bonte.
By the time Monty, I know you guys. By the time I left Chase Center after recording the Dove Talk podcast with Monty, it was 12:45. I was gassed.
You're so happy you have to get up in 4 hours.
I was happy about that. I was like,
by the way,
I think I slept till like 11 the next day.
By the way, it is funny, like those 2 Eastern Conference matchups. They got the Pacers going up against Cleveland, and then you got the Knicks going up against the Celtics. The price difference between those two, like when it comes to lowest price of the tickets that you can get in. Right now, I'm looking at ESPN. Tickets as low as $73 for Indiana, Cleveland. Juxtapose that with New York, Boston. Tickets as low as $225.
Damn.
$150.
You guys want to fly out there?
Difference.
Watch playoff basketball?
Want to
go to Cleveland?
Want to go?
No.
The Q? Get in the queue. We'll talk to you.
Want to go back to the parquet floor? I'm not going to lie. I started doing the deep dives on the Celtics after that Celtic City doc. Damn, what a great history.
You feel me on now? Like teams like the Celtics don't need those neon green.
No, I never agree with that.
It's like it's absurd. You know, their history is so rich and it's just insane.
People were complaining about the court that the city edition court that they had like during the playoffs. Like we should not have different courts during the playoffs.
The parquet.
I thought it looks. I kind of like the bridge with the fog. Personally, I do.
No, but I think it's Boston.
Where's your confidence meters at, guys? Come on, Game 6. Fans got to get there early, man. Because like, I honestly, it does bother me when people they rip on Chase, and it's this arena's in my city. All right, and I know how Frisco fans get down. We're passionate about our teams. We're rabid about our teams. You see when the Giants are in the playoffs, when the Warriors have been in the playoffs. Whether you wear the shirt or not, I personally don't care because, if I'm wearing a dope fit.
Exactly. I'm with you on that.
But if you wear the shirt. They're free. Wear the shirt.
Free as me.
Get loud, get there, and put on the show, man.
The shirt, he doesn't care.
Huh?
You said you don't care.
I mean, if you wear the shirt, go wear the shirt.
Mine's at 7.5.
40 never wears the shirt because he's flossy. He's got the big, you know what I'm saying? And those shirts are small, too. Like, they barely fit me. I can't be showing my gut out there.
What gut? You look good. Abundant Life weight loss?
I was in the gym yesterday.
Okay. Oh, what were you doing?
A little cardio.
A little bit. What are you, the elliptical?
In and out. See, when I go to Olympic Club to work out,
In-N-Out Burger.
Shasky always finds out because people are just looking at me, and then they start texting Shasky, "Oh, I see Ponce here." So it's like worries me.
Wow.
Like, you can't even work out in public no more.
I mean,
Life of the King.
Would be
The life of the king. Sam's on fire.
What do you say?
I tried to get
Life of the king,
and he beat me.
I'm saying no. You guys want to joke like that? It's very uncomfortable. And then, you go home and I said, "Yeah, my boys told me you're at the Olympic Club." It's like so weird. Guys watching you work out, like, dude, come on, man, pick up the dumbbell bars, please. Get some curls.
There you go. Let's do Fast Five. Let's get to it. This show's flown by.
I barely talked.
Well, you know we bell it in.
I don't like them Brooks.
It's Friday.
Yeah, you bell it in Friday.
Exhausted.
All right, it's
the
simple.
Morning bell in.
It's simple. Who the hell's winning tonight? I think. Actually, I'm confident. Warriors in a blowout. They're winning tonight. Shask, what you got? Steph does a night on Houston.
Blowout like 4 games in a row.
Stop talking. You're a Laker fan, dude. Stop talking about our team. Stop talking, dude. Stop talking. I shouldn't do that. But I don't like when fans. No, I don't like when fans do that. Oh, it's going to be a blowout. No.
Just because I'm confident in the team and you guys are scared about it. I don't know why.
Nobody's scared about it.
It's appropriate fear.
Please.
Nobody's scared.
Stephen Curry's dropping 30 on him. He's going 30 for 30. All right.
Warriors are winning tonight, but it's not going to be a blowout.
Okay.
I think
Keep
so.
going.
Warriors going to win tonight.
All right. There you go.
Warriors will win tonight. Right. You're getting ready for Anthony Edwards and Nas Reed, the Warriors killer, and Rudy Gobert.
And Julius Randle has looked good.
Rudy Gobert with 27 to 24.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That's the hell he's all
Julius Randle.
Don't play Jackson Hayes.
What did Anthony Edwards said? Lakers at 5?
If Dylan Brooks is in trouble, Mark's going to have a tough time arresting Rudy Gobert.
my
I mean, he
God.
really is.
Oh, my God.
Chokehold, very first game. Continue.
Deputy Draymond might help him with that one.
Cobra clutch.
Dude.
Deputy Draymond.
I can't believe. Hey, Mark Willer, I know you're out there, man. I love you, dog. But I was like, what is he doing? He's going to call SFPD. Dylan Brooks right there. Get him out of here. Does Mark Willer boo? Can you imagine Mark Willer? Because you know he's going to get tickets from somewhere. Boo! Dylan Brooks, get him out of here! Get him out of here! I see him at every game. Every time I see him post on Instagram. Wow. The lovely Christy and Mark Willard. They're getting courtside seats.
Whoa!
I don't know about courtside.
Okay, I was going to say, that's
The King was like, get him out of courtside.
I was. Get him out. This is my gym. Get him out of here.
King's
This
Court.
is my gym. Get him out of here.
This is my
This is my
palace.
house, Mark. You go down to Oracle Park.
He's going to be at Rockies Giants instead. Who's winning tonight, Joe?
Warriors are going to win tonight.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a nail biter, and I think you're going to have someone random step up. I don't know if it's going to be Pods, Buddy Hield,
Kevin Knox.
Moody.
Kevin Knox.
Braxton Key?
Stop. There's no carryover from Game 5, fellas.
There's
all right?
not?
No, come on.
10 people called in yesterday to beg to differ.
Did they really?
Matt Nahigian begs to differ.
That there's going to be carryover for
Yes, that's called momentum.
I can't even look at you with a straight face.
What? I'm just being. You guys scoff at it.
I'm not surprised the callers did. They came in, Eddie, I called. Is he still
No, we had a
Steve Kerr?
different Will and Marin who may or may not be linked to someone that works at the station. So we'll see.
Tell me more.
No, it's
Friday.
Roxy Bursty.
Friday.
Please explain.
By the way,
explain.
special guest potentially for Steiny and Goot today.
I think
Warriors related.
Roxy's
special
daughter
guest.
got into a really good college.
Yeah, TCU.
TCU, yeah.
There you
Daniel
go.
Tomlinson.
Love
Yeah,
Roxy.
there you
Texas
go.
Christian University. There you
Jason
go.
Verrett. He's going to go to the TCU Hall of Fame.
Really?
Jason
Yeah,
Verrett. He's
yeah,
still
Jason Verrett.
how many ACLs
Shout
does he
out
have?
Nick Berry.
Right, there you go.
My boy.
Nick Berry.
Yeah. Shout out Kevin Berry. My last thoughts is this.
I do think the only way the Rockets can win this game, and it sounds absurd the way I say it, but it's if they have like another blowout kind of a win. If they win by double digits plus. If it is a tight single digit game, I think that the experience and the youth is going to play a factor in this one. Like the Pistons yesterday against the Knicks.
You know their
I think
record?
that played a huge factor.
The Rockets' record when they in the regular season, when they build a 10-point lead at any point during the game, they're 48-7.
Yeah.
So far this series, they're 2-1 when building a 10-point lead. The only lead they blew was game 3 when they were up 13 and the Warriors went on that run before halftime.
Yep.
When they're able to set their defense up, the pace that they play at, it just makes it really difficult to score consecutive baskets and consecutive possessions against them. My final thought is this. Dr. Kevin Berry, if you're out there, I know you had a tough week this week with a fall the other day, and I love you, buddy, and sounds like you're doing better, which is great. And my heart goes out to you, and I hope you're feeling better, and I hope everything's all right, and I hope to see you soon, buddy.
My final thought is Warriors Live, 5 o'clock tonight, 95.7 The Game. Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert at 6 on the call. We'll have all the pre- and post-game coverage all day long. And then tomorrow, we'll have Warriors This Week with your boy Dan Devone and co. So can't wait for that. So it's all dubs the next 24 hours plus right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. And that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home, around the go.
Yeah, Lubman, you got it?
Go get the Fast Xfinity to all your devices.
Yeah, Lubman, go ahead, crack another joke.
Come on, one joke. There you go.
No, I was my thought was going to be let's try and get Şengün in foul trouble tonight. Maybe go at him a little bit more, get him out of the game, and actually do a little bit of something in the paint. Can we get Game 4 Buddy Hield to show up? That would be pretty cool. I'm very confident they're going to win this game. So
I
can't
got
wait.
another thought too. The next time Lubman sees me at Chase Center, doesn't give you the right to just jump into a conversation and butt in.
When did I do that?
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
Nah, what? It's game 6.
We'll be fine.
Well,
thank you, Evan. What you mean, oh boy?
I just thought of something.
You are something else. What is that?
Well, and you know me, I love being positive.
Unfortunately, I do know you.
But you know what today is exactly like, don't you?
When they were about to close out the Kings?
Correct.
Yes, I feel that. I got to slow down, boy. No, this is different.
No Phil Collins today. No Phil Collins today, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a show for... I'll never forget it.
Yeah.
Thank God I wasn't here that day.
Yeah, the Warriors had... everybody thought they were going to finish off the Sacramento Kings in 2020... I don't remember. 23? That's right, 2023. And they took a whooping that Friday night by the Kings, and the Kings ended up forcing a game 7.
Yeah.
The Warriors ended up winning that, but
Curry gave that speech.
The Warriors would, I'm certain, like to avoid that situation if possible.
No doubt. And, you're going to be proud of me today, all of you. I am not looking forward, or I will not mention the team that awaits the Golden State Warriors or the winner of this series, but I'm just looking at what the Guru computer spit out to me last night, Steiny, and the bottom line is Steph Curry in Game 4 had 17. They won that game, but in Game 5, he had 13. They lost that game, and that's 30 points in 2 games from the chef. But tonight, I think he puts his stamp on this game. I know it's about more than just points, but this will be a Curry flurry, and that's why I'm confident.
All right. That's I look at that as it's not a bad guess. That's not a bad guess. I mean, Curry's come through a lot in these situations. But, I mean, we were just sitting in the, in the sales room. People were coming in and out, and everybody's saying, Warriors going to win tonight, right? Yeah. They got a shot. Yeah. They got a good shot to finish it off tonight. It's going to be
favorites coming into this series.
Big, easy game tonight, right?
Yeah, it's 6 p.m. Get there early, man.
I don't know if I'd say that.
Yeah, don't bury the lead, though, Stoney. I look like new money. I do. Got a suit on, baby. Little bling. Are you going to go a whole segment and not say, Goo, my partner, you look clean? I think you were. Evan, I need help, man. Anyway, I feel like look good, feel good.
Game 6, Goo.
Yeah, there we go, Evan. You don't like the shirts with the with the suit jacket. I get it.
You don't like it when Goo dresses.
I think that's what it is, Evan. I think that's what
he dresses. Well,
yeah. What's up, Risotto?
He's up. Anyway, let's talk about this Game 6. How you feeling, Warrior fans? A little nervous? A little nervous or confident? I'm confident. Here's one thing I was thinking about. I got a couple things today that I want to dwell on. By the way, coming up at 11 o'clock, we're fingers crossed for
our guy.
Well, we'll see.
All right,
we'll see if he's our guy or not. Let me ask you this, Goo. What if you're the Warriors or a Warrior fan? What can you count on tonight from your team? You're the Golden State Warriors. You're playing Game 6 tonight against Houston. What can we count on? Is there anything we can count on tonight? Take to the bank.
Pedigree. The Warriors have been in this situation often, and often they slayed the dragon. And now you bring in Jimmy Butler. You brought in Jimmy Butler. So, Steiny, when that ball tips tonight, like Draymond said, you just throw this out after last game. Tonight at home in front of this crowd, that I expect is going to be the energy is going to be on 1,000. You can count on the Warriors, led by Jimmy, Steph, and Dre, to have that pedigree, to not get overwhelmed, get off to a good start, and maybe this might not even be close. That's what I'm hoping you can count on tonight, and I don't think that's a stretch.
Well, you gave me an interesting answer. I got to tell you, I wasn't necessarily thinking in that direction, but you're certainly right. I'm just looking at these two teams. I want to throw this out to Warrior fans. So I was just thinking it's a game 6, and we always hear coaches say they want to know what they're getting out of a player.
Yeah,
and I'm thinking about the Rockets. What can you count on from the Rockets? To me, they have two things that they're bringing tonight.
Give it to me, because I'm trying to guess what you're going to say, because I got one.
They're going to bring defense.
Okay.
And they're going to bring relentlessness.
All right. I've had energy. That's relentlessness.
Those have been a constant for 5 games. And I was just thinking about what's been what have the Warriors been able to hang their hat on anything like that? What it's more of an identity thing. What's the Rockets' identity? They're young, they're athletic, they're on the ascent, they defend like crazy, they play hard. Yeah. That's their identity.
Energy on
top. Defensive identity.
All right.
What's the Warriors' identity?
We can do both of that. We can do it on the offensive end, and we can do it on the defensive end. Now, we're older, but you look at the numbers since the inception of Jimmy Butler, Steiny, the Warriors are as good as the Rockets, not younger, at defense.
Do you really believe that? Do you believe the Warriors are as good of a defensive team as Houston?
Now, that's, wow. We're keeping it real here. I'm going to sit here, Sonny, I'm keeping it real. I feel like the answer to that question is it's not on Front Street like it is for the Rockets, because they're somewhat challenged offensively. So what they're great at becomes brighter.
So the
Warriors. I have no problem saying, okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah, I think they're better than the Warriors
man for man, I think I'll give you that.
Yeah,
and there's no shame in me saying or giving the edge to the Rockets.
No, not at all.
But how are the Rockets going to score is the major question, and that's all predicated on what Warriors we get defensively, right? Because the Warriors are going to be able, I believe, impose their will. Jimmy Butler does his thing. Forget last game. Just the natural essence of who the Warriors are. If I'm the Rockets, it's like, wow, we got 2 guys, Jimmy and Steph. We got to really worry about that can set the tone. But if you're going to tell me Van Vliet is going to be who he's been these last 2 games, and Jalen Green is going to get you 20, and Amen Thompson is going to do some stuff, and Dylan Brooks, those are a lot of ifs or box that needs to be checked more so for the Rockets than I'm giving the Rockets the defense. But the offense, I think, is a bigger question in this game for than the Warriors on both sides.
Yeah, I think the Golden State Warriors are a better team.
Yeah,
I think they're better offense. You know, if you combine offense and defense, and to me they're better. They're a better team. But the Rockets, they do have one thing that they do so well.
I ain't lying.
It can.
I can't front on that, man.
You know, it can kind of overwhelm you. Let me ask: you see any scenario tonight? Let's talk about the various scenarios. Any chance you see the Rockets blowing the Warriors out?
None.
Any chance you see the Warriors blowing the Rockets out?
High, like it could rain. I'm a weather forecast. High, Steiny. I feel like after last game, they got the Warriors' attention, and I don't want to take anything from the Rockets, but Steiny, I feel like the Warriors know not only do they want to close the series out, they owe the Rockets one for how that went.
What does that look like, do you think, like a Warriors blowout?
Getting off to a good start, and when you say what constitutes a good start, sound offense, but defensively making the Rockets work on the offensive end, and then we see Houston maybe not have the best shooting half, maybe down by 8 or 9 at half, Evan. Middle third quarter, the Warriors are up 12 or 13, and then you see, and again, a Rocket team, not we're throwing in the towel, but feel like, you know what, we've done all we can. I could be totally wrong because I expected what I'm telling you, Evan, last game, but that's what I envision it looking like.
All right, so I think the Warriors are favored by 5.5.
Yeah, it's moved from 4.5 to 5.5.
So you definitely locking in, loading up on the Warriors tonight, right?
If you ask me after 1 o'clock hour, because I'm going through some things right now inside the computer, a little slow, but I'll tell you, I don't like that. That's a little high. I'm fat mouthing because I feel good, but when you talk about the money and the honey, man, Steiny.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors have had a game 6 similar to this a couple years ago, and they weren't able to get it done. Totally different team, obviously. Jimmy Butler now gives them a completely different dimension. But I'm just, the series now played 5 games, and I want to take stock of who's playing well. I want people to think about this. Who's been the best? Don't answer now.
Yeah.
I want you to 888-957-9570. Who's been the best player in this series? Who's been the best player in this series?
Damn.
So far. 888-957-9570. Because
you got an answer already?
I'm gonna be just like the listeners, and I'm gonna give it more thought during the break. But how would Warrior fans answer that? It doesn't have to be a Warrior. They're up 3-2. It could be anybody. But who's been the best player in the series? Usually it is obvious. 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Yeah. Have you been in a car accident?
I've been waiting. In the air tonight.
Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
For this moment, all my life feel.
I'm not dealing with people.
Get ready, Steiny. Yeah. I want them to send a message. What a song, E.
You gotta love that song.
Dude, man, I'm ready. I don't play.
You sound it and you look it. You look like you're ready. You look like you're ready.
Well, Bonte beat me up because I got sneakers with a suit. That's what the kids are doing.
He wears that on TV every single day.
Wow.
Well,
Him and Molly.
He is a young man.
Yeah.
Bonte.
Young how?
He's younger than you.
Fastest the only young guy.
Younger than us, but he's in the club. What are you? He ain't 21. You look good, B, but yeah.
Already we're starting this? 925?
Oh, boy.
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. You don't want to do this today. Mouth, 925.
Read it.
Steiny's such a troll. Put your money where your mouth is and put a bet up against the Warriors. What did I say they were going to lose? Listen to the show.
No.
Listen, don't you get it? People make fun of me because I don't make predictions. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I don't pretend to know. I know what happened in the past, and I can use my best judgment.
Down 56. It was all my.
When was that?
Dude,
Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Hey, real quick, before I answer your provocative question, because I do believe it was, how have you processed or funneled last game? Have you did you do what Draymond did? I went and watched it again last night. To answer Evan's question, what does it look like tonight if the Warriors kind of run away with it? I got to tell you guys, if it's close at half or maybe midway through the third, in a crazy way, I'm giving Houston the edge for avoiding the avalanche. Shout out Colorado. But you know what I mean? Like, I want this done early.
I'm sure a lot of Warrior fans want it done early too.
Yeah, but Coach Kerr as well. Yeah.
Like, this is one of those things where after 5 games, I do feel like we know who the Rockets are. And
they've impressed me and been better than I thought.
Yeah, I didn't think they were capable of blowing out the Warriors. I'm starting to think now maybe the Warriors are going to have trouble blowing out the Rockets because of how good the Rockets defense is. It's nothing that a hot shooting Steph Curry couldn't solve.
Okay,
but
all right. Hopefully we see that tonight.
I think we should. I think we should expect a pretty competitive ball game tonight. That's what I think. But okay, because we'll do this. I'm going to ask 2 questions here. And if you think they're the same, it can be the same player.
All right.
Who's been the best player in the series? And then secondly, who's been the most consistent player in the series?
Now,
and if it's
I have
the same,
a problem differentiating that.
Oh, really?
I think if you're the best player, you've been the most consistent.
Well, that can be how you determine it. But I don't know that anybody's been overwhelmingly consistent in this series. So that's just kind of why I'm asking.
All right.
If you were to ask me who the best player in this series is so far,
all right.
Well, who would you say?
And I'm just gonna, for the sake of the show,
this is hard, actually.
No, it is, but I'm being honest with what I'm saying. Curry's won us 2 games, but the last 2, for his standards, okay. But I'm going with Şengün. I think what he means to that offense and how he's played hadn't been perfect, Steiny, but you've been able to count on him. And even though he missed that game winner in game 4, when I just forget the numbers, was he just, my goodness, all these games, I just feel like it's Şengün. And you tell me what you think, and I'm sure the people will.
Şengün is averaging 21 and 11.
Well, damn.
21 and 11, shooting 47% from the floor, 62 from the line. And he's also averaging 5 assists a game.
Like, off the top, do you have a problem with anybody that would say Şengün?
No, I wouldn't.
Who's your answer? The players aren't listening, Stoney. You're fine.
No, it's not. It's not about that. It's about.
I'm joking.
It's about the. It's about how you look at a series, and I think there have been a bunch of guys who have had good games in the series. I don't know that anybody's been good, really good 5 games. So,
but 21-11, as you just cited, is pretty strong.
Yeah.
If you want to just base it solely on numbers, I was going more so to eye test.
I think it's Şengün too. I think it's Şengün.
Evan had Curry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the player that's impacted the most games in the series in a winning fashion is Curry.
It's hard to argue with that because they are up 3-2, and how can the best player in the series be a guy on the team that's losing? But I could see it. I just think Şengün is the one player in this series who each game is like for example, Curry's had a couple really nice shooting nights, and then there have been a couple down games for Curry. I think Şengün's played at a level higher to his potential than anybody else in the series. I do think that. Like if Şengün is on a scale of 1 to 10, when he's at his best, he's a 10. Yeah, I think in this series he's been a 7.
All right,
okay.
I'm going to give him a little higher, but
all right.
To E's point, he got me thinking, has Şengün won a game without his best player? Steph did that. So how much does that, you know what I mean? How much does that count? And he, man, that's heavy. So I would say Şengün and Curry, Stoney.
Okay, so let's say this. So when Steph Curry, or when anybody's playing their best basketball, it's a 10, okay?
Okay.
Any player.
Oh, this easy.
So if you're saying Şengün's an 8 out of 10, he's playing like an 8. Well, what's Curry's number? Because I don't think it's an 8.
Well,
I think it's a little lower than that. But that, again, this is just me.
Yeah.
We're just shooting the bull, as they used to say.
13 points last game, and that was a 0 from all the Warriors, collectively, and they hardly were out there. And then 17 the game before. It wasn't a bad 17. It was just, kudos to the Rockets for keeping them at bay. But, that I do think about that win Curry had to do without his best, his second best player, overall best player, Jimmy Butler. Like, that carries a lot of weight to me now. But, I have no problem if somebody says Şengün or Curry.
Okay.
But after that, Stoney, I think there's a gap. Van Vliet, he just got hot here recently, but it's been big.
And the other way I look at Van Vliet, like Van Vliet had an incredible game 4. They lost.
Yeah, right.
So you got to dock him a little bit for that, even though he was terrific. If you asked me who the most consistent player has been in this series, I got to go Dylan Brooks.
Yeah. Wow.
I got to go Dylan Brooks.
And I'm not mad at that.
Like, game in and game out, he's been pretty steady.
Ooh, Willard was breaking him across the coals yesterday.
Why? How come?
Just who he is, his style.
Who is he? He's the most consistent player in the series so far.
But just him being somewhat dirty, hitting Curry's hand.
Somewhat dirty?
Come
on now.
No, that's been consistent too.
Yeah, he was getting on it yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Willard was getting on Dylan Brooks.
He's got the name Villain Brooks.
Okay.
He broke GP2's wrist. You know what I'm saying? But I like that. He has been, that little turnaround or fadeaway he's got, Stoney, he can play on I think he's a disciple of Draymond Green. Like, you know what I'm saying? I get that from him, and I think he's gotten better. But I'll tell you what, if you tell me Curry's going to have 13 or 17 tonight, I'm nervous.
Why? I'll tell you why you shouldn't be.
Okay.
That might mean the Warriors blew him out. That might mean the Warriors blew him.
If you can expand on that, because the Warrior games that they won, Curry went for 30.
Curry has 10 in the first quarter, and the Warriors lead 31-22. Curry has 14 at halftime, and they're up 69-48. Third quarter goes, and the Warriors are up 90-64. And Steph sits the last 10 minutes.
That's idea. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ain't mad at the Brooks, though. Consistent.
So who do you think's been the most consistent? And if you want to say Brooks, you can say Brooks, but like who would be second if you were going to take Brooks?
You're going to laugh.
No, I won't, because there's nothing. There's no answer you can tell me.
Pods. Pods is not. He's not Steph in the sense that, hey, how did Pods play? How many points? It's not that. It's just the threes that he hit. Even when Curry was getting off, when he hit them, his job duty, what it entails, bringing the ball up, taking charge. He's been more of himself in this series, and I can't give you numbers to back that up because when you talk about Pods, it's bigger than just numbers. You might disagree with that. A lot of people might, but I got to give you credit, Stoney. I think he's holding his own in this series of playing up to who he is normally.
See, I can't give it to Pods because Game 4 was a nightmare. And was he hurt? I mean, was he sick? Yeah, he was sick.
I thought it was Game 2.
Yeah, it was Game 2.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at him the opposite way. Yeah. I'm looking at it. So Game 1 for Pods, he had 14. Yeah. 5 for 13, 3 for 8. I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, I did too.
Then he had the sick game where he was scoreless.
All right,
well, it does count, unfortunately, in my book, because this is about consistency.
And I was going to give it to Butler because he missed a game. Yeah, he didn't get it.
Like, to my way of thinking, Butler can't be either in this series. He hasn't played enough to be the best player, and he hasn't played enough to be the most consistent player.
So for the Warriors, your player would be Pods.
Yeah.
I think there's only one right answer.
Give it to us.
Oh, God.
Kaminga.
Nope.
No chance. It's Pat Spencer.
Now, you know what?
He's been the most consistent Warrior in this series.
You got to play every game to get the award. How about that?
Not in my book.
Pat Spencer's played.
My guy. I'll take the victory.
Plus 23 in the series.
Here's
my man.
Here's Pajemski. He's averaging for the series 11 and a half.
All right.
3.8 rebounds.
Okay.
Yeah. And 3.2 assists.
What's he shooting from deep? I'm going to guess 35 or higher.
From the field, 38.5.
Okay, from
three, 38.7.
Man, I'll take it.
I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just. And
I was hearing Bonte with the Joes. They were great this morning. Stoney, always good to hear him back on the mic. But he said something in regard to it's nightmare on Warrior Street if somehow they slip up and don't get this. You want no part of Sunday afternoon Game 7. And I'm not trying to be negative, but I thought that was interesting. Like, this is the moment. But then we said that with the Kings a couple of years ago, and they went to sack and won. Yeah, it took 50 plus from the chef, but they won. But you don't want, I just don't think you want to have to get ready to come out the corner again for another round of boxing when you're trying to get rest at this age that you talk about a lot.
No, you're right. I mean, this is the one I think they need to get it.
Yeah.
It's not a must win, but they kind of need it.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. These teams have played 5 games, and it's a pretty evenly matched series. I'm hoping we can all agree on that, right? It's been very, very competitive. And so, a couple foul shots here or there. Maybe Houston's up 3-2. They're not. But it's an indication of how tight this series has been. And I just am as I'm thinking about this series, some things are hitting me. And one is, it doesn't feel like anybody's had a great series, game in and game out. Now, here's an interesting
answer.
Both
defenses.
Here's a great answer that I'm going to give to you before we get to some calls. And it's from the 650. Steven Adams has been the most consistent player in this series. That's from Shipyard Jeff.
Look, I'm not mad at that. He crossed my mind.
That's legit, I think.
Consistent.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Jay. Jay's in San Francisco. How's Jay going to answer this question? What's up, buddy? How are you, my man?
I'm good, guys. How you guys doing? Hey, I agree with both you guys wholeheartedly. It's Alperen Şengün. The guy, he's like a 22-year-old Turkish Tim Duncan. The guy's unstoppable. And I think in the next 10 years, I mean, he's going to be really, really, really freaking good. Now, I think the Warriors are going to win tonight, but it's going to be a dogfight. I think the fact that our bench showed some fight at the end of that game, I think that won us the series. But I like Alperen Şengün.
Let me ask you this: Why do you think that second half may have won the Warriors the series?
So they had to put their starters back in, and it was our third string guys coming in there fighting. Pat Spencer got in Şengün's face, and honestly, Şengün was kind of soft for getting into Pat Spencer's face. And I think that kind of won us the series too, right? You don't pick on the smallest guy in the schoolyard when you're the biggest dog. So that last push that we had, I think the Rockets are going to come in today. They're going to be a little bit flustered. They're going to be a little bit scared. They had to come back in at the end of the game against our T3 guys.
Right.
So, but Şengün's been solid. I mean, he's good. He's going to be a good player long term in this league, I think.
Yeah, I do too. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, Stoney, I'm hearing that a lot, but I gotta push back from this vantage point. Okay, the Rockets are all young. We know that. You think they're demoralized that the second or third team had to come in? If I'm the Rockets, I'm laughing after the game and giving chest bumps and high fives that we took their starters out. When we were clicking, we went Roberto Duran, no Moss. So maybe I could be wrong, but I just don't feel like the Rockets are demoralized because we could use every excuse in the book from the starters from the we fell asleep. We knocked them out. Okay, the guys came back. They were spunky and funky, and we had to come back in the game, but they didn't have to walk back to the Bay Area. If I'm Houston, I feel like that was the first game in the series. We knocked them brothers out.
Yeah, I think talking about the Houston Rockets and saying things like demoralized or they're going to fold the tent if the Warriors get up
they won.
Things like that. I mean, to me, the first 5 games have proven that the Rockets are going to play hard to the final buzzer.
All right.
They're going to play hard until the final buzzer. Or you think the Rock, any words like scared, nervous, I'm out on those words. I don't feel like they apply.
I'm with you.
Inexperience, that's a fair one to me. But I don't think the Rockets are coming in here nervous. I think the Rockets are, I do think it has a lot to do with Udoka. I don't think he'll allow players to play if they don't have confidence. He'll go to the players that do. So those are my thoughts on it. I think this game's going to look like the 3 games that the Warriors won in this series, and all of them were pretty competitive.
Well, and that's why I'm up here, Stoney, trying to fight the good fight, and I feel good. I'm going to tell you, I'll send you a text maybe at half or whenever I feel like Game 4 really is not gone away. And by that, the Warriors won that game, but my biggest takeaway was the Rockets had it. They had a shot at it. So if they can repeat Game 4 on top of the Game 5 blowout, then I'm letting you know, Stoney, maybe they figured something out. Or it's just this is what it is when you get 2 heavyweights in the ring together.
Let me ask you this. If you say maybe the Rockets have figured something out, like what might they have figured out?
If we don't turn the ball over, make the extra pass, the cut, like they did last game,
right,
we can go toe-to-toe with this team because we defensively will not let them offensively run away because the head of the snake is Steph, and we got Thompson and others to make it difficult. Not that Steph can't hit, but I'm talking about those Curry flurries.
Yeah. I hear you. Let's go to Will in the East Bay.
Will.
Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
Doing great this morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Let's go.
Same.
Okay, time to rock. Real quick, these young guys, they're not flustered. Okay? Young guys have short memories. Just leave it at that. Okay? My MVP for this thing right now, I would normally say Şengün, but I'm going to go with Dylan Brooks also.
The more I'm thinking about it, yeah.
You've got the numbers, okay, which are okay, pedestrian. Right. What, he's averaging, 13, 15 a game.
15.
But that intangible of unsettling the Warriors and being physical and being very verbal in his press conferences amounts to a lot. Let me bring up an old memory because I know you love the Celtics. I'm an old Laker fan.
Okay.
Back in the 80s, I'll tell you, some of the biggest success that Boston had is when they got under Kareem's skin or they got under Rambis' skin, and all of a sudden they were taken out of their game, and the Celtics had them. The other thing, Memorial Day Massacre, real quick. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, of course. 148, 114.
Good God. Boston, yes. And, that was the Scott Wedman game.
Yep.
And that was in the Garden.
Yeah.
And a couple of days later, Lakers came back, and they beat them the next game in the Garden. Point being, Warriors just got slaughtered. Those young guys, I'll tell you something. The best thing that did, putting in those substitutes and them coming back, was they gained confidence in themselves and their ability to play straight up with this other team. I think it helped those subs a lot, and you might see a lot more of them in the game coming up tonight.
That's interesting.
Anyway,
no, thanks. Thanks, Will. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, he said youngsters don't have a short memory, Steiny.
Okay, so let's say it's a competitive game. Is Spencer going to play?
No. Oh, we got Bob at 10:45. Bob Myers.
Yeah, Bob Myers is going to come up in 6 minutes.
Bob.
We're going to take a break in the next minute or two, and it's Bob Myers going to join us at 10:45. We're squeezing him in.
Hey, real quick, why'd you ask that?
Why'd I ask
Spencer
what?
play?
Because I actually think he could. I really do. It's possible Spencer could play
and
tonight.
I'm just saying,
and not just a blowout.
At whose expense?
Probably Buddy's.
Oh, Steiny, not like Buddy is an X factor. Like if Buddy's hot, he. Do you know what I'm saying? At home, like man.
Evan, any chance Pat Spencer plays?
If you had to make a bet.
If the game's competitive,
no.
Two great minds.
What's the guy got to do?
Well, now you're his guy advocate, and that's my guy.
He's been the best Warrior in the series.
Yeah, Evan knows.
Man.
Well, if they lose tonight and he doesn't play, I bet we'll get some calls post-game about it.
415, I don't know who you're talking to. Knock it off with the Brooks love. We don't do that here. We talk honestly about players, and Brooks has been good. You must admit.
Yeah.
Been very solid. 15 points per game. He's shooting, what's he shooting? 49 field, 44 three-point range. Been playing good defense. Yeah. I mean, you got to give it up for him. He's had a good series so far. Okay. Once again, the Warriors are trying to close this thing out tonight in Game 6 at Chase Center. Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to that ball game tonight, it is a 6 p.m.
Be in your
tip-off.
seat. Yep.
It's not a 7 o'clock start. It's a 6 o'clock start tonight, and make a note of it. Make a note of it.
Get there and get in them seats.
Yeah. Also, coming up on the game, on the other side is former president of basketball operations and general manager of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Myers. He's going to join us on the other side, now works for ESPN, and we'll talk to him about where the Warriors are right now and where the Rockets are in this series and what he thinks about tonight's matchup. Okay, so here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. Bob is coming on a little earlier than we thought, but we love him, and he's the man. But I do see full phone lines, and I definitely want to include all the Warrior fans today. Just know that if you want to hang on the line, hang on the line. But on the other side, we're going to start with Bob Myers before I get back into the calls. But don't go anywhere. I'll always get to you. Tune in today for Warriors Live. It's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity.
Good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Absolutely. If I were to start with what's been the thing that stands out most to you in the Rockets Warriors series, how would you answer it?
The physicality of the series would be the thing that jumps out to me. I mean, I think what differentiates it's a real physical series, and not that surprising, but just seeing it through the first 5 games on a night in, night out basis is pretty. I like it. I know people think it's too much. I'd rather have too much than not enough of the physical type of play. It kind of separates players that are able to get through that and play through it and make difficult shots. And I think it makes for a compelling watch. I know it doesn't look pretty at times, but I just really like the effort. And it's not, people want to say it's 80s. This isn't 80s basketball. Guys are moving all over the place, taking a ton of threes still. I enjoy it, but I think as far as this series, Steiny versus other series, the level of physicality on the defensive side, I do think sets it apart.
Wow, I'm with you, Bob, and I love it. And, I miss the 90s and the 80s, damn it. But I want to ask you about Steph Curry. And you know this better than anybody. He's presidential, right? He has not once went to the press after games and talked about the physicality or guys going after his hand. But that's what I want to ask you about, Bob. I know it's about tonight, but if they get past tonight, just that wrap that's on his hand, how big of a deal do you think that is moving forward for the Warriors to try to accomplish their ultimate goal?
Yeah, It's hard to say. It doesn't look like it's affecting his shot, but it may be affecting the turnovers. And again, he hasn't said this to me. I don't know if he would even say it to anybody. I have to believe it affects something. And then this is not, I mean, the fact that the guy's playing through it is the first thing I would say, just crediting his toughness and kind of fortitude. It's not nothing, Goo. It's not that it's who cares, you put a wrap on it. So what degree is it bothering him? It does look like his shot, I don't see him shooting differently, but maybe some of the criticism he's getting for the turnovers. And again, love the fact that he doesn't make excuses. One of my favorite, I'm obviously not alone in saying he's probably one of my favorite people ever to be around and work with and watch play basketball. So I love the fact that he's not using it as an excuse, but you guys that play basketball or people listening, come on, you get that on your hand, it's going to affect you in some capacity.
Yeah. Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations and general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Bob, if you were a Warrior fan, and you're watching Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph, and we know how experienced they are, but also how old they are. I mean, is that the story for the Golden State Warriors? Essentially, what it boils down to is, can those guys hold up?
Probably. I mean, if you want to kind of simplify the narrative, yeah. I mean, if you want to really narrow it down, and there's more things. I mean, role players still matter, and guys like Popovich and what can he do, and Moody and everybody coming off the bench, and Hield, is he going to make threes, and Post, whoever Steve's deciding to play, are they going to contribute? And you've seen games where they have, and you've seen games where they haven't. But yeah, look, I mean, the more I watch these playoffs, I'm curious to see what you guys think. I find myself thinking of closers, right? In baseball, when you have that lead, like the Yankees used to bring in Mario Rivera in a close game and just shut the door. I think the Warriors still have elite closers. And you have to throw Draymond into that because you saw him close on the defensive side. You watch these games, you watched Brunson last night. I think these games, the margin for error is small amongst a lot of these series. These are good series. A lot of these series, including this one, are great basketball if you're a basketball fan. But the reason I think the Warriors have won the games that are close, and I think have the edge in any game that is close, is because you probably got one of the best closers ever to do it in Curry. You've got a guy in Jimmy Butler who not only is he not afraid of the moment, he embraces these big moments and elevates his game. And then Draymond, not offensively, but just as far as making winning plays, is one of the best to ever do that. And proven. These are proven. And I'm not saying Houston can't do that too, but they don't have that track record of guys to do it. Maybe one day they will, or maybe they'll prove me wrong. Maybe if Şengün makes that shot, we're saying something else. Wow. But the Warriors have done it. And so, Matt, I do think it comes down to, if you're talking about this series and beyond, yeah. I mean, as those guys go, the team will go.
Bob, I know you're not a psychologist, but you've been around the games and players, so I want to run this by you. Steiny and I the other day said, hey, we're impressed by the Rockets, and I am. I mean, they've shocked me. They haven't quit, and we called them offensively challenged, and then they come out in Game 5 and score 131. Kerr waves the white flags, and then the backups kind of make the game closer. And, Bob, a lot of people are calling saying, hey, the Rockets kind of dropped the ball, and I'm thinking to myself, how much, residue is there from game to game? Because if I'm the Rockets, yeah, that happened, but we knocked out your starters early. Where do you come out on that?
I think one thing I learned, being around the NBA and maybe, Matt, you covering it, kind of in person covering it, not remotely, not from a blog, but a beat writer covering it. You'd be shocked how much these guys don't remember the last game.
Wow.
I mean, it's fascinating for people. Yeah. That you have to understand. It's unbelievable. Even I didn't play in the NBA, so I still don't quite understand it. But you have to understand how little they care about the previous game, good or bad. So when you look at getting a blown out or even blowing somebody out, the natural reaction, and again, I'm not a psychologist either, but I'm a human being, is I just blew somebody out, I'm going to blow them out again. Or I watched my favorite team blow somebody out. Of course they're better. That's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. And each game is its own game. And that's why you've seen a sprinkling of a lot of different games. And you see that in every series. So I know it's human nature to look at the last game or even the game before that, and we overreact. We overreact strongly to all these things. And I actually asked Curry one time, I don't know what year it was, because he has some games in the playoffs, even when it was those dynastic teams, where he would not have his best game, and the media would come down on him, and he'd hear it because it gets louder as you go further in the playoffs. And I asked him, I said, how do you not hear it? And he looked at me and said, you can't. It doesn't serve you. It doesn't. And he said, but at the same time, I can't hear it when they love me too. So that's the science. That's the emotional maturity of maybe a veteran team. You talk about the advantage of going through it. You better believe Jimmy Butler's been called great, awful in a 3-day span. So has Curry. So has Draymond Green. Have the Rockets been through that? Maybe Van Vliet, he's a champion. Maybe Dylan Brooks in some respects, but a lot of their players haven't. So I would just tell you, Goo, whatever it is, however many hours from now, 7 hours, they're not going to be thinking about what happened 48 hours ago. They're just not going to be doing it.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. He's now working for ESPN. I'm not asking you to go deep into the Rockets, but I just think they're an interesting team because of direction. You look at the Warriors. We know the direction they're going on. They're going to live with their vets. They're going to ride their vets until they can't. Houston's got like 6 guys who are 22 years old. And I'm looking at this team thinking, man, if they're well coached and they're committed, they could be really good. But they are lacking things that, maybe a scorer is one of them. My question is how do you know what the direction is that you want to take with a team, particularly like this? I mean, are you okay with them losing in the first round of their first ever playoff series and will grow from it? Or do you look and say, nope, we're not good enough, we got to make changes?
I want to hear what you guys think too. I think there's only one question about the Rockets team, to make it simple. Do they have a ball handling guard that can create a shot for himself or a teammate at the end of the game, and is elite at it? Okay, so that is what's missing from this team now. And that's not to knock, but Jalen Green, he's a very good, he's not there yet, right? You've seen the inconsistency. Van Vliet, he's trying his best. He's a very good player, but I don't think he's what I'm talking about as far as getting to that next level. So if you're the GM, and I guess I could ask you guys too, when we lost to the Spurs in 2012 in the second round, or the Clippers, you could see that Curry. And by the way, it's easy for people to think now, of course, there was questions, right? But you could see that he could be that guy. You could see it. You could see that this guy can close a game. And on Houston, if me and Goo are in the front office, we'd be saying, is that guy on the roster or is he not? And then I don't even know what you'd say. You might say, yeah, I think Jalen Green can get there. That's really the question. Is Jalen Green going to get there? Because if you and Goo or me say, we don't think so, that's where you really have to look at it and say, well, Şengün's going to do his part to be a number 2 scorer, and he's very good. But who's the guard that's going to be that guy? And if it's not Jalen Green, then it changes the equation.
Right. Wow, good stuff. Bob, let me ask you this, because when the Warriors were 25 and 26, I'm a fan, and I was in on Levine, whoever. You get somebody, Jimmy Butler, yes. But I'm even shocked at, about the Jimmy effect. Can you walk us through your scorecard on when you heard it was a possibility and then what's transpired since? Are you at all, has it gone greater than you thought?
I was talking to Dunleavy about that, and I said, I don't need the drug. Dunleavy and knowing each other. Who's pushing the
That's
button?
Evan.
Back there?
Yeah, Evan. That's your boy, Evan.
Evan, me knowing Dunleavy for 20 years isn't a draw. It's not a name. It's like saying my buddy, kind of. Okay, so we'll just leave it at that. Okay, so Mike, my friend, we're talking about Jimmy. And I said the same. I asked the same question, and he said, it helped that I played with him. Because I said the same thing. There's certain players that are winners and you actually don't want to deal with. And Jimmy Butler's a guy when you're playing against him, you don't want to deal with that guy. He's just a winner. He's a competitor. So to get him on your team, I knew he'd help, but I didn't know to the degree. And Mike said, he just knew. He wasn't being arrogant about it. He said, this is what this guy is. And also for Mike, he heard the noise. It also clarified the path, right? There's no more kind of wondering young guys. It was, this guy's 35. It gives Steph and Draymond a chance. And if you talk to Steph, he just wants a chance. Wow. And I know that everybody, of course, wants a championship up there, and that's what the goal is. But if you ask Steph, of course, that's what he wants. But there were moments during the season where he probably felt like this team wasn't making the playoffs. And I think Jimmy, and you saw what it did to Steph's numbers, not just on the court, but off the court. I think Steph would say, I got a shot. And at his point in his life and what he's accomplished, that's all he's wanting is a shot. And he's got one. And Jimmy gives you that. And it's been great. And Mike did a great job. And it was a great trade, fantastic trade. I think the fans are seeing that. And it's just invigorated everybody. It's been really fun to watch how well he's done there.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations and general manager of the Warriors. And I got to ask you this, and I usually ask you stuff like this, but so what's going on with you right now?
As far as like what my body, I'm sore all the time.
No.
We're supposed to hoop too, Bob. Yeah.
No, I was hoping for the pause. No, I mean, look, you were one of the best. You were one of the best at what you did. You orchestrated 4 titles, and now you stepped away, and it's year 2. And there's been openings, and your name gets out there. Uh-oh. I mean, I'm just where are you at right now?
I'll give you an answer because we've known each other a long time.
Yeah.
I think you, Matt, probably more than many people, I think, besides people that have done it, have an idea of what a GM does. I think you do. You knew Travis. You know Travis well. You and I have talked. There's an idea of what a GM does, and then there's a reality of what a GM does. When you sign up to be a general manager, it is not just a job. At least the way I felt, it was responsibility to that community. You're a steward. I felt when the team lost, I'd let the city down. Now, that could be my own problem. So you carry this weight. I carried this weight of responsibility, which is tremendous, which is powerful, and I loved it. But there's a cost to it, right? And so and by the way, the team did fantastic. I couldn't have asked for a better experience and loved all the people I worked with. But got to a point with me where I just realized that what was required, I couldn't give. And I've said this before. And so I didn't feel like it was fair. Forget about me and my family and my wife and kids, more to the people I worked with, because no different than being on the basketball court, you got to hold up your end. And if you're not, the way I would do it, or I would be, is I would respect either of you if you were playing with me and you said, I can't do my job. I wouldn't like that. I'd try to convince you otherwise, but if that's what you said, I would respect that. So I could not, it wasn't fair to the people I worked with if I couldn't give it what was required. So that was the reason. I think I've said that before. Now, unless I can get that back, then I can't do it again. And maybe I can. I imagine I probably will. I miss the competition. But, losing bothers me probably more than it should. And winning doesn't excite me as much as it should. And that is not a good calculus for being a general manager. So I got to figure that out. Gotten better at it. But I think, Matt, wrong answer. Probably not as specific as you want, but I do think that'll bubble up and come back around. But until that's there, the reasons are the same as before.
Interesting.
The man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So it sounds to me like you're not ready to jump back in now, but down the line, if a nice job came and you got the offer and you liked it, you'd take it.
Yeah, if you and Goo pool some money, I could work for you guys.
Look at you, Bob. I tell you what, Bob, I want to ask you about, I'm being proactive, the matchup possibly for the Warriors if they close this series out. Which team you think would give the Warriors the most problems. But before I do, if you do get hired and you need a guy with a 143 IQ, maybe scout or something, I'm available, B, because you called me, and I'm going to produce that test. It's coming, Bob.
Listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job, and you pass an IQ test at 143,
God,
I will hire you.
It's coming.
I will hire you, and we can decide what title you get and what your compensation is.
Oh boy!
But here's the thing: it just got to be the 143, or obviously better. Obviously, you can go anything above 143.
Wow,
you're good.
It's coming, Bob.
Is that a deal? Is that a deal?
It's a deal, baby. It's a deal.
Right.
I can't wait. Starting in heaven. I'm leaving.
You'll do the test. Steinmetz will be the proctor.
There you go.
On air. He'll be on the show, and you'll be in the little side room taking this test.
There you go.
So we have a controlled environment. So, oh, buddy.
How about Minnesota if the next round, or just in the
we can't go to the next round. This is.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Wow. Is that what we're doing?
What are we doing? Do you want to go to the next round after that, Goose? Or if we beat, should we go to the Oklahoma City winner, the Denver Clippers series? Should we do that?
Well, Bob, we're what did you say, 6-7 hours away from, if the Warriors win, we know who they play, and I just kind of want to, I can taste it. How big of a task would it be taking down the T-Wolves?
Okay. I know. Okay. But, dude, you strike me as a guy that is good at being in the moment. Let's just be here.
All right. Wow.
Right? Let's just be here. Can we do that?
You got it.
Just be here. And then look, hopefully, you can be there tomorrow.
I got to. Yeah.
Hey, Bob, appreciate your time. We know you got a lot going on, and love having you on as always, and talk to you soon.
You guys do a really good. I told you this before, but
go ahead though,
just so everybody hears it. You guys do a great. You guys do a great job. You guys are really good, and I hope you appreciate the fact you get to work together, because you guys are really good together. Even though that one day Steiny, who stayed and you left, you had an appointment, you said, or something like that.
Networking, Bob. Yeah. Dude, the modern day Nor Peterson, man. He was networking. Yeah.
Networking's a big umbrella, Bob.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. Take care. All right. Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations. He'll be back in business in a year or two.
Dude, I'll be gone. I'll have that test by then, Evan and Steiny.
From the 650, make sure not to have that test on a Thursday.
Or a Tuesday.
Now, see, that hurts. Evan. Wow. You see, Evan? Wow. Now, Bob's awesome. I can't believe he didn't want the...
I love it.
He didn't want the scouting report on the next round.
No, he didn't.
Are we really doing that?
Everyone caught some strays in this.
Wow, man. Are we really doing that? All right, Operation Houston, I get it tonight, Game 6.
Here's what a journalist would have maybe asked this way. Bob, the Minnesota Timberwolves are already sitting there for either of these teams.
Gotcha.
What challenges are the Timberwolves, or what challenges is the winner of this series going to have against Minnesota?
Well, I'm not mad at that. I'm not a journalist with words. I'm not mad at that. He wanted no part. That lets me know he thinks this thing is going to, and I expect it too. He said what Houston's missing. And if they pull this off, it almost is more miraculous for the Rockets. They don't have that closer, Stoney.
Well,
that
not
guard.
yet.
Yeah, no doubt. And we saw in Game 4 when they went through Şengün, who, I'm not mad, but if Jalen Green had been, closer to, his basketball puberty and closer to an Anthony Edwards or a Brunson, and those are heavyweight names, that's the piece they're missing. When we got Butler, we got Curry, and they don't.
But it kind of sounds to me like you don't think Jalen Green's going to be that guy.
I mean, Bob basically said, go get Devin Booker.
Man, basically, Steiny. And I think that's where this thing is headed.
Hear that.
Oh, I totally did.
I thought the kind of player he was describing didn't sound like Booker to me.
No, he said a guard that could create for themselves or for others in tight situations.
And I don't want to kick my guy down, kick my guy while he's down, per se, Jonathan Kuminga, because Jalen Green is way further than that. But there are some parallels on what they need Jalen Green to be and questions if he can get to that top a couple more tiers up, Steiny. It's Kuminga like in regard to can he give us what Green's given Houston. So I just think if you add a Durant or somebody like that to what this team has now, man, it's good now, but Steiny, it would be great.
It could be great by letting them grow.
Status quo?
Well, no, not status quo. Growing, getting better.
But what if he didn't take that Green, for this example, what if he didn't get there?
Well, that's what Houston knows better than any of us. I mean, Houston knows who Jalen Green is, what his potential is, whether he's going to become the player they want or not. Like, that's what they have to assess. And I'm sure, that they know if he can get there or not. I mean, he's been playing there, 4 years now? So
Breathe Well on the YouTube chat goes, Steiny Goo, nobody wants Green. I would say I don't think that's correct.
I don't know about that.
He'd be attractive.
I don't know about that. I mean, if for no other reason, I mean, Green's going to help you in the regular season.
And I'm going to steal from you. I know we're up against it. Wouldn't you say the Rockets are a year ahead of where you thought they would be, or is this on?
Not real. Yes and no, and I'll answer that on the other side. Yes and no. All right, let's get back into it with the listeners. 888-957-9570 is the number, and we were just talking about this series, which is 5 games in. Who's been the best player? Who's been the most consistent player? Is it the same guy? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
You listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
Yep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So I'd have to take the test again. My test would be invalid that I already had.
That's correct.
Oh, this is, Evan, I'm at Evan, that little Tuesday jab, I'm down on you right now, but I'm not going to prove to people that it's true.
Well, you would to try to get a job in the NBA.
I got 10 friends, they think this is a bit.
I think it is too. Make it 11.
Why wouldn't I have said 150? I'll leave it game 6. It's Warriors in Rockets. Why wouldn't I say 158? Why did it stop at 143 if this was fictitious? But I'm not going out of my way to prove to any of you guys. But the closest people in my life, they're telling me something without telling me if they think I couldn't achieve that.
Yeah. Dude, I would take the test because it sounds like he's serious.
Dude, like Steiny and Evan,
the problem is
coming. Like, I'm out of here.
The problem is when he scores a 71, he's not only not going to get hired by Bob Myers, he's going to get fired here.
Oh, man, it's 71. I can't wait, man.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
All right. Let's get back to game 6.
Before you get the calls, real quick, pay off the tees. The Rockets, have they arrived a year before, or are they on par for what you thought? Because I don't know how long they're going to wait for old Jalen, Steiny.
I think they have. I would have to answer that yes and no. In other words, I always call it the year before the year.
Yeah.
Are they having the year before the year? I think they did have the year before the year, finishing second in the Western Conference and winning 52 games.
A deep Western Conference.
However, if the Warriors win this series, then I would say that's not a year too soon. That's about what they deserved. In their first playoff appearance, they took the Golden State Warriors to a nice 6-7 game series. And then next year, the goal would be to win a series. If they end up beating the Warriors, this is what happens. If they end up somehow beating the Warriors and then lose to Minnesota in 6 or 7, they better get back there again next year to the second round at least.
Sounds like you're talking about Minnesota.
No, I'm talking about Rockets.
No, the T was what they did last year, getting to the Western Conference Finals, and we're about to see if they can surpass that or even get back to that.
I think they kind of fit. I mean, they benefited last year from
nobody had them in the Western Conference Finals,
playing a team that they matched up extremely well against. But last year, I don't think they were a Western Conference I don't think they were a top 2 team in the West last year over the course of the season. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's get into some calls here. Let's go to Joel in Louisiana. What's up, Joel? How you doing?
What's up, y'all? I really enjoyed that conversation with Bob Myers. Y'all had some fantastic questions.
Thank you.
And I thought he brought up a good point with like the players not having a memory of the last game at all.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna show a point in this game today. I think it's gonna be a close game, but I had a question about whether or not y'all think in a realistic Warriors win, who's gonna be the leading scorer, and like how's the game gonna shape out? Like how's the game gonna go?
Well, Goose got the 143 IQ. Why don't you answer first?
All right, I got 2 candidates, and I love the question. If it's Curry, then we've seen this movie a million times, and since Jimmy Butler's been in town, we've seen him have 27, 28, and lead the team. So those would be my 2 candidates for it to go the way that you talk about. That would tell me, Steiny, the Warriors were able to impose their will offensively and win this game and have success running the motion and everything that they do.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, Curry is their leading scorer and Butler's their second leading scorer, and then reach into a hat and pull out
CP2,
Podziemski, Peyton, Post, Moody to be that third scorer. I think that's the recipe, the best recipe for the Warriors in terms of offensively. The best game is Steph goes 12 for 22, 5 for 9 from 3. Jimmy Butler goes for 24, 8 for 13, 6 for 6. That's how I think you'll know the Warriors are in good shape, if that's what the box score is that you're looking at tomorrow.
Now, I wouldn't mind something. You might throw something at me, and I'll duck. But Draymond giving us 14 or 16. I've been seeing Van Vliet checking him, Steiny, and I feel like, again, I know he's not Jordan, Draymond, but use that size to your advantage and make him pay and make them pay for doing that. Van Vliet's been, I don't want to say handling his own, but if you, and I know, again, this is a great defensive team, the Rockets, but Steiny, I just feel like Draymond can kind of take advantage of Van Vliet a little more than he has, or you could say Gooey has his hands full on the defensive end.
This is always one of those things where Draymond Green at times will take advantage of a smaller guy.
Yes.
Okay. But if you try to milk that, I always think there's a fine line between, okay, we see a mismatch, let's go there once or twice, boom, get something out of it, as opposed to Draymond's got Van Vliet on him, so let's make Draymond be a bigger part of the game plan by, let's just say, posting him up. Okay? Then you're doing something that you don't do a lot.
So it'd be advantage Houston.
I don't know. I'm not saying it would be advantage Houston. I just know that coaches don't want to kind of try something new at this point of a series unless they're really desperate. And I think the Rockets are okay with where they're at in this series. They're desperate because if they lose, they're out of the series, but I don't think they're desperate to find a player or a scheme. And I don't think the Warriors are either. I think both teams feel like if they play their best basketball, they can win against the other team. Draymond Green, let's go to his stats.
Yeah, I was watching that, and I'm like, man, they're getting, but I get it. But
I mean,
he's expending a lot on that defensive end, man.
Yeah, he has not had a good offensive series. He is averaging 6.4 points per game, 5.6 rebounds a game, but here's the big one, only 2.2 assists per game.
Man.
36 from the field, 26 from 3. I don't think there's any other way to see his offensive series and say it's been pretty lousy. Offensively, Draymond Green has been lousy.
But I would say to that, if you came into this series, the Warriors saying, for us to be successful, we need something from Dre as on the offensive end, Steiny, I don't think that was part of it at all. You know what I mean? You shouldn't.
Well, I mean, you'd like to think that Draymond Green would be better than 12 for 33 from the field in the series. Let's just put the rat on the table, sponsored by Atco. That stinks. That stinks. And obviously, his defense is terrific, but offensively, he has not been there.
I can't wait.
Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos.
Bobby.
Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
Hey, thank you for taking the call. I would like to talk about tonight's game, a couple concerns I have. But before I do, I need to give a little bit of commentary on that Bob Myers interview. It was gold, first of all. I love it that he's so humble, man. When Gibbs does the little mocking bloop, he actually takes offense to it. So, on multiple occasions, multiple interviews, I've noticed this. So, Giddens, please continue to do it so that you can get under his skin. And then, Goo, you have a heart of gold. But I think even you realize that regarding this IQ situation, Myers just said, I don't believe you without saying I don't believe you.
Yeah, there's a line around the corner, Bobby. It's not just Bob. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm going to just prove it. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
100%. Yep. And then, dude, Steinmetz, this might have been your finest moment. On multiple occasions, Myers said that you apparently know the role of a GM better than anyone, and also you know the mindset of a player better than anyone.
I hate it.
I'm sure you got a huge old Cheshire cat grin. He complimented you twice, gave shade to Goo, and gave shade to Giddens. This might have been your finest moment on air. Now, finally, let me just say, regarding tonight's game, what I wish you guys had asked is, okay, fine, if the memory is short, I agree with that. But your body's memory ain't necessarily short.
Wow.
The thing that I hated about Game 5 was that it was 2 days rest. That was my concern going into Game 5. Look, obviously the starters only played half a game, so I guess that's a blessing in disguise. But my question for Myers, or obviously for you guys, is my concern is still this. Is 2 days rest, is 2 days rest, is 2 days rest. So how are we going to deal with that, given the fact that also we don't know the status of Curry's shooting hand? And, you know, you can say you can tough it out. It's not a pain tolerance issue. It's the fact that this is a very fine skill. Like when a pitcher's got a blister on his finger, he doesn't get pulled out of the game because it hurts him too much. It's because he's throwing the ball 90 miles an hour and he needs to locate within 2 inches. So it's the same thing with Steph Curry. You know, if it's a little compromised, it's not a pain issue. It's the fact that his accuracy is compromised when he needs to be super accurate, throwing the ball, 30 feet into a little hoop. So I don't know the answer to that, and it concerns me and scares me about tonight's game and the fact that we only got 2 days rest. So I don't know the answers. I really hope they take care of this, because I don't know the mindset you have to say, hey, we could have finished in Game 5. We couldn't do it. Now we're going to go to Game 7 and say we can do it? I don't know. That's scary. And then finally, Alperin. Am I still on?
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. Giddens usually cuts me. I know it's a long call. But, hey, Alperin, I told you last week, I thought next year he would be a top 15 player, and in 2 years he's going to be a top 7 player. You'll notice when whatever that chaos that the Rockets have, when it gets a little out of control, the way to calm them down is they give the ball to Alperin at the free throw line. He just calms everything down and does his ISO work, or he passes it to a three-point. That guy, he's amazing. He's the best player on the court.
Evan wants to get you off now. Bobby Evans
way
waving.
to go, B. Call back next week, baby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Bobby. Okay,
first of all. 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Bobby, call in tomorrow morning. We'll give you 4.
Yeah.
But we got to keep it tighter.
I don't get that on KTVU.
You know what? Şengün, in that way, Bobby's right. He's a little like Butler. He calms them down offensively.
Yeah. But you still want that Game 4 possession back, I believe, at the end of the game.
Guru.
He was too far out for my liking.
Dude, I mean, that is.
We just had against Alperin.
We just had the bet. We just had Bob Myers come on and talk about short memories, and you've just gone back 2 days.
But that's what I do. That's what I do.
I got to tell you, and this is
because Bobby said something. I'm gonna respond to.
Who cares if he missed that shot 2 games ago? He missed it.
No,
he missed it.
If you're being fair and you're looking at this series like. Again, tomato. The bottom line, Steiny, is that thing was there to be had. But I will say this. Why I'm you can sense the trepidation, Steiny, is I don't want to give you the victory for this. But it's becoming abundantly clear to me as we move down the road and the games are just a day, you get a day rest. If it wasn't just we got one to play with last game Wednesday, and it was about, Game 4 was a bear. We had to get on the plane. If you're correct, then this is that Game 5 was a byproduct of that. And guess what? You only had 24 hours Wednesday, to get back for tonight.
Goo.
That's why I'm a little Goo. I ain't biting them.
I'm gonna ask you something. I'm gonna ask you. There will be no victory lap for me acknowledging that the Warriors are an older team. I mean, these are facts. A lot of people, including the players themselves, and Steph, Draymond, and Butler, Steve Kerr's already referenced it. Yes, that is going to be the biggest challenge for this team.
And I think I undersold that.
Well,
or I didn't give enough credence to it, man. I don't know why.
But we've seen sometimes how playoffs series end. And you can tell when a team just doesn't have it anymore.
The Lakers against the Minnesota, I could see LeBron and Luka's miscomings in regard to body and age.
I mean, you don't look at this particular game like I do, but Game 6 against the Lakers in 2023, that to me was the definition of...
You think?
Okay.
Clay couldn't hit a shot.
Exactly. And that's fatigue, and that's defense, and that's all those things. But the bigger picture is if, like, let's say the Warriors had... it's easy to say now. They were out of gas. Okay. What if they had won that game? Guess what? They're still not going anywhere. They're still not. They're not going to be able to then win that game and win in the Western. They were too tired at that point. I thought they were too out of gas. And by the way, Bobby, I did kind of try to bring up Butler and Draymond and Curry, and how do you know how they're going to respond? And I think the answer is you don't.
No doubt.
You just don't. And I will say this, and I don't expect this to happen tonight, but Bobby's right. They played terrible Wednesday, and it was the first time they were playing a game with 2 days off.
Right.
So now I look at tonight's game, and I do think if the Warriors don't look energetic tonight, then I do think we're starting to see the effects of age.
And I would be right behind you, giving you what I'm trying to give you now, but you're saying there's no lap, like you don't want to be right, but the bottom line is I've just, on my checklist, I omitted that, how heavy and the burden of being ready, especially now with just 1 day off. And you talked about it. Again, Bob, I was shocked. He does not want me to talk about the possibility of the next matchup, but those games are coming quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah.
And when you're this age, all you've been saying is, Goo,
if the Warriors win tonight, here are the facts.
Monday.
The facts are that the Minnesota Timberwolves are better than the Rockets.
No doubt.
Even though the Rockets had a better record.
But I know they're better.
But I think they're better. They're kind of the same team, but they're more experienced. If the Warriors win tonight, lose to win, they're playing, so they're going to play a better team, no home court advantage again, and this time, this series, game off, game off, game off, game off. It's going like,
yeah, man.
It's just, you think this series was hard. If you advance, can you play your veterans at a high level over the course of 10 games where you're going to play five games? And that has been my, that's
like, it's coming into focus for me, but I'll say this. If somehow, again, being proactive, if they can get this done and get to the finish line, you say, well, what is the finish line?
Yeah, what is the finish line?
Just to the finals or even win it all.
This is what I mean.
This is going to be the most incredible championship in NBA history because, and I've already stated this, because of their ages, of your big three. That's all. You don't even need to respond. It's coming clear now. I've been so focused on their opponent, but their real opponent may be Father Time. You like that, huh?
I want to say no S.
Yeah.
They got 37. They got their three best players combined to be 110 years old.
I hear you.
And you're right. Maybe we're seeing the effects of that already. But that's what I think tonight's game is about.
No doubt. Energy.
The other thing is, I never get a sense for this. Let's say the Warriors win tonight. So they put away Houston. Okay. And then they play Minnesota on Monday.
Yeah.
Are they back to 100%? Are they back to the way they were game one of the Rockets?
We wouldn't be able to know until Tuesday morning after the game.
Exactly. Yeah. I thought you would have learned your lesson from Bob.
Dude, I'm at it. I got a job coming.
Yeah, Bob might be his boss.
Man, and he was real.
You think he's getting another job?
Oh, I do.
Who would hire him?
Stoney, stop. Where does he want to go, though? What do you know about, like, it's got to be New York or Cali?
Well, you seem to know. You're good friends with him. Why don't you ask him?
Well, I'm too worried about Vernon Maxwell. You see his tweet?
Why?
No,
Coming at all of us here
Twitter.
in the Bay Area. Well, you still are. Your county is Steinmetz Sports, but
I haven't looked on Twitter in 3 months. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You're selectively social.
He compared it. Oh. He said if he could find a Utah Jazz fan with the toothbrush, that's comparable to a Warrior fan. Something else. You got to go look at it. I'll get fired.
Yeah, don't read it on the air.
Nobody's afraid of you, Vern.
You should be.
Yeah, I agree.
He said he gave GP the senior to business one time. He did say,
why are you so infatuated and you idolize fighting? How come?
I'm a lover, not a fighter. I've never idolized fighting.
Yeah, you do. I am Jake Paul.
Okay, there we go. Jake Paul. No, Steiny, I don't idolize. I hope you come on, man.
Yeah,
but I just want you guys to know, I'm serious, Evan.
You're Malcolm X when you want to be?
No, get a couple rounds. And I got to be careful here. When we're out and about, I don't think you guys know who you're with. I'm your Rick Mahorn. I'm your Lambeer, and we go out. I just don't think you guys know who you're in good hands like Allstate. And I look at you two like, I think I might be if I need a little help. Like, we're lovers, not fighters, but I don't know if y'all know, you know?
I have seen you pull the chair from under someone.
That's my brother, except the Tuesday joke.
That's your quarterback?
Yeah, no, well, you're my quarterback. That's my point guard.
Oh, I got you.
Yes.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number.
You going tonight?
I see a lot of people on hold, and we're getting to all your calls on the other side.
You going tonight?
Warriors-Rockets, Game 6. It's about the Warriors-Rockets, Game 6, not what my plans are
you
on a
always
Friday.
say that's a good idea. That's a good question.
Well, it is.
But today I'm feeling you feel different.
You know what I feel? I don't belong there. I don't belong there. Yeah, I don't belong there.
Here we go.
My time's come.
Bob just gave you some love.
Been there, done that. I don't belong in that arena.
You're not bigger than the game.
I know.
So you can never look at it, been there, done that. This is a major game tonight. Show up. Makes the show look better. I'm going to go in the media room.
No, it doesn't.
With Evan.
It doesn't make the show look better.
Get some eats?
I don't.
It does.
Come on, Steiny.
Come on, man.
Nah.
Pull up the chase.
He'll be there when Finchie's in town.
Yeah, the only question now is...
With a T-Wolf bomber jacket.
I know. The only question now is whether I'll be on their bench or not. All right. 888. I won't. 888-957-9570 is the number. Who's been the best player in this series? And who's been the most consistent player? And is it the same player? We're going to get more into Game 6 tonight. Warriors need to get it. Get a little rest before the next series, but can't take it for granted. This is a young team that's played hard not only all season, but all playoffs. 888-957-9570. We'll be back in a second.
We go down the tough road, Stoney. was embarrassing. I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Know my name. This dude is special, man. Let's go, Steiny.
Yep. Warriors Rockets, game 6 tonight. Warriors looking to close this thing out. Tip off at 6 o'clock.
Early.
Which means Willard and Dibbs on Warriors Live at 5. Evan Giddings and Mark Randy will bring you home with the post-game Warriors Live. So we'll be locked in all day. And hopefully the Warriors will be locked in tonight, Guru.
Yeah, and
because they didn't seem to be on Wednesday.
Yeah, that was what do you call this? That was a no-show. That was me on a Thursday.
Oh, don't do that to yourself.
I haven't hurt my feelings.
And I've said this before. You know, one of the most important things is self-love.
I have a lot of that.
Okay, yeah. Then that allows you to love others. Yeah. But I'm not sure you can love others if you don't love yourself.
I tell my kids that.
Yeah, we can talk more about that when we have nothing else to talk about. But what's your confidence meter at 1 to 10?
9. And I'm being real, Stouty.
You know what's funny? If I would have asked him that yesterday, he would have said 3.
Yeah, and I went
and nothing happened.
No, I went.
Nothing happened.
I promise you, I went home, went to the gym, came and watched Denver and L.A. New York. Brunson, the superstar, tweeted that out. But Stouty, I watched the Warrior game again, and it said a 9. Like, I'm panicking. I don't want them to utilize they have one to play with, but that's the reality. There's one team in here tonight. If they don't win, their season's over. And fortunately for us here in the Bay, that's not the Warriors. It's the Rockets. So I expect a GP2. He's been kind of MIA a little bit after his big game. Maybe we see Looney or Moody. Like, it's not just Steph, Jimmy, or Dre, Stoney. It's the others. And if Houston is suffocating or doing a great job on the big three, then if it boils down to the others, then they got to show.
Exactly. And if
that, look, I'm at a 9.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the Warriors' big three right now, there's only been one player you can count on at one end of the floor, and that's Draymond Green.
Wow.
Draymond Green is going to defend tonight. Curry, been a little up and down. Butler, in and out. Draymond, no factor offensively. Like, the thing I worry about with the Warriors is if 2 out of their 3 big boys don't play well,
then
they're not good enough outside those big 3 to maybe they can get you a game.
Yeah, no doubt.
But it's going to be really hard.
And what's scary about, and Bob, if you're listening, I'm going to do it anyway because you told me not to. What's scary, Sonny, is that's the formula for the foe waiting to play the winner of this series. And if it's the Warriors, that's how you try to skin the cat, hit the head of the snake. You know, if you can keep Curry at bay and you can get Butler just average, then it boils down. Well, he's battling.
Well, he's got to be better on offense.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I mean, you can't play 4-on-5 at the offensive end and think that you're going to be able to win consistently. You know, you might be able to get by in a series, but I think offensively, I'm going to say it, he's been terrible. And the numbers back it up. 888-957-9570, talking about who's the best player in this series so far and who's the most consistent. And is it the same player? Let's go to Theo. Theo's in the East Bay. Hey, Theo, how you doing?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Houston Rockets defense.
Yep.
They've been doing a really good job the last 2 games against Steph. That zone press defense that they're doing to start at the half court has really been a problem for Steph. So to me, I'm curious to see what Steve Kerr is going to do to try to get him some open looks. And, you know, for me, it all boils down to who's going to make shots for this team. We're going to have to ask one of these young guys to step up, whether it be Pods or I don't even know if Moody's going to be starting. But somebody's got to step up, and I'll take your guys' thoughts on this after I hang up. But I'll know who's going to win this game within the first 10 minutes of watching this game. It's going to be huge for the young guys. And if we do somehow pull it out, the confidence that the young guys are going to need for the next series is going to be huge. So, thanks again for taking my call. Have a good weekend, boys.
Appreciate it.
I'll say this. I'll caution the callers, Donnie. Go figure. I mean, the Warriors were up 11-2 in game 4. I got that PTSD, and we won. It was 11-2, and I'm like, here are the Rockets. They're rocketing. And that was the game they came back and had a chance to win. So I would just tell him, give yourself more than 10 minutes.
I never do that because I think things can change.
Yeah, and they do. But I'd like to see Curry more off ball tonight.
I mean, you obviously want the Warriors to be up 10 rather than down 10 minutes into the game. But if the Warriors are up 10, I don't think the Rockets are going away. And if the Rockets are up 10, the Warriors ain't going away.
But then it's up to that building and the fans to...
Oh, please.
What you mean, oh, please?
I said, oh, please.
They were incredible game 4. But when you're down... It's hard, you still, you know what I mean, Stoney?
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, all this stuff with pedigree and home crowd, they're nice, but they don't win games for you. They might nudge you, but they don't win them outright. Some guys love going into opposing gyms and quieting the crowd. We'll find out if the Rockets have any of those guys tonight. I got to believe Brooks is one of them. Let's go to Mike in Hayward. Hey, Mike. Mike also wants to talk about the Rockets defense. Hey, Mike.
Mikey.
No, Mike. All right, we'll jump over to Pat. Pat's in Foster City. What's up, Pat? How you doing?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. A couple things. One, this series hasn't surprised me at all. It's gone pretty much the way I thought it was going to go. And, it's great to be up 3-2. I almost said 3-1, but it's good to be up 3-2. But we could easily have been down 3-2. In fact, it wouldn't take much for Houston to have already won this series. I mean, that's how close some of these games have been. So it's been back and forth. And I think tonight's game is going to look a lot like game 3. That's what I think. I think it's going to come down to last 2 minutes, and it's going to be, some inbound plays and possession stuff within a minute and a half a game. That's how it's going to come tonight, I think. But you guys were talking about, the age of the Warriors and whatnot. And, I always thought going into this series that you have age on one side and experience on the other, right? And to me, I thought those things were going to negate themselves, and it kind of leaves you in a neutral position, which is kind of the way it's kind of played out. But, I think part of the reason why the Warriors are where they're at now in these not back-to-backs, but, one day off and travel and all that, they're sort of in jeopardy because I think ever since they got Butler, they had a whole series of games against teams that weren't all that great, and they won most of them. And then down the stretch, they had a whole stretch of really tough games that they kind of had to win, and they did, but not without playing these starters a lot. And then they had to get a play-in game, and that went down to the wire. So they've been grinding for months now. There's been none of that. Back in the glory days of the Warriors, the last month they would rest everybody, play the rookies, do the Popovich, player management thing. And they've not had that luxury whatsoever. So, I think that's been a big issue for them. It's just it takes a cumulative toll. But if they get past these guys, past Houston, and I think they will win tonight, but it's going to be close, going against Minnesota. And I say this facetiously. I don't mean it seriously, but, it's almost like the Warriors might just want to rest their players in Minnesota as starters and just try to win 3 games at home and then try to win game 7 on the road. Again, I'm saying that facetiously, but I think it's got to the point where they really have to manage these guys, I think. So I think the stretch run has taken a lot out of these guys.
Yeah,
That's my feeling.
Pat, I agree with you. And
stuff.
I heard, you've said this and Steve Kerr said it that, we basically been playing playoff basketball for the last couple weeks. Okay? And that's why I don't think he can win it. Like that's what I think. Like, and here's what I want to know from Warrior fans. And we know they played hard down the stretch, and we know there's been a lot of talk about their age and whether we're wearing down. I'm going to ask these two guys first. All right. Do you feel like we've seen anything, Evan, in the first 5 games of this series where the age issue has presented itself?
Yeah, obviously. Game 5.
Okay, but that just was pulling your starters out to get them rest for the next round, or get them rest for Friday.
Well, there's just no point in chasing it. Like, I think if they were younger, like if Curry, Draymond, and Jimmy were, 25, they probably would have played the remainder of the third.
Right.
Seen if they could have made more of a push, but they decided 5 minutes was all they got.
How about anything on the court? On the court, you guys.
Mine is
Okay.
Yeah, mine is game 4.
Minus game 4.
No, mine is game 4. My answer is game 4. And I thought the young guys stayed with it, the Rockets. And that's why I keep wondering and using the word, shout out Oakland, technical, if they figured something out, and that could just be we're younger, we're faster, we got more stamina. But for the Warriors to hang on to the game in the fashion that they did, and then that was an L, but you follow that up with a big win that was over, in the second quarter. I'm eager to see what the Warriors have in regard to the Allen Iverson tonight, the answer to combat that. And if I don't see by halftime what you've been asking for, Stoney, that energy from the Warriors, you can't front and you can't hide from you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be apparent. And it's like a boxer that tires. You can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm hoping they're just active tonight, man.
I also think in game 2, like the 2 games that they haven't needed to get, that's where I guess the age would have shown up the most for me, because you can just see the lack of urgency, and when you have older legs, you're not going to push it as hard.
Yeah. You mean the fact that the Rockets won at 2-0 and at 3-1.
Yeah. And no Butler in game 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I'm just curious, and again, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself or ourselves, but if after 5 games, we all know that age is an issue. After 5 games, I wonder if Warrior fans are saying, "No, we're fine with that issue," or, "Man, it's still early and I'm seeing signs."
And that's okay. That I'm fence sitting like you,
right?
But tonight will reveal that for me to where I can go 100% in and put my stamp on. I was right. My worries are real, or it was just a footnote. It happened. Well, we're okay.
Yeah. I think
I'm excited.
I think we've seen it. Obviously, when Kerr goes away from his starters in game 5 so early, that's part of it. But I do think there have been a couple stretches in this series where the Warriors have been careless and turning it over for like 4 out of 6 possessions or 3 out of 5 possessions. And like that to me is some kind of fatigue, whether it's mental or physical, because in the playoffs they don't usually do that. Look like they can't combat an aggressive defense for a stretch of 3 or 4 minutes. I always felt like the Warriors were always able to, no matter who was defending them, no matter what team, because of their shooting and their ball movement, they would get guys open shots. And I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure if this team can is getting stronger right now.
And that's why, again, I'm all in already, Stoney. We all are, but that's why tonight's game, not only just to close them out, but it will reveal those questions. We get those answers to those questions. I was going to ask you, what did you make of Kerr with Willard and Dibbs yesterday?
What's funny is, unfortunately, I was networking during that interview, but we are going to play some of that.
Oh, okay.
Coming up.
Great job.
Yeah, they always do. Those guys, they're very
Kerr's
talented.
Awesome too.
Who?
Like Myers. Kerr's a real one. Humble.
He deserved it.
Easy to talk to. doesn't give you the mayonnaise and the fluff. I don't believe. We've talked to him in person.
Thank you.
Now, why would you laugh? We have talked to him in person. I posted a picture on Facebook.
Why does everything have to be about bragging?
Wow.
I prefer informing.
Evan, I wasn't bragging. You might have ruined me right there.
What?
Was that brag?
It's a humble brag. I'll give you that. Antonio in Oakland.
Oh, man.
Oh, you know what's happening tonight.
Yeah, let's hear.
It's coming down tonight. Antonio, what you doing, buddy?
It's going down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Draymond Green, he about to lock up Sengun tonight, man, on the real. One of the classic Draymond games. He's the Ryan Lott of the Warriors. It's like Ryan Lott used to lead out those games. Wow, hit over the middle. Set the tone the rest of the way. That's going to be Draymond tonight. Steph's going to be, GOAT point guard that he is. Take over, 35 points, 8 threes. Dylan Brooks going to be mad, crying like a little girl. Like he's LeBron and Luka.
Little child.
But anyway, man, it's going down tonight. Game 6.
You going?
Warriors all day, man, in the Bay.
Antonio, you going to the game?
I'll be watching from outside.
I hear you from outside. I love it. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Antonio. Appreciate it. Antonio, I was going to ask him if he was going to go to a bar to watch it, but he can't get into a bar. He looks like he's 16.
No,
the guy's got a young face.
Curry. He looks like Curry.
Like when he came into the league.
Yeah.
Curry.
Boy, they show those clips. It looks like they all look good now, Steiny. Yeah. Look at our videos from 8 years ago.
You go look at him.
I have.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Don't talk about
that. You Google yourself, don't you? Do you? Just be honest.
Why would I do that?
Because you put the goo in Google.
Boy, you guys, I work with some. That's special, E.
All right, here's a couple things from Steve Kerr I'm going to play. First of all, the idea of getting the starters out of there early, meaning they only played 20 to 25 minutes. Does that make a difference in his mind coming into tonight's game?
It's a big difference for sure, especially, given the age of Steph, Dre, Jimmy. Playing 25 instead of 40 is a huge difference.
All right. He said it's a huge difference.
I get it.
So then there's really no excuse for the Warriors not to come out raring to go tonight.
Yeah, Wonder Bread, fresh.
All right. Oh, boy. I'm not going to go in order here.
All right.
Because it's clearly not in order of importance because the next thing's about Kuminga. So I'll skip over that. And
I didn't like that. That was a shot at him. He didn't deserve that.
Who?
Kuminga. We might see him tonight.
No, the point is there's 13 cuts occur here. That's the second one on the list.
But the way you're like,
well, he's not the second biggest issue.
Yeah,
he belongs a little more toward the bottom at this point. Let's go to Darian Novato. Hey, Derry, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Hey, just wanted to touch a point about being that it is Game 6 tonight. I think of course, we have an uncertainty. Who's going to win? Who's not going to win? We don't know. Are they old? Are they young? We don't know. But the one factor that I think is a big one is the crowd. The crowd. Like, it's like, how is the crowd going to react? How are we going to be? Like, my 12-year-old son never saw the We Believe team. And I play videos for him on YouTube about the We Believe team. And that Game 6 versus the Mavericks, and Oracle Arena, everyone was standing, I think, the whole time in yellow shirts, just yelling and going for it. And just like, in players' faces, and that's what we need. That's what we need. I don't know if it was Game 3 or Game 4 that I saw next to the Rockets bench, a group of young guys just standing and screaming and yelling. And that's the kind of stuff that we need out there.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping, unfortunately, I can't afford to go out to the game, but I'm hoping that we get a lot of fans like that. They'll be screaming in people's ears, let's take advantage of home court. We have to. It's Game 6. We got to get it. Let's go Warriors.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Derry. Appreciate it.
You going like it has a soul though, Chase Steiny. I thought it was active. 3 and 4. Like,
okay.
Yeah. Put on the shirts. It's a 6 p.m. start. Let's go.
And that's easy to say. And it's very safe to say that about Chase. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head if when the Warriors were playing at Oracle, both during We Believe and the early part of this run,
did
anybody ever call in and say, hey, we need Oracle to be rocking tonight. I don't think so.
No, but what he's telling you is rattle the Rockets.
It was assumed that the place was going to be jumping.
But good for him
there's
to remind
There's
everybody.
not an assumption, apparently, about that at Chase Center. Just say, Steiny, you're right.
No, just say, mouth, show up and be a part of what you want to see then.
Well, and I'm saying that in and of itself seems to be proof that Chase just doesn't have the environment of Oracle at this point. You'd meet me there, right? I mean, you'd certainly meet me there, right?
Oracle is something that will never be duplicated.
That's an easy answer.
And Chase is...
Will Chase ever be as loud as Oracle?
I don't have the equipment to tell you that, but I've been in there where it's been loud. You know what I'm saying? What is the decimal levels or what have you? But Steiny, rattle the Rockets, rattle the visiting team, man.
Can Chase Center rattle a team?
I've seen
like Oracle.
Yeah, I've seen it. A couple years ago, the Sixers were in town and beat it versus
the
Poole.
Sixers?
Yeah, Curry was out.
That's not even a team.
The Steiny, stop. It was when they were rolling.
Listen.
Chase is off the chain. Come on, Steiny. Put some respect on it. Celtics series in the finals.
Listen. The only team that's ever been rattled that I've seen are the Dallas Mavericks in 2007. Yeah. That team was rattled. That team was
lemon booty. That was the definition of it, Steiny.
Steiny, Chase Center was off the charts just as the early part of the dynasty at Oracle. Okay, so they're saying that early at Chase, well, it sounds like early at Chase is better than now at Chase in terms of the fans.
I thought the crowd has gotten better. Like game 3 was solid. In game 4 it turned up even more.
I was impressed, Evan.
I mean, I think it's like the tension with each game just gets more heightened, and to the point where it's not, but I think a lot of people are going to feel like it's an elimination game.
That's the tension, Steiny, the stress level.
I completely agree.
And tonight we have it.
When you're the best time, the fans are the loudest when you get up 11 after a run and you're feeling good.
Or if they're saying something to the ref.
Close games, it is tough to be.
Yeah.
It is tough to be crazy or off the chain if the game's close. Yeah. That's why Game 6 in 2007 was the pinnacle for the Warriors when they beat Dallas.
Do you happen to know what day of the week that game was on? Game 6. Was that a Friday, or was that? I think that was.
It was absolutely a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
I don't want to
because I wasn't there.
I want to. You weren't there.
No.
What happened?
I've told you this story a million times.
No.
I'll repeat it if you want. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 6 tonight. Don't go anywhere. Keep it on 95.7 The Game all day today. Willard and Dibbs. They'll have Warriors Live for you. Tip-off is at 6. Evan and Grandy have post-game right after the game. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Dunleavy about that, and I said, I don't need the drive. Dunleavy had known each other. Who's pushing the
That's
button?
Evan.
Yeah, Evan. That's your boy, Evan.
Evan, me knowing Dunleavy for 20 years isn't a drive. It's not a name. It's like saying my buddy, kind of. Okay, so we'll just leave it at that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Bob Myers. We had him on earlier today.
Giving Evan the business.
For an interview. And if you missed it, the good news is we're going to play it again at 12:50. 12:50, we'll replay the Bob Myers interview.
My job offer.
You know what? We could cut it down a little bit. Some of that interview, shorten the answers. Game 6 tonight. And
let's go.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Where are you watching?
That's a great question.
On a Friday, Steiny. Let it hang, man.
I got to tell you, there's something about my man cave that's doing it for me.
It's called the lab. I get it, and I got goosebumps. If I wasn't going, I'd be in the lab.
Like, if I go to the game, I can't rewind anything.
But then you go back and watch it.
Nah,
that's my hobby.
But I'll end up forgetting to tape it because if I go to the game,
already set YouTube TV.
Okay. All right, let's get into it now. Let's get to Ian. Ian's on 580. What's up, Ian? How you doing, my man? Let's go.
Hey, man, I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
Excited, man.
Me too.
Let's go. Man, you guys were right. You don't remember, but I told you I wasn't going to watch that playing game, but you were right. I did. But,
well, that's why Goose got a 143.
Hey, so check it out, man.
Yeah.
Oracle, Chase Center ain't got none on Oracle, man. Oracle was Oakland. Oakland is the basketball town in the Bay Area. Nothing even comes close. We used to have kids from Oakland schools in there, people from Oakland, coaches from Oakland, and there ain't no sneaking from the nosebleeds down to courtside of Chase, man. You know what I mean?
That was my childhood.
Nothing like Oracle. You know? Yeah, mine too, Guru. So, and my goddamn, I didn't say it.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah. But this about Chase, Nani. They're chasing number 5.
Yeah, I don't.
We love Oracle, but tonight it's about your new wife.
Yeah.
And your new wife is Chase. And it's already birthed a title. Trying to get another one, Steiny. We have a responsibility tonight to go ham. Seriously.
No, you don't.
Dylan. Like if he's at the free throw, Dylan. All that.
You're going to be doing that?
Well,
don't have that credential near you.
No, I'm a patron tonight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Have fun out there.
Yeah. Be safe.
Absolutely. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Coach Hall? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I have a X's and O's question for you. I'm excited about the game, but
I'll certainly take that
one. I think a lot of these have been self-inflicted wounds. Like, what I don't understand, like last game, for instance, when they blitz and trap Steph at top of the key, coming over half court, the middle of the court is wide open. Why did Pies pass 4 times at the free throw line instead of turning around, shooting a foul line jumper, or just taking the floater? Like, do we need to put JK there? Do we need to put Moody there? Can somebody just make the game easy? Like, there's careless turnovers. I'm sorry, I'm not that big on the Rockets. I think we've been beating ourselves, honestly, and I think we're going to win in the blowout tonight if we keep the game.
Hey, real quick.
Get you guys' thoughts on that.
Real quick, before you hang up, I know you're not in Oklahoma City, but I don't want to steal your thunder, but what about last game? That was over before it started, so do you say we blew that one? Because we got mollywopped.
No, I think we started off hot. Dre hit a couple threes. Once it got 13-8, I thought Kerr should have called a timeout. Once we saw the way the fouls was going to go, I thought he should have called a timeout, calm the guys down. But even still, when we came back, Oz passed up a couple shots. We were just jacking threes. And this is it's not common for us to get offensive rebounds against the Rockets. One possession, we got 3 offensive rebounds, missed 3 straight threes. I just think we got to keep it simple.
There it is.
Appreciate the call, Coach Hall. Here's where I think Curry's gotten into a little trouble this series. Amin Thompson gives him trouble. He pesters him. There's no doubt about it. And so there have been times when Amin Thompson has picked him or really made it tough on him. Then there's been other times where, he'll be guarding Curry and then they'll blitz Curry. I feel like early in Steph Curry's career, he waited too long to pass when that double team came at him.
Right.
And it didn't work out well for him because at that point he wasn't as strong as he is now. By the same token, I would like to see him give it up a little more quickly. For example, as soon as he sees that thing coming, I would think about giving it up because in a more physical game with a team that's athletic and long and they're letting you play, you're asking for that's the other thing. Think about all the playoffs and how many times has a guy had the ball and whether it's after a rebound or whether it's at half court and he gets double teamed, they are letting you absolutely be super aggressive.
I'm assuming the turnover now, Steiny.
Yeah, I mean, they're letting the teams really be aggressive defensively, and that doesn't play well for the Warriors or, quite frankly, for any team.
Okay, I got a theory, and a Steph Curry on mine all day. But, Steiny, what if that is fatigue that we're seeing?
I think it might be.
Where he knows what he's supposed to, but they're like mosquitoes, and, it's going, and so you just want it out your hands.
I mean, to me, when you say, well, Curry made some lazy passes. Okay, that's what's the difference between lazy?
No, that's fatigue. To me,
it's some kind of fatigue. And last game, it hurt the Warriors, especially when the game went from 8-5 Warriors to 20-8 Rockets. Let's go to Jason. Jason's in Philadelphia. What's up, Jace? Jason, Philadelphia. He's usually money. Guys from Philadelphia are usually money.
Nah, he choked.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
Oh, I thought that was him.
Let's go to Zach in Santa Rosa, the Redwood Empire. Mm-hmm. What's up, Zach?
What's up, guys? What's up, hey? Thanks for having me on. I'm not sure if you covered this yet. You might have covered it yesterday or so, but I just wanted to talk about the last game. Right at the end of the game, I am a firm believer right now that Steve Kerr made a massive mistake and that the starters should have 100% come back in the game once we were down by 13 points with about 6 minutes left. That is a very doable comeback for the Warriors, and there's no way in God's green earth would I ever have Braxton Key, Trace Jackson-Davis, and Kevin Knox in a close game like that with 6 minutes to go. I think that's absolute coaching malpractice. So all I'm saying is if the Warriors don't close it out tonight and we go back to Houston for Game 7, I'm coming back to Kerr for Game 5 on how he messed up because I think that was absolutely ridiculous.
Hey, real quick, what if he would have put these older players back in the game after they had been sitting for a long time and one of them got hurt? What would you be saying then? I'm just keep it real with us.
100%, and I get that, but we can't not play guys because we're scared of injury. This is a close game in the playoffs. I can see if this is a regular season game, I'm all with you, man. But playoff game, 13 points. Think about if we were never down by 30. If we were down by 13 all game, those starters are 100% going to be in the game. So what's the difference? I think it's too close of a game to throw in the towel that early. We may win tonight, and I'll shut up about it, but if we don't win tonight, I'm going to be pretty mad.
Appreciate it, Zach.
I know you have never, and Evan hasn't, logged any NBA minutes, but isn't there an unwritten rule that when you wave the white flag or kind of go about it the way Kerr did, you don't put the guys that got you down back in after the dudes that went in and, it's theirs to lose, right?
I don't think that's a rule.
If you were a coach, how would you do it? I would not put those jokers back in the game.
Well, this is where I don't blame Kerr. I blame the age of the Warriors. If Steph Curry is 25 years old and Butler's 26 and Draymond's 25, they would have come back in that game. I firmly believe it. Absolutely. But they're older, and they're sitting for 30 to 45 minutes in real time, and I think they couldn't do it. Like, to me, it was almost more about once Steph, Butler, and Draymond call it off, they're calling it off.
Okay.
Like, that's why when they talked about it, and Draymond, hey, we'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, we'll give you 5 minutes. The reason they said that was if you didn't get it in 5 minutes, you're done for the night. Why are we done for the night? Because it's not realistic for me to pull you with 5 minutes, with 7 minutes left in the third quarter, and then, oh my gosh, we're going to put you back in with 5 minutes. So not those guys.
Yeah, I know it's not preschool or CYO, high school, but Steiny, why would you put them back in when the guys that you cut down the lead, I just feel like you owe that to them.
Okay, so well, let's turn the clock back to 2018, and the Warriors are getting blown out, and they got Durant and Clay and all those guys, and it's a playoff game.
I don't think they would come out the way that I don't think that question would have been posed to Dre because the age thing wouldn't have been a factor. I don't believe.
So he would have put him back in.
They wouldn't have came out.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But my point is I firmly believe if this were a younger team,
they would have put him back in?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I am with the last caller. I mean, 13. It was a 13-point game with like 4 or 5 minutes.
But it was 30-100 with the starter. They don't deserve to get. I'm riding with the guys that.
Oh, you're riding with the guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, so you're writing off Curry, Butler, and Draymond Green. So like
they were written off when they went to the bench.
Okay, so you don't give them one game like that. Like all I'm saying is. So you're saying you wouldn't have put them in 8 years ago?
They had a chance.
I would completely disagree with you.
And if I'm one of those, you could probably say,
why would you do that?
Because I owe it to the guys that are playing.
Okay,
when we thought it was over.
So now you're gonna play. Now you're gonna play subs who don't play all year. They're gonna play from the 7-minute mark of the third quarter, 14 straight minutes. They get it to 13, but you're sitting with guys who are in their prime. I think you bring them back if they're in their prime, especially because the young, like the bench guys don't play a lot of minutes. So they were probably getting tired.
But that was their moment, man.
And how did it end up?
Well,
I'm just saying, like.
But my point is, for everybody that's all zesty about putting the starters back in, everybody on that Warrior team that day, when those guys, the starters went to the bench, everybody accepted the L except the misfits, the guy, and they brought it back. And Houston put their guard down. So to me as a coach, I've already accepted the L. I'm going to let them get their moment. And if we don't get it, we already accepted defeat. That's all. I don't think it would be a cool, hey, you do what you want. But Steiny, as a coach, all right, guys, good job. You got us back to 13. You guys go get the glory. Nah. I don't think we see that much where the starters go back in.
No, but what we've seen a million times is Steph Curry struggle for two and a half quarters, and then he wins you a game. The bottom line is, I believe he didn't put them back in the game because of their age. I don't believe I believe he would have put 30-year-old Steph back in that game. I completely believe that, especially because it was a playoff game. And you know what? With all due respect, bench guys don't deserve anything. They got what they deserved. They got 12 minutes. They did a great job. They got us back into the game. But you know what? We all knew they weren't going to win that game against the Rockets starters. I think that's unrealistic to think that. So I think he would have put those guys back in another era. That's just me.
Somebody say I'm speaking from experience. Shut up.
I can't say you're wrong. I can't say you're wrong. It's a hypothetical, and I think Steve might have come back.
But I'm just telling you, if I were Kerr, Steiny, and I'm lightweight mad at the showing that we had, the OGs, that I'm just riding with the guys that brought us back. So be it.
Well, then Okay, so then you're forsaking your championship pedigree. I mean,
I don't know why you think I feel like you're omitting that they got embarrassed. And the starters had their chance and you got embarrassed. Not just embarrassed, you got embarrassed. So now all of a sudden we're going to ignore that they're going to put their best foot forward. Yep. You could give them that opportunity. But to me, Steiny, this is about people. This is about you guys were crap and we already accepted the defeat. And look what the guys have done. It's your show to go finish, man.
What if Steve Kerr is looking at that game with 5 minutes to go and he goes, holy hell, those guys are gassed. Those guys are gassed. That they got us back into this game, but they cannot finish it. Then he has to go back to, but he wouldn't have. He wasn't gonna because
of their age.
Yes, I think so. I think so. And like the idea, here's the other thing that I'm a little curious about. Well, how bad do they have to play for how long before you say, well, now you can't play crunch time? I mean, these are your champions. They're your champions. So you have a chance to win a game or steal that game. I do believe he would have come back with the starters if they weren't as old as they were. That's just me.
Yeah.
What do you think, E? If Curry, Butler, here's a hypothetical. If Curry, Butler, and Draymond were 27, but they 10 years younger, would Kerr have gone back to them? Assuming that Curry had already been won 2 titles.
Probably. Yeah, I think he would have. But also he's talked about trying it in the past, and it hasn't really worked. So at that point in their careers, I think he'd be more willing to give it a go.
Yeah, and we don't know the answer.
I mean, telling you what I would do.
I mean, either way, I don't think it would have worked. Like, to expect those guys to come in cold, to your point, Goo.
I agree.
And even down, like, let's say they got it to 8 or 9. It would have been a tall task for them just to get back into the game and win it.
Yeah, interesting, though, to think about. Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo? How you doing?
Yo.
What up, baby?
Y'all having a great conversation. Y'all having a great conversation. Interesting conversation. I don't know. I feel like if last night or the night before, we should have just played team that was on the court. If they would have got it in, if Cuz would have made some, he was smoking so many layers, man. I thought his name was Cheech Chong or something. But
my man.
Anyway, Keys was playing. But I thought Jason Dumas was going to come on, but Jason Dumas, he fumbled the ball. Typical Eagle fan. But my point is this: Oracle had the one thing about Oracle, and I give respect to Cuz I was talking about Oakland.
Yeah.
And respect to I be hooping in Oakland. Oakland is a great place to hoop, but the whole Bay Area be coming with some, so you feel me, with some basketball game. You feel me? You go to the North Bay, Petaluma, they'll cross you over wherever. But Oracle had a soul and it also had a heart. That's the thing that people forget. Oracle, one time the Warriors was losing, and I think we lost against the Spurs, but they was still in there riding, talking about Warriors. So that's the thing that Oracle, I think, that Chase never had. Now, as far as how loud it get, Chase has been getting pretty loud.
Yeah.
You feel me? I haven't been to a game this year, not one. I went to a couple of games last year, but not this year. And then I noticed, because we are basketball, this is a basketball region, shout out to the town, Frisco, everybody, Union City, all that. They knew when the stakes were at Chase Center, when we needed to feel like they needed to win again, and when they needed to bring in some real funk and some real noise, they did that. So because we are, people forget about the Bay as far as like being a great basketball area, we are up there as far as the knowledge of when to make noise and when not to make noise, and do what we do.
Yeah.
But we're rowdy. Oracle was rowdy, and they had a heart, man. They didn't care. they'll talk about your mama, but at the same time, they love the Warriors.
Oh, Mike, hey,
Thanks,
we got to
Mike.
hoop
Appreciate
together
the call,
too,
man.
Mike. I'm for real.
You ain't ready, Guru. I have to cross you one
Hey,
time.
I sized you up, Mike, on your IG. I saw it. I was like, I might be able to get by Mike. Steiny, sit this one out. We go hook up, Mike.
Like, when Steiny was talking about the coach, Fizdale, I have you locked up like
that was
Fizdale
great.
used to have Steiny.
Yeah.
Steiny, that was a great story. Take it easy, Mike.
Couldn't do anything.
Wow.
All right, here's this is Kerr from yesterday's Willard and Dibbs show on the conversation with Draymond at halftime and the plan.
We're walking off the court at halftime. We're down 29. You can feel that it's a game that is highly unlikely to go our way. And Draymond and I know each other so well. I didn't even have to, express, the question explicitly. All I said to him was, "What do you think?" And he knew exactly what I meant. And he said, 5 minutes. And I said, I think that makes sense too. And Terry Stotts and I had talked about it even before halftime started. We debated, do we send them out at all? And we agreed it didn't make sense to pull them out at that point altogether. Like, let's give them a chance to, make a little push. And, but we're not messing around because, game 6 is 48 hours later. And at that point, it just becomes risk reward. And the obvious choice was to get them off the floor.
All right, so that's on his theory for getting them off the floor with 5 minutes into the third quarter.
But I won't fight you on the age component of it.
No, I mean, I think also when it's, and I think this is kind of understood, and maybe it's had to do, I don't know if it had to do with age or not, but 5 minutes is 5 minutes. And I think you're right. That's what Kerr was saying to him. I'm giving you 5 minutes, and if it ain't there, night.
Right.
Not, hey, we're going to give you 5 minutes, and if the subs come in and get it close, you guys got to stay ready. I don't even think that was kind of an option for the Warriors at that point. Let's go to Daryl in San Jose. What's up, Daryl? How you doing? Try to squeeze you in here for a minute or so. What's up, buddy?
Let's go.
Okay, how you doing, Guru?
All right.
Steiny?
Doing well.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna try and channel that 143 IQ that Guru got going.
Let's go.
I'm trying to say that I think these technicals are going to be a big part of the game tonight. I think Dillon's going to lead that. If he drags Draymond down, we in trouble. We just need good shooting from the big three, but we also need that help from Post, Paz, and Moody. They need to shoot well. No turnovers. Lock up defense.
Yeah.
And let's see what Giannis sees. Giannis going to be looking at this game. He might float our way next summer or something. So we can get him in the house. That's championship number 5.
Thanks, Daryl. So he knows they're not going anywhere this year.
Well, stop.
Thanks, Daryl.
My buddy Carrington ripped me on that take about we got our Giannis. Saying Butler, oh my gosh.
Yeah, but stand on it.
No, you just misconstrued it like you always do with my thoughts. You said I took bullets for it, but it's fine. I bounced back.
Yeah, that was a bad one for you yesterday. That was not very, that wasn't
and
really
it was
smart.
The day before.
Prisoner of the moment, Guru.
Take it out of context.
All right, coming up on the other side, Bob Myers. We're going to play the Bob Myers interview from earlier today, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors, also their general manager. We're going to play that interview on the other side. Don't go anywhere if you missed it. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
what was the general manager's name? Whatever.
Myers. Bob Myers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Why would you even let me answer? What, did I have laryngitis? What was that?
I'm not sure what that was or where it was.
Where were you?
Game 6 tonight at Chase Center. Tip-off at 6 o'clock. In case you haven't heard, that game's getting started an hour earlier, so make sure you be in your seats by 6 for tip-off. Earlier in the show, we had Bob Myers on, former president of basketball operations and general manager of the Golden State Warriors, and talked about this series and other things. And the first question I asked him was, what's been standing out most about the Houston Rockets Golden State Warriors series?
Physicality of the series would be the thing that jumps out to me. I mean, I think what differentiates it's a real physical series, and not that surprising, but just seeing it through the first 5 games on a night in, night out basis is pretty. I like it. I know people think it's too much. I'd rather have too much than not enough of the physical type of play. It kind of separates players that are able to get through that and play through it and make difficult shots, and I think it makes for a compelling watch. I know it doesn't look pretty at times, but I just really like the effort, and it's not. People want to say it's 80s. This isn't 80s basketball. Guys are moving all over the place, taking a ton of threes. Still, I enjoy it, but I think as far as this series, Steiny versus other series, the level of physicality on the defensive side, I do think sets it apart.
Wow, I'm with you, Bob, and I love it. And, I miss the 90s and the 80s, damn it. But I want to ask you about Steph Curry, and you know this better than anybody. He's presidential, right? He has not once went to the press after games and talked about the physicality or guys going after his hand. But that's what I want to ask you about, Bob. I know it's about tonight, but if they get past tonight, just that wrap that's on his hand, how big of a deal do you think that is moving forward for the Warriors to try to accomplish their ultimate goal?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It doesn't look like it's affecting his shot, but it may be affecting the turnovers. And again, he hasn't said this to me. I don't know if he would even say it to anybody. I have to believe it affects something. And then this is not, the fact that the guy's playing through it is the first thing I would say, just crediting his toughness and kind of fortitude. It's not nothing. It's not that it's who cares, you put a wrap on it. So what degree is it bothering him? It does look like his shot. I don't see him shooting differently, but maybe some of the criticism he's getting for the turnovers. And again, love the fact that he doesn't make excuses. One of my favorite, I'm obviously not alone in saying he's probably one of my favorite people ever to be around and work with and watch play basketball. So I love the fact that he's not using it as an excuse, but you guys have played basketball, or people listening, come on, you get that on your hand, it's going to affect you in some capacity.
Yeah. Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations and general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Bob, if you were a Warrior fan, and you're watching Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph, and we know how experienced they are, but also how old they are. Is that the story for the Golden State Warriors? Essentially, what it boils down to is, can those guys hold up?
Probably. If you want to kind of simplify the narrative, yeah. If you want to really narrow it down, and there's more things. Role players still matter, and guys like Popovich and what can he do, and Moody and everybody coming off the bench, and Hield, is he going to make threes, and Post, whoever Steve's deciding to play, are they going to contribute? And you've seen games where they have, and you've seen games where they haven't. But yeah, look, the more I watch these playoffs, I'm curious to see what you guys think. I find myself thinking of closers, right? In baseball, when you have that lead, like the Yankees used to bring in Mariano Rivera in a close game and just shut the door. I think the Warriors still have elite closers. And you have to throw Draymond into that, because you saw him close on the defensive side. You watch these games, you watched Brunson last night. I think these games, the margin for error is small amongst a lot of these series. These are good series. A lot of these series, including this one, are great basketball if you're a basketball fan. But the reason I think the Warriors have won the games that are close, and I think have the edge in any game that is close, is because you probably got one of the best closers ever to do it in Curry. You've got a guy in Jimmy Butler who not only does he not afraid of the moment, he embraces these big moments and elevates his game. And then Draymond, not offensively, but just as far as making winning plays, is one of the best to ever do that. And proven. These are proven. And I'm not saying Houston can't do that too, but they don't have that track record of guys to do it. Maybe one day they will, or maybe they'll prove me wrong. Maybe if Şengün makes that shot, we're saying something else. Wow. But the Warriors have done it. And so, Matt, I do think it comes down to, if you're talking about this series and beyond, yeah. I mean, as those guys go, the team will go.
Bob, I know you're not a psychologist, but you've been around the games and players, so I want to run this by you. Steiny and I the other day said, hey, we're impressed by the Rockets, and I am. I mean, they've shocked me. They haven't quit, and we called them offensively challenged, and then they come out in Game 5 and score 131. Kerr waves the white flags, and then the backups kind of make the game closer. And, Bob, a lot of people are calling saying, hey, the Rockets kind of dropped the ball, and I'm thinking to myself, how much, residue is there from game to game? Because if I'm the Rockets, yeah, that happened, but we knocked out your starters early. Where do you come out on that?
I think one thing I learned, being around the NBA and maybe, Matt, you covering it, kind of in person covering it, not remotely, not from a blog, but a beat writer covering it. You'd be shocked how much these guys don't remember the last game.
Wow.
I mean, it's fascinating for people. That you have to understand. It's unbelievable. Even I didn't play in the NBA, so I still don't quite understand it. But you have to understand how little they care about the previous game, good or bad. So when you look at getting a blown out or even blowing somebody out, the natural reaction, and again, I'm not a psychologist either, but I'm a human being, is I just blew somebody out, I'm going to blow them out again. Or I watched my favorite team blow somebody out. Of course they're better. That's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. And each game's its own game, and that's why you've seen a sprinkling of a lot of different games. And you see that in every series. So I know it's human nature to look at the last game or even the game before that, and we overreact. We overreact strongly to all these things. And I actually asked Curry one time, I don't know what year it was, because he has some games in the playoffs, even when it was those dynastic teams, where he would not have his best game, and the media would come down on him, and he'd hear it because it gets louder as you go further in the playoffs. And I asked him, I said, how do you not hear it? And he looked at me and said, you can't. It doesn't serve you. It doesn't. And he said, but at the same time, I can't hear it when they love me too. So that's the science. That's the emotional maturity of maybe a veteran team. You talk about the advantage of going through it. You better believe Jimmy Butler's been called great, awful in a 3-day span. So has Curry. So has Draymond Green. Have the Rockets been through that? Maybe Van Vliet, he's a champion. Maybe Dylan Brooks in some respects, but a lot of their players haven't. So I would just tell you, Goo, whatever it is, however many hours from now, 7 hours, they're not going to be thinking about what happened 48 hours ago. They're just not going to be doing it.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. He's now working for ESPN. I'm not asking you to go deep into the Rockets, but I just think they're an interesting team because of direction. You look at the Warriors. We know the direction they're going on. They're going to live with their vets. They're going to ride their vets until they can't. Houston's got like 6 guys who are 22 years old. And I'm looking at this team thinking, man, if they're well coached and they're committed, they could be really good. But they are lacking things that, maybe a scorer is one of them. My question is how do you know what the direction is that you want to take with a team, particularly like this? I mean, are you okay with them losing in the first round of their first ever playoff series and will grow from it? Or do you look and say, nope, we're not good enough, we got to make changes?
I want to hear what you guys think too. I think there's only one question about the Rockets team, to make it simple. Do they have a guard, a ball-handling guard, that can create a shot for himself or a teammate at the end of the game, and is elite at it? Okay, so that is what's missing from this team. Now, and that's not to knock, but Jalen Green, he's a very good, he's not there yet, right? You've seen the inconsistency. Van Vliet, he's trying his best. He's a very good player, but I don't think he's what I'm talking about as far as getting to that next level. So if you're the GM, and I guess I could ask you guys too, when we lost to the Spurs in 2012 in the second round, or the Clippers, you could see that Curry, and by the way, it's easy for people to think now, of course, there was questions, right? But you could see that he could be that guy. You could see it. You could see that this guy can close a game. And on Houston, if me and Goo were in the front office, we'd be saying, is that guy on the roster or is he not? And then you might, I don't even know what you'd say. You might say, yeah, I think Jalen Green can get there. That's really the question. Is Jalen Green going to get there? Because if you and Goo or me say, we don't think so, that's where you really have to look at it and say, well, Şengün's going to do his part to be a number 2 scorer, and he's very good. But who's the guard that's going to be that guy? And if it's not Jalen Green, then it changes the equation.
Right.
Wow, good stuff. Bob, let me ask you this, because when the Warriors were 25 and 26, you know I'm a fan, and I was in on Levine, whoever. You get somebody, Jimmy Butler, yes. But I'm even shocked at, about the Jimmy effect. Can you walk us through your scorecard on when you heard it was a possibility and then what's transpired since? Are you at all, has it gone greater than you thought?
I was talking to Dunleavy about that, and I said, I don't need the drug. Dunleavy had known each other. Who's pushing the
That's
button?
Evan.
Back there?
Yeah, Evan. That's your boy, Evan.
Evan, me knowing Dunleavy for 20 years isn't a draw. It's not a name. It's like saying my buddy, kind of. Okay, so we'll just leave it at that. Okay, so Mike, my friend, we're talking about Jimmy. And I said the same. I asked the same question, and he said, it helps that I played with him, because I said the same thing. There's certain players that are winners, and you actually don't want to deal with. And Jimmy Butler's a guy when you're playing against him, you don't want to deal with that guy. He's just a winner. He's a competitor. So to get him on your team, I knew he'd help, but I didn't know to the degree. And Mike said, he just knew. He wasn't being arrogant about it. He said, this is what this guy is. And also for Mike, he heard the noise. It also clarified the path, right? There's no more kind of wondering young guys. It was, this guy's 35. It gives Steph and Draymond a chance. And if you talk to Steph, he just wants a chance.
Wow.
And I know that everybody, of course, wants a championship up there, and that's what the goal is. But if you ask Steph, of course, that's what he wants. But there were moments during the season where he probably felt like this team wasn't making the playoffs. And I think Jimmy, and you saw what it did to Steph's numbers, not just on the court, but off the court. I think Steph would say, I got a shot. And at his point in his life and what he's accomplished, that's all he's wanting is a shot. And he's got one. And Jimmy gives you that. And it's been great. And Mike did a great job. And it was a great trade, fantastic trade. I think the fans are seeing that, and it's just invigorated everybody. It's been really fun to watch how well he's done there.
Bob Myers joining us on 95 Game, former president of basketball operations and general manager of the Warriors. And I got to ask you this, and I usually ask you stuff like this, but so what's going on with you right now? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
As far as my body, I'm sore all the time.
No. We're supposed to hoop too, Bob. Yeah, no, I was hoping for the pause. No, I mean, look, you were one of the best. You were one of the best at what you did. You orchestrated 4 titles, and now you stepped away, and it's year 2. And there's been openings, and your name gets out there. I mean, I'm just. Where are you at right now?
I'll give you an answer because we've known each other a long time.
Yeah.
I think you, Matt, probably more than many people, I think, besides people that have done it, have an idea of what a GM does. I think you do. You knew Travis. You know Travis well. You and I have talked. There's an idea of what a GM does, and then there's a reality of what a GM does. When you sign up to be a general manager, it is not just a job. At least the way I felt, it was responsibility to that community. You're a steward. I felt when the team lost, I'd let the city down. Now, that could be my own problem. So you carry this weight. I carried this weight of responsibility, which is tremendous, which is powerful, and I loved it. But there's a cost to it, right? And so and by the way, the team did fantastic. I couldn't have asked for a better experience and loved all the people I worked with. But got to a point with me where I just realized that what was required, I couldn't give. And I've said this before. And so I didn't feel like it was fair. Forget about me and my family and my wife and kids, more to the people I worked with, because no different than being on the basketball court, you got to hold up your end. And if you're not, the way I would do it, or I would be, is I would respect either of you if you were playing with me and you said, I can't do my job. I wouldn't like that. I'd try to convince you otherwise, but if that's what you said, I would respect that. So I could not, it wasn't fair to the people I worked with if I couldn't give it what was required. So that was the reason. I think I've said that before. Now, unless I can get that back, then I can't do it again. And maybe I can. I imagine I probably will. I miss the competition. But, losing bothers me probably more than it should. And winning doesn't excite me as much as it should. And that is not a good calculus for being a general manager. So I got to figure that out. Gotten better at it. But I think, Matt, wrong answer. Probably not as specific as you want, but I do think that'll bubble up and come back around. But until that's there, the reasons are the same as before.
Interesting. The man. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So it sounds to me like you're not ready to jump back in now, but down the line, if a nice job came and you got the offer and you liked it, you'd take it.
Yeah, if you would pool some money, I could work for you guys.
Look at Bob. I tell you what, Bob, I want to ask you about being proactive. The matchup possibly for the Warriors if they close this series out. Which team you think would give the Warriors the most problems? But before I do, if you do get hired and you need a guy with a 143 IQ, maybe scout or something, I'm available, B, because you called me, and I'm going to produce that test. It's coming, Bob.
Listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job, and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
It's coming.
I will hire you, and we can decide what title you get and what your compensation is.
Oh boy!
But here's the thing. It's just got to be the 143, or obviously better. Obviously, you can go anything above 143.
Wow,
you're good.
It's coming, Bob.
Is that a deal? Is that a deal?
It's a deal, baby. It's a deal. Right. I can't wait. Starting in heaven. I'm leaving.
You'll do the test. Steinmetz will be the proctor.
There you go.
On air. He'll be on the show, and you'll be in the little side room taking this test.
There you go.
So we have a controlled environment. So, oh, buddy.
How about Minnesota if the next round, or just in the
we can't go to the next round. This is.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Wow. Is that what we're doing?
What are we doing? Do you want to go to the next round after that, Goose? Or if we beat, should we go to the Oklahoma City winner, the Denver Clippers series? Should we do that?
Well, Bob, we're what did you say, 6-7 hours away from if the Warriors win, we know who they play, and I just kind of want to, I can taste it. How big of a task would it be taking down the T-Wolves?
Okay. I know. Okay. But, dude, you strike me as a guy that is good at being in the moment. Let's just be here.
All right. Wow.
Right? Let's just be here. Can we do that?
You got it.
Just be here. And then look, hopefully, you can be there tomorrow. You know,
I got to. Yeah.
Hey, Bob, appreciate your time.
You're
we
the
know
man.
you got a lot going on, and you know, love having you on as always. And talk to you soon.
You guys do a really good. I told you this before, but
go ahead though,
just so everybody hears it. You guys do a great. You guys do a great job. You guys are really good, and I hope you appreciate the fact you get to work together because you guys are really good together. Even though that one day Steiny Drew stayed and you left, you had an appointment, you said, or something like that.
Networking, Bob. Yeah. Dude, the modern day Norm Peterson, man. He was networking. Yeah.
Networking's a big umbrella, Bob.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. Take care. All right, Bob. All right, that was Bob Myers from earlier today.
Cool cat, man.
The great Gary Radnich,
the man, the legend,
would call Bob Myers. He's a good sport. He's a good sport. That was one of.
I was able to share the mic with Gary Radnich, man. He had me in studio.
God, I couldn't think of a one-liner fast enough.
But what would it be? But that's my
awesome.
point. Yeah. Why did Evan do the? I'm bragging.
Do the drop. Now, say, what did you say again?
I was able to have the pleasure to share the mic with Gary Radnich for an hour.
Who called in sick? Okay, let me do it. Ask again. I'll see if I can come up with something better.
I was a guest on Gary Radnich's show for an hour. I had the pleasure of having that honor.
Oh, that Sunday night show at midnight?
It was his show.
I can't do this.
Bay TV.
You're the man. You're just... Hey, Guru,
come to the game with me.
Was this pre or post Guru?
Pre.
This is when
No, I was Guru. Pete Franklin dubbed me Guru, but I got on Gary's show. Yeah.
Damn.
Evan, I got the VHS and had two female friends with me. I was single, ready to mingle.
Yeah.
My life. I'm leaving this joint. I got a job offer today.
I kind of remembered when you made that appearance. And
Do you for real?
Yeah, I thought it was nice you brought your daughter and her friend.
I'm not in the... Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What do we got here? We got game time coming up.
And we got Willard and Dibbs from the concourse. Yeah, it's action.
Apparently, Willard and Dibbs are broadcasting their show live inside Chase Center.
I'm going to go see them soon.
You know, one of the reasons they picked Chase Center was because it's so nice and quiet. Great place to do a broadcast from. And, I'm kidding.
That's about 3 jokes in a row that have bombed. What time is break, Evan?
We got a minute. We got about a minute.
Got time for another one?
888. Take my wife, please.
Dude, let's play it.
Go ahead, Goo.
Oh, he cut it off.
All right.
That does something.
I just need the drums.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. And we'll get back into Game 6 on the other side. If you want to talk about it, we're here for you. We're going to get into more details about this game tonight. And I'm looking forward to it. I've looked forward to
this
all
is real
these playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
They've been great this year. And I think one of the reasons they've been great is because you don't quite know what to expect from either of the teams in this series. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be back on the other side.
Guru here, and Steiny, you know there are 2 things I love, sports and Prize Picks. And now you have the opportunity to turn your playoff hot takes into tickets to the basketball championship series. And right now, Prize Picks will enter you in a Take-Two ticket sweepstake, which could get you... my nephew Gavin Newsom.
That's a weird assumption.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Let's hope the Warriors are more focused tonight than Goo.
Please. Why did Evan go Wiseman?
And that's what life's about.
Yeah.
He went Wiseman because...
The big man, the big ticket. He could rap.
I'm going to be honest. It's between Moody and Curry, and I haven't gotten rid of it.
Oh, wow.
I missed.
I love him, man.
Keep that one.
Stinny.
Anybody's going to remember him.
Remember he called you Stinny? Stinny and Guru.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Where is he?
He's not in the league anymore, I don't think.
You're guessing.
Jermichael.
It's offseason.
You know what? He's not in the league anymore. Prove me wrong.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
All right.
We got enough greens in this series.
That's true.
That's
we do.
Nice.
Let's go to, he stiffed us earlier in the show. He stiffed us. But he's now been holding for a while. Let's go to Jason in Philly. Jason, what's going on, man?
What up, guys?
Hey.
I don't know what happened earlier, but my apologies.
It's all good, baby.
Accepted.
Yeah, looking clean, Goo. Looking clean over there.
Hey, I appreciate that, man.
You're welcome. I just wanted to say, you all were talking about whether fatigue has caught up to the Warriors. And I don't think it's fatigue, guys. I think it's just roster construction. We made this mistake earlier when we were talking about Curry, and earlier in the year, the word was, we can really see his age. He's not able to put up points like he used to. And as soon as you elevate the talent around him, he looks like the same old Curry. And I think the same thing is happening here. Like, this isn't a championship roster, and we're relying a lot on Dre, Jimmy, and Steph to elevate the back end of the roster. And that takes a lot of sharpness and attention to detail and mental energy more so than physical energy, I think, making sure players are in the right spot and doing what they need to do. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing. And like Kerr said earlier, they've been playing playoff basketball for about a month, before the playoffs began. So I think that's what we're seeing. But I think they will win tonight. And it'll be good for them to at least get a couple of days going into Minnesota to get everybody organized.
Wow.
I appreciate the call, Jace.
Yeah, let's hope he's right, Stoney. I told you I was at a 9. Where are you? If you had to, how do you read this game? You don't got to give me a a score, but do you feel like, Goo, things would really have to go bad for the Warriors to lose this one?
I would not bet against them. First of all, let's take the spread out of it. Yeah, I wouldn't bet against the Warriors tonight. But, Goo, when you've been around as long as me, you've seen it all. And
Stop it.
You never know. That's what I'll say. Jermichael Green, by the way, last played.
October 10th, 2024, he retired. Yeah, I beat you to it.
Yeah, he hasn't
he might not be retired, but he's not in the league.
It says retired.
Where?
Right here.
It said 2023-24 did not play unsigned, so he didn't play. He hasn't played for 2 years.
At this point, we all know I need readers. You're right.
You can get him really stylish.
My boy Rutherford has him. I might give in, but listen, Danny Green, it's right below, retired in October 10th, 2024. And I thought that was Jermichael Green.
I want to say I told Danny Green he was retired, and he said, well, I'm not.
He didn't like
then
that.
he was.
We had him on last year. He was an insider.
Like that, man.
And you spoke about him like he was retired, and you said, well, I'm still working out.
He didn't like that. Sorry, D. Yeah.
He's a good.
You gotta wait. You rub people the wrong way.
Although, to be fair, he was retired.
Yeah, exactly.
He was the last.
Another thing I was clearly right about.
Yeah. Remember our first introduction with Pods? You go, that haircut you couldn't get in the military.
Well, he went to a military academy.
Evan and I looked at each other like, we'll fix it, Steiny. What up? Yeah.
And yet, Pods and I are close to this day. I'm just saying. Murillo and Petaluma. Oh, boy, somebody's going to take a victory lap here. Watch.
Up,
hey,
baby?
Murillo, how you doing, man?
We'll see.
Sounds like you don't know me, Steiny. I don't have a 143, and I don't take victory laps because I don't predict. I think that's a fool's errand. But Goo.
What's up, baby?
Dapper, baby.
Hey, right on, man. That means tonight. A lot. Yeah, Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope you have fun. I'm about to coach some kids here. I'm excited for this game. And look, two things I wanted to touch. I love when Jason calls because Jason is super intrinsic with his thoughts about basketball. And I like that. One thing I want to touch on what he said is also, I'd like Steph to not bring the ball as much as he did in the past couple of games because I think that's why the thumb injury is showing up when he has to pick the ball off the ground and he can go to that little too quick dribble to get out of the pressure and give the ball to someone behind that double team. So I think like that's where a lot of the turnovers are coming. One thing I wanted to touch on is this Oracle versus Chase because I agree with you, Steiny. My bottom line is if your team stinks, it doesn't matter how loud the crowd is going to cheer. Nothing's going to be, change the fact that they're not as good as the opponent. But one thing that I've learned is I grew up going to soccer games and bigger crowds, but I never felt like the crowd was making a difference in the game. I felt like, the guys are so prepared for that. Those guys played through their lives, and it's an environment they're used to. So I feel like good players who know how to play under pressure, it doesn't matter what the crowd is doing. But in basketball, my very first game was the Steph Curry's debut. And since then, I've kind of changed my mind on that because I felt like there's something about the vibe that you create in basketball because you're so close to the players that it has an impact in how they're performing. Now, you're not going to make a good player, a bad player, a good player, but you can bring some energy. And I was on that Grizzlies game, sorry for the long call, but I was on that Grizzlies game 6 a couple of years ago. And, man, you could cut the atmosphere with a butter knife. So I hope the crowd is a little loose today so we can create that chaos basketball and bring one home, guys. Thank you for letting me go a little long, and happy weekend.
Yeah, good stuff.
Same to you, Marilla.
And I was with Marilla. I'm shocked. He must have not been listening when I said I want to see Curry more off the ball.
Yeah, and I was going to ask him if he knew you had said that earlier.
Oh.
And then if, knowing that, would he still want to employ that strategy?
He shouted out Jason, the previous caller from Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of licked some type of way. A little jealous.
Of who?
When he said he liked his thoughts, the caller before Murillo.
Yeah, I'm going to...
Something happened. I looked at you like,
Well, he used the word intrinsic. And I'm
jelly.
I think he might have been introspective or he's interesting.
That's how he took it. Yeah.
He's intrinsic. I'm not sure if that quite worked, but you know what? I'm not here to be the grammar police.
What are we going to see from Pods tonight? What you think, Stoney? He plays at home, man. He'll seize the moment. If you tell me he has 4 threes tonight, Stoney, we win. That's how I look. I'm just like, and there's so many other guys. He could be GP2. We've seen it throughout the season. But Pods, Stoney, a starter.
Yeah. You know what? I got to tell you, I never... I've always thought, not foolish, but those things where Steph gets 25.
Yeah.
If this happens, that happens. And, I'll often revisit it after the game, and that won't happen, but the team still wins.
I gotcha.
I'm not saying, sure, the Warriors would love 4 out of Pods tonight.
You think?
But, when he goes 2 for 9 and they win...
I was wrong.
Why?
Yeah.
Speaking of big nights, would you like to guess how many times in Curry's playoff career he's scored fewer than 20 points in 3 straight games?
This is phenomenal. I'm going to say, Evan, the Guru computer has spat out 3.
0. 1.
1 time. Would you like to guess which series that happened in? Or which year?
Not 2016 against the Cavs.
Games 1 through 3 of the finals in 2016 is the only time he has scored fewer than 20 points in 3 consecutive playoff games. And they won 2 of them.
What were his numbers in those games? You have him in front?
Wow, man.
Where'd you come up with that, or did you just look at all his game logs?
Well, I was about to place a wager
oh, my
later
man,
tonight.
yeah.
And so I was curious how many times he's had essentially 3 stinkers in the playoffs in a row. And so I went down the list of his games, and the only time I could find where he didn't score, he scored 20 and then fewer than 20, but he's never scored fewer than 23 straight games. He had 11 in game 1 of the finals. That's when I think Livingston led them in points. They won by 20. Game 2, they won by 40, and he had 18. And then game 3, he had 19, and that was the first game they lost in that series.
That isn't wow, Steiny.
Yeah,
he wasn't going to win. Had they won it, he wasn't going to get Finals MVP.
Well, I mean, but it's still indication that. I mean, I
9 years ago.
I look at that as that's why he's a great player. They're up 20. It's not a game he's going to try to get cheapies like other players.
Give me the
in
other
league.
2 put games in.
They won by 40 on game 2.
They also lost by 30 in game 3.
Yeah,
that's what I meant. The other 2 performances outside that one. Like, we got a reason why when they won. I get that. But the other 2.
They were blowouts, is what I'm hearing. 2 of them, right?
Yeah, well, so essentially the point is the only games that he hasn't scored 20 in 3 consecutive times, all 3 of which in the postseason were blowouts.
Yeah.
All right.
So I do feel confident that Curry's not going to score fewer than 20 tonight.
Man, I like that thinking, E.
But if he does, then that means this was a blowout, one way or the other. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Jim in San Jose. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Good. You guys are great.
Oh,
hey,
wow.
I'd like to buy or get a Pat Spencer bobblehead. I think, after the headbutt,
it's pretty good.
You figure he's 6'3". Şengün says he's 6'11". He's probably 7 foot. They never like to mark it down to 7 foot. He couldn't even reach the guy's head unless Şengün got down. And you got to give Pat Spencer a break because he's a lacrosse guy. They wear helmets in lacrosse. And, he just forgot he didn't have his helmet on. Şengün's lucky Pat Spencer didn't have his stick with him or he'd really be in trouble.
Yeah, thanks, Jim, for the call. Pat Spencer was a tough cookie. He's bigger than 6'3".
I don't think he is.
He's 6'5".
That's being Snotty, stop.
He's 6'5".
Yeah.
He's huge.
They're hooking him up.
Basketball References.
Have you ever played lacrosse? Can you say, Goo, I know what it's like to play. I have not.
I've thrown a lacrosse ball with a lacrosse stick.
I know Jim Brown, the great Jim Brown, he's played lacrosse. Rest in peace.
He was one of the best lacrosse collegiate players ever.
Yeah.
Yes, but
take it. What?
He played in an era.
Oh, my God.
He played in an era where...
Don't finish it.
God, I hope there's no lacrosse experts out there. He played in an era where you were allowed to use the stick and trap the ball to your body. Trap it. Nobody could get it out. They changed that rule. You had to keep it off your body.
Well, it's like saying Ronnie Lott's not a great cornerback because he played in an era where he could knock guys' heads off.
No doubt. No doubt.
Not quite the same.
Don't diminish how good he was.
Who?
Jimmy. Lacrosse. So you've never played, though?
He was playing against plumbers.
Hey, that's what I forgot about Reddick yesterday. Maybe that was eating at me, too. He made that comment.
You think I don't talk to my assistants?
You know what? I mean,
I'm out.
He played Maxi Kleba in an elimination game.
And you had a 6'8" dude on the bench. I don't care. Dude had one hand. I would have ran him out there just because you're 6'8" and we're getting pounded. He is Evan, you've met these people, and you might work with one, that think they're so damn smart, they want to prove it.
Yeah, I hate people like that.
I thought Kyle was like that. He's not. Shanahan.
Well, because he's coaches a home team. So you wouldn't say that about a coach in the Bay.
He's also been a coach before he was a coach.
This guy just irks me sometimes. I'm the same guy that said, gosh, I get fired. Remember that?
The point remains. You've lost a little focus in the last hour or two.
Please. I've helped this show.
That's just that's a text I got.
I came in, I didn't like your vibe as soon as I walked in.
Guru checked out the moment he heard Bob would give him a job offer.
I'm really Evan is like, dude,
You better get lucky on that test.
I told the missus, put the house up. We might be out of here.
That's the abracadabra strategy.
If any of those questions are
the
essay
day I
questions,
wear a suit, I get the job offer.
It's not an offer.
I'm going to pass the test. You will be nowhere where I take a test. You are the black cat of my life.
He said I have to proctor. I'll keep the clock because you have to finish those in a certain amount of time.
You've been there for my worst
And you're not
moments.
leaving the room. You can't leave the room because I don't know what you'll be up to. So I'll...
oh, boy.
Give me the proctor.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Hayward. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys, I called the other day about this Brooks guy, man. Come on. He's going to get on TV on that public talking about he's trying to hurt Steph. Nobody. This guy got history of hurting one of our players. He got history of hurting everybody else. And his coach from Houston, he a dirty coach. That's why he ain't in Boston no more. The guy's ethics is not good. It's the one thing to be aggressive, be physical, but to talk that kind of stuff on public radio station.
Yeah. Hey, Mike.
And the NBA and everybody don't do nothing about it.
Mike, I got to ask you a question. I'm assuming clearly you don't like Draymond Green either, right?
I love Draymond Green.
What's the difference?
Draymond Green got consequences for most of the stuff that he did.
Okay, I hear that. Wow, Steiny.
But they're both dirty, right, Mike?
Draymond's not.
They're dirty, but this guy is talking about intentionally trying to hurt somebody and admitting it before the game. Now, Draymond don't do that.
Thanks, Mike.
And that's why Curry's not doing it. And Kerr told Willard and Dibbs, Steiny, he didn't just call out, he did it brilliantly. He didn't just call out Brooks. He said it's a league-wide epidemic where you're following through, hitting the guy's hand. But what did Udoka say that Sunday they came in and beat us? If you talk about it, we're winning because it's bothering you. And I'm wondering if that's why Curry's got the volume on 0 in regard to, I ain't tripping. We got to just go play.
By the way, since the Brooks stuff has come up recently, someone found this on social media, but in 2017, Harden came into a game against the Warriors with an injured left wrist. Draymond slapped at his wrist intentionally during the game, and then admitted he did it because it was hurt.
No, welcome to the world of sports. Player has injury, we go after it. What am I missing? I love you for that. Listen, Dylan Brooks is a disciple of Draymond. Draymond respects this dude, and his offensive packages, I'm telling you, he could play on my team. I don't think he's trying to hurt the chef.
If this from the 650, if you love Draymond Green, you can't hate Brooks.
And there, we got to tell Willard that.
You can't like one
we
or the
tell
other.
Will that.
You tell him. I'm scared of him.
Why?
He's big. He's 6'3".
Is it his intelligence, though, that scares you?
No, it's not.
No, let's talk. I think that might be it, Snotty.
Come find his butt with a GPS.
Where is Priest? Watch the game, baby. Call us Monday.
Priest is done. He's done with the Warriors.
Well, it was Kerr. Remember, the Kerr was his issue.
Steve's in Charlotte. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Hey, I don't know if anyone brought this up before, but back in 2013, you remember when George Karl kind of put the hit out on Steph, when he had the bad ankle and he had Kenneth Faried and those guys. And remember Iguodala telling Mark Jackson on the sideline, "Hey, I'm not in for this stuff. These guys are trying to hurt Steph." And then Iguodala joins the Warriors the next year. And that's when, remember Jackson said, "Hey, I don't co-sign that famous quote. I don't co-sign what Karl's doing on the other side." So to me, it's a very, very similar situation. I didn't agree with it then. I don't agree with it now. I think you're right. It's a show of weakness. And there's no place for it. I mean, it gets done all the time. It's done in football. It's done in all sports. But there's no place for it. It's bad karma. And Houston's going out tonight. Absolutely. There's no place for it.
Thank you, Steve in Charlotte.
He does have a... Go ahead.
I don't remember that specifically about
the Manimal Fareed. Remember that?
The only thing I remember is when George Karl called Iguodala a mole.
I'll never forget that.
A mole. I actually...
Did he really say, "I'm not out here for that"? Huh?
I don't remember that specifically.
I do know George Karl's been pretty active on Twitter
he is
lately.
going after, maybe you need some coaching experience, Redick. He didn't put Redick, but you know what he meant. I will say this. There is one clip going, I think it's game 3, where Curry's shooting a 3, and you kind of see Dylan Brooks having a little fun with that hand, even if it's that. But other than that, are there a lot of clips maybe I'm missing, Evan Steiny, that you've seen to where you're like, oh, Dylan, that's why they call you Villain Brooks?
Well, yeah, I'm sure you can find those. I mean,
but I haven't watched one game where I said that was ultra dirty.
Hey,
because what he did to GP2 could have been that could have gotten a tunnel and went Rick Fox, Doug Christie.
You know, one thing I've realized: two people can see the same thing and think entirely differently.
Especially you in court.
No, I'm talking about.
That's a 6.
I do not think Dylan Brooks is trying to hurt anybody.
Wow.
Mark Willard thinks he is trying to hurt somebody. So, you know,
but the Draymond, I like your rebuttal for the Draymond. You can't hate Dylan or dislike Dylan.
That was a text, but yeah.
But that's, man, because we love Dre. But you come on now.
Well,
what you mean?
There's a lack of grit.
Dude, this is an epic game. Yeah, Evan. Something happens when it gets turned off, though.
I don't know.
There's copyright issues.
Oh, really?
I just grabbed the drums.
So the legal laws have changed since the Sacramento game 3 years ago. Because we were playing that sucker start to finish.
You were in a zone.
There were extenuating circumstances that day. I'm not going to do it. See, Warrior fans think I like to stick it to them. I don't.
Oh,
if I really wanted to stick it to them, I'd start singing.
I'll tell you what.
And you'd get blown out tonight. You know it.
I'll tell you what. I'm assuming the dub, no pun intended.
Of course you are.
But as great as this series has been, and I think it's been great theater, it's just going to get better with what's about to happen next if the Warriors handle business.
Well, it's still going to get better even if the Warriors lose the series.
Not for me.
The playoffs will continue, believe it or not.
But we won't cover it like we're covering it now.
We're not covering it.
Hey, I'm going to the game tonight, Jack.
That's right.
So are you, Steiny?
I'm trying. I do appreciate the but you got to show up. People are looking for you.
Nobody's looking for me.
The show's never been healthier.
No.
Go out and show your face.
No, that's not who I am anymore.
If there was a Pilsner somewhere, you would show up.
It's not that funny, Evan.
That's how you get the cat. Oh, boy.
Just a little nip.
Yeah.
One of the things you'll find out is when you get to be my age, there's things you got to pack it in. You just got to pack it in.
You're in your prime when it comes to the players get old. We don't.
Yeah, I don't.
Steiny.
What?
You got to come in.
That is, Evan told you the other day.
To come in.
I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with you. Warriors happen to somehow, some way survive this series. Maybe I'll go to a game next series.
Because your best friend's coming to town. Come on.
You know what? I'm nipping that crap in the bud.
I feel like you coach Minnesota. You got the hair. You got the stories. He's from the same hood. Just it's cool, Steiny.
We're not.
You're Finchy to me.
We're not best friends.
Minnesota!
Although, man, he's been texting the hell out of me lately. Kidding?
Get 3 tickets.
All right, we got crossover on the other side. Willard and Dibbs coming to you live from the concourse at Chase on 95.7 The Game.
You listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it's crossover time, ladies and gentlemen, and today we're sponsored by Atco Pest Control. What's Bugging You is sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Ticks are tough. They may even latch on to some of your pets, not to mention yourself. But ask Atco Pest Control, ladies and gentlemen, they're tougher than the ticks.
Yeah.
What's up, Willard and Dibbs? How you doing?
Dibbs in Jersey and Will showing the guns. I see it, baby.
It's a gun show out here. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, he got extra security trying to get in because of the guns. They had to double frisk him because the gun show is on display. Pew, 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 pew.
It's a big night, okay? It's a big night, and, this series is physical, so I'm getting physical.
That is great,
That's
man.
it. It's physicality. That's what we're doing here.
When I leave here, I'm coming over there. Where do I find you all?
We are out, Chase Center.
We're on the club level.
Yeah,
Okay.
the answer is always, I don't know. I don't know. We're on the club level. Can you see right behind us?
Yeah, it looks great.
Gotts and Kaya, the Thrive City, is right behind us. We're looking at something called the Ultra Club.
Wow.
I don't know how many clubs there are in Chase Center. It feels like there's 14. This is one of them, and here we are.
Yeah, I'm excited, having a great day. Got a job offer. I'll tell you about that.
I heard. No, you don't need to.
No, we heard it. We heard it.
I ferried.
I'm going, baby.
No, I know you can't turn that job down, Gil. As much as we would miss you, I ferried in and walked all the way to Chase from the ferry and put the AirPods in and listened to you guys, and I listened to all of the Bob Myers interview. And listen, Goo, you've got a decision coming. So we've set a press conference. We'll put two hats in front of you, and then you have to pick one, whether you want to stay at 95.7 The Game or follow Bob Myers.
Man, I love you guys.
Dibbs, there's some people texting in. They want what? You have a Golden State Warriors jersey on.
Right.
Who is it? What name on the back? Is there one?
Well, it's me, and
it says Dibley.
Turn around.
It says Dibs.
Turn around.
Yeah, I can do it. And
turn around.
What happened was
his number 0.7.
We came in here.
Look.
Yeah. Does that work for you? Because we came in.
Perfect.
When we did a show on the concourse, they came over from the team store. They were kind enough to do it, and they gave a Willard and a Dibs, and Willard got 95. Shout out JTA. And I got a 0.7, which is mostly not functional because, although I thought about it
today. You look great.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I thought about it, and my favorite Warrior to wear number 7 is Kalena Azubuike. And I thought about it, and I thought, you know what? I'm about 1/10 of the player that Kalena was.
Look at you.
Maybe 1/100th, so I could have been 0.07.
You could grab a blue Sharpie and just draw over the point if you want to be number 7.
I like the point.
Okay.
And I thought that Mark would wear the 95 because one time we did a show and he wore the 95 and I didn't wear the 0.7. So today I was getting ready.
He got mad at me when I did that. You got a little mad at me.
I was only mad because in a moment like that, that's where you text each other not that we have to be junior high school classmates, but
it's the most non-male thing ever to call people and ask what they're wearing before they see each other.
It's not about gender.
I just can't do it.
Gender-free.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I've never done it before.
But if you're going to rock the 95, I would rock the 0.7. And then today I probably should have reached out to you, but I didn't know that we were going to go gun show today.
No.
Boy, shout out Second Amendment, am I right? Roll them up, dog.
Stop, there's a big golfer tan under there. Anyway, the 95 jersey is on the way. I actually would have worn it, but the lovely Christy will be attending tonight by my side, and she wanted to rock it.
Okay.
So it's on its way. It's on its way.
I'm going to see you guys soon, man.
Yes, you are. I know why she's wearing that.
Why?
Willard.
What?
It says it's going to say 95 on the back.
It's just a number 95.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, she's trying to make people think she was born in 95. She's only 25 or 29.
She knows.
Happy 30.
No, she knows.
Math is hard.
She knows the percentage chance of the Warriors winning this series because they were up 3-1.
There we go.
And it's 95. So that's why she's rocking it at the game.
That's fair.
Tonight.
That's fair. And I don't want to get too deep into the refs because you know, Steiny, that I geek out on this too much. But if you look at tonight's crew, they are very, very, very home heavy.
Yes.
Home heavy.
Scotty Foster?
Scott Foster actually he's out injured.
Yeah,
no, he's not suspended.
Yeah,
Stop
right.
that.
Remember when Dustin
I will not
Johnson was
stand
out
here
injured?
for Scott Foster slander.
He's suspended.
So I'm out here caping up for Dylan Brooks and Scott Foster, and that's okay because Scott Foster has a calf injury, and for those of you who follow the refs, he got hurt in March, but
calf injury like LeBron has a sprained
Could you
MCL.
believe that,
Anyway,
Willard? Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, onward.
James Capers, 63.3% as a chief ref, home team win percentage in the regular year. And if you look at the points, plus 4.4 home points per game over 30 games when he's the chief, and his other crewmates, who are also chiefs, by the way, Mitchell Irvin, JB DeRosa, they also are home leaning. So don't look for the whistle as a reason if the Warriors don't win tonight.
Wow. I have to ask, so you're
it.
saying that James Capers, when he officiates, the home team wins 63% of the time?
Correct. Of 30 games in the regular year, which is about 18 and 12, I would guess, or 17 and 13.
What is the winning percentage of all home teams in the NBA?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that, Steiny, because I ran the numbers before, and in the Western Conference, it's about 58%. In the Eastern Conference, it's closer to 51%.
So the Western Conference, it falls within the margin of error.
It's slightly outside of it because if the home teams win 58 and he's refereeing at 63, that to me would be a +5, which is a little bit outside the norm. And again, these numbers for James Capers, they encompass both conferences. I don't have the full breakdown of which games he did West and East.
By the way, they also,
mixed.
I would imagine, they obviously encompass games where the home team is an underdog. But the Warriors are a home favorite tonight.
And I get it.
This is already a team that is, quote, supposed to win.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, there was a very interesting text we got on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
Nice job.
And it said, it basically said, you can't.
It was to Willard.
That's
fine.
It said, you can't hate Dylan Brooks but love Draymond Green. And I thought, that's kind of poignant.
First of all, I vehemently disagree. But I get where people are coming from, and I've gotten this. By the way, if you think you're the first person to come at me with this after yesterday's show, get in line. You're about number 1263.
All right,
but here's the bottom line. I never said that Draymond Green is the cleanest player in the world ever. Who's ever said that? Draymond has been guilty of dirty play, and I often do not support it and do not like it. Now, there's also no rules in fandom. So if you're talking about fandom versus a media opinion, I can absolutely do that because I can do whatever the hell I want, and I can like the people that play for my team and then not like them. It's like when Oral Hershiser joined the Giants at the end of his career.
Man.
I rooted for him for 1 year. By the way, actually, here's a better example. Boy, did I put my I don't like Chris Paul shoes back on with the second he left. But for 1 year, I wanted that shot to go in.
Yeah.
Then I went right back to not enjoying Chris Paul again. So that's fandom, and that's totally fair. Now, the media side of it, I will admit to a blurred line if those who say that will also meet me halfway that I don't believe that Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks are the same player. I do not at all. Draymond pushes the line. He's often over the line. But I have never watched Draymond Green knowingly and willfully take other players' careers into their hands. And I have watched Dylan do that. I do not feel like they are equal.
Well, then you got to tell the NBA because Draymond's been suspended for 50 games over the course of his career, and I don't know how many Brooks has been, but
that's irrelevant.
And Dre doesn't have a Gary Payton II broken foot.
Exactly.
He doesn't have that play. I got to defend him there.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because this isn't about suspensions. Like they haven't played the same number of years. Draymond Green has played 1 billion playoff games. Dylan Brooks has not. Like that's not an equal argument, nor is it what I'm not measuring it based on suspensions. I'm measuring it based on what I watch them do on the court.
Would you acknowledge that the league probably keeps a closer eye on Draymond Green than Dylan Brooks?
I would say both, but yeah, Draymond Green's a bigger celebrity and a bigger deal, and
how come?
Because he's been around longer and he's won 4 championships, and he has a huge name and brand in this league, and Dylan Brooks does not.
It's just an argument you can't win, Goo, so you just let it go.
Yeah, and I'm about to ask these two.
Well, no, it's not, but it doesn't need to be an argument. That's just where I stand.
No, that's
you don't have to like it. Yeah, you don't have to like it.
No,
I thought you explained yourself well, Will, especially with
Shut
the
up,
fan
Goo.
department. With the fan.
Thank you, Goo.
With the fan department.
Hey, Goo, I can't wait to see you tonight, and I hope you take that job because your coworkers.
I'm out of here, dude.
Yeah, I want you to be respected at your workplace by your partners more than you are right now. Yeah. That's for sure.
Hey, because this dude asked me I got to ask both of you real quick. The most consistent player in this series, your answers would be?
The most consistent player in the series. Honestly, I would say Şengün.
Yeah, that was my answer, Dibs. Wow.
He's been the most consistent.
Wow.
Yeah, it's probably not a Warrior, is it?
It's not Draymond. Jimmy missed games. Steph has been quiet.
But
Pods
Steph won you 2 games, Dibs. The games you won, he won you 2.
Your premise was consistent.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Game 5, Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph, they are no longer a part of the conversation.
If it's not Şengün, my next name would probably be Amen Thompson.
Yeah, we've been getting it all. Dylan Brooks.
We got a lot of Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, and that's fair, but, Steiny, you know this better than anyone. It doesn't come down to consistency. It comes down to elevating your performance.
Wow.
So tonight, Şengün can be, again, very good, and they can lose by 15.
Right.
Or, Steph can be meteoric, and they can lose by 7. It doesn't come down to consistency in a short series.
Especially if we're talking about role players. Like, if you told me that Buddy Hield in 5 games in this series has 50 points, I don't want him getting 10, 10, 10, 10, and 10. I'd rather have him get 16, 18, 7, 6, 9.
Yep.
Because you're going to win. You have a good chance of winning those 2 games where he had more than 15.
Yeah, I just thought it was an interesting question.
All right. Yeah, you'd love for any Warrior not in the big 3 to score north of 15
Exactly.
tonight. You'd love that. I agree with that, yeah.
All right, it's time for What's Bugging You. What's Bugging You is sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Ticks are tough. They may even latch on to you and your pets, but Atco Pest Control is tougher. Our expert solutions eliminate tick populations and help keep them from coming back. Don't wait to protect your home and family today. Visit AtcoPestControl.com. And now, mention you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You and get 10% off any tick treatment. All right. There we are.
You going to start?
I'll go first.
Yeah, go ahead, Will.
He ain't ready.
You want to know what's bugging me?
Yeah.
You two. And Evan.
Whoa.
Because I am a very, very big believer in the energy in the room. And I am a very, very big believer, not in signs, but the conduct of everybody involved as you get ready for a very big game. And the fact that you guys even sampled and dabbled.
Oh, boy.
That Phil Collins song.
Oh, boy.
Knowing that last time you did so, it led to one of the most embarrassing losses in recent memory of this franchise in this building. It is now after 2 o'clock, and that song has been banned.
Wow, man.
Do not play that song.
How about the opening
again.
drums?
Do not play that song again.
Come on, Warriors. You got to win now.
Do not play that song today.
Stoddy's turning red. You called us on it.
That's all.
We all felt it was more about not so much the song, but our singing, and I did not do that today out of respect for Warrior fans.
And that's appreciated, but you know what? Let's not take any chances. Okay?
Fair enough.
I like that one.
All right, what's bugging me is a guy named Zach. You guys know we got a new employee, Zach?
Yeah, my man.
Have you met him?
Green.
We just got the email. He's hired.
Look at him. Salute.
Let me tell you what's bugging me early about Zach.
Early?
You know what I can't stand? When somebody shadows you. When you have to get trained. I mean, the guy's sitting down there all day. Poor Evan has got to do 4 things, showing him everything how to work the board. You know, trainees, I have no interest in trainees. They've got to get the job based on what they know, not what you're going to teach them. There it is.
That's a weird take.
Yeah, I was out of bounds, though, for who we're talking about.
What do you want, Negan? What do you want? Hold on, Negan's on the mic. What do you want?
What the hell is wrong with you?
What are you talking about?
You literally came up to me last week and said, there's not one person in the building that builds culture better than I do.
Please.
Oh boy.
What's your point?
You just destroyed the kid at his first day.
That's called welcome to Zach. Welcome, Zach, to 95.7 The Game.
Boy. Do you know
no experience on that, Zach?
You
got no experience?
Steiny, you never shadowed anyone in your life?
That's what he really told us, Willard.
I hated shadowing, and I hated being the shadower.
I had my first day, my Zach day.
Somebody tell Zach
1,000 years ago. No, this
Not
is
too
good.
late.
This is good because now you'll be someone Zach remembers for the rest of his career. Because I had someone do that on the first day of my career where they walked in and they're like, well, this business sucks and let's, hang in here as long as you can. And it was my first day in the business. And I never forgot him because I made a deal with myself that day that I'd never become that guy. So, Zach, don't ever become
No
Steiny.
doubt. And I loved when we had new hires to do that. And me and we're opposites. Shocker.
I had nothing again today. Goo, tell the listeners that I was pondering. I had
You were
nothing.
preoccupied with something.
I'm
but we
sorry,
had a good
Zach.
show.
I'm sorry. I had nothing today.
There we
Nothing.
go. Yeah, that guy's like, gosh. Yeah.
We're gonna have a great
before
relationship.
You do it, Gibbs. So we're in the business of, do I dare say, entertainment, and we're in the business of giving our takes after we watch games. I tweeted last night, Jalen Brunson, I believe now, is a superstar. And I left it at that, period. I come in today and almost crashed the caddy because Jay Williams, the guy that wrecked his motorcycle, went to Duke, who is on ESPN, had the audacity, and it's his take, guys, but I don't know if you heard it, that Jalen Brunson is the best New York Knick of all time. I almost crashed like, is that what business I'm in? Because Jay, prisoner of the moment, Walt Frazier, maybe Patrick Ewing, Earl Monroe, Bernard King, Dave DeBusschere. What are we doing, Jay? Brunson, who I love and just made it to superstar category, guys, is not the greatest New York Knick of all time. And for me, Mr. Filibuster, to call him out and stop him in the street with the badge, you can't say that, Dibbs and Willard and Steiny. He's not. He's a baby. Might be on his way, but he's not the greatest Knick of all time.
Yeah, I mean, they had to take 6 games to beat the Pistons, a team that is the Houston Rockets of the East, a team that, honestly, Detroit is Houston from last year.
Yep.
But in the East, you can do what Detroit did and make the playoffs. And so, good on you, New York. Now, show me, shout out Missouri, against the big boys. Get through Cleveland and get through Boston, and then we can talk about Jalen Brunson being maybe up there. And I love that you named Dave DeBusschere. You're an old soul. And, the Knicks have what, Steiny, 1 title?
2.
Since 1975?
They have 2, though, right?
And I forgot Carmelo, too. Anthony.
Willard. No. I'm reacting to I'm reacting to since 1975.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, none probably since 75.
Yeah, I don't think in my lifetime the Knicks have ever won.
73 is when they won.
Yeah, they have not won in my lifetime.
But what about 72?
Wow, the Knicks have never won.
Well, no, they have. It's just not since 1975.
Yeah. Our lifetime, my lifetime.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel good and young. Look at Snotty looking at me.
No, that's not true.
What you mean?
They won in 73.
And 70, yeah.
Right, so 73.
I was 1.
Well, that is your lifetime.
Well,
that counts.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
There we go, dude.
Yeah, by the way, don't forget, they beat the Pistons in 6 games, and the league admitted they didn't win one of the games.
Okay.
Hey,
before we get out of here,
I'm waiting for Game 7 of that series.
I'm going to listen to all 4 hours. I'm going to be there before however many hours you guys got to cut short.
You let me know when I get to go, Goo. I mean, I'm not trying to
Will.
I'm not trying to actually, not Will, it's Dibs. It's Dibs, the one who you're.
It's 0.7, we call him.
Between your partner putting on his jacket and you disrespecting me, I don't know. I mean, 27 years in the market and
I'm in
Jacket
timeout.
Boy and Captain Disrespect. I can't even get any minutes.
Captain.
And you know what? You mentioned filibuster. I'm about to filibuster Steiny all the way into Saturday morning. And I know he loves politics. And so I'm going to go ahead and be ball dominant for once. Yeah, sip on your water. And I'll tell you what's bugging me, other than the two of you. And it's for a different reason than what Mark said. I mean, disrespect on the right and a complete disinterest on the left. But what's bugging me is the fact that you have a car and you drive it, and driving a car is already tough enough. You've got a-holes. Can I say that, Tim?
You're good.
You've got a-holes cutting you off. You've got traffic that takes you an hour and a half to just get home. You've got unbelievable high gas prices. You've got all of the things that make driving very difficult, and then you finally get to where you're going to be, and you try to park your car, and you get down here to Chase Center, and no, you can't park there, and no, you can't park there, and you can park in this lot, but it's $80, or you park on the street. And I found a spot on the street, and I was like, you know what? That's winning, Dibs. You won. And I put it in, and I started to add up the time to make sure I'm covered until 5:58. $36 on the street. A meter.
On the street.
$36. Yeah, on the street. Not a lot. Not a lot. Not a security lot.
Not a lot that I love.
Not a lot that I love, that I would die for. I'm talking about street parking. The whole thing about parking has gotten to be so over the top, beyond the pale. It bugs me. And I'm all about like wanting to be places and go places, but $36 and, by the way, 58 cents. I didn't give you the full breakage, but just to leave my car and pray to God, Allah, Buddha, fill in the blank with your personal God, that it doesn't get broken into. I mean, what are we doing here? Parking?
Steiny, what's the most you've ever paid for parking, Steiny? Ever, anywhere?
50 probably.
Oh, boy.
That's the most? Where was it?
Chase.
This is the
We've
most.
gone to one-word answers.
The most you've ever paid for parking was here at Chase Center?
Probably. Like, what would I be missing?
I don't know.
$100.
You've been living for a long time. I figure there's like some other experience that you've had.
Yeah.
You never go to a concert? You never go to like a festival? Like in a dirt lot where they got you for $75? Anything?
Yeah, I can't, not that I recall.
Tell a
Mark.
story, Steiny.
Well, here's what I will say.
What's the greatest weekender bender you've ever been on?
Oh, God. No, but I will. Maybe, you know what? Since you're trying to do that, Willard.
Well, I'm trying to do what?
I know what you're trying to do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I'm telling you right now, this show, I will be walking out in 10 minutes, but because you've been treating me like you have, I'm going to end it this way.
Who's been treating you like what?
I can feel it coming in the air.
All right. Wow. I mean,
go Dubs on 95.7.
You really
coming to see y'all.
You really just did that to yourself?
Oh,
do you know what this fan base is going to do to you? If we get back for your show Monday morning at 10 a.m., and
Willard, I am concerned after you called this out.
Over. Do you have any idea the position that you have put yourself in?
Well, we've had Game 7, but yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Honestly, Steiny,
you know
like, are you comfortable with that?
Mark.
No, really.
I called you Mark.
Oh, my God. Are you my mom?
It's not a matter of
do I have to go to my room?
It's a matter of being 213 on a Friday afternoon.
What does that have to do with anything?
Game time, baby.
Okay, what does 213 have to do with anything?
I'll leave you with this song. Or chant. Na 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 na.
What is? Wait a minute, I'm confused. What is 213? What does 213 have to do with anything?
He walked off.
What, like?
Yeah, he walked off, Will.
I don't even understand.
I'm coming to see you guys. And Dibs, they said $36. You're the Shaq O'Neal of the station. You got 200 endorsements. You'll be fine.
He's going to expense
That's not the point.
That's the other thing.
I mean, the expense already been said. It's the
free.
point, Guru. I mean, you're at a meter. It should be like
I got you,
baby. $2 an hour. It should be like $8, not
I'm coming
36.
to see you guys now, baby.
Come on down, Bob Barker. Come on down.
All right. Bye, guys.
I didn't watch it.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Here we are, and Goo will not be listening to all 4 hours of the show. And why would that be, Dibs?
Because we're already 20 minutes into it?
And we're not going 4 hours today.
Oh, my fault. I missed the cue. Yeah,
that
darn
this
it.
game starts at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I had to tell Steve Kerr yesterday.
I know, and I hope he heard you because he kind of blew you off. And I hope he's not late to the game because they're going to need everything, and they need you. So we are here inside Chase Center, up on the club level, right next to the Ultra Club. So, by the way, a special note to anybody who is coming to this game tonight. Yes, the Warriors are requesting you get here early, get in your seat. I have already been inside the arena. You've been inside the arena. You've got your shirt. Shirts are on the seats again. Go get your shirt. Put your shirt on and be ready to get loud before 6 o'clock for this game. And by the way, get here at 5:20 or so and come by and see us. We would love to say hi to each and every one of you on your way into the arena tonight. Yeah. This is the night.
It's huge.
This is the night.
If you come see us, just make sure you stay behind the barricade. Because,
don't actually touch
Tim Jordan has actually barricaded us very nicely, our chief engineer, to make sure that the riff-raff, and I'm not talking to you, of course, dear listeners, but in case you know riff or raff, make sure you keep 6 feet away. But yeah, come on out. If you're coming to the game, you need to already be in the car and ready to roll because, as we know, traffic. There's a Giants game you mentioned to me yesterday, so that's going to gum things up a little bit. It's a Friday as well.
I looked outside, and actually on the buildings, it says hot mess. That's what we're going to have in the city tonight. So just come on down. It's a beautiful day. I did that walk all the way from the Ferry Building, and it was delightful. Beautiful out by the water. The sun is shining. Get down to the city because here we go. This is the night, and I hate to sound like I'm going to put more pressure on the Warriors. I don't think it matters. I think they're fully aware of where they are. But I woke up today, Dibs, and this is how I felt about this game. It really does. The whole picture, in many ways, comes down to this. And it's not to say that they couldn't win Sunday if you have to go to Sunday, but I already laid this out, and you did too yesterday. I don't think it's a very workable situation for the Warriors, even if they were to go to Sunday and win a Game 7, then turn right around off of that energy and be in Minnesota Tuesday night, 48 hours later for Game 1, 48 hours later than that for Game 2. It's too much. It's too much. You have been asking me for how many months now?
Oh, at least 3 months.
What is the over-under on Warrior playoff victories this year? And you kept setting the number at 4.5.
Yep.
And for weeks, I took the under and took the under and took the under. And then the Warriors went through that late season gauntlet and they went to LA and they defeated the Lakers 2 days after defeating Memphis. And then they ran home and defeated Denver. And it was after that run that you asked me the question again. And I finally changed. And I said, I will take the over on 4.5 playoff victories. And I believe that entire bet comes down to tonight.
Yeah.
That bet for me probably comes down to tonight, and therefore, to me, the Jimmy Butler trade is already a double down the line.
And I like that this morning when you shared that.
It's already a double, but tonight decides, likely, not for sure, but likely decides whether or not this trade was a home run.
I kind of agree with it because even if they win tonight, you go to Minnesota and maybe you lose in 6, whatever happens to Minnesota, I do think that what you've learned from the Jimmy Butler era is enough to indicate that this is going to work next year, health permitting, of course, and that every conversation comes down to that. But Jimmy fits. Jimmy is still good. Jimmy is exactly the player they need to keep this thing going. And if you want to talk about Steph and his decline has not been that dramatic. Nope. He might be 7% worse than he was when they were champions 3 years ago. Whatever the number is, he's still good enough to, give it a go and make things happen. So the Jimmy fit, even if this ends in the next round, it still is, in my opinion, a home run because you're going to get better in the offseason, you think, and you come back next year. And even if Jimmy played the whole year, do you think you would have been a 7 seed? No chance. You'd probably be a 3 or a 4 seed.
Totally. And we know since the Jimmy Butler trade, they were the 2 seed in the West after the trade. And so this is kind of what I mean by saying that. I don't want to speak for any Warrior fan, and in fact, we would love for you to call and speak for yourself on this. But my sense is, obviously a championship would be overwhelming and surprising. I think that a trip to the Western Conference Finals, for most fans, they would say, you know what, bravo. Hell of an effort. Unbelievable run through the playoffs. Round 2 is sort of where par arrives. And some would be satisfied enough. That counts as making noise in the playoffs. Others would say that that's a disappointment. But round 1 and out, I think everyone would agree is a disappointment. That is not enough to say that the Jimmy Butler trade was a great trade. Well, tonight, by all odds, tonight is the night where we find out if this team is comfortably going to get into round 2 or not. And what they do when they get there, to me, that's where you arrive at, hey, this was a job well done. If you launch forward from here, that's where I'm going to say bravo, unbelievable. If you go and play Minnesota and in 6 or 7 games you lose that series, I wouldn't rip the guys. I would not say, oh my God, this is incredible, but I'd be like, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is a pretty good job. Like, this is pretty good. You turned this thing around in February and went somewhere with it. So that's my thinking. The whole kit and caboodle kind of probably comes down to tonight.
I don't think that for me anyway, it doesn't all come down to tonight. And I'm looking at the recent history in the post-COVID era of the NBA, and I'm looking at 8 of the last 11 Game 7s have been won by the road team. So it's actually been a trend, and we can go through each and every one. Milwaukee over Brooklyn. Milwaukee was probably better. Atlanta did beat Philly in the Game 7 on the road.
Minnesota did it to Denver, right? Last year?
Yep, correct.
Yep.
Indiana did it to the New York Knicks. Jalen Brunson, best Knick ever. Apparently not.
Warriors obviously did it 2 years ago to the Kings.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, you look at the recent history, and I could go back into COVID, but as we talked about yesterday, that's not really fair because those weren't road games.
Right.
But
no fans.
The trend of Game 7 road victories is dramatic of late.
But understand what I mean. I'm not saying that the Warriors would not be able to win a Game 7. I'm saying that even if they did, it would leave them just, I think, kind of breathless going into the next round.
I'll give you that. We talked about that yesterday, and I agree.
And that's also why I'm using the word probably. I'm not going to be definitive and say the whole thing comes down to one basketball game. Because they might win Sunday, and they might surprise us, and they might be able to still function in round 2. I don't know. They might go back to Houston on Sunday and get blown out by 30 again. I don't know. But odds are, and the feeling and the vibe is, to me, that this whole thing, whether or not it was just a little success or quite frankly a wild success, probably comes down to this game tonight. And I am both nervous and exhilarated by that.
Yeah.
This tonight, this is the game of the Jimmy Butler era. This is the one.
Well, it might be the game of this entire era, because if you can't win a series against a young team, Houston, in which you were up 3-1, if you can't close that out with, and we could be fair about injuries, like Steph Curry's got a thumb that is a problem, Jimmy Butler has a tailbone, and Draymond Green has a variety of injuries that have kind of dogged him the whole way, but they're not making excuses, so I won't either. If you're up 3-1 and you can't close out Houston in this fashion, well then, Houston, Golden State, we have a problem going forward.
For sure.
But if you win this series, and then, Minnesota, they've got Anthony Edwards, who's phenomenal, and you've got a bigger, younger team, and maybe they get you in the next round, okay, you could look at that and say, all right, it's a building block. Next year, maybe you're a top 4 seed and you get home court, and you make the roster a little bit better next year, and Pods is better and Moody's better, and who knows about JK. Whatever next year is, I think that if you get to the second round, you could be more positive about what you could still become. If you lose this, blowing a 3-1 lead, I'm with you.
Wow.
It's like, wow.
It's also, I think, we have a smart audience, and a lot of you have watched a lot of Warrior basketball and just NBA basketball through the years. And so I think that a lot of you understand the ebb and flow of the playoffs. And if you do, and you are actually the better team, and you are actually a good team, like an actual contending team, you win this game. I actually spend a lot of time with you on these airwaves not making it about one game, because I don't think that's usually fair. But the playoffs are a little bit different. And when you have these veterans on the team, the ebb and flow of a playoff series, when you get game 1 and grab control, when you get game 3, when you have a 3-1 lead, we've played all the percentages, they're all high, and then you get to this point, which is game 6, at home, second chance to close them out. This is a game that a veteran contending team wins. Doesn't mean something weird couldn't happen, so I'm not saying everybody sucks if they don't score more points than the Rockets tonight. But we watched this 3 years ago against Memphis, and they totally forgot a 30-point loss in an hour, and they came out and they won the basketball game. I don't need it to be a blowout. I don't need it to be double digits. They need to score one more point than the Rockets. But this is a game you win if you are who we think you are.
Yeah, you're favored, you're healthy enough, and you're better. So come on out in your home court, and all you fans who are coming out here, get here quick. The game starts at 6, and we want to make sure that everybody's in their seats and ready to go, because the last thing that the Warriors want is to have to get on a plane and go to Houston and also pack for Minnesota.
Exactly.
And you may pack for Minnesota and not even get there.
Right.
Because you go to Houston, and you might be a slight favorite. You might be underdog by the time.
I think they'd be a dog if they lose this game tonight. I think they'd be a dog.
Depends on how they
Sunday.
lose. I mean, if it's a close game and all the rest of it. But, handle it and win, and then tomorrow you get to rest, and then Sunday you worry about flying to Minnesota and you take on the T-Wolves.
We really want to run this premise at you. So 888-957-9570. We are possibly guest-free today. We might have some special guests stop by, but we really want to hear from you all the way up to Warriors Live, which starts at 5. 888-957-9570. Do you basically buy that idea? The Jimmy Butler trade, it's already a double down the left field line. Is it a home run officially if they win tonight? I certainly believe that. Dibs on board. Make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out former Warriors GM and president of basketball ops Bob Myers told Steiny and Goo ahead of today's Game 6. And in fact, we'll have a little bit of that for you coming up next. Your calls, 888-957-9570. Let's talk right now on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
What do you think is going to happen in this game tonight, Dibs?
No, well, that's an interesting question, Mark.
It's going to be a tight game.
It's going to be a tight game. But yeah. I think that the Warriors win, and I don't want to get too married to the ref stats, but the referee stats profile leans home heavy, and it also leans foul heavy. So if you're a person, and I think I'm talking to one, who wants there to be more fouls called, especially in the actions against Steph Curry, this crew profiles as a crew that calls more fouls in general. And Steve Kerr has come out and said the high five needs to be banned, and Steph is getting fouled too much. He's getting grabbed too much. The Warriors are at home. It's a home-heavy crew. I do think that if the Warriors get a favorable whistle, they win this game by 8 or 9.
Yeah, and I believe that all of those stats are based, obviously, on the broadest of factors that are out there, and this one is not that broad. This is one game, and in this moment, the tone of the series, the tone of the NBA, again, the evolution of a series, tends to lean in not just the favor of the home team, but a team like the Warriors. If you've got a national conversation going on about the way they're guarding Steph Curry, that tells me that these officials tonight doesn't mean they're going to come out and throw the game for the Warriors. What it means, though, is that they're going to have an eye on this stuff. They're going to have an extra eye on exactly what Amen Thompson and Dylan Brooks are doing with Steph Curry. And if you have an extra eye on it, then the chances go way up that you're going to get more whistles on it. So that's what I think is going to happen. Love the Warriors' chances. But, yeah, also sort of feel like they need it. I feel like, and we'll get to more of that. Yeah. There's a lot of you that want to weigh in. We also need to get engaged because that's what we do on Warrior Game Day. Before every game, we ask you to vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll.
Are you going to propose or am I? Because we're side by side, which is rare.
I already did, and it wasn't to you, and you're just going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, maybe next time.
All right, 95.7 The Game Twitter page, brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, here's the question today. If the Warriors were to lose tonight, oof, tough premise.
Yeah, I don't like it.
If the Warriors were to lose tonight somehow, who do you think would win Game 7 back in Houston on Sunday? Warriors or Rockets? How would you answer that one?
Well, I'm a little bit torn because, I'm a big trend, stats, and numbers guy, and 8 of the last 11 Game 7s have been won by the road team. So you're saying there's a chance, there's a great chance, including the Warriors beating Sacramento. But I looked at the history of Game 7s.
Overall.
The home team is 112-39.
Yikes.
74.2%. And this is obviously historical. And you go back to the 40s and 50s where the home team won, like the road team won the first ever road Game 7. The Philadelphia Warriors beat the St. Louis Bombers 85-46.
Oh, wow.
Impressive road victory.
It is. I don't know that one applies to the potential game on Sunday.
Then it was 20 more years until a road team won a Game 7.
Wow.
So the history would tell you, and I went too deep to talk about modern history, but I do think that an aging team, a tired team going on the road, and Houston would feel like they had lightning in a bottle. I would think that Houston would win Game 7.
Yeah, the gravity of it suggests that 22-year-olds might have a little problem with it, and you love having Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler in a game like that, but I'm also with you. I would love to be wrong, but I think the Rockets are going to win on Sunday. If that game comes, I don't think that game's coming. I think the Warriors are going to win tonight, and they need to win tonight. Before we go to the phones, the reason I say that tonight is probably the game that decides whether or not the Jimmy Butler trade was a home run. They absolutely could still get to round 2, even if they win tonight, but I think they set themselves up for disaster. They set themselves up for what could be a very short round 2 series. Minnesota is excellent. They are excellent. I told you before the playoffs started that An NBA play-by-play guy confided in me that he would, quote, be shocked if it wasn't Thunder and Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. That was said before the Lakers series even started, and most people thought the Lakers were going to win that series. So he's already on the right track with his prediction, as both of those teams just sit there with their feet up, waiting for either the Warriors, Rockets, Clippers, and Nuggets to arrive at their building. So, yeah, they're in pretty good shape, and I don't think the Warriors are going to have what they need in order to compete in round 2 if they don't win tonight. Conversely, if you win tonight, you set yourself up to compete in round 2, and if you go deep in round 2, I do think that's sort of the line. That's the marker where we decide whether or not this Jimmy Butler trade was just successful, which it already is, or highly successful, which if they get to end of round 2, or who knows, even the Western Conference Finals, then I think it's a total home run. And I just don't think they're set up to do that well at all if they don't win tonight. So probably it all comes down to tonight.
In a way, yeah. Although 8 of the last 11 road teams did win Game 7, and if you want to profile the teams that can go on the road and win a Game 7, this would be that team.
Agreed.
Veterans, and Jimmy Butler took Miami on the road, and they won a Game 7 on the road. And we know that Steph and Draymond and even Kevon have been in deep series and big series, and so I don't think that this would be a team that would be shaken or startled by that proposition. But you don't want to have to get in deeper. And, yeah, even if you go to Houston and you win that game, 74% of the home teams do win Game 7. But then you turn around, you fly from Houston to Minnesota. And I was slightly off yesterday on the mileage. It's about 1,400 miles. So it's almost 2,000 from here to Houston. And then you play a game and you turn around, you fly to Minnesota, and you got a game the next day. It doesn't set up well for you to get a split on the road in Games 1 and 2. So, yeah, it becomes more difficult if you have to go through that. They're obviously allowed to do that and, go to Houston, then go to Minnesota and get a split. But I agree with you that it would become more difficult.
Very, very difficult. This is the biggest game of the Jimmy Butler Warriors era. No doubt in my mind. 888-957-9570. We throw that premise out to you. Let's talk to you. Guess who? First up, got in right when we started today.
Hey!
Incorrect. It's actually
Thanks, Grandy.
It's BPA, Brian
I knew it. I'm just trying to play along.
What's up, B? How you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I think it's already a triple, the trade, because you committed to whatever's left of Steph's career, and they made a choice finally about what path they were going to go down. I think they're probably a piece away. I think they probably know that, by the way, when they decided to not trade Kuminga. The hope would be that they can sign and trade Kuminga this offseason for like a Cam Johnson type. But I do think they're probably a piece short, but I do think they'll win tonight. Probably not get past Minnesota. But, yeah, that's my take. It's a triple. If they win tonight, it's a home run. And, just need a super aggressive Steph Curry tonight, right? Steph cannot come out and stand in the corner and wait for the game to come to him. He's going to have to take the game. And I think if he does that, I think they're going to win tonight. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, BPA. I tend to agree. You changed my double to a triple. I don't think that's terribly different. That's the left center field gap versus the right center field gap. Fine.
Willard's on the move.
I'll buy it. But yeah, I do also. I believe that if you win tonight, that cements that this was a total home run of a trade, number one. And number two, I'll also buy what he said. This game is tailor-made for the Warriors' 3 veterans. This is what makes them who they are. Is these situations and being able to be completely have total amnesia about what happened 48 hours ago in Houston, and now in your building, the place that you built, take these young pups that are here in town and show them about closing basketball games in May in the fourth quarter, late in a series. It's tailor-made for them, so yes, I would expect aggression for 4 quarters from all 3 of them.
I would too, but I also look at what Houston has done, and I don't want to get too deep into the X's and O's because today's about feelings and emotions and fandom. I'm in a jersey, I'm wearing the T-shirt and the whole thing, but Houston has done a great job of playing zone and going into a boxing one on Steph and saying to the rest of the Warriors, okay, rest of you go ahead and beat us. And I think about going back to game 4 here, and you and I were both in the vicinity, and the Rockets went to a lot of boxing one, they went to a lot of zone, and you saw Pods flash to the foul line so many times, and he got there and he made good decisions, and he was also out on the three-point line knocking down shots, and Buddy Hield was making shots. Steph Curry wound up 6 of 13, 17 points. A fine game, below his standard. You got the win, and he hit a couple of big shots, but I do think that Houston has found a blueprint that they like to take him, not totally out of it, but to limit him.
And here come the officials to fix that blueprint.
Maybe.
That's my opinion.
Well, and I gave you the stats on this crew, and if this crew wants to, and Steve Kerr talked about it yesterday with us, like he knew 3 fouls in that it was not going to be their night.
Right,
they committed 3 fouls that were not great, and their opening possessions were not great.
Yeah,
and Steve Kerr knew early.
He's talking about the defensive end,
right?
And that is where you see it. That's where you will see in my opinion, that's where you will see the Warriors either win or not win this basketball game tonight. Is if they show up and be the defensive presence that they've largely been, especially since the Jimmy Butler trade, then I do think, the young Rockets they're going to have trouble. This is a very, very pressurized game for a bunch of young players in Houston to score at will like they did a couple nights ago, and I'd bet against them doing it. Let's go to Mark in Marin next up. Hey, Mark, thank you for calling.
Hey, Mark, how you doing? Just checking in. First of all, we got this tonight. The chef is going to serve up a buffet, 6-course meal, no problem, all you can eat, all he can eat. As far as the T-Wolves go, when we get there, no problem. They face some light defense from the Lakers. They don't see our defensive juggernaut coming at them. We got those guys in 6. That's my call. What do you think?
What happens when they face the Thunder? I mean, they beat the Thunder in 5, and then the Eastern Conference just decides to not show up, Mark?
We're getting through the T-Wolves. They've had 4 straight games of light defense. We're going to get through them. We get to OKC, our experience in 7. It's going to get them. No sweat. Don't sweat it.
Yeah, Mark. So here's the thing. Well, I won't. I can't say that his analysis is nuts. What I'll say is, I find, when he says, "What do you think?" Here's what I think. I think it's bad juju to even talk about. I have no interest in talking tonight about the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Warriors have a very hard basketball game that starts here in about 3+ hours. And they need to win it. And outside of that, I have no takes for you today.
No, me either. And I'm just looking at Minnesota, and they did beat them 3 out of 4 times in the regular season. Big whoop. 2 of those were the stay and play. Minnesota came here.
All pre-Butler too, right?
Oh, for sure.
I think that anything
they played
that
him 3
happened,
times. They played him 3 times in a 15-day span.
Anything that happened before Jimmy, good or bad, I find kind of irrelevant today.
And Minnesota is a different team. They have the same personnel, but they're playing a lot different. They're playing a lot better.
They were okay, if you want to talk about teams making an acquisition at the trade deadline, Minnesota got healthy at the trade deadline. They played so many games without Julius Randle, without Dante DiVincenzo. There were some without Rudy Gobert. Edwards was healthy, but they were not as deep of a team as they are right now. They are healthy. They are incredibly talented. I got nothing to say about them until after I see this basketball game.
Yeah, I like
tonight.
that, and I'm with you. And Minnesota ended the year on a 17-5 run, and then they won 4 of 5 in the playoffs. So that is 21-10. Yeah,
they are very good.
No doubt.
Yeah, let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, what's good? What are you doing?
I just taking my lunch break. I tried to answer your question, but my brain refused to go there. So I'm just going to say, because I still got PTSD from, the Father's Day of a few years ago against Cleveland. But I just want to say, man, set the tone early, be more physical than the Rockets, bang in there, points in the paint, make your layups, make your free throws. And that is number one key. Is always going to be number one key in my book, especially in the playoff, is keep that turnover number closer to 10 than to 20. And if it's possible, to make a request to the house DJ, just to, pump the crowd in the Warriors, drowning pool.
bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Wow, Jonathan.
And he's out.
Have those bodies hit the floor. I don't know if that works for the rest of our audience. I could barely hear it myself.
No, I got it. I got it.
No, I got it.
Oh, I got it.
I got it. I don't think it sounded very good, but I got it.
I think it was pretty good.
I got it.
He could have been a little bit more loud and guttural, but he went with the whisper instead. I'm never going to criticize Jonathan in his call-ending song references.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Diego in Tracy. Hi, Diego. What's good?
Hey, what's going on? Nothing much. Just wanted to talk about Jimmy Butler. And
Let's go.
think it's very important that Jimmy Butler sets the tone for this game. What I need from Jimmy Butler is what I need from Game 4. I need Podziemski and Jimmy Butler to set the tone because, unfortunately, Steph is banged up. And I don't entirely feel comfortable about his thumb. He's been serviceable, right, these past couple of games, but we need Podziemski and Jimmy Butler to step up in this game in order for the Warriors to win it.
Diego, that phone is a little bit tough, but I actually can I push back on this? I don't like saying that Steph Curry's been serviceable. That I don't agree at all. You know,
I'm comparing him to his own standard.
Yeah, but that's also recency. 3 games into this series, we thought he was chef's kiss.
Right.
And then
the last 2 games, he's been all right.
But last game barely even counts. He played half of it. The whole team was awful. Nobody played well.
But he gets demerits for also being awful.
Sure, but I don't again, they're ahead in the series. They're largely ahead in the series because of his early efforts. I'm not going to use the word great, but I think he's above serviceable. I really do.
He's been okay in the last 2 games.
He's been better. Well,
the first 3 games.
But why are we only spotlighting the last 2 games? The Warriors lead in this series because of what they did in the first 3 games.
But what happened in Game 4, they won despite him. And all I was saying is that I believe Houston has a blueprint in how they can slow, not stop, Steph Curry. They did it in Game 4. And Game 5, he and Jimmy and Draymond were all patently bad. And you fell behind by... Steve said 29. I thought it was 27 at the half. I could be wrong.
Whatever.
He could be right.
Yeah.
It was almost 30. And so, whatever that was bad.
Yeah, but again, I'm just going to, if I'm looking at this as an overall 5-game stretch, I'm going to put Steph Curry a touch above the idea of serviceable.
I just said that over the last 2 games.
Yeah,
is what I said.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at it as the entire thing. And then, he brings up the turnovers because it was such a blowout. We never really even got into it, but the stat played again. It was close. The Warriors had 14 turnovers. The Rockets had 12, which is kind of funny because what's the number that you and I keep throwing out there? 13.
Right.
If you have 13 or more, you're in bad shape. If you've got less than 13, you're in good shape. The turnover battle has been definitive in this series. All 5 games. Take care of the basketball tonight.
Well, the bigger point for me in Game 5 is that they had 10 turnovers in the first half.
Yep, absolutely.
So forget the total because the starters played 5 minutes in the second half. I don't know how many of those turnovers in the second half were theirs, but they had 10 in the first half. And I've said this all along. You tip your cap to Houston in Game 5 because they shot 69% from the floor in the first half in Game 5. So even if you didn't turn it over 10 times in the first half, and Houston did what they did, you would have been down by 17. You still would have been getting blown out because Houston was that good.
Absolutely. No doubt about that. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Terry in Walnut Creek. Hi, Terry. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks a lot. Just a couple quick things. I coached for 30 years, and I got to coach in 3 Olympic Games. And the key to my coaching, which I see in which I see in Coach Kerr, is his ability to get his team healthy and create a team culture that just explodes at the right time. I also wanted to say that in regards to Jimmy Butler, whether or not they win tonight does not make valid the trade. The trade has been great all the way through, and he's been a great addition and will continue to be a great addition. So thanks for listening to me, guys.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you, Terry. Again, I would just say this. I think we've already stated that it's already really, really good. But here's the perspective I come from on this. It's not even just the idea that they would be in bad shape in round 2 if they don't win tonight. I think there's a really, really strong, if not likelihood, chance that they don't even get to round 2 if they don't win tonight. And if that's the case, I have a hard time believing, forget what you think, I think, or any of us think. I have a hard time feeling like the Warriors are going to walk out of a first round out where you had a 3-1 lead feeling good about where they stand. I just don't think they would. I think they'd feel terrible.
Even to your point, I think if they go into a second round series with Minnesota and they lose, no matter how they lose, they may not feel terrible, but they go into the offseason figuring out what they need to do better and who they need to bring in to be better, because you got Jimmy Butler in, and you've called it a double already. Brian and Palo Alto called it a triple, and all the rest of it. I get it, and you're not wrong, but you want a home run. And you know what you want? You want a grand slam. And the grand slam is you winning the NBA championship. So you go from what this is, which is good, and if you get into Minnesota, that's great. If you beat Minnesota and you get to OKC, that's excellent, and all the rest of it. But the bigger point is you got 2 years and this run left of Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. So how do you make it better? So no matter how this ends, you go into the offseason and you try to make it better.
All right, 888-957-9570. That's, although to a degree that's true even if they did win the championship. I mean, that's standard, right? But I wonder, in other words, if something did go wrong this weekend, how broad is that search? How big do you go? I mean, I know
it's bigger. It gets
right,
bigger.
Like everything's back on the table, right? No?
Yeah, not everything, but
no?
Yes. Yeah. No, I mean,
what's
Steph,
on the
no,
table?
Draymond, no, Jimmy, no. For me. Like,
I wonder. I wonder if
you
don't
look at what has,
don't you just go back
that's
into
worked.
Don't you just go? It's worked, but they also again would look at this as, I mean, you lost in the first round.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, again, I don't think that it's going to happen. I think that they're going to win the basketball game tonight. But at the same time, the way that this organization thinks, I don't think they're going to be patting themselves on the back if they can't get to next week at all. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And my goodness, are we here for your phone calls. The show is a little bit condensed today because, again, it's an early start. So 6 o'clock tip. If you've got tickets, get in your seat, get your shirt on, and be ready to be loud when this thing tips off. Warriors Live is only 2 hours away. Nothing but your calls between now and then. 888-957-9570. That is the number on the site, on the concourse inside Shea Center. This is Willard and Dibs. All right, and this is Willard for Underdog Fantasy, which is what we've kind of been doing.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well played. Yeah, it's big. We got employees walking by going, we got this tonight.
Oh, yeah.
We got this tonight.
I'm going to go cook for all of you. That's what she
Let
said.
her cook.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying all off season here.
You know what she goes by, right?
Kaminga?
Chef.
Oh, okay. Darn it. I know people want to let Kaminga cook.
Right?
I thought that's where we
fault.
were going.
That's my fault.
Anyway.
She's the chef.
Yeah, look, I mean, I hate to have what feels like the stupidest, most simplistic take that you could have about this game, but here we are. This is a big game.
Yeah.
This is as big as they come.
Win the big game.
This is the one. This is really the one. This is the one that, to me, if you really think about the Warrior fan experience and what a lot of us have been talking about for the last, I mean, I say 6 months, but you could make the argument that it's 2 years. People have been saying, is there something that we can do to provide Steph a teammate or two that would do what? Allow you to advance in the playoffs. So here we are. This is it. This is it. You can tell me that the Jimmy Butler trade was great. I'll agree with you. Next year is next year, but who the hell wants to think about that? And I know that the series is not over if they don't win tonight. But they're set up in a really bad spot, both in this series and anything that would happen beyond, if they don't win tonight. If the point was to get Steph Curry to be able to, quote unquote, make noise in the playoffs, this is it. This is it. You win this game tonight.
Well, and you set yourself up for this. When you're the underdog by seed, I know that Vegas had them as the favorite, but when you are the 7 and you're going up against the 2, what you do is you get a split, you hold serve, and then whatever you do in Game 5, it doesn't matter because you come home in Game 6 and you win the damn game. And I want to refer to my clipboard notes, which you know me.
I love that you have
deep
clipboard notes.
Well, and
tell me you've been doing this for 30 years without telling me that you've been doing this for 30 years.
Well, it's about 27, but what I'd like,
Close
what
enough.
my comfort zone is to write things down and then keep it, and that way I can refer to it. And I've done this before where
yes, you have.
You know, the 7 or 8 seeds since the expansion back in 2003 when they expanded to best of 7, only 6 teams have won as a 7 or 8. All 6 of those teams earned a split on the road against the higher seeded team. So if you want the blueprint, the template, the route or the route, depending on how you roll, and you and I have some...
I'm a route guy.
Yeah, I'm also a route guy, but I'll go route.
I'll go route only if it's Route 66, because there's like content that's been based on that.
I try not to say route anymore because I did 5 years of New Zealand radio, and route in New Zealand...
What does that mean?
It involves...
Is it a cuss word?
Oh, it involves tissue and the internet.
Oh, it's inappropriate. Yeah.
No, I did that in the best possible way.
I mean,
I didn't say lotion.
But you didn't have to bring it up.
No, but that's why I don't say root anymore.
Anyway,
I support
do
and I cheer for.
What
I no
about
longer
take me out to the ball game. Root for the home team.
That's disgusting.
3 of them, huh? Yeah. Anyways, sometimes
what is
things
going
happen
on
in
here?
threes.
Oh, Grandy, don't be such an 80-year-old.
Be a good time for this.
I'll say.
All right. Yeah.
All 6
Cheers.
teams.
For the love of God.
Stop would have been better.
So what?
That also works. All 6 of the 7 and 8 seeds.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They got a split on the road.
Yeah.
The Warriors have done that. So this is the template for success. You go out there, you do what they did, you come home and you win, damn it.
Your percentages that you've been talking about for the last week and a half all get blown up.
Numbers are numbers.
And they get blown up if you don't win tonight.
They do.
They get blown up. Whoever wins game 1 is 76%. They win game 1. In a 1-1 tie, whoever wins game 3 is 78%. They won game 3. Yeah. Right? They have
teams up 3-1.
Teams up 3-1, 95.5%.
Yeah.
They were up 3-1.
Oh, yeah.
If you lose tonight, you're an underdog.
Oh boy. Shout out to Live Read.
You're a dog if you lose tonight. So To me, there you have it. Let's, again, 888-957-9570. Warriors Live is less than 2 hours away. We are up here on the concourse at the Ultra Club inside Chase Center, getting ready for the game. If you got tickets, get here early. Come say hi. Get your butt in your seat and get ready to get loud, okay? Sebastian in the Bay, you're next up. Hi, Sebastian. Thanks for the call.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
You don't have to agree with me. This might be a little bit of a hot take, but I still believe that Jimmy Butler has another gear he can reach. Now, I'm not sure that he will reach it because of the injuries and, he's approaching 35, but this is a guy who, in my opinion, gave me one of the best shot-making performances that I've seen in the playoffs in the last decade. I mean, he went into Milwaukee, destroyed Giannis, dropped 56 points after having a similar tailbone injury, although not the same. But, I mean, this guy is a dog, and we haven't really seen – I mean, we've seen Butler, drop 30 points, 35 points, but have we seen that level of shot making and that level of explosiveness yet? I don't think so. Will we? I'm not sure, but it's possible.
I don't think it's a crazy take at all, Sebastian. But here's what I do think about it. First of all, any Jimmy Butler fan out there who's watched him prior to this, you're watching a Jimmy Butler that had a different role on that team than he does on this team.
That's fair.
Right? So if he's going to call himself Robin, then we're not necessarily normally going to ask him to go out there and take over a basketball game. He's Robin. He might need to. I think he does it better than anyone in terms of reading when is it time for him to go, when is it time for him to pull back, when is it time for him to highlight Steph, and when is it time for him to not. So I definitely think that. The other side of this is we did see a pretty special Jimmy Butler in the play-in game and early in these playoffs.
Yeah, game one.
Right, and then what happened in game two? He got hurt.
Yep.
He got hurt.
8 minutes in.
And so what have we seen since then? He missed most of a game. He missed an entire game. And then he played 2 games where he looked like he could barely run. And in one of those, he scored 27 points and was the team's leading scorer.
Yep.
So I agree. I agree that there's another gear. And maybe we'll see it tonight. I don't know what the health status is. Steve talks about it now to us yesterday in a way that he didn't before. He kind of blew it off yesterday like no big deal, Jimmy's fine. He didn't sound that way before. So maybe we will get that. Here is Steve Kerr yesterday on the health of Jimmy.
He's good. Yeah, he's ready to go. He was in our walkthrough today and film session and moving around well, and I think he's feeling a lot better. Jimmy will be ready to go tomorrow.
That's it. Like that's not what it sounded. He was on the injury report in the previous 2 games.
Right.
And now it's just like, whatever, dude. He's moving around. He's fine. He's good to go.
Yeah, he's fine. And I look at what he's done just in this series. You mentioned game 1. He had 25. It's a win. He had 27 in game 4. That's a win. He missed game 3, and they won. Anyway, Steph was awesome. I look at elimination game Jimmy.
Okay.
And traditionally, he's been awesome. And I kind of forgot that against Boston in 2023, they were up 3-0 against Boston, and it went to a game 7.
Yes, it did.
And Jimmy was in that game where they beat Boston. He had 28 on 12 of 28.
Oh,
I wouldn't
wow.
expect 28 shots tonight. But your point is well taken, and I go back to 2022 where they lost to Boston in 7, and he had 35. And game 6, which was an elimination game for Miami, he had 47 on 16 of 29. So playoff Jimmy's one level, elimination game Jimmy's another. This is not an elimination game, obviously.
Not for them.
It's not, but
it is for the Rockets.
And you're right about like the gravity of the Warriors having to go to Houston. So I think that Jimmy will treat this like he's treated games in his past
you got to play it that way.
Well, he's going to play 42 minutes minimum, I would predict.
I would think.
I mean, unless that's a hot over-under to set. But
well, I mean, unless the Warriors play really, really well and have a lead.
Yeah, you're right.
Then maybe it's but it's at least 38. I'll agree with you. It's at least 38.
Yeah.
And obviously the Steph and Jimmy and Draymond are coming off of 25-minute or under performances.
Right.
And Steve told us yesterday there's a big difference, and so they should be ready to go in terms of the energy level that they've got for tonight. Let's go to Jason in the city. Jason, thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What's good? What's up?
Gentlemen, I'm excited for Game 6. Got good memories of Game 6, Steph Curry versus Udoka. Of course, Udoka doesn't
doesn't have good memories. But I'm excited for today. I really like your original premise and the question. And I thought Willard, I thought you were going to take another level and talk about the how, because I think the how matters for us to decide whether the Butler trade was a home run or not. I want to see what it's going to be like tonight. There's a world in which we win the game, but Butler, God forbid, tweaks something and really isn't contributing. Butler shows up as playoff Butler. Butler is a solid contributor. I think for us to figure, I agree it's a totally solid double. I'm not at a triple yet for this trade. I think a really solid double-double or triple-double and a solid team win, say 10 to 15 points. I don't know what the line is. I'm not a betting guy. But a really solid win would definitely make this a home run. But if it's anything less than that, I'm not so sure that we can call it a home run yet. If we lose, if we get to Game 7, then it's for sure. The jury's out. I wouldn't be able to say that it's a home run yet.
No, that's exactly. Yeah, that's it, Jason. We'll let you keep going, but that's exactly what I said. Like this is. It's already a double. It's a home run if they win tonight. If not, I think. It's definitely not a home run, but it starts to tilt back in the other direction, and at minimum is to be determined. But go ahead.
Okay, well, my question to you, Willard, then is if Jimmy plays 10 minutes and he has a triple single, is really not contributing, would you? And we still win because maybe Pat Spencer is pissed off from the last game and he goes off for 40. Moody's contributing. We just don't know, and the starters just aren't performing. But we just have surprise, solid performances. Would you still consider that a home run just because we win? I wouldn't say so. Now, Dan, you've been traditionally more an ends justify the means guy. The outcomes matter. Willard, from what I listen to you all daily. You've always been more the process guy, and I think the how definitely matters. If they lose, it's definitely not a home run, or the jury's out. But if they win, I want to see how Butler performs. That's what I got. Thanks, Joe. Okay,
Jason. Yeah, like I am a process guy, but
I'm totally results.
First of all, you're throwing out some scenarios that are pretty freaking wild. So the idea,
Jimmy Butler triple single, and they still win.
For them to win this game, for Pat Spencer to even be in the game, the Warriors need to be up by 30 points. That's not happening unless somebody gets hurt.
Unless you want to order the code red.
Yeah, well,
if you want him to go in there and code red somebody.
Yeah, again, that all suggests that the game's not going well. But his premise was Jimmy's not playing well, Steph's not playing well, Draymond's not playing well. Pat Spencer scores 40, and the Warriors win. I'm going to put all my life savings in the that's not going to happen bucket. But let me back up to what his larger question is. And here's what that is. What if Jimmy were to play poorly and the Warriors win anyway? Would you still consider the trade a home run? And I would largely say yes.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason for that is this. Now you're sort of whittling your process versus results idea all the way down to stats and one game.
In one game, yeah.
I'm going to make this about one game because of what it represents, not the individual performances of the guys in it. They are not in this game. They don't have a 3-2 lead. They're not even in the playoffs. If Jimmy Butler's not here doing everything that he's done.
They're probably a 10 seed.
For the last 3 months. Yes.
9 or a 10 seed.
So this opportunity was created by Jimmy. I'm not going to say that, therefore, he needs to individually be the leader tonight that gets you over the top. If Jimmy scores 12 and Steph scores 46, yabba will do. Like, we're on to round 2.
Shout out Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, that's like, that to me does not matter. Trade home run, 2 days rest, off to round 2, 100%.
You can have Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler all score 12 points, and you can win 80-79, and it is a home run. And that's where, for me, as a results guy, it's about the result. And that's why I've been saying to you for 3 or 4 months, like, over, under 4.5 playoff wins, what do you think? And you were under. And then Jimmy happened, and you were like, ask me again. And I did, and you're like, I like the over. And here we we are.
And
They're one win away from the over, most likely.
Most likely. I mean, unless they were to get
I don't even want to use the S word because I've already
I
sworn
mean,
on the air once in this run, and I don't want to do it again. Casey sweep. I don't think that happens, but thank you, Grandy. You're always so quick to clown me, and I appreciate that about you. But I do think that the over-under shifted, and it wasn't only because of one guy, but what he did for everybody. Steph, Draymond, Pods, Moody, the whole roster. He made everybody better because of the way he plays. And so, yeah, for me, it's the process. You're right. Jimmy Butler was a part of the process change, but the results was the fact that they went on a heater, and here they are as a 7 seed.
We're live in the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco, and more on Laughing Monk in just a moment because they're doing it again. They're doing it again, Dibs.
They're doing it and doing it well.
Yeah, for those of you who are not, lucky enough to be in the building tonight, or lucky enough to have a loved one's watch party or whatever. In other words, if you're looking for a place to watch the game.
Okay, because I missed this on Wednesday.
Yes.
I was watching a game with a 2-year-old with a fever, and turns out you were dropping knowledge about some action.
Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, 1235 Oakmead Parkway is the address for those of you who don't know where it is. Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale is having a Game 6 watch party tonight. Arrive early, seats will fill up fast. Arriving early qualifies as pretty damn soon because this game is tipping off now in a little bit over 2.5 hours. So get there soon, and then if you want the $5 beers, spoiler alert, you do.
Yeah.
Just say Warriors World when you get up to the bar. And that beer is $5, and it will make you happy, almost as happy as a Warrior win.
Do you have to say it in any manner? Like, is it a whisper? Is it a shout? Is it just
I think it's your
Warriors
choice.
World.
You do it that way, it might be $4.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that.
I like it. What if you wear one of these? I have it underneath my Warriors shirt.
Are you talking about the shirt or are you talking about the jersey?
No, the jersey is the jersey. The shirt is the one that everyone's getting here tonight.
Because if you mention Dibs, it goes up to $6.
That's unfortunate.
I'm sorry.
Don't tell him Dibs sent
pass
you.
that along. But anyway, so watch party at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. But as of now, continue to take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. And the question is, the premise we threw out, the Jimmy Butler trade was already good. We called it a double. It's already at least a double. I think we can all see that based on the way this has transpired. But it is likely, not definitive, but likely, very probable that tonight is the night that decides whether or not this trade is a home run. And I get that some of you out there would be like, round two is a home run? Like, really? This is a dynasty and round 2 is a home run? Here's kind of where I'm coming from on that one. I still think even in this moment, if you're a rational fan, you can believe in their chances for contention, but you're settled on the idea that a title is unlikely. That is, wouldn't you? Would you be surprised if they won the whole thing?
Stunned.
I would be surprised.
Stunned.
I would be surprised.
Think about it. If they advance out of this series.
Not shocked, but surprised.
Well, Minnesota, I don't know what the odds are, and maybe you can text your good friend John Avello. Maybe we wait until they actually win the game.
Might be able to find. They might have. They might have the futures.
I would
with
guess
regard to,
that the T-Wolves Warriors series, if it happens, would be darn close to a pick'em. I don't think that the Warriors would be more than minus 150 favorites. I know that Minnesota wouldn't be more than minus 150 favorites.
I bet you Minnesota would be favored.
But I don't think by more than, they wouldn't be a 2-1 favorite, which would be minus 200. My point is, in the next round, it's coin toss and then against OKC, either one of these teams is a dog. And against Boston or Cleveland, I think that the Warriors or the T-Wolves would also be a dog. My point is, going forward, if they go forward, there's not going to be a series where you look at it even like this Houston one where they were favored as a 7 seed over the 2 seed.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with all of that. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I just think that the road suddenly gets really difficult, and it brings into play, if you lose tonight, obviously it brings into play a very, very quick exit, which would be Sunday, if possibly.
Yeah, that
possibly.
can't happen.
And then even if you were to win Sunday, I just think that you're asking a hell of a lot to then go play a talented Minnesota team 48 hours later who's been sitting there resting for 5 days and turn around and try to have success in that series. I don't like your chances. They could.
They're allowed to.
They're allowed to.
I had to do it before you did.
Which is why I keep saying this is probably the night that decides whether or not the Jimmy Butler trade was a home run. I think for this to go well, they've got to win tonight. And if we buy the idea that a championship is at minimum unlikely, and I also think most Warrior fans I've talked to, if you even just arrive at the Western Conference Finals, people would be like, dude, that's a pretty good job. Like, even if you lose it, you go lose to the Thunder in 6, nobody would be like, these schmucks. No one would do that. Round 2 is where there is debate. And I acknowledge that. There's debate. Some people would say that's nothing. It's worth nothing. Others would say, hey, you know what? This has been a fun run. Jimmy Butler here brought us on this ride and bought us an extra month of basketball. I can see both points. I just tell you the way I look at it as for 2 years, we've been trying to find a way for Steph Curry to advance in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And this is the first time in 2 years that they, since beating the Kings in Game 7, this is the first time that they've had a basketball game in this building where they have an opportunity to do that. Advance in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And for me, that's kind of the marker on what makes Jimmy Butler a home run, because they don't do that without him.
I agree. No, I mean, you would have had to win 1, if not 2 play-in games, and you might have had to get the 8 and then go beat OKC in the first round, which is not something that's very likely. I'm looking at the FanDuel odds to win the NBA championship right now, and the Warriors are 5th. And
wow,
number
that means
4.
Somebody jumped them because they were 4th or 5th when the Lakers were still in the playoffs.
Well, the team that jumped them is the team that they would play.
The Timberwolves.
Minnesota is number 4. OKC is number 1. So if you win this series, you have to play number 4 in the odds, then beat number 1, and then beat number 2 or number 3, presumably. Right. And we're presuming that Boston and Cleveland both win their series, which we don't know that they'll do that, but that's your road right now as a 5 overall in the NBA. You're going to have to beat not 1, not 2, but 3 of the 4 ahead of you.
This is the biggest game in Jimmy Butler's Warriors career, and I don't think any other game is close.
It's the biggest game since, Game 5 against the Lakers. I mean, Game 7 against Sacramento. What are we talking about here?
Yeah. I mean, I find this one to be bigger than Game 6 against Sacramento in this building, because they lost it, and then they still
we lost it.
Yeah, well,
Steiny
lost it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and they tried to lose this one too.
Steiny Guru.
This whole city has got to stand up to Matt Steinmetz and see if they can get a victory tonight. Warriors and Rockets tipping off at 6. That means Warriors live at 5. That's an hour and a half away. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. We are looking for your calls. Do you buy that premise? Is tonight the night that decides whether or not the Jimmy Butler trade was a good one? We all acknowledge it was a good one. But is it a home run? And is tonight the night that decides that? 888-957-9570. We are taking your calls from inside the building here at Chase Center on Willard and Dibbs.
This guy is such a D. I didn't watch it.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, the excitement continues to build here at Chase Center. We are now sitting just about 2.5 hours away from game time. It's Willard or Dibs. Wait, did I get that right? Willard or Dibs? It's Dibs. And, sometimes your dreams come true. I've always wanted to go solo in the afternoons in a market this size, and darn it, here we are. I'm going solo. My partner is afoot. He's on the loose. Willard is on the move. But in the meantime, we're talking about exactly what we're facing here tonight. Game 6, not a must-win for the Warriors, but certainly a game that, by all measurements, by all statistics, by all the math, the Warriors would need to win. Nobody wants to see them get on a plane and head to Houston. And, it'd be a classic Jimmy Butler game, Mark, as I welcome you back to your own show. Jimmy Butler is a guy who was known to, in the play-in, pack for 2 months. And that was his bit. Like, we're going to the play-in, and I'm packing for 2 months. And it turned out that he went on to play for 2 months. So if, in fact, this doesn't go the Warriors' way tonight, it's going to be a thing where the Warriors would be packing for Houston and a couple of games in Minnesota. Full luggage as you head to Houston in Game 7, and nobody wants that. You want to be able to isolate your travel plans on just Minnesota, so you go out here and you handle your business tonight.
Yeah, no, this one to me, easy peasy to say it. This is easily the biggest game in the Jimmy Butler era, and based on everything that we've always watched Jimmy Butler do, this is what he's built for.
Yeah.
This is what he's built for. I like a comment that I saw our friend Tim Kawakami make after the loss on, what night was it? Wednesday night.
Yep.
And he basically said, look, if you are a great team, you win this game. You set this up the exact same way. Not that they set it up, but this has gone the exact same way that the Memphis series went 3 years ago. That proved to be a great team. You got blown out by 30. You came right back 2 nights later. You won a home game. It ended up with a championship. To me, it's an eerily similar experience that the Warriors are having here. And now you have a team coming in, bunch of 22-year-old kids. I understand that they were able to stand up and kind of do what some people questioned whether or not they could do 2 nights ago. This is an even different assignment. This one is obviously a totally different assignment to do this on the road, knowing that the Warriors will have all of the energy in the building, and they will play it similar to a Game 7 situation. If the Warriors are built the way many of us think they are built, you win this basketball game.
You absolutely should. And you think about the way that this has gone in the past, where the 7 seed has beaten the 2 seed, and the last time was just 2 years ago, and it was the Memphis Grizzlies who lost to LeBron and Anthony Davis as the 7th seed, and of course they would go on to beat the Warriors in that next round. The Warriors, I believe, were the 6 and thus got home court in the second round, but the Lakers were the 7 that beat the 2, and as I mentioned before, they got the split. And then they went on to Memphis and they won 2 games and they were able to close them out in 6 in similar fashion. And I think about that because of who that Memphis team was. And it was a lot of the same guys we saw this year with Memphis, but they were 2 years younger. Ja Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr. 2 years ago, these were just kids. And I don't have the exact ages in front of me, but I would bet that Ja and Triple J's were in their 22, 23. I don't think that Ja Morant was
This was 3 years ago, right?
This is 2 years ago. 2 years ago when it was 2023, Lakers over the Grizzlies.
Oh, you're talking about got it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about the year that the Warriors beat Sacramento and then lost to the Lakers in the second round.
Ja is 25, so
he was 23.
Yeah, similar age to what we're looking at with most of the Rockets' top players.
And Jaren Jackson Jr. was probably also about maybe a year older, but the greater point is that this Memphis team, Houston team,
Jaren's 25 also.
Right, so he was 23. And Salty Adama played 29 minutes in that game, and he was probably about 23. And I'm not trying to get you to Google all these guys' ages. I'm just drawing the comp.
I have a computer.
I know you do.
Yeah.
The comp for me is that Memphis team was a young team, higher seeded than LA, and they got into a 6-game matchup. Yeah. And the Lakers, by the way, in that Game 6, they won by 40. in LA. So that's where the veteran said, come here. Come here, Ja.
Yeah.
We're going to swaddle you. Jaren Jackson Jr., we're going to put you in the cribby, and we're going to spank that.
I don't see that tonight. I don't know that it would shock me, though. Like, the idea of a Warriors, and I don't want to say that, by 30 or 40, any of that stuff, but would a runaway comfortable win surprise you tonight?
It would, yep, it would.
It would.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I think that Houston, at their core, the way they play with the grit and with the grime, and you and I spent a lot of the show yesterday debating that essence. I don't want to get into that again because we're getting ready for a Game 6, but I would be surprised. And I look at that Memphis team from 2 years ago. Dylan Brooks on that team, by the way.
Yep.
Desmond Bane as well. Memphis was good. They won 51 games in the regular year. They were the 2 seed, but they were young pups. And this Houston team, I do think, has a little bit more going for them in terms of coaching. I think that Ime Udoka is a better coach than Taylor Jenkins, certainly.
I agree with that.
I also think that matchup-wise...
He has a job, so,
there you go.
It's the only one of the two that can say that.
I think that Houston, matchup-wise, is more suited to compete with the Warriors tonight than that Memphis team was against L.A.
I'd love to also dive into this. And, Grandy, if you have the Bob Myers comment that was made to Steiny and Goo today, I loved this. And it really caught my attention at length because, as I said, doing the walk through the city today and just kind of zoning out, looking at the water, had the AirPods in. The guys are talking.
Beautiful day.
Beautiful day. And the guys are talking to Bob Myers. They did an unbelievable job with Bob. There's such rapport there. And so Bob really gives them great stuff. And I thought this was one hell of an answer because they kind of dove into and whether they meant to, I don't know, but they dove into what do we not really know about this situation from the outside looking in as fans and media? And Bob was like, in the position I was in, one of the things that would shock you, and then let's hear it. Listen to what he says about players and the game they're coming off of. Go ahead.
I know it's human nature to look at the last game or even the game before that. We overreact strongly to all these things. And I actually asked Curry one time, I don't know what year it was, because he has some games in the playoffs, even when it was those dynastic teams, where he would not have his best game. And the media would come down on him, and he'd hear it because it gets louder as you go further in the playoffs. And I asked him, I said, how do you not hear it? He looked at me and said, you just, you can't. It doesn't serve you. It doesn't. And he said, but at the same time, I can't hear it when they love me too. So that's the science. That's the emotional maturity of maybe a veteran team. You talk about the advantage of going through it. You better believe Jimmy Butler's been called great, awful in a 3-day span. So has Curry. So has Draymond Green.
So what he's basically saying is, and we've said it a few times this week alone, you think that game on Wednesday night, you remember what happened?
They don't.
Could not be more irrelevant than it is. And so I hear people do this, and I'm prone to it as well. You feel differently now in this moment than you did 2 days ago. But 2 days ago, the Warriors were up 3-1. And everyone's like, so, Minnesota or the Lakers, or what do you think? The confidence could not be higher. Well, now, tonight, there is an inherent fear and nervousness that's going to be in the building. There's going to be an angst, and I get it. I'm not saying it shouldn't be there. What I'm saying is I just do not think what we watched happen on Wednesday night, I don't think it means a damn thing. So it does not mean that the Warriors are in the process of blowing anything. It doesn't mean that the Rockets are suddenly worthy of some analysis that you didn't have before. We already knew they were good. I don't think they're ready, but they're good. They've always been a good basketball team. I never thought this would be a sweep or even a 5-game series. This series is exactly where it should be. And the Warriors are a heavy favorite in this game tonight for a reason.
Yeah, it's because they were favored to start the series, and I was looking at the series prices for where we are in this one, and the Warriors are minus 550. You got to bet 550 to win 100 on the Warriors, which means that the Vegas odds are confident that they'll win tonight, or even if they don't, they'll go out and they'll win Game 7. And I know that the odds would shift if the Warriors lost tonight, but this to me is just a classic case of, the younger team, the inexperienced team, they went balls to the wall. Can I say that?
You just did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at Tim Jordan, chief engineer, and he would let me know if it was out of bounds, but they did that. They went there, and the Warriors went into shutdown mode because they realized, all right, this is not going our way. We're going to rest up and get ready for Game 6. And this is where the veteran team comes out and they exert their will. Are they a lot better than Houston? No, but they're better. And unless Houston does what they did in Game 5, which is shoot 69% in the first half, if Houston plays to form and the Warriors play to form, the Warriors win this game by 7-10.
I think the Warriors will come out with the defensive effort in this game that Steve said he did not see in Game 5. That does not mean the Rockets won't play well. If the Rockets are here to play, and if they execute well, and if they shoot the ball well, I do think it's a close game in the fourth quarter. I don't know that they're going to do that. I do have faith, though, that the Warrior defense is going to be energetic in ways that it was not a couple of nights ago, and that game is just completely irrelevant to what we're going to see out there tonight. In other words, coming off of Wednesday, I think there was a question, and maybe it still is for certain fans out there, as to whether or not, is there a growing problem? Is there an issue that did Houston figure out some sort of an adjustment? Did they find a way to defend Steph Curry? Every single game totally has its own energy. And I think that this one will have a completely different energy than what we saw 2 nights ago.
And I do think that they figured it out. And I'll put Game 5 aside because that game just really got away from the Warriors. And whatever Memphis did was largely not even that much of a factor because the Warriors just got blasted. They got blown out, and then they shut it down. But Game 4, what they did to limit Steph Curry, they played a lot of zone. They switched into box and one. They made life hard on Steph Curry, and the Warriors still won. So it's up to Steve Kerr and the coaching staff, and I have faith in the coaching staff.
For sure.
Terry Stotts, he's been a head coach in the association for a long time, and Jerry Stackhouse and, Bruce Frazier and the rest of the team, the second row coaches. I believe that they're going to have a counter to Houston's counter. So I don't think that the Warriors come out tonight and Houston plays defense the way they have, and the Warriors just throw their hands up because they don't know what to do to try to counteract.
Want to go to Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line and just acknowledge Bill Zerkley, who texts in Willard and Dibbs in the Matrix. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, you will see that we are something that photographers know all about. We are what's called backlit. And what that means is, A, it's a beautiful day outside.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to make sure everybody knows that we're not dead. We're not in heaven. It looks like we're in heaven.
Yeah.
It is kind of heaven. It's not Iowa. Is it heaven? I don't know. It might be in a few hours. It's Chase Center.
Yeah.
And we're here, and there's a very large basketball game tonight. But we're still alive. I just want to let everybody know.
My agent actually just texted me, and he told me that they're doing a remake of the movie Powder, and they want me to be the lead character.
That one flew way over my head. I'm sorry.
It was a guy who had alopecia and was unbelievably white in his complexion.
How old is the movie Powder?
Powder, I'm going to put it at 1999 for Powder is my guess.
Okay, movie. The movie Powder was
95. Not bad.
1995.
Randy, if you would, please. It's your comfort zone.
Give him a mysterious albino teenager, Jeremy Powder Reed.
Yeah.
1995. I was in college, and so you don't.
So was I.
Yeah, you don't catch things when you're in college. That's its own.
I was
planet.
in college from '86 to '99. So you
weren't.
Do you want me to bring in my my transcript?
You did not go to college for 13 years.
I went to college for 13 years, and just a quick aside. Normally, when you get grades, you get A, B, C, D, and F. A, B, C, D, F.
Yeah, that's
5 grades.
5 options.
On my transcript, there are 11 different letters. There's consonants and vowels that you don't even have any idea.
Man.
I got
Come on.
I's and U's and W's.
I give you an
I got
A.
an FU from a teacher.
I'll give you an A for
Thank
your
you, Tim.
memory because you just came up with a 30-year-old reference that me and 87%
Or more.
numbers
Or more.
did not get.
Yeah.
But anyway,
powder.
Rotten Tomatoes 50%. If you're going to make a 30-year-old reference, make it a good movie, not a crappy one.
I gave it a 52, and if you didn't see it, then you don't get to say.
No,
anyway,
I
get to
don't,
YouTube, and you can catch me in Powder 2.
Yes, and still alive, hashtag Pearl Jam. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Give us a phone call.
Interviewing for a job or a tour group? What do you think? I'll get the tour.
They're on a tour.
Look at me.
Is it a 3-hour tour? Now there's your there's your 80-year-old reference.
We are so fired.
Anyway, this is not going well, but it'll turn around. It's early. It's not even the first quarter. 888-957-9570 is the number. Taking your phone calls on this game tonight that I very much believe is probably the linchpin. It's probably the linchpin. I know today everyone feels really good about everything that the Warriors have done, and I wouldn't suggest otherwise. I just think that things can quickly take a turn in the other direction, and the view from 10,000 feet would not be great if the final answer of the story is the Warriors didn't even get out of round one.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, became one of the few teams in NBA history to blow a 3-1 lead. Or if you were to get into round two and be exhausted and get either a sweep or a gentleman's sweep out of that series, I don't think this organization is built to feel good about that outcome. But if you win tonight, you do get a little head of steam going into round two. I think they'll be competitive. Who knows, maybe even win it. But to me, that sort of surpasses the bar as to whether or not Jimmy Butler's trade goes from a double to a home run.
I agree with that. And you said that early this morning, and I thought, man, that's a little bit too positive, but then I stepped back and thought about exactly what we've gone through since the trade deadline, which is his team is stuck in the mud. They got Jimmy. Oh, boy, he's going to be a locker room problem and all the rest of it, and will he fit and this and that, and let J.K. cook, and you go out and you win 75% of your games, and you race up the standings, and you settle at 7, and then you realize, I realized anyway, that even if this ends in the first round, which would be terrible. And we'll spend all next week talking about how they became the 14th team to blow a 3-1 lead. I don't want to go there. It's a possibility, but if you took a step back from that, you'd realize that, for me anyway, the takeaway on the Jimmy Butler acquisition is it works. And this it'll work next year, and it'll work the year after. Now, I know they're getting older, and I know that that's part of it, but as far as a basketball fit, Jimmy Butler gives them a dimension that they did not have, and it's what Jimmy Butler will continue to bring.
I don't disagree with you. There's one angle where I want to push back on that, though, and it's another reason why I think tonight is so important. Okay, let's run that through our minds. Not that I care at all about next year or the year after right now. Tonight, I do not. I do not care. But in a world where Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green are the centerpieces of your financial structure for your basketball team, yes, you can make other little moves around them and get other players in here to help them. That's all true. But in a world where that's your core, the idea that next year at age 38 and 36 and 36, or the year after that at age 39 and 37 and 37, that they would have a better opportunity than they have right now tonight, to me feels... It does not feel likely. I understand the difference being in that next year you get to, in theory, start the year with this roster, and maybe that ends up at a very much better seed. That's possible. But the way I look at it is this is as young as they're going to be together over the next 3 years. You are up 3-1. You are home with your opportunity to advance. You are no longer the 7 seed. You are now just a team, and they're a team, and you're the team with the edge and the home court advantage and all of those things. So the idea that this trade is going to get better a year from now or 2 years from now than it is right now, I have a hard time believing that.
Well, your team
tonight's the night.
Your team would hopefully get better is for me the big part of it. And you already said that they're getting Cam Johnson next year. You've been definitive
100%.
about that. Believe?
No, I don't.
No, I know, but
I don't believe it. I hope for it.
But let's just play with that as an idea. And I don't want to get too much into the future because we're here on Game 6. But my bigger point is that they have the ability to get better in the offseason, and I do think that they will look to do that, and they're going to be different next year anyway. So even though the core three get older, doesn't necessarily mean to me that the team gets worse. But I want to go back to what you said at the start of this, and this is the best chance for them to make some noise.
Yes.
If you beat the 2 seed, I know Minnesota is good, but they're the 6 seed, and even at that, if you look at this year, and I'll take you back to 2010, the Spurs were the 7 and Dallas was the 2. The Spurs were the 7 with 50 wins, and Dallas was the 2 with 55. It was the only time that all 8 playoff teams had 50 or more wins.
Wow.
Which reminds me of this year where the difference between the 2 and the 7 was 4 games.
Everybody had 48 or more. Right. Everybody had, even Memphis, had 48 or more.
So you're right. Forget the seed. The Warriors were favored, but even beyond that, and we'll put Oklahoma City in the on-deck circle for now because they were historically good. And I think that no matter who comes out of the next round is going to have a very hard time to beat that team. But we'll worry about that in mid to late May, hopefully. But for the rest of it, Minnesota's a 6. That would be your opponent. Houston's a 2, but you beat them in the regular season, and they were only 4 games better. So to your point about the best situation, the best scenario, this is it, Mark.
Well, not only because of all the things you're saying, but this is the best chance for them to do it because it's the only one that's reality. Like, it's here.
Right.
I mean, next year, next year, what if someone gets suspended for a month and a half?
That doesn't happen.
What if somebody gets hurt? What if they all get hurt? What if Jimmy does turn into a pumpkin and start getting mad at everybody? Like, there are a billion.
What if we get hit by a meteorite?
What if Kyle Shanahan tells us we don't even make it to next season? I don't know what the hell the future holds.
Yeah, you're right.
But I know there's a game tonight. I know they're playing a game tonight. And they have an opportunity. They are favored to win it and advance in the playoffs. So it's not even just that my mind doesn't want to go to the future. I got a real hard time believing that this in some way is going to get better, at least by likelihood. It is likely. It's all the only word that I've been using all day. Likely or probable. It is probable that this is the night that decides whether or not the Jimmy Butler trade was a home run. And it is likely that this is as good of a chance as they are going to get to maneuver through the Western Conference playoffs, maybe for the remainder of Steph Curry's career.
It could be. And you look at the West, and again, I don't want to get too into next year, but just at a 30,000-foot view, Minnesota's superstar is not even in his prime. Houston's core is all maybe in their teenage years. I'm not even sure. Oklahoma City, don't get me started. They're all pups. Like, Shea is probably 28. He's prime, but a lot of the rest of their team is pre-prime. The Lakers, you could forget about them for now because
that's a reboot.
They're out. And they're old and broken. But I just named 3 quick teams in Denver. The Joker's still in his prime.
Still in their prime.
They're still formidable, and they're a factor. The Clippers are a little bit of a different one because, their 2 best players are in their mid-30s, so they're kind of in the Warriors bucket, right?
Yeah, and then you got to keep your eye in the rearview mirror to see if anybody else can join the party. Portland, San Antonio, there are ways where those teams start to come of age, too.
San Antonio getting Cooper Flag.
For sure, because of the frozen envelope. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and here for your phone calls. We got 1 hour to go until Warriors Live. So if you are on your way to the game, if you're not on your way to the game, if you're on your way to a watch party, anything you're doing, your chance to call in this show is right now. And we will take your phone calls for an hour with regard to how you're feeling about this game, what you see as important in this game, and whether or not you believe it is the linchpin to decide the level of greatness with regard to this Jimmy Butler trade. That's coming up next, live from Chase Center. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about it.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? All hosts on 95.7 The Game appear to be in heaven.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
here we are, man. We're here.
Yeah.
And it is kind of heaven.
Well, and this, honestly, spoiler alert, this is probably the closest I'm going to get. So I'm kind of basking in it. Yeah, I mean, I had a dream.
You got a lot of years left to fix that. You know that, don't you?
Well, I'm 56, so if you want to stack the 56 versus, I would need another 57 to stage the kind of comeback I would need in order to have an up button in the elevator.
No, look, this is the age of the three-pointer. You can come back faster now.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's good. I might need 25 years.
Launch a few.
But, yeah, I mean, you know.
Anyhow, we're here at Chase Center.
Press the down button.
We're getting ready for what we both think is easily the biggest game of the Jimmy Butler era. And that may sound silly because it's like, duh, like it's the, I mean, they're in the playoffs and this is like the most recent one. But I really do think that this game has the opportunity to kind of be a launching pad to a lot of things. And if you don't get this game tonight, it at least presents the opportunity for all of this to fall off of a cliff.
Yeah, and the cliff would be obviously on Sunday, and 8 of the last 11 road teams have won a Game 7, and this team does profile as one that could and maybe, I don't know, even should, might not be fair. I don't even want to go there, but Jimmy Butler's got a road Game 7 on his resume. Steph and Draymond have a recent road Game 7 win on their resume. So if you want to profile the kind of team that could do it, they are it. But I do agree with your earlier point about what that would mean in the future. It would mean a short turnaround to a rested Minnesota and all the rest of it, and it makes it harder to go out there and steal 1 in 2 on the road. But I want to ask you this, Mark, when when we're starting to get closer to game time, and for me it's an easy question, and you can join us at 888-957-9570. Who's your starter? Who's your fifth starter? Steph, Draymond, Pods, and Jimmy. Okay, those 4 are taken, so if you want to call in and offer up your fifth, those 4 are already taken. Do you go GP2
It's a great question.
30 defense, thank you, and corner threes? Do you go with Quentin Post and hope that he can guard a little and knock down a 3? Do you go with Buddy, who started the last couple, and hope that Buddy can catch lightning in a bottle? Do you go completely off the board and go with Jonathan Kuminga? I don't think you do. I'm just saying.
I'm mad at you for even bringing that up, actually.
Well, it had to happen.
Well,
Steve Kerr opened up the door.
He did.
And let him in.
Well,
so who's your fifth?
Not to start.
You're right. Who's your fifth? Moses Moody would be the other one. I didn't want to leave Moses out.
And you shouldn't, because it actually would be my answer. I would go with Moses Moody. I'm not going to be mad if it's Buddy Hield, because there's a little bit of a feel of like, hey, he's been playing pretty well the last 3 games. That's who you most recently started. It went well in the end for Game 4. And don't forget, when you look at the starters, that's who really played the best in Game 4, because they started both of those halves on unbelievable heaters. They played so well at the start of the first quarter, so well at the start of the third quarter. Well, those were the starters, and that was Buddy Hield. So I'd be tempted to go that route. I would guess it would go that route. But by my thinking, which who cares, I'm not Steve Kerr, I don't want to double down that Buddy Hield is going to, quote, set the tone defensively again. I love Moses Moody's defense. I'm going to hope that the shots he hit in garbage time 2 nights ago helped him find his shot. I also love Buddy coming off the bench because he's energy. He's energy, and he's a more consistent three-point shooter than Moody, and so I kind of like him in that second unit. That's what I would do, but that's not what I'm guessing Steve is going to do.
What do you guess that he does?
I think he sticks with Buddy Hield.
Interesting.
I think he sticks with Buddy Hield because that's what they've been doing the last couple games, and again, in Game 4, it worked really, really well.
But then I look at the starting lineup that's been the most successful on the year, and it's the one that has Moses in there. And that's a lineup that, they win their first 14 or 15 games when they were all together. So I think about that part of it where, Moses has been a part of the successful group. And I do think that what he did in, I guess it was garbage time. It was comeback city. They didn't make it all the way back, but Moses actually might have discovered maybe his stroke and his game. So I would lean Moses' direction, and I think that Steve goes back to Moses.
Interesting. Okay, we did ask Steve yesterday about the starting lineup and asked if Buddy Hield is going to start again. And here's what Steve said to us yesterday.
All options are on the table for sure, and I think we will consider everything. You know, there's always an offense-defense component to any of these decisions that you make, and as I said, lineup combinations. What's coming behind the play? You know, behind the first rotation, who's playing together. So we're leaving our options open.
And when you asked him about Jonathan Kuminga, like a jerk, here's what he said.
Yeah, he's feeling a lot better. I talked to him today, and so he should be ready to go tomorrow. And there's absolutely a chance for him to make an impact, you know, tomorrow. I thought he did a good job. The game he started, I think it was game 3, when Jimmy was out. He did a really nice job guarding Jalen Green early. Clearly, we can use, you know, his athleticism, you know, his ability to get to the rim. Again, it's all lineup combinations, and what makes this tricky, as I've said many times to you guys and to others, it's all about the combinations, and you know, we've got to find the right balance of shooting and playmaking around Jimmy, and that's what changed, you know, the calculus for JK, and those are the things we're continuing to weigh. But he's absolutely you know, part of you know, our thinking in terms of, you know, possible adjustments for tomorrow.
Well, and I don't see what they've done in the past with Jonathan changing. What I take from that answer is a little bit less about Jonathan and his chances of playing tonight. It's a little bit more of Steve Kerr, I think, saying we might coach this not like a Game 7,
right,
but something that's related to a Game 7.
Agreed. Yeah, and that's why I think that Jonathan Kuminga has a role tonight of maybe it's 2 or 3 minutes, maybe it's 4 to 6 of get in there and, you know, make something happen. Attack the basket, get to the foul line, play a couple of great possessions on defense, snatch a rebound, get a steal, whatever it is. I do think that he has a chance to get in there and make that sort of an imprint. I do know that when he played in Game 3, they won the game, 1-0 in the playoffs with JK in the lineup. And, you know, Steve was a little bit more bullish on how JK played than you certainly were. I'm not trying to put you into a spot.
No, I split it. I thought he was actually good defensively. I thought he was incredibly disappointing on the offensive side of the ball. That's how I felt about his performance that night.
Yeah, and the team in totality, it was a lot of Steph Curry and not a lot of the others.
And on a night when Jimmy Butler's not there, if you're going to be his basically starting lineup sub, and you're Jonathan Kuminga, who, you know, has the ability to score more than 20 in a night, for him to only get 17 minutes in the game tells me that not only did I think Jonathan was disappointing on the offensive side of the ball, I don't think he did much on the court that made the coaching staff want to keep him in there.
The other stuff, which is what we've all been clamoring for, and I'm looking at the box here, and he had 2 assists and 1 rebound in 17 minutes. So the intangibles, the other things that, you know, you need him to do, he didn't do. And I am kind of just fixated on the lineup that we saw throughout the tail end of the year, which is Butler, Green, Curry, Pods, and Moody, 17-4 when that group starts. So did Moses do enough in Game 5 to earn his way back in? Because
maybe,
you know, Steve's big on analytics, right? And Steve,
for sure,
and Steve knows that lineup was 16-3 in the regular year, 1-1 in the playoffs, and so that's a lineup that has been successful. And if Moses plays like he did in Game 5, and it's easier to play great when you're down 30
and playing against bad players.
True, I get that.
Sorry, bench players.
No, you're right.
I don't want to call them bad.
No, they're Houston Rockets. Yeah. You can call them bad.
No, I mean,
but I mean, they're pro players.
Yeah, they're in the NBA.
Certainly,
you get what I'm saying.
I do, and I also think that, you know, the way he played and he got a little bit of confidence back might get him back in the lineup.
No doubt. All right, let's go out to you, 888-957-9570. We want to take your calls in this entire 4 o'clock hour, and then Warriors Live starts at 5. Let's go to Clint in Campbell. Hi, Clint. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I just wanted to talk about rebounding, man. I was at Game 4, and when I saw Jimmy get that final rebound, I was like, this is a key right here, because I know we can get stops, and I know we got enough greatness on the team to win this game. And shots are going to come, but the main thing I think is the guards have to gang rebound, and the whole team has to just focus on it. And I think if we start quitting posts, he could get us a lot of rebounds. That was also a huge key for us to winning that game. So that's all I got, man. Rebounding.
Yeah, Clint, I hear you, and here's sort of what I've prepared myself for, because the Warriors have won more games in this series than the Rockets, and they've been out-rebounded every time. So I'm sort of preparing for that to be baked into this cake. I don't mean overwhelmingly out-rebounded. I just think you have to get the rebounds that you're supposed to get. The Rockets are a phenomenal offensive rebounding team. They're going to get some. You have to keep defending well and stopping them from getting great shots. They're going to get a second look every now and again. They may even get a third look here and there. But the Warriors, to me, rebounding, it matters. Turnovers decide the game. Yeah, that's the way I look at it.
It's the possession game for me. It's the combination of the two. And I go back to game 3 where you didn't have Jimmy Butler and you lost the rebound battle by 5, but you won the overall possession game. You shot the ball 4 more times than the Rockets did. And the Rockets shot 39.5%, which is a little worse than normal, but that's more like what the Rockets are. So if the Rockets play the way the Rockets do, which is 45% from the floor, 36% from 3, if you don't give them 10 extra shots, you're going to win the game.
No doubt. And actually, Grandy lets us know that technically the Warriors out-rebounded the Rockets in the last game, which I actually think ends up furthering my point. I don't really count the last game because it just ended up so out of pocket in the second half with a bunch of people on the floor that aren't even really getting minutes for either of these teams. But if that's truly the case, Warriors out-rebound the Rockets in Game 5, they lose. Rockets out-rebound the Warriors in games 1, 2, 3, 4, and they lose 3 of those 4. So the leading rebounding team has won 1 game so far in this series. So I'm not blocking the point by Clinton. Obviously, all aspects of the game are important. I just don't think the way that this is gone, I don't think that rebounding is the deciding factor in this game. It's baked into the cake. Yeah. The Rockets are taller. The Warriors need to take care of the basketball.
Oh, and they had 10 turnovers in Game 5. And in that first half, the Warriors actually shot it 9 more times than Houston, but Houston only missed 9 shots.
Yeah.
Houston was 25 of 36, so...
You're not getting any offensive rebounds if they all go through the hoop.
Correct. They had 1 offensive rebound.
Yeah.
Of the 9 misses they had, Houston only got 1 of those rebounds. So that's kind of why the rebounding battle was a bit skewed, because there were no rebounds to be had when Houston was shooting the basketball.
Let's go to Tom in Mill Valley. He's next up. Hey, Tom, thanks for calling.
Oh, thanks. Hey, I know I hear what you're saying about rebounding, but I'm actually going to double down on this point because I was at Game 4 as well, and I saw that we didn't win rebounding, and watching the bench and watching Kevon Looney on the bench smiling with all his teammates, Draymond and Steph, you just saw over the years that Kevon Looney has been so key to these clutch rebounds, just like Jimmy led to a clutch rebound. I just see Loon playing a key role, getting one of those key rebounds, kicking it off to number 30 on the perimeter, and Chase Center going wild.
Would love to see it, Tom. I will say, so far in this series, this is not really about rebounding. It's more about defending. Kevon has not been great in this series. He is really struggling with the athleticism inside of the Rockets. Kevon is a big guy. He's a smart player. He's a very heady rebounder, and that's great. But when you're throwing 22-year-old sky flyers at him like Amen Thompson, even Şengün to a degree, Kevon has had a really hard time defending those guys in this series. I think it's why his minutes have been down.
Yeah, and I think that matchup-wise, this is not a good one for him. And not to get too far down the road, but Minnesota would be a tough one as well because Kevon is a 6'9" center and he doesn't have elite mobility. And to get rebounds, he's got to work extra hard. And this is a Houston team that Steven Adams is getting just about every rebound he wants, and Şengün is rebounding, and then you get other guys on the Rockets who have athleticism. So matchup-wise, I don't know if this is a great series for Kevon.
Taking your calls throughout the 4 o'clock hour, 888-957-9570. Warriors Live is in 40 minutes. Get your butt to the arena early. If you are on your way here with tickets, the game starts at 6. The Warriors want you in your seat at least 10 minutes before that, ready to make some noise and welcome this game into the arena the way it deserves. Mark in Berkeley is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Mark. What's up?
I just got a wild idea. How do you
What
like
is it?
this? Steph at the 1, Buckets at the 2, Draymond at the 3, Kuminga at the 4, and Davis Jr. at the 5. Just to see what happens.
Well, okay, Mark. Oh man, what
Get me Steve Kerr.
I love everybody who listens to this show, but that is not a wild idea. That is a bad idea, and here's why, Mark. I understand where you're coming from an emotional standpoint in terms of, at least I'm thinking, what you're thinking is, let's get the most athletic team possible on the floor, especially in the front court. And I get it. But what you just put out there on the basketball court in 2025 is a 5-man lineup that has 1 3-point shooter. Can't do it. Can't do it. Mike Singletary can't do it. You will lose. The analytics are so overwhelming, as Steve Kerr has detailed, that Kuminga with Draymond and Jimmy on the floor together has been a very big net negative for the Warriors. And you're then putting that lineup on the floor and adding Trace Jackson-Davis to it. Your spacing would be terrible. The Rockets would clog the middle. Nobody would have anywhere to go. I think that team would get run off the floor.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's a tough thing because you want size because you're losing the rebound battle, but we have to also remember what happens on the other side, which is you're small and their bigs can't guard you. And that's where Jimmy Butler, if you've got shooters around Jimmy Butler, then they have to go out there and honor those shooters. And Jimmy Butler has room to work in the middle of the court. And that's what the Warriors really want. They want to be able to spread it with shooters and also have Jimmy be able to cook in the key, because you can't clog it, because you can't slough off of Steph or Quentin Post or Pods, certainly. So you can't play too many of these non-shooters. You're right.
Yeah, I get it. I really do. When you watch basketball, you fall for certain players, and you like those players, and you want them to succeed, and you want to try something new, because the last time we watched the Warriors, whatever they were doing did not work. But the bottom line is this. Not only when we talk about the offensive side of the ball, think about what's happening now on the other side of the ball. Trace Jackson-Davis, I don't think, is a great defender. Jonathan Kuminga is a capable defender and a very good one sometimes, but is inconsistent. I don't think you're helping yourself with that lineup on the other side of the floor either.
Right.
And so I get it. Root for all the players that you want, but this, as Steve calls it, a puzzle. The puzzle pieces have to fit, and a couple of those guys have shown that they don't fit. Not currently what the Warriors are doing.
And I can't wait to watch and wonder about how Steve treats the rotation, because we've seen Houston in this series play only 8 guys for the majority of these games. They've gone to a 3-man bench, and that's it. Steve Kerr has played more guys off the bench, but you said it before. Does he approach this like a Game 7 where you really shorten that bench down? And if you do, Kevon Looney is one of the guys who probably loses minutes. You're going to play Buddy Hield off the bench, especially the way he's been shooting. You're going to play Quentin Post because he gives you that stretch 5 ability. And you're going to play GP2 if Moses Moody starts. Beyond that, I don't know how many other minutes there are going to be for other guys.
Yeah, this sucker, I think, is going to get squeezed.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is a squeeze night. This might be an 8-man rotation night, maybe 9. I think about it, Hield is getting in this game. GP2 is getting in this game. I think Quentin Post is getting in this game. And I do think that there will be at least a look for Kevon Looney. But I'm not 100% sure how much further down those seats there in the corner of the floor. I'm not sure how much further down it goes. I'm really not. This is not a Game 7, but there will be shades of it in the way it is coached, I believe. The Warriors have got to win this game.
Absolutely.
They've got to win this game.
Well, you look at Jimmy Butler and his career in these types of games, he tends to play 42 to 48 minutes. So Jimmy Butler and Steve Kerr joined us yesterday and talked about how he feels good. I mean, you were there, so it's a double whoop apparently, but he didn't join me. But Steve Kerr told me Jimmy Butler is fine. And if Jimmy Butler is fine and it's a big game, and it is, Jimmy Butler's going to play 44 minutes. And
wow, we went up to 44?
Well, I put the over-under at 42.
Okay.
And I would take the over on 42 if you want me to set it at 42.
Damn, you've got him sitting out for 4 minutes tonight? I'm going under 44 for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, 42?
I like 40. I like 40, but 4-minute break, like 2 minutes per half, the guy is probably still in some pain, don't you think?
Well, I mean, who isn't?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that he's in more pain than he was on Wednesday. He's probably in less pain. He didn't even play that much on Wednesday. So
he did get some rest.
And I think that because they all got rest, and you're not going to play Steph Curry 40 minutes because you don't ever do that. He's about a 36. Draymond's about the same. So then you get into... And Pod's quietly has been playing about 35 in these games.
Sure.
If you want to start to slice the pie, those four have pretty big pieces. So the other four guys who you're going to play, 4 or 5, you're getting slivers, crumbs.
Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. Big Smooth, what are you doing? Big Smooth?
Go on.
Nope. Oh, okay. All right. 888-957-9570. How about let's go to Cade in the city. Hi, Cade. What's up?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
Not so bad. I'm heading to the stadium, but I want to tell you that Kuminga, no Kuminga, or any other factor doesn't matter for this game. The only thing that matters this game is take care of the ball, keep the number of turnovers under 12, and shoot at a pretty good efficiency, and you're going to win this game.
Cade, thanks. I totally agree. Cade, appreciate that thought. And, it does not matter who goes into the game, but I think it's a short bench, and I think that is the phrase that pays. Take care of the basketball. And what a perfect thing to say when we're talking about it being a Jimmy Butler night, because it is literally his mantra.
Exactly. And, if they are around the 10 turnover mark and they don't allow Houston to shoot it at a crazy percentage, you're going to win the game. The only way you lose is if Houston goes bananas again and you give them a lot of extra possessions.
All right, we've got the Dub Nation Twitter poll, engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll results coming up shortly. We've got Warriors Live in a half hour. We've got nothing but you on the phone on the way to the game or on the way to wherever you're going for the game. And your phone calls the rest of the way up until 5 o'clock. So now's your chance, and it's your last one. 888-957-9570. Live from inside Chase Center, this is Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, it's Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Day. Go out there and meet the moment. It's all you can do in this moment. I know exactly what I said yesterday. So I am not going to go out there today and advocate anything that is overly physical and purposeful. Physical is great. Purposeful is not. And I believe that the officiating is going to reflect that tonight.
We'll see.
That's what I believe.
You just never know. Every crew is different, and you look at this crew on paper, and I know the game is not officiated on paper, but statistically, on paper, this is a crew that leans toward the home team. It's a crew that leans toward calling more fouls, and we've talked about this before, and you know this. Your cousin was an NBA ref for 20 or so years, and the referees probably right now are in the middle of their meeting. They know what's going on in the series. They know what has happened in the series. They know the chatter. They know everything about this series. And they're going to go through their notes, their preparation, their points of emphasis, and everything. So they're not going to be surprised by anything. If it's a Draymond Green hard foul, if it's Dylan Brooks swiping at the hand of Steph Curry, if it's Pat Spencer getting involved with Steven Adams, anything that happens, they're probably going to be ready for it and prepared for it. Whether or not they call it is a whole different issue.
Of course. Yeah. All right. 888-957-957. You may hear a little bit of a different ambient sound.
Oh, it's real now, Mark.
Yeah,
it's real.
Release the hounds. These doors are open up in this building.
Little Montgomery Burns from you right there.
Yeah, so here come
Release
the
fans.
4:30. That means the game is less than 90 minutes away, starting at 6 o'clock. And here come all the fans. And great job by these specific fans.
Oh, yeah.
Because they follow directions and they came early.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about tonight.
It's not that hard. I mean, unless you have a job that makes you stay till 5. But here we are about 90 minutes before the opening tip, and there are hundreds, if not thousands of people in the house getting ready for this game. Even my man Matisse. Bonjour. It's been so, brother. Hope you're well. You too. You look great. I've known him since he was a baby. I'm sorry. Sometimes you got to break out of character. That's Matisse.
Yeah.
Legend.
He looks like he's still a baby, to be honest with you.
Dude, he's about 27 now.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Dude, that was emotional. I haven't seen him in probably 12 years.
888-957-957. Let's go to Bob in Marin. Hey, Bob, what do you got?
Hey, guys. I guess the defense has to show up today, and I think Şengün has to get his, and he will get his, but he cannot facilitate. When he facilitates, that team is very dangerous. So you can't double him in the high post. Let him put the ball down. Let him turn his back to the basket, and if he gets in the low post, that's when you double him. That's where the game's going to be. You got to let this kid eat. He's not going to stop. If he facilitates, that's the problem, and that's where Warriors have lost the games that they have when he facilitates, and his numbers are close to triple-double. That cannot happen tonight. Let him eat. If he wants to get the double-doubles, high double-doubles, good to go.
Yeah, I stop a little bit short of let him eat, but I understand what you're saying. And again, there's nobody on planet Earth that I've ever watched play basketball that I trust more in a situation like this than Draymond Green to make decisions defensively that will win games. Beyond that, defense and rebounding, as we always talk about, are based on energy. And I don't think there's any question the energy that the Warriors are going to bring to this arena tonight. You can already feel it. They're veterans. They're champs. We know this. They did not have it 2 nights ago. They will have it tonight.
Absolutely. And, part of the reason why they didn't have it the other night was because they understand the nature of a best of 7. And you come out and you make early mistakes and you're flat and you're down 12. And human nature as a veteran, and I mentioned it, Jimmy Butler's won a Game 7 on the road. Steph and Draymond obviously have as well. You understand the nature of a series, and you're not going to win every game. Now, the Warriors did the one year they went 16-1 in the playoffs. They won their first 15. That was an anomaly. This team understands that there are going to be nights where you don't have it. And when you don't have it, it's okay. It doesn't mean that, the momentum has shifted. There really is not momentum in a best of 7, especially when you go from one city to another.
There
right?
is within a game.
Oh, for sure.
There is not within a week. I'm with you. The momentum in this arena tonight, it starts just after 6 o'clock. Even the energy and I mean, some of you, if you're listening, you can probably hear the buzz. The fans that are coming into the building, there are Warriors chants coming through the hallways already.
Yep.
It's 4:38 in the afternoon, and people are chanting Warriors already. So I know the fans are going to have the energy. I would imagine the Warriors will respond to that. But if the Rockets hit 2 3-pointers right out of the gate in the first minute of the game, where's your momentum? The momentum has to be built once the clock actually starts.
Yeah, exactly. And the momentum is going to ebb and flow throughout the course of a couple of quarters and 3 quarters and whatever. You get into the fourth quarter, and that's where the game actually can begin. If it's, 87, 86 after 3, all right, game on. You got 12 minutes to decide who's better tonight. And if the Warriors don't win tonight, it doesn't mean that Houston has momentum in Game 7. It means they're at home in Game 7, and the Warriors have 2 days to buck up and get on a plane and go do it. But from Game 5 to now, no momentum. If there was momentum, Houston wouldn't have done what they did in Game 5.
That's exactly right. The Warriors had all of it.
Yeah, they were downtrodden and they were, beleaguered and beaten, and yet they were able to go home and pull themselves up and go out there and handle it.
Next up is Burns in the city. Hey, Burns, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's happening, guys? How are y'all?
What's up?
Good, Burns.
What you got?
I'm good. Hey, Mark, so it's hella funny. I work at a school, right? And I'm selling prom tickets for my school because I'm like the ASB coordinator.
Okay.
And a girl is buying a ticket for a guest, and guess what the guest's last name was?
What's the last name?
Willie. Willard, my man. And so I checked it out. I'm like, wait. The son of Mark Willard himself? I pulled up your face online, showed it off, and guess who's coming to our prom tomorrow, brother?
Tomorrow is a big night. Tomorrow is a big night around these parts. That is a true story, Burns.
Yes, sir. So I just had to come on in and just give you a holler. But regarding the game, I think Jimmy hasn't had like a game that really that was Jimmy's game. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if he's going to have that with his injury currently, but I think because I feel like Steph had a game for Game 3 that was like Steph's game to really go off. So I think Jimmy needs to have like a marquee game, and if that's going to happen, then I think it's got to be like a Jimmy Draymond kind of game where they're both kind of building off each other. I don't know, but at the end of the day, the Dubs got to win it because I don't feel good about a Game 7, fellas. So, anyways, I'll holler at your boy, and thank you so much, boys.
Yeah, you take care of him tomorrow night. Thank you, Burns.
Yeah, Burns.
All right, 888-957-9570. It's funny. I get it. A fan will kind of look at a game like this, and you pick out an individual, and you're like, we need that person to do X, Y, Z tonight. I get it. I don't really feel that way. Like, I don't care how this plays, but here's how I'll answer what Burns is talking about with Jimmy Butler. I hope that each and every one of you getting ready to consume this game, you have sort of a gratitude for what is now in the building, because it's the thing that tends to play in a game like this. If this thing is tight in the fourth quarter and you've got a physical opponent that's tall and athletic, Steph Curry and Draymond Green are not fully built to win that game. They're not. Because when things slow down in the playoffs, you often are not able to just get the first shot that you want. You have to be able to have someone, you know my nickname for these guys, the here you take it guy. You have to be able to hand the ball to someone who can ISO late in a shot clock and create something either for himself or for another. And for 2 years, the Warriors have not had that. And now they do. And they're going to need that tonight.
Right, and they needed it in Game 4. And if you remember back to Game 4, Jimmy Butler scored 9 of the final 12. He had a 2-point basket, Buddy hits a 3, and he made 5 free throws. So he had actually 2 2-point baskets and 5 free throws. So of your final 12 points, it wasn't the chef, it wasn't Draymond Green, it wasn't Pods, who had a great game. It was Jimmy Butler and a 3 from Buddy. And I remember the 3 from Buddy was a classic no, yes.
Oh, my God.
And he drilled it. And it's like, all right, Buddy. But that was game 4, and you needed a big-time gut check performance in the fourth quarter, and it came from Jimmy Butler. So the point is well made about, Steph and Draymond, they're built for this. I mean, they're 4-time champs, but when you get down to the real nut-crunching time, Jimmy Butler becomes the Batman, and, Steph might be the Robin.
Maybe. Adam in the city is next up. Hi, Adam. We thank you for calling. What's going on?
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
So, I'm trying to talk that I think GP2 should be starting. I mean, the Rockets have been... I think GP2 should be starting.
Why is that, Adam?
Well, the Rockets have just been absolutely killing us with their guards. Fred VanVleet, 26, and then 25 the last 2 nights. And then, Jalen Green can just be the X factor this game. And when there's a fast player like De'Aaron Fox or John Morant, that's where GP2 comes in. So I think he'll be, if we can stop their guards, I want Şengün and Dylan Brooks to beat us.
Adam, listen.
Yeah, that's a great take, Adam.
I don't hate the idea at all. I just would say I don't really think you're losing a ton from GP2 to Moses Moody on the defensive side of the ball at this point. I really don't. I know that's GP2's reputation, but I do think there's been a little bit of slippage there for him. I think that Moses has gotten better. I'm not saying Moses is the better defender, but I think it's pretty even. So, but the concept of what he's talking about, I don't mind it. It is unfortunate for the Warriors right now that Fred VanVleet, who's been rolling around against the Warriors at a 20% clip for the longest time, has suddenly decided the last 2 games that he can't miss. That is a problem.
Yeah. Well, he's not as bad as he was earlier in the series, and he's probably not as good as he was the last 2 games.
For sure he's
not. The real
VanVleet
is somewhere in between, but you don't necessarily have to play to form. And maybe I'm talking a lot about form and pedigree, getting ready for the Kentucky Derby tomorrow, but just because you're the best horse doesn't mean you win the race. Oh. And just because Fred has struggled shooting it doesn't mean he can't go on a heater again tonight and then again on Sunday, because he's a veteran. So we can, discard the youth of Green and Şengün and Thompson. They're young players. They're more likely to be inconsistent on the road. But Fred VanVleet's a champion. And Steven Adams is a guy who's been in the league a long time, even though he's only, 29? I don't even know if he's 30 yet. Right about 30. But Fred VanVleet's a guy who probably won't shrink in the moment because he's been to the top of the mountain.
Just want to throw this out there. I don't see a starting lineup as of yet. Grandy, you might be able to weigh in a little bit more in terms of when that usually happens, how close to game time, because Steve Kerr has already talked. I would imagine because of that, he did not in that press conference share his starting lineup because somebody would have tweeted it if he did. He did say this, courtesy of our guy Anthony Slater, quote, "We are ready to give our guys heavy minutes, and they are ready for it." Because of the blowout, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green had light minutes in Game 4. If it's a close game, all of them could go north of 40 minutes tonight. That per Steve Kerr.
Yeah, there you go. And I put the over-under on Jimmy at 42, and I kind of like that number as far as a target. If it's tight, if the game's not tight, then all bets are off on his minutes. But the interesting one there is Steph Curry, and I'll pull up the exact stats in his playoff career, but I don't remember a ton of games where he actually went over the 40-minute mark. They've been very prudent and very strict and structured with Steph Curry's minutes throughout his career,
sure.
But there are times when you got to get the chef out there and you got to play him more than you normally do. And just looking, 2013 against the Spurs, he played 58 minutes. 2013, 12 years ago.
That's a long time ago.
58 minutes, though, in a double overtime, obviously. But
yeah, so I like looking at this one tonight, though. I think that, those who wanted to or wondered about putting those guys back in the game the other night, they are targeting tonight. Literally, from the 5-minute mark of the third quarter, I think this entire organization put all the eggs into this basket. This is the game. This is the game they've got to win. This is the game that they are attempting to win, and they are not going to hold anything back. The fact that he's saying that publicly, not just that they're ready for it, but that their bodies are prepared for it. Think about it now. We're talking about not just 3 older players, but 3 players who are all dealing with various injuries. But Steve, very clear, all hands on deck. And they're going to go with their best tonight.
And they have to. And I'm looking at game 3 in this series. No Jimmy Butler. Steph played 41 minutes. And he went out there and got you 36. And you needed every one of those points in order to get across the finish line and get the W. And Steve Kerr said it to us yesterday when he came on for his weekly appearance that because they didn't play a lot in game 5, they all should be rested. And he just said that in the press conference as well. So as we think about the rotation, and not only Jonathan Kuminga, but we can go ahead and put him on ice unless there's a desperation sensation that is needed. I think about Kevon Looney, and what you and I have talked about, Mark, is an 8-man rotation where
it might just be
Buddy if Moses starts, or Moses if Buddy starts, and Quentin and Gary, and that might be it.
It might be.
If the other guys are all playing 40.
I think that you probably see a little Kevon. I'm not sure. You might see a little Guy Santos. I'm not sure. Those might be circumstantial based on what's happening on the floor. But, you're not going to see Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Steph Curry come off the floor very much tonight.
Right. In game 3 that I referenced, you didn't have Jimmy Butler, and he played 9 guys. Kevon played 14 minutes. There was no Guy, no TJD, and you might be in a situation similar to that tonight. I do kind of like what you said about Kevon, though. He's been so trusty and so sturdy. He's not going to go in there and kill you. He might go in there he might go in there and not be as impactful, but he's not going to kill you, right?
No, I'll tell you where Kevon actually could really come into play is if Steven Adams is having success, they send Kevon in there to be the Hack Adams guy. Go hug Steven Adams because you can use those 6 fouls, and on plays where things do end up with the ball in his hands down low, Kevon at least has the girth to be able to try to slow him down. You can't put TJD and Quentin Post out there against Steven Adams. Their bodies get overwhelmed.
Right. And, TJD could go in there and be the Hacka guy, but Kevon Looney is going to be more effective in the offensive flow and, screen setting and all the rest of it. So I don't know if there's a role for TJD tonight. Probably not for Kuminga either. Guy has been kind of played out of the rotation.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 8, maybe 9 guys. If it's tight and Steph and Draymond and Jimmy are all around 40 minutes, well, that only leaves 120 minutes for the other 2 starters and the bench. That's not much.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, Nick in Berkeley is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Nick. Thanks for calling.
Hey, man, first of all, I need the Oracle crowd. The Chase Center, to be standing up all. It's the playoffs. This is the reason why we traded for Jimmy Butler. And I love the spirited debate by y'all yesterday. Steve Kerr kind of smoothed it out for y'all. You guys were on fire yesterday. And I appreciate the young call by the youngster Adam out there, man. Good stuff, man. And I just want to say, man, the Chase Center crowd got to be super hyped. And I just want to know, who do you guys think will be the unsung hero tonight? So if I'm Kerr, I give Houston a little pinch of this, a little dab of that, mix it all up in the pot, and let's get this win tonight. Let's go, y'all.
Hey, Nick, the only thing that we can tell you, knowing that we are still over an hour away from tip-off, nobody has gotten to their seats, and a strong percentage of Warrior fans maybe are not in the building yet, but if the energy that we're feeling from the people who are here is any indication, this place is going to be on its ear.
Oh, no doubt.
Tonight.
No doubt.
You do not need to worry about that. As far as the X factor, I'm feeling north of 15 points from Brandon Podziemski tonight. I like what I've seen from him in this series outside of when he obviously was completely sick and practically missed the entire game and scored nothing and did nothing. Outside of that, he looks built for this. He does not look overwhelmed. It's a home game, which is where he, as a role player, is going to play his best. I think you need his points tonight, and I think you'll get them.
I think you jumped the bit before we get to the Take It to the Bank prediction, which is coming up in Warriors Live, but I don't disagree, and I was going to give the same answer, and the reason why I give the answer is because Houston, in Game 4 in particular, they played a lot of zone, and when you watch the game, Watch the game. When you watch the game, they had Steph contained on the perimeter, and so many times Pods would just flash to the foul line, pass to Pods, and he facilitated against the zone out of that area. And, oh, by the way, he hit the 6 threes, and he had 26.
Yep.
And you're right about younger players at home. They do play better. I like that prediction, and coming up in 20 minutes, you can make it officially. But I think Pods is a huge X factor, and the other one for me is Buddy Hield. Buddy's going to get his chances to shoot the three. I don't know how much Quentin's going to get in terms of a leash, but he's going to get his chance. And, you know, the whole thing about him being the defensive catalyst the other night is humorous, but it also was kind of true. He played good hustle defense. So for me, it's Buddy Hield. He's got to be the X factor if they're going to come out tonight and win.
Okay. We have one more caller that we're going to get in here.
Okay, just one?
But before we do that, remember that engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page before every game, presented by Shane Coe, your friend and jeweler. And, of course, many of you have already done that today. What we asked, if the Warriors were to not win tonight, who do you think ends up winning this series? Is it the Rockets or is it the Warriors? And you'd expect a heavy Warrior response with our audience, but listen to this.
Oh, God.
Only 56% answered Warriors. 44% of the respondents say Rockets. That gives you a little idea of how dicey it would be if this thing does not end tonight.
Yeah, the home team has a 74% win percentage in Game 7 all time. Although 8 of the last 11, Mark, as I've been telling you repeatedly, 8 of the last 11 road teams in the Game 7 have won. So it's not a guarantee that the home team wins it. 74% historically is indicative, 151 Game 7s, but I don't even want to have this stat on my paper anymore.
And so it's gone.
It's gone.
We've got time for one more. You want to squeeze it in?
It depends on what kind of a caller, Mark. Are we talking about a marquee caller?
Well, let me see what his name is.
Somebody who's going to set the appropriate tone?
His name is Kurt in Hayward Hills.
Oh, we got to take that.
Kurt, welcome to the show.
Hello. There you are, Willard and Tibbs, the best sports boys in the Bay Area. Is that correct, boys? The best.
What are you doing today, Kurt? What are you doing right now?
I'm getting ready to watch the game. I'm getting ready for the Warriors to kick Houston's butt. They're going down tonight, fellas. For sure. We don't want a Game 7. It's the veterans. You know how they're going to Green and Curry, the greatest shooter ever, Green, the best offensive player. And then we got Jimmy, playoff Jimmy, who's hungry for a championship. This is the game, and it's a must-win. We do not want Game 7. The crowd is going to be rumbling. The place is going to be rocking. And the Warriors are going to shut them down. It's going to be a defense game. And we're going to take it to them. And Brooks, you're going to get your ass handed to you tonight. You're going down. You never won a championship. And you're not going to win one against us. You're out tonight. You guys are out.
Hey, Kurt, real quick. What would you say about the idea of maybe a Game 7 on Sunday? There he goes. That's Kurt in Hayward Hills.
Get out of here, Houston.
We got a game tonight. Warriors Live is moments away. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. An hour till tip. Let's do this thing. Warriors Live next on Willard and Dibbs. Ladies and gentlemen of the Bay, here we go. This is Game 6 between the Golden State Warriors and the Houston Rockets. Again, as we said the other night, we hope to take Tim Roy's famous phrase on elevation sensation and adjust it a little bit tonight into an elimination sensation. The Warriors with an opportunity to win their way into round 2 and a date with the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight, and it will all unfold right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. We will get you all the lay of the land, the injury report, and all the keys to victory here momentarily. But the bottom line, Dibs, we sit here right now inside Chase Center up on the club level with fans all around us, and you can just feel immediately this is as energetic as I've ever seen this building.
No doubt. And, everyone talks about Oracle and Roracle and what it was like there and how Chase will never match that and this and that. Well, what we found in Game 4 was Oracle energy. And what I've seen so far here tonight from the crowd entering Game 6, it's an approximation sensation. I'm not going to ever say that this will be that because that's blasphemous in many ways, but what this was in Game 4 was electric. It was game-changing, game-altering in ways, and tonight, looking at the crowd here early, they got the memo, 6 o'clock tip, and we are now inside an hour until we get 48 minutes of... It's a rivalry now, and
gotta have it.
It's a gotta have it game.
Gotta have this.
But it's what it has become, Mark, for me is a rivalry because of the things that have gone on. Dylan and Steph and Pat and Şengün and like the physicality, the technical fouls, the flagrants, and here we are, Game 6, 3-2. And it's going to be a tough one for 48.
Well, when you talk about the physicality, you and I had the opportunity to speak with Steve Kerr about this topic just yesterday, and we're going to play you his answer in a moment because I think it is where a lot of people's heads are. And whether it is general physicality, whether it is going after specific injuries like Steph Curry's thumb, we'll get to that in just a second. But here's the good news. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Here's the Warriors injury report. And that's the Warriors injury report.
Did I miss it?
There is none. Everybody is healthy, good to go. And Steve Kerr has openly stated if the big three need to go north of 40 minutes tonight, they will. They are ready to do so in an effort to get themselves out of this round 1.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's part of the benefit of getting blown out in Game 5. You were able to give those guys some rest. And so, no minutes restriction. Jimmy Butler obviously feeling well enough to where he can go 40 plus. And Steph, as I mentioned, already once in the series, went 40 plus. Draymond's the one that I would think maybe won't quite get to 40 because, he plays with so much physicality, having to guard bigger players a lot. But, all hands on deck. It's not win or go home, but it's win or go to Houston.
Yeah,
you'd rather win and stay home than win and go to Houston.
No, it's win or is
I like
what it
that,
is in my mind. The Rockets injury report relatively light as well. Jayshawn Tate, right ankle, Jock Lawndale, right knee. Both of them are out, but we're talking about a very healthy Houston basketball team as well. And this is exactly how you want it. You want everybody at full strength, mano a mano. Let's see what happens here. The Warriors have the lead. They've got home court. All things are lined up for them to have a good night. Let's see if they can go do it. Now, on that physicality topic, I understand there's two different things going on here. The general physicality of the NBA playoffs and this series as a whole is very, very clear. Something that has started to gain discussion and gain steam in Game 3 and 4 and 5 is the Steph Curry thumb. Number one, it really got going because of a picture that circulated on the internet with Steph Curry not having the wrap on his thumb, and it literally looks like there's a golf ball inside the side of his hand. And then the Warriors have started to openly speak about something that if you're watching closely, you can see, and that is the Rockets are purposefully going after the thumb. You and I had a long debate yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Got ugly.
Some will feel that is just sports. Others feel like that is out of line. Here's the way Steve Kerr answered the question when we put it to him in a general sense.
I believe that this is the highest level of competition, and I think, these are the best players in the world, and they are going to do whatever is within the rules to win the game, and I'm not going to fault anybody for that. And so I just feel strongly that the league has gone down this path the last couple of years where they've decided that they call it the high five, where if you high five a shooter, that's legal. Like, meaning if the ball is released and then you high five the guy, that's not a foul. Now, anybody who's ever played pickup basketball will tell you get high-fived on a shot, it's really hard to make a shot. And so I can tell you, all 30 coaches, as I said, we all believe that should be a foul if you high-five a guy. The league decided that it was not. And what happened then was the same thing that happens with every rule that the league institutes. The players figure out how to game the system. And so all of this year, you've had guys all over the league, including our guys. Draymond does it all the time. Guy releases the shot. You're not allowed to run into him. Like the Zaza rule when Kawhi stepped on his ankle, sprained his ankle. Like, that's a flagrant foul. You can't run into the body. You can't step underneath the shooter. But because the league has decided you're allowed to smack the guy with a high five or hit him on the wrist after the release, guys are just hammering shooters. It's the bane of our existence as coaches. We all complain about it constantly. It's nuts. And I have no doubt that it will be changed this summer, but it has to go through this whole red tape and competition committee, and we got to vote on it, and it'll get changed. But in the meantime, you're going to have guys just taking shots at shooters constantly and trying to whack them on the arm.
It's a fascinating answer there from Steve Kerr, because I want to point out a couple of things that he did there. Number one, he's talking about something in a general sense in an effort to get the officials to watch it. However, what he's talking about, in my opinion, is not actually what's happening. You're not seeing a high five from Dylan Brooks. You're not seeing a high five from Amen Thompson. What you're seeing is an aggressive move downward that is literally not built to hit the hand. It's literally built to hit the thumb and the wrist. They miss a lot, but they're trying to give a hard whack to that thumb and see if they can get Steph Curry off his game for the night. And what Steve Kerr said off the top is, I will never fault the highest athletes in the world, and they want to win so badly, and they will do everything they can within the rules.
Right.
To win the game. This, in my opinion, when you read the rule, and I know you love the rule book.
Oh, yeah.
Talks about how that high five that's now legal cannot be aggressive or violent.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, this is.
Yeah.
So it's not within the rules, and the Warriors are doing what they can to get the league's attention on this for this game tonight.
And we don't know if the attention has been gotten. All we know is that the crew, led by James Capers tonight, they are going to have many opportunities to call it or not call it. And that's both ways. And Steve was very fair about the fact that Draymond Green does it too. So when you look at the action and you look at the high five, I don't think it's as easy. In most instances, it's not as easy as there's contact, there's a foul, which is what Steve Kerr wants. And he said all 30 coaches want that. Then if all 30 coaches want that changed, it probably will get changed. Because the way it is right now, and I'm not going to cape up for the refs, but as a ref, and you see the contact, you have to determine, A, was it a part of the natural follow-through? And if it wasn't, then you have to look at B, was it aggressive, egregious, or violent in nature? So you're putting the officials in a very difficult spot, which is what Steve said yesterday. It's a tough thing for the refs to have to see it and determine exactly what it was. But I know this about tonight. They're coming for the thumb. They're coming for the thumb.
There's no doubt.
Off the dribble, going to the hoop, shooting the three. They've been trying to do it in games 1 through 5. So they're probably going to double down on it and go even harder at the thumb.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity Stream Sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. One more from Steve Kerr that we want you to hear, though, and I think it speaks to sort of where a lot of our minds are. When the Warriors lose the way they did on Wednesday night, it brings about a game like this, whether it is by word choice or not. There are a lot of people in this building who feel like tonight is a must-win.
Yeah.
It is stressful. It is hard to watch when you go down the stretch of games like this. This thing could be tied at the end of 3, and the heart palpitations, a palpitation sensation, are going to start coming at you. But the question is, which team is built for this? Maybe the answer's both. I don't know yet about the young Rockets. But this is what Steve said when he talked about his veterans and having been through situations like this before.
We've had a lot of situations just like this where you go up 3-1, you come home and you've got a game and, you want to win, you want to take care of business. But it's stressful. It's dicey, and get in line. This is, welcome to the NBA playoffs, and it's just this is the whole deal. This is what we sign up for. This is what the playoffs are about, and you see it in every other series too. And so we're in the exact spot that we wanted to be in when this series started. We're a 7 seed playing a 2 seed, and to be up 3-2 going into game 6 is where we want to be. But now it's up to us to finish it, and we know we're going to have to play at a high level to get that done.
I love what he's saying. I think every Warrior fan, if this helps, does this serve as a Valium tonight? Keep in mind, good Lord, the Warriors continue to be in a way better spot than the Rockets right now.
No doubt. And you were talking about them being cut out to do it, or they being built for it and whatnot. I think about these games so far in the best of 7. When Houston wins game 2, they led for 47 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yep.
In other words, they never had to dig deep in the fourth quarter.
Right.
The game was tied for 42 seconds. The Warriors never led. Game 5, the Rockets win, and I think the Warriors led for a couple of minutes early, 8-3, and then they got blitzkrieg, then they got run out of the gym.
Yep.
So I can honestly say I don't know if Houston's built for this, because in these playoffs, they haven't had to do this. They haven't had to. Well, they had to in Game 4, and they didn't. They had to dig deep, and they didn't. Game 2, front run, you win. Game 5, front run, you win. So we'll see if they get in the deep water again, if they are, in fact, built for this.
It's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Spoiler alert if you were listening about 20-25 minutes ago, because we got into this a little bit. Certainly, everybody expects in a game like this, when it's all hands on deck, and we know there's going to be extra minutes for the big guys, the focus is going to be on Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and on the defensive end, Draymond Green. But the way that Jimmy Butler plays and what he's going to attempt to do, I believe, throughout much of this basketball game is, I know playoff Jimmy is scoring the ball, but he will create for others. And the Rockets are going to clog that middle on him. And he's going to have to pass out of it sometimes. And that's often going to go to Brandon Podziemski. He's going to have open threes. He needs to knock down at least 3 of them. His higher or lower number on Underdog is 14.5. Give me the higher. I like Brandon Podziemski for a game of 15 points or more tonight. And if he does that, I love where the Warriors will sit.
Yeah, no doubt. And I just was watching some pregame video of Pods, and he hit one from 40. He stepped back and he hit one from 50. And so it was one of those things where he's locking in on his deep 3. And I like where you're going with that prediction. I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction and highlight GP2, Gary Payton II, and I go back to Game 3 where he was terrific. He had 7 of 9 from the floor. He ended up with a big performance offensively, and I think tonight Gary's going to be a guy who gets a lot of minutes. He's going to get a chance to be out there and defend and shoot the corner 3. Gary gets to double digits. They win the game. I'm putting Gary Payton II over 9.5 points in tonight's game.
I love it. You know what Gary Payton is, and I don't think we've talked about this enough at all. When you go back, and I can't even remember, was it Game 3? I think it was Game 3 with Jimmy Butler not out there for the Warriors. Gary Payton was the guy who has the ability to unlock Steph Curry from what the Rockets are doing defensively, because he kept getting into that screen and roll situation with Steph Curry, and they're going to double Steph, and Steph was able to get the ball around the defense to Gary, and it led to consistent crashes to the basket, many of which were finished by layups by Gary Payton. If they can get some of that action going, maybe they won't need it as much with Jimmy Butler on the floor in this one, but that action saved their bacon in Game 3 with Jimmy Butler not on the floor, and with as aggressively as the Rockets defend Steph Curry, if they can get that action going, I think they can find some success.
About that action, boss, and they're going to have to be about that action, and I do like that part of it, and I think that when you start to look at X factors, I think that Jimmy's going to play a lot, and he's going to be impactful. Steve even said pregame that they're looking to use Jimmy more. They didn't really utilize Jimmy as much in Game 5 as they would have liked, so I see a heavy dose of Jimmy Butler. Get him in foul trouble, get to the foul line, take a little pressure off the chef. I think that Pods is poised for a big game again at home, and maybe it's because GP2's uncle is a P1 listener of the program. I bumped into him in Game 4.
Where did that come from?
Game 4. I'm going to my seat.
So not GP2's dad. GP2's uncle.
Correct.
GP2's uncle.
So I'm walking in and I'm talking to somebody, and he turns around and he goes, I thought that was you. And he says, I'm a huge fan of the show and I love your station. I said, you know what? I love your nephew. Let's go. So I felt like I was a part of the family.
I love that you called him Unc. That's actually my nickname to my nieces and nephew.
Oh, they call you Unc?
They call me Unc.
Yeah, it's a sign of respect.
Started with the first one.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it is or not in my family, but anyway, it is what they call me.
I mean, I feel a kinship with all the various Paytons, and so I look at GP2 as a guy who's going to get a chance, and he will make a pretty big impact tonight.
This one ought to be fun. Check this out. This is going to be great now. Is everybody ready for this?
I'm ready.
The out-of-town NBA game of the night is brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. The out-of-town NBA game of the night is... There is no out-of-town NBA game tonight.
Uh-oh.
This is it. We are it. This is Grand Central Station of the NBA tonight. Warriors-Rockets, the only game in the league. But Clippers-Nuggets have a Game 7 tomorrow night. And no matter what happens tonight, the Warriors will have at least one more playoff game. Whether it is Sunday, whether it is Monday, one of those two is going to happen. Either Game 7 in Houston on Sunday or Monday in Minnesota. So SFO can help you get to either Houston on Sunday, no thanks.
No.
Or Minneapolis on Monday, yes. Please.
Yes.
SFO can help you get there or anywhere else for postseason basketball. No questions asked. And that is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. We are drawing near. We
Very
are
near.
Just about 5 minutes away from handing the baton off to RC, Tim Roy, the rest of the gang as they get you ready for basketball. And again, I think you can hear it behind us. The energy continues to build. And, what you said earlier, don't want to compare this to Roracle. It'll never be that.
No.
But it can be what it is on its own accord. And I do believe this week Chase has reached a new level.
No doubt. And hopefully we can get that level to another level next week in games 3 and 4 and perhaps even 6 in a series against Minnesota. But for now, I'm taking a step back, Mark, from the result, and I'm going to dwell on the process and the process of being a fan. And, we're all fans of so many different teams, and this is the stuff. This is the stuff that we all want. And you get into a season, highs and lows, ups and downs. If you're fortunate to get your team in the playoffs, that's the sauce. And then you get to a game 6 like this, and I think about how many Warrior gems we've gotten, and now here we are on the concourse, surrounded by 19,000 of our closest friends. And in about 40 minutes, the ball goes up, win or lose. You hope it's a win. No matter what it is, this is the sauce, my brother, and I love these moments.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity Stream Sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. It is a Steve Wilkes game. That's what this is. I know.
It.
You go, what?
I can honestly say, well, I'm kind of built for this.
Are you built for this?
Yep.
I think the Warriors are built for this.
Yep.
I don't know if all of us fans are built for this. There are moments where I'm not sure I'm built for this.
You got to go out there and be tough.
My brother, when I was sitting there at Splash during Game 4 and that thing kept getting drawn out, it's stressful.
Oh, yeah.
It's stressful. And my forehead, it hit the table a couple of times.
Oh, boy.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
So I don't want to, because who cares?
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for me tonight. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Yeah, you're going to pull through.
But I think they will.
102-93, Warriors win.
How about 102-73?
How about 106-11 then? What are we doing?
Yeah, how about Fred VanVleet 1 for 16 from the floor
102-93, Kukush, and I'll see you in the Twin Cities.
Hope so, man.
Yeah, brother.
Hope so.
Have a good time tonight.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Nah.
Sunday?
Busy.
How about on Monday?
And let's talk Minnesota.
All right, let's do it, man. Okay, y'all, we have arrived. We're getting ready for game number 6 between the Warriors and the Rockets. Could it be an elimination tonight? For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, and definitely for Tim Jordan. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. To the arena next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
It's game time, Bay Area basketball fans. Whether you're flying out to watch your team win it all or taking that much-needed vacation, always start at San Francisco International Airport, the Bay Area's home court for travel. With convenient nonstop flights to more than 130 U.S. and international destinations, advanced booking for parking, unique shops, and tons of delicious meal options, SFO makes sure your trip kicks off like a home game win. So fly like a champ and let SFO be your home court for every trip. Fly SFO, the airport built for champions like you. Visit flysfo.com.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
Did you hear the new Mega Millions jackpots are going to be higher than ever?
How high?
Like really high.
As high as the top of this helipad?
Higher!
This hot air balloon is high enough, right?
Higher.
Higher than this 14,000-foot mountain?
Still higher.
Okay, we're in space. How much higher can the Mega Millions jackpot get?
There's really no telling.
The bigger, better, new Mega Millions. Millions! From the California Lottery. Play today. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Guru here, and you know there's 2 things I love, sports and prize picks. Turn your playoff hot takes into tickets to the Basketball Championship Series. Starting with the play-in round, every lineup you make on prize picks will enter you in the Take 2 ticket sweepstakes, which could get you and a +1 a VIP trip to the ship. And now start every weekend with a Flex Friday. Make sure you opt in and tap the checkbox in your lineup builder to be eligible for the protected play. If your line